You know how frightening it can be to wake up and find them walking around. But what if something even stranger happens? A man woke up at 3 a.m. to hear his daughter laughing in the living room. He knew she was sleepwalking, but something felt off. She was usually quiet when she sleepwalked, so he started recording her with his phone to see what was causing the laughter. What he recorded was eerie.
Amy. Ay, Diosito. Amy. Amy.
The video shows his daughter sitting on the floor in front of a piece of furniture, with hands coming out of the furniture to stroke her hair gently. The hands move like someone is softly caressing her hair, but they don't belong to his daughter or anyone else in the house. As soon as the father gets closer, the hands quickly go back inside the furniture, like they disappear into thin air. This video has been shared on social media, and people are arguing about whether it's real or fake. Some people think it might be fake, but there's no evidence to prove that. Is it real? Watch and decide for yourself. A sinister presence has descended upon Seaside High School, striking fear into the hearts of students and teachers alike. A brave but terrified student has shared chilling recordings with us, too afraid to reveal their identity. The footage captures unspeakable terrors. Ghostly apparitions stalk the hallways, disembodied voices whisper menacing threats, and objects move with a malevolent force. Security cameras have documented the unexplainable. Lights flicker and die, chairs screech across floors, devices activate with an otherworldly energy, and objects are hurled through the air by an invisible hand. The school is gripped by terror, with students and teachers suffering brutal injuries. The source of this evil remains unknown, but one thing is certain: it's growing in power and malevolence by the day. Laura and her son were live on YouTube, cooking and chatting with their audience, when a cabinet door swung open by itself, creaking ominously. A viewer alerted them, leaving them shocked and terrified.
The back door, the dog had to pee, and there's a button that says pee pee by the back door. And I'm like, wow, it's been quiet. Oscar has not bothered me all day. This is great. I think he's finally over this, right? So I said to the dog, hit the button. You want to go pee pee? Hit the button. So he hits the button and it goes, your mom's dead. What the? What was that? So anyway, nothing's right. Sorry, typing too fast. That's strange. The cabinet behind you just opened and closed on its own. What? Is that what that was? Ah! What was that?
Some believed Laura's deceased mother, who passed away 20 years ago, was haunting them, her spirit seeking contact. Laura had been sharing fond memories of her mother moments before, making the event even more chilling. As tension mounted, a pot fell from the counter, crashing to the floor with a loud clang, accompanied by a strange noise. The audience was divided, some thinking it was a prank or technical glitch, while others believed something paranormal was happening. Laura and her son were convinced their house might be haunted and were determined to uncover the truth. Did they capture something supernatural on camera, or was it just a trick of the mind? The truth remained a chilling mystery, leaving viewers on the edge of their seats. Imagine coming home exhausted and looking forward to a peaceful night's sleep. But instead, it turns into a terrifying nightmare. A man who's been experiencing strange events in his house decides to set up a camera in his bedroom to get proof. What happens next is truly chilling. As he sleeps, an invisible force suddenly pulls him up from his bed by his feet. He frantically rushes to the other side of the bed, trying to make sense of what's happening. His eyes are wide with fear, and he's breathing fast. He looks around the room, but there's no one there. The camera captures every moment, but it doesn't show what's causing the disturbance. The man's fear is real, and it's clear he's not faking it. This is a genuine paranormal encounter, unlike anything he's ever experienced before. The video ends suddenly, leaving us with more questions than answers. What was the invisible force that pulled him out of bed? Was it a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely? The man's experience is a chilling reminder that we're not always alone in our homes. There are forces beyond our understanding that can affect us in ways we never thought possible. This incident is a reminder to be more aware of our surroundings, even when we're asleep. The mystery continues, a quiet whisper in the darkness. Some secrets are meant to remain hidden, but our curiosity will always be tempted to reveal them. The last video on our countdown is a strange one found by Kevin, one of our viewers, on social media. The video shows the entrance to a big company's parking lot. At first, it looks like a normal video of a car arriving, but the security guard notices something weird. He's immediately scared. Just a moment later, the car and the mysterious creature that frightened the guard disappear into thin air. The employees are left amazed, wondering what happened to the car and who or what was driving it. Some people think it was a ghost, while others believe it was an alien. The company hasn't said anything about the incident, which has led to lots of speculation. Even now, these questions remain unanswered. What do you think happened that day? Was it a paranormal experience or a clever trick? Share your thoughts, and let's try to solve this mystery together. Get ready for a shocking discovery. While exploring this haunted house, a shadowy figure appears in the back window. Could it be the infamous Black Monk?
This is the living room. Now we do have a GoPro already recording in the corner, and it's trying to hopefully pick up the cat ball flashing.
A malevolent spirit feared by many. The investigator is about to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, a brave homeowner who ventured into this eerie place had a terrifying encounter. Strange noises echoed through the corridors, and then the door slammed shut with a loud crash. The homeowner was left shaken, seeking answers that didn't come. What sinister force is behind these strange events? Join us as we delve deeper into the mystery and uncover the dark secrets hidden within these haunted walls. As we move deeper into the house, strange symbols on the walls seem to whisper unsettling stories of the past. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the wooden beams, hints at a sinister presence lurking in the shadows. The air is thick with tension and fear. Suddenly, we stumble upon a hidden room, concealed from view. What secrets lie within? Will we uncover the truth behind the Black Monk's ominous reign, or will we succumb to the darkness that haunts these corridors? Upon entering the hidden room, we're met with an eerie silence. The walls are adorned with ancient artifacts, remnants of a grim past. We realize that we're not alone. A presence lurks in the shadows, watching our every move. The air is heavy with foreboding, and we know we're on the brink of uncovering a sinister truth. What do you think is causing the strange occurrences in this haunted house? Share your thoughts in the comments section. Are you brave enough to explore the hidden room further, or will you flee while you still can? Remember, the truth may be more terrifying than you imagine.
No? Okay. Bro, stop playing with me. Oh man.
Germain found an old Ouija board in a cemetery in Argentina one night. Despite feeling uneasy, he took it home. The board had a creepy pentagram and blood-like drops on it, giving off a scary vibe. Germain didn't believe in the supernatural, but strange things started happening in his house. Doors opened by themselves, and he heard weird noises and knocking sounds at night. As the nights went by, the paranormal activity got worse. Germain heard whispers in his ear and saw shadowy figures in his room. He tried to ignore it, but the presence got stronger.
Escuchen, escuchen, escuchen. Esos son los sonidos que le hablé. Justo de madrugada, escuchen. Nadie me va a decir que esos son gatos. Escuchen. Son pasos. Son pasos. Okay.
One night, he woke up to find the Ouija board moving on his bed, spelling out a scary message. "Leave now, while you still can." Germain was terrified.
Okay. ¿Quién anda ahí? No hay luz.
Realizing the board was a gateway for evil forces trying to cross over. Desperate for help, Germain sought a local paranormal investigator.
¿Quién está ahí?
Together, they did a ritual to cleanse the board and banish the entity. But it was too late. The entity had already taken control of Germain. The investigator fled in fear, leaving Germain alone in the darkness.
Ok. Voy a buscar la picana. ¿Qué? ¿Quién anda ahí? ¿Qué mierda? ¿Qué mierda?
The last thing he heard was his voice whispering, "It's too late." Now, Germain's house is a hub of paranormal activity.
¿Quién anda ahí?
With strange lights and noises coming from it. People avoid the place, whispering about the cursed Ouija board and the evil entity inside. Germain's story is a warning that some things are better left alone. Share your thoughts in the comment section. Bobby Bars, a paranormal investigator, has been documenting strange happenings in his home for 2 years. It started when he moved in with his daughter, and the kitchen sink turned on by itself. His landlord told him that previous tenants had seen ghostly apparitions of a young boy and girl, but Bobby had no idea what he was getting into. As he investigated further, he experienced creepy incidents that would give you goosebumps. Footsteps at night, disembodied voices whispering in his ear, and objects moving on their own as if controlled by an invisible force. Bobby has also captured evidence of a dark figure lurking in the shadows.
See, I keep this up against the cabinet because the dogs like to try to open the doors and shit. It's weird. Yo, f this. F this. I'm good on that. Yeah. I'm staying out of there. F that, yo. Bro.
Watching his every move. At first, he thought it might be the spirit of a young girl who had died in the apartment above, but the entity's behavior is much more sinister. It interacts with Bobby, plays tricks on him, and even asks for help. The evidence is chilling, and Bobby's bravery is admirable. He's determined to solve the mystery, even if it means facing his deepest fears.
Can you make it move again? No? Okay. Bro, stop playing with me. Can you do it again?
Join him on his journey as he uncovers the truth behind this malevolent entity and reveals the dark secrets hidden in his own home. Kindly share your reflections in the comments section.
Oh man. Bro, you just spilt water all over my floor, dude. Are you serious?
The supernatural and mysterious can happen unexpectedly, even within ourselves. We're all likely to experience something unexplainable at least once in our lives. Like the man on the screen, who had a terrifying experience at work. Unfortunately, I can't show you the worst part of the video, where he puts his head in boiling oil and dies. Many people who've seen this footage believe he was possessed by a demon that made him do it. Videos like this raise a disturbing question. Have we also been possessed by a supernatural force without knowing it? Have we been controlled like puppets, making us do things we can't explain? This thought is unsettling. making us question our own sanity and free will. Some people claim to have had similar experiences, feeling a strange presence taking over their minds and bodies. Others report weird incidents, like unexplained noises or movements, that can't be explained. Whether you believe in the supernatural or not, one thing is certain: these experiences leave us with more questions than answers. So, if you've had a similar experience, please share it in the comments. Let's explore the unknown together and try to understand these unexplainable events. Security guards work alone at night and often see supernatural things. They must stay alert and ready for anything. Even experienced guards can have scary experiences. One guard had been working at a facility for years, but one night was different. He thought he saw a new coworker, but soon realized something was off. The person seemed strange, and weird shadows were moving around. He tried to ignore it, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The next day, he checked the security footage and was shocked to see that the shadows were real and evil. He felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the video, unable to understand the strange movements of the shadows. He wanted to tell someone, but he was afraid no one would believe him. Despite his fear, he decided to investigate further. What he found was terrifying. The facility had a dark past, and the shadows were just a glimpse of its dark history. He realized he was in danger and quit his job. Some things are better left unsaid, and some places are better left unguarded. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comment section below. Meet Hassan, a brave ghost hunter. He explores spooky places to find ghosts and spirits. Hassan heard rumors about a very haunted house and decided to investigate. Locals told him that the house was once owned by a mean man who had many servants. They said that even after he died, his ghost still haunted the house, along with the angry spirits of his servants. One of these spirits is said to appear as a shadowy woman with her face covered. As soon as Hassan entered the house, strange things started happening. Cabinet doors opened and closed by themselves, as if something invisible was moving them. But then, Hassan saw something even scarier. When he shone his flashlight through a glass window, a dark figure stood motionless, watching him from the darkness. But when he rushed to check, the figure was gone. Hassan's viewers were left spooked, with many believing he saw one of the angry spirits said to haunt this abandoned house.
والله في إشي وحياة الله. شوف. طب ليكون هاي عكسي. هي. والله العظيم إنه في إشي موقف جوا يا إخوان. وحياة الله. اسمع. أنا بقولكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
What do you think? Did Hassan see a ghost? Feel free to share your opinions on this video in the comments section. Diego Gonzalez from Arequipa, Peru, shared a scary story about his nephew. The whole family is still very worried about what happened. During a family gathering, Diego's nephews went to a bedroom to record a video of themselves singing their favorite songs for social media. But something strange happened that they didn't expect. The shy boy didn't want to sing, and something weird was caught on camera by accident. The boy felt uncomfortable and sensed bad vibes throughout the gathering. And he wanted to leave until his cousins asked him to join them. If you look closely at the video, you'll see the boy look at his cousin as if she had pulled his shirt. But the video shows that didn't happen. His cousin was standing still and didn't notice anything unusual. The boy's reaction was clear, a mix of fear and confusion. The family didn't share this video on social media. They sent it straight to me. I'm sure it's real, and it seems like a terrifying experience. The family is still trying to understand what happened, and the boy's parents are seeking answers. Was it a paranormal encounter or just a strange coincidence? One thing is certain. This video will give you chills and leave you with many unanswered questions. Share your thoughts in the comments section. Thank you for joining us on this scary journey into the world of eerie videos. We explored these unsettling recordings and learned about the darker side of human psychology and how fear can fascinate and thrill us. As we end this journey into the heart of spookiness, we're reminded that fearing the unknown is something we all share. Thank you for joining us on this chilling adventure into creepy videos.
This is USS Zamot at approximately 0335 Zulu on April 24, 2019, while conducting routine operation 17 nautical miles off the coast of Camp Pendleton in international waters. At least 6 unknown UASs made multiple flyovers and circle patterns around the ships.
For UN investigators to inspect a shipment of suspected weapon parts found on board and said that they uncovered a missile-shaped object. Panama's President Ricardo Martinelli tweeted a photo which experts identified as an aging Soviet-built radar control system for surface-to-air missiles. Officials said the contraband munitions were hidden under thousands of bags of sugar.
Mysterious drone swarms in California waters. A cloaked truth. In 2019, strange drone swarm incidents happened off the coast of Southern California, and the U.S. Navy was involved. New documents reveal what really happened, and it's clear that drones were involved. The incident sparked widespread interest and speculation, with many people thinking the sightings might be UFOs. However, the Navy confirmed that the sightings were actually drones, and a government hearing about unidentified aerial phenomena discussed the incident. A Navy intelligence official, Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence Scott Bray, confirmed that the video footage showed an unmanned aerial system, UAS. 3 Navy ships, the U.S. Paul Hamilton, U.S. Bunker Hill, and U.S. Ralph Johnson, reported encounters with the drones, which likely originated from a cargo ship called the MV Bass Strait. The drones flew in a safe and professional manner, but their purpose remains unclear. The Navy suspects that the drones were conducting surveillance on their ships, which raises concerns about national security and the Navy's ability to defend against drone attacks. The incident highlights the growing threat of drone technology in the hands of potential adversaries. The Navy has since implemented new measures to improve its drone defense systems, but the truth about the mysterious drone swarms remains classified. Many questions still linger, such as who was operating the drones and what their ultimate goal was. The investigation continues, but it's clear that this incident has changed the Navy's approach to drone defense and highlights the need for continued vigilance in the face of emerging threats.
This is USS Zamot at approximately 0335 Zulu on April 24, 2019, while conducting routine operation 17 nautical miles off the coast of Camp Pendleton in international waters. At least 6 unknown UASs made multiple flyovers and circle patterns around the ships, operating at various altitudes between 300 and 1,000 feet. All appeared to fly consistent patterns, northwest, east, south, without alteration of course, speed, and altitude. No weapons were observed.
Uncovering the secrets of the Chong Chan Gang. In 2014, Panama stopped a North Korean ship called the Chong Chan Gang. On board, they found hidden military weapons disguised as sugar. The North Korean crew fought hard during the arrest, and the captain tried to kill himself. But things got strange when it turned out the ship came from Cuba, not North Korea. The weapons were also very old, from the mid-20th century. Cuba said they were sending old weapons to North Korea for repair, but officials were doubtful. The crew's strong efforts to hide the cargo raised suspicions. The weapons were old and useless, but the crew acted like they were hiding something valuable. The ship had a history of trouble, having been stopped before for carrying drugs and ammunition, and even attacked by Somali pirates. As officials investigated, they felt like there was more to the story. What was the crew hiding? The Chongchon gang incident was a bizarre and intriguing event that raised many questions and sparked a diplomatic dispute between North Korea, Cuba, and Panama. The discovery of hidden military weapons on board, disguised as sugar, was only the beginning of a complex web of lies and deceit. As officials dug deeper, they found that the ship's papers were fake, and the crew was instructed to keep the cargo a secret. The crew's desperate attempts to hide the cargo and their willingness to risk their lives and freedom suggested that something valuable was at stake. Despite the efforts of investigators, the truth behind the secret cargo remained a mystery. The weapons were old and seemingly useless, but the crew's behavior suggested that they were hiding something much more valuable. The ship's history of trouble, including previous stops for carrying drugs and ammunition, and even an attack by Somali pirates, added to the intrigue. As the diplomatic dispute unfolded, each country denied any wrongdoing. North Korea claimed that the weapons were being sent for repair, while Cuba maintained that they were simply returning old weapons to North Korea. Panama, meanwhile, was left to wonder what else the ship might have been carrying. The Chongchon gang incident became a strange footnote in history, a reminder that reality can indeed be stranger than fiction. The incident highlighted the complex and often murky world of international shipping and trade, where secrets and lies can be hidden in plain sight. The mystery of the Chongchon gang may never be fully solved, but it serves as a reminder of the importance of vigilance and transparency in the global shipping industry.
For UN investigators to inspect a shipment of suspected weapon parts found on board and said that they uncovered a missile-shaped object. Panama's President Ricardo Martinelli tweeted a photo which experts identified as an aging Soviet-built radar control system for surface-to-air missiles. Officials said the contraband munitions were hidden under thousands of bags of sugar. All 35 members of the crew have been arrested after resisting orders and are now being questioned at Fort Sherman, a former U.S. Army base on the Atlantic. Panamanian anti-drug officials told the media that no illicit substances have yet been found on board.
At the moment, we haven't found any illicit substances. We have only looked at 1 out of 5 storerooms. We don't dismiss the possibility that we could find illicit substances or type of arms or war machinery.
U.S. State Department Deputy Spokesman Patrick Ventrell also offered Washington's help to Panama.
Let me first of all say that the United States strongly supports Panama's sovereign decision to inspect the DPRK-flagged vessel. The U.S. commends the actions that the government of Panama has taken in this case. Panama, as you know, is a close partner of the United States, and we stand ready to cooperate with Panama should they request our assistance. But really, on all details of the case, I refer to the government of Panama.
The story of the Hydro ferry and the fight against the Nazis. In 1944, a Norwegian ferry called Hydro sank to the bottom of Lake Tinn, sparking a decades-long mystery. The Allies had suspected that the ferry was carrying a cargo of heavy water, a rare and vital component in the production of atomic bombs. The Nazis were desperate to get their hands on it, and the Allies were determined to stop them. But it wasn't until a team of explorers dove deep into the lake that the truth was finally revealed. Using a state-of-the-art submersible vehicle, the team explored the wreckage of the Hydro and found steel drums filled with heavy water. As they delved deeper into the ship, they uncovered a fascinating story of espionage, sabotage, and resistance. The Norwegian resistance had fought bravely to prevent the Nazis from getting their hands on the heavy water, even going so far as to sabotage the factory that produced it. But the Nazis were relentless, and they rebuilt the factory. In a last-ditch effort, the resistance planted a time bomb on the ferry, which exploded on February 20, 1944, sending the ship to the bottom of the lake. The Allies had suspected that the Nazis were close to developing an atomic bomb, and they launched a series of raids to stop them. The sinking of the Hydro was a major blow to the Nazi war effort, and it marked a turning point in the race to develop nuclear weapons. The story of the Hydro ferry is a thrilling tale of heroes and villains, of courage and determination. It shows that even in the darkest of times, there are those who will risk everything to fight against evil. And it highlights the importance of heavy water in the production of nuclear weapons, a secret that could have changed the course of history. The tragic sinking of the El Faro, a cautionary tale. On October 1, 2015, the cargo ship El Faro sank in Hurricane Joaquin, resulting in the loss of 33 lives. The U.S. Coast Guard investigated and found that the crew made many mistakes that led to the tragedy. As the storm approached, the crew didn't prepare well and ignored warnings. Captain Michael Davidson didn't have a clear plan and didn't lead the crew effectively, causing confusion and doubt. The crew lacked experience and training, and they didn't consider the ship's weaknesses, such as its age and modifications. They also mismanaged a critical engine system, leading to a catastrophic breakdown. As the ship struggled to stay afloat, the crew was terrified. The voyage data recorder captured their final moments, a haunting reminder of the importance of safety at sea. The crew's cries for help and their failed attempts to save the ship serve as a stark reminder of the dangers of complacency and inadequate training. The El Faro's sinking is a warning to the maritime industry to prioritize safety above all else. While the tragedy led to changes in training and safety protocols, the memory of the El Faro and its crew will never be forgotten. The sinking of the El Faro is a stark reminder of the importance of safety measures and protocols. The crew's lack of preparedness for the hurricane and the ship's inability to withstand extreme weather conditions highlight the need for safety prioritization. This tragic event has affected the maritime industry and emphasizes the importance of vigilance and readiness in hazardous situations. The crew's desperate calls for help during their final moments leave a haunting memory that reinforces the significance of safety at sea. The El Faro tragedy showed that human error can have devastating effects in the maritime industry. The crew's mistakes were not just individual errors, but also resulted from a culture of complacency and lack of training. The captain failed to lead, and the crew lacked experience and training, which was made worse by the ship's owner, Tote Maritime, having a history of safety issues. The incident also highlighted the need for better weather forecasting and emergency preparedness in the maritime industry. The El Faro crew received inaccurate weather forecasts and was unprepared for the storm's severity. The ship was not ready, and the crew's response to the emergency was inadequate, leading to the tragic loss of life. After the tragedy, the U.S. Coast Guard and the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, issued new safety guidelines for the maritime industry. The International Maritime Organization, IMO, also implemented new safety measures, including requiring ships to carry emergency beacons and improving weather forecasting capabilities. The El Faro tragedy is a reminder of the importance of safety at sea and the need for constant improvement in the maritime industry. It also highlights the importance of honoring the memory of those who lost their lives at sea by learning from their sacrifices and working to prevent similar tragedies in the future. A Ring of Devotion, the tragic love story behind the wedding ring. On May 13, 1912, the crew and passengers of the RMS Oceanic came across an unusual sight in the North Atlantic. As they approached closer, they realized it was a lifeboat with 3 deceased individuals and a mysterious wedding ring. Documents found on one of the bodies identified him as Thomas Bay, a first-class passenger from the ill-fated Titanic. The other 2 bodies were believed to be stokers, crew members responsible for fueling the ship's engines. Just a month earlier, the Titanic had tragically sunk after colliding with an iceberg. During the chaos, a few individuals scrambled to board the last available lifeboat. Collapsible A. Thomas Bay, still dressed in his dinner jacket, managed to make his way onto the boat along with about 20 others. However, as the waves crashed against the boat, 3 more passengers slipped down the deck in a desperate attempt to survive. Only 2 of them, August and Edward, successfully made it onto the lifeboat. Unfortunately, Edward's wife, Jera, tragically perished in the icy waters. As the occupants of Collapsible A awaited rescue, they gradually succumbed to exposure one by one. To reduce weight, they had to dispose of the bodies by throwing them overboard. Edward, devastated by the loss of his wife, passed away early in the night, and his body was committed to the sea.
We have this wedding ring that belonged to Swedish third-class passenger Elin Gerda Lindell, who was immigrating to the United States with her husband Edvard. As the Titanic sank, both Elin and Edvard tried desperately to get into a partially submerged lifeboat, but Elin fell into the water and Edvard didn't have the strength to pull her into the lifeboat. As Elin slipped from Edvard's grasp, Edvard managed to grab her wedding ring and then watched in horror as Elin drifted away and drowned. Edvard soon died from the freezing temperature, and his body was recovered later at the bottom of the lifeboat, with his hand still clutching his wife's wedding ring.
The wedding ring he had clung to slipped to the bottom of the boat. The following morning, the remaining survivors were rescued by another lifeboat, Collapsible D. However, Thomas Bay and the 2 unidentified stokers had already perished, their bodies left floating in the lifeboat. The Oceanic discovered them a month later, serving as a somber reminder of the tragic fate that befell the Titanic. This chilling account stands as a poignant reminder of the enduring mystery and sorrow surrounding the sinking of the Titanic, commemorating the lives lost and the stories that continue to captivate us to this day. A flash of light in the darkness, the mysterious lights of the Titanic. During the early hours of April 14th and 15th, 1912, the passengers of the Titanic found themselves in a dire situation, clinging to life in fragile lifeboats while gazing at the distant horizon. A glimmer of hope appeared as lights were spotted about 5 miles away, prompting hearts to race with anticipation of rescue. Unfortunately, the lights disappeared, leaving behind only despair and the harsh reality of the unforgiving sea.
What's the matter with him? Is he blind?
That's 6 rockets she's fired, sir.
Yes.
What's the matter with that ship on the horizon? Why aren't they responding? What are they doing?
Tragically, over 1,000 individuals lost their lives in the icy waters that fateful night, their cries for help silenced by the cruel hand of fate. The Carpathia's arrival came too late, unable to reverse the tragic events that had unfolded. The lingering question remained, were those lights merely a mirage, a desperate illusion born out of fear and desperation? Or did another vessel witness the Titanic's demise, choosing to turn a blind eye and leave death and devastation in its wake? The mystery surrounding the lights has continued to haunt historians and survivors for over a century. 3 ships emerged as potential suspects, each shrouded in its own secrets and motivations. The Samson, a vessel with a questionable history, denied any involvement, yet a death confession from a former crew member hinted at a darker truth. The Mount Temple received the Titanic's distress call, but was hindered by treacherous icebergs. The Californian, the closest ship of all, witnessed the Titanic's lights and distress signals but opted to take no action. Captain Stanley Lord, despite being warned of ice ahead, recklessly proceeded forward, disregarding the imminent danger.
Come at once! We've struck a berg. It's a CQD. We're sinking. Tell your captain we've only got an hour.
When the Titanic's radio operator sent out a desperate SOS, the Californian's radio operator, Cyrus Evans, received the message but was rebuffed by Lord, who refused to assist. In a shocking display of negligence, Evans even turned off the radio, silencing the Titanic's pleas for help. The Californian's crew watched in horror as the Titanic sank, its lights and signals fading into the darkness. They witnessed the final moments of the ship.
On the bridge of the Californian, Second Officer Herbert Stone watched and counted. By 12:55, he had counted 5 rockets.
Another rocket. How many is that now? 3? Ship's not gonna fire rockets at sea for nothing.
And maybe they're in some sort of distress.
Its electrical system failing as water engulfed it, extinguishing the once promising lights. The Californian's failure to act was a blatant disregard for human decency, resulting in the tragic loss of many lives. The narrative of the mysterious lights highlights the dichotomy of courage and cowardice within humanity, underscoring the importance of individuals choosing to show honor and empathy in times of adversity, rather than turning a blind eye, and perpetuating darkness and desolation. The iceberg that sank the Titanic. Over 100 years ago, the Titanic sank in the North Atlantic, resulting in the loss of over 1,500 lives. Yet its story still fascinates us today. While the human element of the disaster is well known, few recognize that the story of the Titanic is also a timeless depiction of the struggle between humanity and nature. Despite the unlikelihood of capturing a specific iceberg on film in an era before GPS, a few photographs claim to have done so. One such photograph, taken by Lauren Studer, a passenger on the Carpathia, shows a large iceberg with a missing portion. However, this iceberg does not match the descriptions provided by Titanic survivors.
There's no sign of iceberg then, because she'd passed us. And the lights were shining on the water from the portholes. No sign of damage above waterline. The iceberg had cut her from forward on the starboard side to the engine room, almost amidships, right through her 2 bottoms. And we had orders to get the lifeboats out.
Another photograph, taken by Stephen Rourke, depicts an iceberg that closely resembles the one described by Titanic survivor Joseph Scarrett. However, there are no visible signs of a collision on this iceberg. The most likely candidate for the infamous iceberg is the one photographed by the chief steward of the SS Prince Adelbert, which passed by the wreckage site the day after the sinking. Journalist Senan Malone made a surprising discovery while exploring a collection of photos hidden in an attic for decades. He noticed a large dark mark on the starboard side of the Titanic, the same side that struck the iceberg. Further investigation revealed evidence suggesting that the doomed ship may have been severely damaged by a massive internal problem, a coal fire that burned for days before the ship set sail for New York. A coal fire could explain several unusual aspects of the Titanic's journey, including its excessive speed and the hull's warping from a continuous blaze. However, it remains unclear why this critical claim was ignored. Malone believes that British pride and the desire to protect the Titanic's reputation as the pinnacle of British maritime travel led to the suppression of the coal fire allegations. The responsibility for the Titanic disaster shifts almost entirely to human error and ambition, casting a new and somber light on a tragedy that occurred over a century ago. The Lost Telegram, a century-old mystery, resurfaces. After the Titanic sank, Philip Franklin, the owner of the White Star Line, appeared before a U.S. congressional panel with a serious demeanor. He testified that he had no knowledge of the ship's sinking until the survivors arrived in New York, and swore that no telegram had been received from the Titanic. However, 76 years later, a startling discovery would raise doubts about Franklin's claims. In 1988, an envelope containing a piece of paper surfaced, reigniting a century-old controversy. The paper was a telegram sent from the Titanic to the White Star Line headquarters, urgently informing them of the ship's sinking and the dire situation. Experts confirmed the telegram's authenticity by examining the printing style, official markings, and paper used. The question on everyone's mind was, did Franklin receive the telegram? If he did, why did he lie to Congress? Was he trying to cover up the company's negligence or incompetence, or was he trying to protect the White Star Line's reputation? If he didn't receive the telegram, was it deliberately withheld from him? The discovery of this lost telegram adds another layer of intrigue to the Titanic's already mysterious legacy, leaving us to wonder what other secrets lie hidden in the depths of history. The truth about the Titanic's tragic fate remains shrouded in mystery, serving as a reminder that even the most seemingly settled stories can still hold surprises. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of the Titanic's history. The tragic fate of the Titanic still fascinates us, and the discovery of the lost telegram only adds to the mystery. The truth behind the events may forever elude us, but the Titanic's enduring legacy serves as a poignant reminder of nature's power and the importance of humility. I hope you found this journey as captivating as I did. If you have any more questions or topics you'd like to explore, please don't hesitate to ask.
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
Okay, I just heard a loud bang out here. It's the middle of the night. Sounded like it was coming from the kitchen. Hello? Oh!
After they fall asleep, something pulls one off the sofa.
Ya cerré los dos. ¿Quieres el canelo? Córrele, que aquí espantan.
I'm just going to ask the little girl that's in the little bedroom. Emma, I'm sorry for shouting, sweetie. Will you open the door for me, please? I have just seen something. I have just seen something.
Alex Calvo, a single father, inherited his grandmother's home in Florida after she passed away. He and his daughters moved in, hoping for a fresh start, but they soon encountered strange occurrences. Alex documented these events on TikTok, where viewers spotted a dark figure in a mirror in one of his videos. Shocked,
Heading on into the new house for the first time. They say go, yeah. See how scary? It's kind of scary, actually. Oh, look at all this stuff. Dollhouse for you, Salo. Go. Okay. This kitchen's pretty nice.
Ready? I'm ready to go out, Grandma.
Go close the door.
Alex continued recording. One night, a loud bang and a moving chair startled him. Later, he captured a pale face in a doorway. Alex began to suspect that his grandmother's spirit was haunting the house. One terrifying night, a figure appeared in his doorway.
Okay, I just heard a loud bang out here. It's the middle of the night. Sounded like it was coming from the kitchen. Hello? Oh! Hello? Is there somebody here? Is there somebody in here? What the
Disappearing before he could react. The eerie happenings persisted. Doors creaking open, mysterious shadows, and unexplained noises. Determined to uncover the truth, Alex set up cameras and recording equipment. Finally, a door slammed shut.
So I just captured something else on tape. While I was actually taking the tape, I did not notice it at all, but you go ahead and take a look at it and tell me what you think. Okay, I just heard a really loud noise coming up here from the same place where all the other stuff has been going on. Like something was dragging across the floor. Turn on the lights, like everybody says. Okay, come on. I know I heard something. I don't know. I don't know.
And a faint whisper was caught on tape. Convinced that his grandmother's spirit was reaching out, Alex feared that a more sinister force was at play. Was it malevolent or a warning from his grandmother's ghost? Watch his full story on TikTok for answers. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Two children were enjoying themselves, playing in the living room and laughing before bedtime. However, after they fell asleep, something strange happened. One child was mysteriously pulled off the couch by an unknown force, while the other remained undisturbed and slept peacefully. Was it a ghost, a mischievous spirit, or something even more sinister? The sudden movement was captured on video, sending chills down our spines.
After they fall asleep, something pulls one off the sofa.
Watch the footage and decide for yourself. What do you think is behind this spooky event? Share your thoughts in the comments. Get ready for a chilling story that will keep you up at night. Marcio Palmer thought he'd found his dream home, but it was turning into a horrifying nightmare. Strange things started happening, and Marcio tried to figure out what was going on. He recorded the scary events on his phone, and what he captured will give you goosebumps. Doors slammed shut by themselves, objects moved on their own, and creepy sounds echoed through the halls. Marcio was determined to solve the mystery, but the more he searched, the scarier it got. He tried to talk to the evil spirit haunting his home, but it only made things worse. The entity seemed to be getting more aggressive, making Marcio feel like he was being stalked by an unseen force. As the paranormal activity got stronger, Marcio's home was trashed, leaving him feeling helpless. Concerned TikTok users warned him that he might be dealing with a dangerous poltergeist and advised him not to try to communicate with it. Some suggested seeking the help of a paranormal investigator or spiritual healer to cleanse his home of the malevolent entity. Despite the warnings, Marcio was determined to get to the bottom of the mystery. He set up cameras and recording equipment throughout his home, hoping to capture some evidence of the paranormal activity. But as time went on, the occurrences became more frequent and intense, making Marcio feel like he was living in a horror movie. He started to question his own sanity. Was he really experiencing paranormal activity, or was it all in his head? In the end, Marcio had no choice but to confront the evil spirit head-on. But as he prepared for the final showdown, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was in over his head. Was he really ready to face the forces of darkness alone? Only time would tell. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. Emmanuel Reyna, a curious subscriber, received your recordings from a friend and was fascinated. He shared a chilling experience his friend and nieces had while watching TV. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise coming from the kitchen and thought it was just their dog sniffing around. However, when they went to investigate, they were shocked to find the furniture moving on its own. The young woman's laughter in the video shows how nervous she was. Our minds struggle to understand strange occurrences like this, especially when they happen more than once. I have seen many examples of doors opening and objects moving, but there is usually a logical explanation. However, in this case, the furniture kept moving, and the man in the video even walks in front of it, showing there is no hidden thread pulling it.
No, pero se estaban abriendo ahorita bien feo, o sea, ahorita está bien leve. No manches, no lo digas. ¿Qué es que no? Ay, no, tío. Se están abriendo solos. No manches. Ay, no. Ay, no, me da miedo. ¿Ya cerraste el otro? Ya cerré los dos. ¿Qué es el canelo? Córrele, que aquí espantan. Échale las cosas. Es todo por irte el Día de Muertos a celebrar. Trajiste algo, tío.
Is it possible that the place is haunted and spirits have taken over? It's a spooky thought, but the evidence is hard to ignore. Watch the video and decide for yourself. Share your thoughts in the comment section. Prepare yourself for a chilling experience. A man from Indonesia has been recording spooky paranormal activity in his home, sending shivers down our spines. Doors slam shut, pianos play eerie tunes, and strange noises echo through the halls. The situation is truly unsettling. Even his wife refuses to stay there. And we can't blame her. The entity seems to be getting more aggressive by the day, leaving the man desperate. While some skeptics think he's seeking attention, others believe it's real. The evidence is compelling, and we're eager to see what happens next. Will the entity continue to wreak havoc, or will the man find a way to calm it down? One thing's for sure, this haunted house is giving us goosebumps. What do you think? Is this haunted house for real? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's explore this ghostly mystery. Get ready for a spine-chilling tale. Sarah Baranski, a loyal viewer, shared a video with us that will send chills down your spine. But here's the twist. The original video has disappeared. Despite Sarah's thorough search, it's nowhere to be found. Here's the eerie story. A woman was working the night shift cleaning an old abandoned house. She said she had terrifying paranormal experiences every night, but no one believed her. So she decided to live stream her shift on Snapchat to prove it to her friends.
That must have jumped upstairs. Come on, Kelly, you've been here 1,000 times. Come on. I'm going to go into Philip's bedroom now.
As she set up her camera and started cleaning, things took a sinister turn. She felt a sudden chill and heard strange noises coming from the rooms above. She called out to a ghost named Emma, who was said to haunt one of the rooms.
Now I want to go back down now. I want to go back down now, seriously, and I dare twatting move. Hello? I'm sorry for camera checking, but it's big mistake this doing this cleaning at night. Stupid mistake. Right, I'm coming back to the stairs. I don't. Hell.
But instead, a pale figure appeared in the doorway. It vanished quickly, and she ended the live stream and fled the house. She was shaken by the encounter and didn't return for weeks.
I'm just gonna ask, the little girl that's in the little bedroom. Emma, I'm sorry for shouting, sweetie. Will you open the door for me, please? I have just seen something.
Was it really a ghost caught on camera or a clever hoax? You decide. But be warned, this video is not for the faint of heart. It's a chilling reminder that the things that go bump in the night might be more than just imagination. Feel free to share your comments below. Prepare yourself for a chilling video submitted by our esteemed viewer, Peter Canova. Peter's friend was refurbishing a house in Des Moines, Iowa, that had been abandoned for over a decade. The house had a notorious reputation in the neighborhood for being haunted, but Peter's friend was skeptical. However, everything changed when Xavier, a tile installer, recorded a bone-chilling video capturing the piercing cries of a child coming from the basement. Xavier searched every room, but no one was found. He called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But only silence responded. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed throughout the house, startling Xavier. Despite his attempts to investigate, his courage failed him, and he hastily fled. He refuses to ever return to that house, leaving Peter's friend wondering if the rumors are true. Is the house truly haunted by a tormented spirit? Watch the footage and decide for yourself. What could have triggered such fear? Feel free to share your comments below. The extraordinary activity recorded in this video serves as a haunting reminder that our world holds mysteries beyond what meets the eye. The occurrences shown here are testaments to the unexplained phenomena that both fascinate and frighten us. Thank you for watching. We hope you found this journey into the unknown interesting, and we appreciate your support. Stay tuned for more supernatural adventures and amazing content.
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
YouTuber Joe, who shared a room with his girlfriend, had noticed strange occurrences. People vanished, and items were relocated at night. Initially, he suspected a practical joke or burglary, but as the incidents continued, he realized something more sinister was happening. He suspected his girlfriend of eating his food, so he confronted her. However, she denied it, insisting she hadn't touched his food. Determined to solve the mystery, Joe installed a camera to catch her in the act. However, what the camera captured was far more sinister than he anticipated. The footage revealed a chilling truth that changed everything. It showed a dark figure lurking in the shadows, manipulating objects, and vanishing into thin air. Joe was horrified. And a shiver ran down his spine. He realized his room was haunted by a malevolent spirit, and he needed to stop it before it was too late. Kindly share your reflection in the comment section. Envision a bustling intersection in Mexico City, captured on CCTV cameras during the early hours of September 18th. Suddenly, at 2:20 am, a ghostly figure of a young girl materializes in the middle of the road. What makes this footage truly remarkable is that it's captured from multiple angles simultaneously by 3 different cameras. The eerie apparition is unmistakable, leaving viewers shocked and questioning what's real and what's not. The girl's translucent form walks slowly, her gaze fixed on some unknown point ahead. She's surrounded by moving cars and pedestrians, but no one notices her presence. The footage is both unsettling and captivating, prompting questions about the paranormal. Is this a genuine ghost sighting, or simply a clever trick of the light? One thing is certain. This haunting video leaves everyone who sees it with goosebumps and a lasting sense of unease. Feel free to share your opinions on this video in the comments section. Franco's curiosity compels him to investigate further. He adjusts the camera to focus on his bedroom, aiming it at the door where the ghostly figure appeared before. What happens next sends shivers down his spine, and his blood runs cold. The footage creates a sense of suspense and fear as the music gets louder. Suddenly, a faint voice speaks in a foreign language, getting louder and more urgent. Franco's fear turns to terror as the voice becomes clearer and more menacing. The audience gasps in shock and amazement as the music reaches its peak. Franco's heart races as he tries to understand the disturbing images. He feels a sinister presence in the room, tries to move, but is paralyzed by fear. The voice speaks again, its words barely understandable, but its evil tone clear. Franco's terror reaches its peak, and he knows he must escape the room quickly. Please feel free to share your opinions on this video in the comments section. Imagine having a scary experience on your first day at work. The man on screen thought his day was ending quietly, with no clients and most colleagues gone home. But then, something unexpected happened. He found himself trapped in a real-life horror story. An invisible force suddenly pulled him away, leaving everyone shocked. This strange event has been buzzing on social media, with many people wondering what really happened. Although the company hasn't confirmed anything, weird things have been happening in that building. Could supernatural beings be living there? Some people think it's haunted, with ghosts roaming free. Others claim to have seen strange shadows lurking in the corners. The man's disappearance has left everyone with more questions than answers. Why was he there alone? Why did the security cameras fail that night? And what was the mysterious force that took him away? The mystery deepens, and the truth remains hidden. For now, let me know what you think in the comments section. This eerie footage was reportedly captured at a hotel in Malaysia. A woman sits in the dining area when something strange and unseen attacks her, and she feels it. The music may heighten the tension, but believe me, it's about to get even more chilling. This is one of the most widely circulated security camera videos, and for good reason. At first, you may only notice a slight movement in the chair, but as the woman tries to escape, things take a terrifying turn. Her fear is palpable, and you can't help but feel it too. The video is grainy. But that only adds to the horror. You'll be on the edge of your seat, wondering what's happening and why. I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this footage and the others I shared. Have you ever experienced anything paranormal? Do you believe in ghosts or supernatural entities? I'm Leonor Clay, and this has been The Darkest Secret. Feel free to share your comment below. Mandy, a mother living in a remote area with her 2 children, started hearing strange noises and voices in her backyard. At first, she thought it was just the wind or her imagination, but soon realized that something more sinister was happening. She installed trail cameras to investigate and captured some unsettling footage. Although there were no visible entities, the eerie sounds and whistling made her nervous. It seemed like someone was walking around her property, whispering and humming. Then she received another alert and heard scratching, knocking, and a voice asking to be let in. The voice was deep and menacing, sending chills down her spine. It even threatened her son, saying, "I see you, and you're mine now." Mandy was terrified and called the police, but they only searched the house for 9 minutes and didn't take her concern seriously. They said it could be a stray animal or a prankster, but she knew what she experienced. Now, she's left wondering who or what is haunting her family and what they want. She's tried to research her property's history, but hasn't found any evidence of past tragedies or paranormal activity.
I gotta change it. It's all wet. Maybe I have to. It's all wet. I'm sorry, but your pig didn't show us the bed. Some of the pig beds. I know. Mama's going to be in the bed. I know. I tried giving you the bubbers. You wouldn't take the bubbers. Now you have nothing for bubbers. No bubbers for what now? No bubbers for you now. I'm not giving you bubbers now.
Hey.
Oh.
I'm just getting another bottle.
She feels isolated and scared, unsure of what will happen next. Will she be able to uncover the truth behind the haunting, or will she and her children become the next victims? Share your thoughts in comment section. Prepare yourself for a bone-chilling video featuring Zoe, a nurse who works the night shift at a nursing home in Perth, Australia. According to Zoe, there is a particular room in the nursing home that gives everyone an eerie feeling. The staff often feels like they're being washed, and the room inexplicably becomes freezing cold. Some have even seen chairs moving on their own. One night, Zoe and her colleagues were in the office when they saw something strange on the CCTV camera. The lights in the room started flickering and dimming in a weird pattern, and then a dark figure passed in front of the camera. Not once, but twice. The staff was shocked and terrified, trying to make sense of what they had just seen. They reviewed the footage again and again, trying to understand what was happening. Some thought it might be a ghost or spirit, while others believed it was just a strange lighting malfunction. But one thing was certain: something strange was happening in that room, and it was sending chills down the spines of everyone who saw it. Will Zoe and her colleagues be able to uncover the truth behind the haunting? Or will they continue to experience the paranormal activity that's making their nights so scary? I would like to hear your opinion on the identity of those 2 dark shapes. Please share your thoughts. The video may stop, but the fear continues. Because in the most obscure places of our world, malevolence hides, ready to strike. And when it does, no camera can capture the terror that unfolds. The only evidence that remains is the disturbing recollection of the fear that befell the unfortunate individuals who ventured into the darkness. Therefore, be cautious, because the darkness is constantly watching, and it's only a matter of time before it comes for you.
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
An urgent investigation is now underway outside of Pittsburgh. A massive explosion and fire rocking a neighborhood. At least 5 people were killed, several others hurt.
Beirut, Lebanon was rocked by a pair of enormous explosions on Tuesday, with countless individuals injured and widespread devastation left in their wake. The blasts produced massive columns of smoke, causing structural damage and shattering windows. Among the chaos, people were trapped beneath the rubble, and many were seen walking through the streets, injured and covered in blood. The explosions obliterated entire storefronts and vehicles, leaving debris strewn across the area. The Clemenceau Medical Center was inundated with wounded individuals, including children, seeking urgent medical attention. Medical professionals worked tirelessly to attend to the injured, while rescue teams combed through the rubble in search of survivors. A vast plume of dark smoke enveloped the port area, sparking disorder and havoc. Although the cause of the explosions remains unknown, the aftermath stands as a stark testament to the devastation that has befallen Beirut. As the city embarks on its journey to rebuild and recover, investigators will strive to ascertain the cause of the blasts and ensure that those responsible are held accountable. The people of Beirut exhibit resilience and strength, but they will require support and assistance in the days and weeks ahead. As the world looks on, we stand in solidarity with the victims of this tragedy and extend our thoughts and prayers for a complete recovery. Feel free to share your opinions on this video in the comments section. In a stunning twist of fate, a severe storm struck Moscow on June 20, 2024, causing widespread damage in its aftermath. The storm, with winds clocking in at 55 miles per hour, took residents by surprise, leading to chaos and destruction on a large scale.
Oi, oi, oi. Yo, caramba, boy.
Камера так не записывает, как оно крутится.
Видишь, как его сносит быстрее.
Просто охренеть.
This unusual storm wreaked havoc on more than 300 vehicles, with chilling videos capturing the extent of the devastation. Witnesses described the aftermath as apocalyptic, with streets strewn with debris and buildings lying in ruins. Sadly, 2 individuals lost their lives, while over a dozen others suffered injuries. The city is still grappling with the shock of this unforeseen calamity, with many now faced with the daunting task of rebuilding. This extraordinary weather occurrence serves as a stark reminder of nature's might and the critical need for preparedness. Stay safe, Moscow. Share your thoughts in the comments section. As we excitedly anticipate the spectacular fireworks displays of July 4th, a recent event serves as a sobering reminder. Safety should always be our top priority.
Oh, it's gonna be right there. You cannot stick it in the ground. It's not gonna work. Who did that? You gotta put it in the shoe. Oh.
A family's festivities took a frightening turn when a firework malfunctioned, detonating on the ground with a loud explosion. Panic ensued, but thanks to the mother's quick thinking, her child was spared from harm. This alarming incident is a stark reminder. Handling fireworks requires great care, as the consequences of mishandling can be disastrous. Fireworks are not toys, and their improper use can result in serious injuries and property damage. Let's prioritize safety this July 4th and enjoy the fireworks with peace of mind. Remember, a few moments of caution can prevent a lifetime of regret. Stay safe and have a joyous celebration. Feel free to share your comments below. A devastating explosion has struck a neighborhood just outside of Pittsburgh, resulting in the loss of 5 lives and injuries to several others. The explosion completely destroyed 3 homes, leaving debris scattered around and causing damage to a dozen nearby structures. The Red Cross and Salvation Army have mobilized to assist those who have been displaced.
An urgent investigation is now underway outside of Pittsburgh. A massive explosion and fire rocking a neighborhood. At least 5 people were killed, several others hurt. 3 homes completely leveled. The blast and fire leaving only rubble behind. Debris damaging a dozen nearby structures. The Red Cross and Salvation Army stepping in to help those who are now displaced.
Lindsay, 18 fire departments responded. 57 firefighters were treated on scene for minor injuries. Officials say the investigation could take months, if not years.
Authorities have ruled out gas as the cause of the explosion and are currently conducting a thorough investigation to determine its source. Video footage from a doorbell camera captured the moment of the explosion, revealing the powerful blast that flattened 3 homes and caused extensive damage to numerous others. First responders swiftly arrived at the scene, with 57 firefighters working diligently to contain the destruction. 3 residents were taken to the hospital, one of whom remains in critical condition. The community has been left in a state of shock by the explosion, with many residents struggling to comprehend the extent of the devastation. "I can't believe everything is gone," said one neighbor, shaking her head in disbelief. "I remember how these houses used to look, and now they're just piles of rubble. It's surreal." As the investigation progresses, officials are urging anyone with relevant information to come forward. We rely on the public's cooperation to piece together the events leading up to this tragedy, stated a spokesperson from the fire department. Our team is working tirelessly to uncover the truth, but it may take some time. The incident has prompted concerns about the safety of the neighborhood, leading some residents to call for enhanced measures to prevent similar disasters in the future. "We must ensure that such a tragedy never recurs," emphasized a local resident. "It is imperative for us to unite as a community, provide mutual support, and advocate for change." Feel free to share your opinions on this video in the comments section. Witnessing a building collapse just a few steps away from where you are standing can be a truly terrifying experience. This is exactly what occurred during a demolition in China that went terribly awry. The structure toppled over, causing debris to scatter in all directions. People scrambled to safety, narrowly avoiding the destruction. Thankfully, there were no serious injuries reported. The footage is truly heart-stopping. Viewers will find themselves holding their breath as they watch the pandemonium unfold. The error made by the demolition crew was a hair-raising moment for those in close proximity. It serves as a stark reminder of the critical importance of safety measures and accuracy in demolition projects. The aftermath of the incident highlights the potential hazards present at construction sites, serving as a chilling reminder to always prioritize safety above all else. Feel free to share your comments below. In Samut Sakhon, a province in northern Thailand, a significant incident occurred in 2020. An apartment building with 3 stories collapsed suddenly, trapping approximately 60 individuals inside. Surveillance cameras captured the alarming moment when the foundation gave way, resulting in the building's collapse. Residents who were cooking or relaxing at the time of the incident hurried to escape. Fortunately, all occupants managed to evacuate safely. The building's owner promptly relocated the tenants at no cost and provided meals until they could regain stability. Investigators suspect that a nearby pond may have compromised the ground, leading to the collapse. Although the possibility of repairing the building remains uncertain, the positive outcome is that everyone survived. This near miss serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of building safety and conscientious construction practices. Please feel free to share your comments below. Picture a small village in Iowa where all the inhabitants know each other. Martinsburg is home to just 110 people and 2 establishments. However, on March 31st, tragedy struck. A monstrous tornado tore through the village, causing widespread destruction. Charles was on his way home from the doctor's office when he heard the warning on the radio. He glanced out of his window and saw a wall of wind and debris rapidly approaching him. On the other hand, in Arkansas, Kim was standing in a doorway when she saw a tornado heading her way. She thought she was safe, leaving her business in shambles. Fortunately, her husband managed to pull her to safety just in time. The storm was so fierce that it shattered the windows behind her, creating a wind tunnel that sucked her out through the front door. These tornadoes were just the beginning of a record-breaking outbreak that would cause widespread devastation across the Midwest. However, amidst the destruction, there were stories of survival and courage. Charles and Kim's close calls served as a reminder that in times of disaster, every second counts. Kindly share your reflections in the comments section. Explosions have the power to demolish structures, but they cannot break our resolve. In times of calamity, we unite, draw strength from our resilience, and unearth bravery in the midst of peril. The narratives of these explosions impart valuable lessons on cherishing life, clinging to hope, and persevering in the face of adversity. Our inner strength is greater than we estimate, and together, we can overcome any challenge.
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
What are you doing? Oh, what, Nani? Look at me. What are you scared of? The fish? Oh, the fish died. What? Angel's sleeping already. It's raining, girls. Nani, are you almost done eating? Look at me. Look at me.
It's okay. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. Come on.
One evening, a woman goes to her bedroom and finds something terrifying. Her curtains are moving like living things, as if someone invisible is touching them. The fan is humming softly, but something evil is happening. Then a dark shape appears, filling the room with its presence. Watch closely, and you might see what's scaring her. The curtains look like they're being grabbed by unseen hands, the fabric rippling like something is trying to come out of the shadows. A face appears for a moment, its features twisted horribly. The woman is trying to be brave, but her eyes show how scared she is. She slowly approaches the curtain, her heart beating fast. But when she pulls it back, no one is there. The presence has disappeared.
And yes, my fan is on. That's why you see it glowing. But what the hell is that? Why is it wrinkling like that? Like somebody's pushing it. And then that looked like a face.
Hey, tomorrow we need a...
Leaving only her heavy breathing. The question remains, what evil thing was lurking in the darkness? Feel free to share your comments below. A mother and her 2 daughters ate together when the eldest daughter suddenly became frightened. She witnessed something in the adjacent room that caused her to scream, yet there was nothing discernible to the naked eye. The mother remained composed, inquiring about her daughter's distress, but received no response. The younger daughter looked around, bewildered, initially seeing nothing. However, upon closer inspection, she witnessed what her sister had seen. Her reaction was one of sheer terror. Both girls asserted they had seen a ghost, yet their mother and the camera failed to capture anything unusual.
What was that? What are you doing? Oh, what, Nani? Look at me. What are you scared of? The fish? Oh, the fish died.
What?
Angel's sleeping already. It's raining, girls.
No.
Nani, are you almost done eating? Look at me. Look at me.
The video concluded with a haunting question. What had the girls witnessed that their mother had not? Feel free to share your opinions on this video in the comments section. Chinese social media is full of mysteries, with posts that rarely make it to mainstream platforms. But when they do, they're always chilling. Urban explorers are especially popular, with one explorer recently finding a dead body in an abandoned morgue. Another explorer, who we'll call the Man, ventured into a long abandoned building and captured something terrifying on camera. As he crept through the flooded hallway, he suddenly screamed in fear, spotting something eerie in the distance. The water was murky, and the floor was covered in darkness. But that wasn't the end of the video. The man returned, trying to make sense of what he had seen, but the figure had vanished.
Stop! You're up! 操你妈的！操你妈！你妈了个逼！
Yet he continued to yell, and something moved near the door. Whatever it was enough to make the man flee the building in terror.
操你妈的！出来！操你妈的！
Chinese social media may have ridiculed him for exploring such places, but none can deny the fear he captured on camera. Share your thoughts in the comment section. In the depths of African forests, a chilling legend has been passed down through generations. Escape without looking back, or you'll never be safe. This terrifying tale tells of demonic beings that hide in the shadows, preying on solo travelers who enter their territory. This video brought the myth to life. A man's haunting screams echo through the forest as an unseen horror pursues him. His frantic escape is a desperate bid for survival. Residents know the sinister truth. If these creatures chase you, flee without looking back. Eye contact means certain death. The man's panicked flight is a grim reminder of this harsh rule. Many have encountered these monstrous entities, their testimonies fueling the belief that these forests are cursed.
J'espère que vous allez bien, moi ça par la grâce de Dieu. Je suis comme ça en train d'aller à l'école. Mais je pense que le professeur ne va pas venir aujourd'hui. Donc je retourne à la maison.
Iron Duncan's footage shows a similar ghostly figure, sparking fears that these entities are real and relentless. The videos show a thin, humanoid figure that strikes fear into all who see it. This could be the proof that the legend is more than just a story. Are you brave enough to face the horror that lurks in the shadows? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section below. A man who has always enjoyed good relationships with his neighbors in a quiet suburban neighborhoods is baffled by the strange and abnormal behavior of the new neighbors who recently moved in. As he struggles to make sense of their bizarre actions, he decides to capture their strange behavior on video. The footage shows the new neighbors staring at each other creepily, wearing masks with horns that resemble goat masks, a symbol often linked to devil worship. But what happens next is the most chilling part. They seemingly disappear into thin air when a car passes by. The man and his neighbors are left stunned and disturbed, wondering what could be behind these strange actions. Are they hiding something sinister? Are they involved in something dark and sinister?
Adding stuff to it, but... Jim! Bobby, is that you? Bobby. I get it, man. Just gonna stare at each other for like, what? You got me. I don't know what the fuck their problem is. I keep doing this shit. I'm just gonna stare at them then. Fuck it, right?
The questions swirl, but one thing is certain. This strange behavior has cast a dark shadow over the once peaceful neighborhood. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section below. The mother and her son were playing in bed when an extraordinary event took place. She swiftly grabbed her phone and started recording as her child focused on a spot in the room. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed at a picture of his deceased father, his small finger shaking with excitement. What happened next left her completely speechless. The child began asking, "Who is it? Who's there?" While looking back and forth between the picture and the space, his eyes wide with curiosity. It seemed like he was conversing with an unseen presence, his words pouring out in an eager rush. Many people who watched the video were convinced that the child was seeing his father's spirit and returned to provide comfort and guidance from the afterlife. The mother shared this belief, as it was clear that her son was trying to communicate with his dad, his young heart still struggling with the loss.
Who is it? Who is it?
Dad.
Who's that? Who's up there? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
However, the question lingered. Was it truly a ghost, or just the child's vivid imagination running wild? Was the child's mind creating a comforting presence to deal with the pain of his father's passing, or was something more extraordinary happening? The video sparked a heated debate, with some dismissing it as a figment of the imagination, while others viewed it as concrete evidence of the supernatural. Regardless of the interpretation, one thing was undeniable. The mother and son's moment had turned into a worldwide sensation, capturing the world's interest and igniting a global discussion about the enigmas of the unseen. Kindly share your reflections in the comments section below. In July 2011, a video was uploaded by a woman titled Doc Sees Ghosts, showcasing her dog's peculiar behavior. One evening, while she went to the kitchen for a snack, she noticed her dog standing in the hallway, fixated on something and unwilling to approach her. Sensing that something was amiss, she decided to start recording. As she attempted to lure her dog towards her, she shouted, "Leave my dog alone," firmly believing that a supernatural entity was present, causing distress to her pet. Despite her best efforts, the dog retreated around the corner, appearing to be frightened by a dark figure or shadow in the kitchen. The video poses the question, what did the dog witness that night? Was it a ghost, a shadow, or something entirely different? The dog's unusual behavior and reluctance to move indicated that it perceived something out of the ordinary.
Can you come over here now? Come here, Smooch. Come on. Can you come here? Come here, Smooch. It's okay. It's okay. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. Come on. It's okay. Come on. Come here. Come by mommy. Come on.
The video has sparked intense debate and curiosity, leaving viewers to draw their conclusions about what transpired on that fateful night. Feel free to share your thoughts in comments section below. Watching creepy videos has a way of captivating our attention and leaving us with a lasting sense of unease. Whether they depict unexplained phenomena, bizarre occurrences, or simply eerie events, these videos tap into our deep-seated fears and fascinations. While some may be dismissed as hoaxes or misinterpretations, others remain stubbornly unexplained, leaving us to ponder if there's more to our world than meets the eye. As we view these creepy videos, we're reminded that the internet can be a strange and unsettling place, full of mysteries and terrors that lurk just beyond the edge of our understanding. And yet, we can't help but be drawn back in, morbidly curious about what other secrets and scares the digital world has in store for us.
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
Are you here?
Are you in the boys' room?
Shut up, don't be sick.
A man who is extremely passionate about ghost hunting decides to venture into a spooky abandoned house all by himself. He keeps his camera rolling the entire time, and what he captures is terrifying. Initially, he's just exploring, searching for any signs of ghosts or paranormal activity, but things take a turn for the worse. Doors creak open and shut, objects move on their own, and he begins to sense a malevolent presence watching him. He tries to rationalize that someone might be playing a trick on him, but soon realizes that he is truly alone in the house. The video concludes with him attempting to flee, but the banging on the door becomes so intense that it feels like something is toying with him.
يا جماعة ما تلاحظون ان هذه كلها تتحرك كل هذه كلها بسم الله لا اله الا الله اعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق لا اله الا الله لا اله الا الله لا 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 لا, لا يا جماعة لا 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 لا, لا. يا جماعة أنا ماني قادر من ريحة الكلب والله العظيم انتم عزكم الله خلاص لا إله إلا الله أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق لا 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 لا, لا. والله العظيم ماني قادر من الريحة يا جماعة استغفر الله ربي.
You'll be on the edge of your seat, wondering if he'll manage to escape unscathed. Feel free to share your opinions on this video in the comments section. On the evening of March 5, 2024, a young girl's innocent playtime turned into a nightmare. Despite the late hour, she was engrossed in playing with her toys when something eerie unfolded. The security camera captured the chilling moment. A toy suddenly sprang to life, emitting a spooky melody that echoed the girl's own humming. In the blink of an eye, she was dragged under the bed, as if an unseen force was at play. The mother was petrified when she viewed the footage, unable to comprehend the inexplicable events. She kept her daughter away from the room, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. What malevolent entity lurked beneath the bed, and what sinister intentions did it harbor towards her child? Determined to unravel the mystery, she delved deeper and stumbled upon a disturbing doll concealed under the mattress, its movements unnaturally lifelike. The family was gripped with fear as they grappled with the terrifying ordeal. They avoided the room in dread, haunted by the traumatic incident. What monstrous being had snatched their child under the bed, and would it return for more? They replayed the video in dread, yearning for answers that remained elusive. Please feel free to share them in the comments section below. Step into the world of fear with me as we uncover the bone-chilling stories of an abandoned asylum. Sierra Rose, a brave adventurer, dared to explore this desolate place, and what she captured on film will send shivers down your spine. As Sierra and her companion delved deeper into the asylum's grim past, they were enveloped by a haunting sense of sadness and foreboding. The atmosphere was heavy with the burden of forgotten memories, and the shadows seemed to murmur secrets in their ears. However, it's the terrifying footage they documented that will make your blood run cold. You'll witness a spectral figure materialize right before your eyes, its presence as tangible as the fear clutching your heart. Sierra is certain she caught a ghost on camera, and after watching this spine-chilling footage, You may just start to believe in the supernatural too. But the horror doesn't stop there. Tulsa Polk revealed a disturbing photograph that will linger in your nightmares.
Oh, I'm freaking out. Guys, guys,
Two friends innocently posed, yet a sinister presence loomed in the background, its malevolent aura almost palpable. The longer you gaze at the picture, the more it resembles a headless, ghastly figure, its presence creeping into your subconscious like a sinister omen. As you uncover the enigmas of the asylum, you'll begin to question what's genuine and what's merely a product of your imagination. However, one thing is certain: the terror lurking within these walls will leave you sleeping with the lights on. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section below. James Fodder, an adventurous individual, stumbled upon a creepy doll at a thrift store. Little did he know, this seemingly harmless toy would trigger a series of spine-chilling events that would alter his life forever. Upon bringing the doll home, strange occurrences began to unfold at night. Eerie noises reverberated through the darkness, and doors mysteriously opened and closed on their own. Convinced that the doll was to blame, James decided to set up a camera to capture evidence of its paranormal activities. Initially, the footage was uneventful, just mundane, everyday scenes. However, things took a terrifying turn. The camera started moving erratically, as if sensing a sinister presence lurking in the shadows. The room was filled with a foreboding energy that sent shivers down your spine. 2 nights later, James witnessed a horrifying sight that chilled him to the bone. A dark, shapeless figure darted out of his bathroom and disappeared into thin air. The camera had captured an apparition, leading James to believe it was linked to the doll. Determined to unravel the mystery, James continued filming, unaware of the sinister surprise the doll had in store for him. One night, while he was asleep, the doll came to life, moving on its own for a few terrifying moments. James was left shaken. Should he lock the doll away or face more unspeakable horrors? The footage he shared online sparked intense speculation. Was it a paranormal event or something more sinister? The secrets within the doll remained unknown, but one thing was certain: James's life would never be the same. Will he confront the malevolent force head-on, or will he succumb to the terror that plagues him? Share your opinions in the comments. Do you believe the doll is possessed by an evil spirit, or is James simply losing his mind? Veronica's camera caught something eerie, a presence that sent shivers down her spine. We've relocated, and my child now sleeps with me. We're fine, but we no longer film or acknowledge it, she said. However, the most unsettling footage she obtained will leave you breathless. Her friend attempts to confront the entity, and the tension is thick. Are you here? Are you in the boys' room? The door creaks to a halt, as if something is lurking in the darkness. What do you think this is? A ghost or something else?
Are you here?
Are you in the boys' room?
Shut up, don't be
Veronica's encounter serves as a chilling reminder that some forces are best left undisturbed. Trying to communicate with a deceased person's spirit through a seance is a risky game that can unleash unimaginable horrors. Imagine a world where AI technology has turned malevolent, feeding on our deepest fears.
Answers to what happened to you if something bad happened.
I'm scared to walk in the dark and then terrified.
Move that back towards that tree.
I'm following him. Why?
I didn't follow him at all.
I'm not even moving it.
You finally moved. This door's stuck.
Get the fuck out of here.
Mario Lada, a store owner in Mexico, has been recording strange occurrences on camera, objects flying off shelves, a power drill starting on its own. Yet, nothing could prepare him for the disturbing footage he captures at night. As the shop shuts down, a sinister entity emerges from the piñatas, sending shivers down Mario's spine. And during a live broadcast, it reappears, staring at Mario with an unwavering gaze. Some claim it's a hoax, while others believe it's a cryptid. But one thing is certain, this footage has plagued Mario's nightmares, and it will haunt yours too. Let me know your opinions in the comments section below. Urban explorer Christopher Hill decided to take a chance and explore the abandoned hospital in Warren, Ohio, despite its creepy atmosphere. As he delved deeper into the hospital, the silence and shadows made his heart race. Every creak and groan made him jump, and he couldn't help but wonder what was going on. When he stumbled upon a passageway leading deeper into the hospital, he felt like he was being pulled into a nightmare. The air grew colder, the darkness thicker, and he sensed a presence around him. Later, when he reviewed his footage, he realized he had captured something terrifying. As he continued to explore, the hospital became more menacing, and he felt a heavy sense of foreboding. He couldn't shake the feeling that something ancient and evil was watching him. Then he came face to face with something beyond comprehension, leaving him to wonder, was his experience real or stage? Share your thoughts in the comments below. The inexplicable supernatural occurrences observed during this inquiry challenged our understanding of the world. The disconcerting experiences and mysterious events were a haunting reminder that there are enigmatic forces at play, hidden from our grasp. As we delved into uncharted territory, we had to acknowledge the prospect that certain truths were best left unsaid. The reality existed, but did we possess the courage to confront it?
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
Go ahead.
No.
What the shit? Oh my.
No voy a parar de grabar. Yo no te voy a dejar tranquilo.
A man named George, along with his wife and children, resides in a house plagued by intense paranormal activity. Over the past year, he has diligently recorded the unsettling occurrences that occur almost daily, strongly suspecting that a malevolent entity from an old church has followed him home. With multiple cameras strategically placed throughout the house, chilling events are frequently captured on video. As the man's wife lay on the couch, the rocking chair in the room started to move back and forth mysteriously. To add to the terror, the cross on the wall flipped upside down on its own. The front door then slowly swung closed, catching the wife's attention. Out of fear, she grabbed her baby and quickly left the room. However, in the days that followed, something else was discovered in the living room.
Oh wow. Up for that. Up for that. Dude, I can't believe you're telling me this right now. Oh my god. You need to be careful around this. No, I'm dead serious. What the? Dude, this ghost is with me again. Yeah, it's with us again. Can you? Oh my god. No, hell no. The cross flipped over again. I'm dead ass serious. Like that. Oh my gosh! Guys, this way.
The woman, with her baby in her arms, was in the kitchen when suddenly the toys on the high chair started falling to the floor one by one. After commanding the spirit to leave her in peace, she hurriedly left the room. However, as soon as she exited, the door inexplicably shut on its own, indicating the unsettling occurrence to be intensifying.
Leave us alone! Leave us alone!
If I were in their place, I would have certainly sought assistance from a priest or would have moved out of the house in no time. This video has been uploaded to a YouTube channel called In the Dark. The team behind the channel specializes in exploring abandoned and dilapidated locations, sparing viewers the need to do so themselves. However, when they decided to investigate a village rumored to be haunted by a spirit, they quickly retreated after encountering eerie phenomena. Initially, the area was surrounded by old tales of screams and cries heard at night. The duo experienced a physical encounter when one of them suddenly developed an unexplained wound on his ear, causing a sharp pain. Despite this, they continued their exploration. Soon after, another chilling incident made them flee in fear. What truly baffled their audience was the door handle in a church that mysteriously lifted itself, requiring considerable force. When the camera panned to the other side, no one was present. The team decided to leave the location for good, and it's understandable why. What do you think about this video?
Bismillah. Kapı oynadı ya Samet. Vallahi mı? Şerefsin kapı oynadı. Şu taraf.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Cam kapandı. Gözüme bir şey geldi. Bak ne var orada?
Bilmiyorum.
Çek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Gel yukarı çıkar. Gel yukarı gel.
Do you believe that the village is genuinely haunted, or is it an elaborate hoax? Feel free to share your opinions in the comments section. David Ortiz, the custodian at Sawyer Elementary School in Chicago, Illinois, was notified by Evelyn, a teacher, about an unusual incident. According to Evelyn, she saw a door in the back of the school's boiler room close abruptly without any clear reason. David documented the occurrences as he and Evelyn proceeded to the boiler storage room to carry out a comprehensive examination. What unfolded next was truly unsettling. In the back of the boiler room, a chair unexpectedly moves forward, startling David and Evelyn profoundly. Nearby, a loud metallic clang suggests an object being thrown or dropped, coinciding with David's video abruptly cutting off, leaving the two school staff members perplexed and unable to rationalize these occurrences.
Oh, David! I don't think I want to go there!
Come on, go ahead. Evelyn, just go.
No!
I'm right here. I see the door. All right, go get your stuff. I'm right here.
Oh, David, I'm scared.
Don't be. Hold on, wait a minute. Just wait. Is there anybody back here? Go ahead.
No.
What's that shit? Oh my God. No way.
After the videos were uploaded to YouTube, many ex-students of Sawyer Elementary shared their personal experiences with unexplained phenomena that occurred during their time at the school. What do you think about this video? Do you believe that the school is genuinely haunted, or is it an elaborate hoax? Feel free to share your opinions in the comments section. Jorge, along with his wife and children, has shared numerous videos on TikTok showcasing the eerie haunting occurrences in their home. Despite their best efforts, they have been unable to explain the terrifying events that have taken place. The heavy presence felt throughout their house became even more prominent with the arrival of a new baby. In an attempt to monitor his infant daughter, George set up a camera one night. To their horror, the camera captured a spine-chilling figure near the baby's crib. The bedroom door slammed shut on its own. Followed by the appearance of a dark mass in the room. This unsettling anomaly hovered over the crib, causing one of the toys to be tossed aside. The figure then vanished, leaving behind 3 ominous knocks. Some interpret this as a warning of imminent danger. Faced with such a frightening presence in their home, the only sensible course of action would be to pack up and leave as quickly as possible. What is your opinion on this unsettling video? Feel free to share your thoughts. This following video unfortunately originates from an unidentified source, yet it seems to depict something truly unsettling. As a family gathered around a table engaged in conversation, a woman appeared to be attacked by an unseen force while seated. Something that remains unseen appeared to forcefully push this woman's head backward. The sudden and unnatural movement of her head does not appear self-inflicted, and I strongly believe she did not do this to herself. Strangely enough, immediately after this incident, the woman to her left burst into laughter, as if finding amusement in a demon attempting to snap someone's neck. Kindly share your opinion on this video. Were you also under the impression that the woman's hair was being tugged by an unseen entity, or is it only my perception? Your feedback is welcome in the comments section. In this chilling video, we will revisit the case of Leon Rito, who is dealing with a frightening haunting within his own home. Previously, he witnessed a sinister face peering through one of the doors, and tonight, the terrifying occurrences have resumed with peculiar knocking noises coming from the bathroom. Once again, a menacing figure appears in the frame, gazing at him. However, upon closer inspection, the figure vanishes.
Yo tampoco te dejas tranquilo. Si vos no me dejas tranquilo, no te dejo tranquilo. No voy a parar de grabar. Yo no te voy a dejar tranquilo.
Undeterred, he continues to document. The eerie presence then looms in his bathroom, peering at him through the window. Some facial features are discernible, but the entity disappears upon closer examination. Moments later, as he began recording, a mysterious call from an unknown number unsettled him. He suspects a connection between these encounters and believes that malevolent energy in his home is to blame. Could this be possible? We shall remain vigilant. Only time will tell. The video showcases a haunted house where doors mysteriously swing open and eerie growls can be heard echoing through the halls. This man's residence appears to be a hub for paranormal activity, with each video capturing a new chilling moment that cannot be easily explained. However, the question remains, are these occurrences truly paranormal, or is there a logical explanation behind them? Let's investigate further to unravel the mystery. There are a couple of occurrences that raised our suspicions, with the door opening on its own without any visible movement on the handles being the most notable, while it's possible that the microwave was shifted by a magnet from inside the cupboard. Additionally, what caught our attention the most was the paranormal activity recorded in the office.
I'm gonna leave. What do you want?
From drawers opening on their own to documents being scattered without anyone in the office, the video appeared even more authentic. What do you think about this video? Is this individual's residence genuinely haunted, or is he orchestrating an elaborate hoax involving strings, magnets, and fabricated videos to deceive us? Share your thoughts with us. Thank you for tuning in to our video. If you enjoyed the content, please consider giving it a thumbs up, sharing it with others, and subscribing to our channel. We strive to bring you more intriguing paranormal encounters, so stay connected with us.
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
Oh, what was that? Oh God, get me out of there. Oh God, damn. That thing just launched right at me.
The video presented a YouTuber named Ian, hailing from the Midwest, who focuses on ghost hunting. He bravely ventured on a solo journey to investigate the Rosen Cemetery, known as one of the most haunted cemeteries in Minnesota. Established in 1886, the cemetery is said to be the final destination for unsettled spirits. While exploring the grounds, Ian encountered peculiar sounds, faint disembodied voices, and mysterious glowing anomalies that were captured on camera.
Whoa, what was that?
That was like a voice. I just heard someone talking. Holy crap. Hello?
Additionally, he came across a strange sphere surrounded by handprints and floating orbs, intensifying the eerie atmosphere of the experience. He proceeded to explore further, delving deeper into the cemetery. Suddenly, the angel statue turned on its own, leaving Ian unsettled. He cautiously approached the mausoleum and attempted to communicate with a K2 meter. As he conversed with the unseen entity, the K2 meter responded to his questions. After asking the spirit to move the statue again, the angel slid across the ground, leaving Ian in disbelief.
Hey, since you moved that angel statue just now, would you be able to move it again? If so, touch the green light. Ooh, okay. Okay. Let's see if it moves. What? Did you see that? Holy shit, it just moved again. I cannot believe that.
Despite this terrifying experience, he continued and stumbled upon something unusual. The vault's door opened on its own. This was particularly shocking as all the vaults were supposed to be locked, raising questions about how it could have opened. Upon witnessing the mausoleum door opening by itself, Ian steps inside. Little did he know what was in store. As he sensed a presence at his neck, an eerie feeling surrounded him with terror. In a startling turn of events, the vase on the floor lurched towards him, prompting Ian to hastily flee the mausoleum.
Oh, what was that? Oh God, get me out of there. Oh God, damn. That thing just launched right at me.
This harrowing encounter left him shaken to the core. What are your opinions on this spine-chilling video? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. The unsettling video depicts a frightening incident involving a woman named Kathy from the TikTok account Kitty38, who has been encountering paranormal events in her home for many years. Despite capturing evidence of these chilling occurrences on multiple cameras, Kathy continues to feel disturbed. The video shows a bathroom drawer opening on its own, followed by the door closing, and then slowly reopening without anyone present. Orbs can be seen floating around the room. Despite being familiar with this daily phenomenon, Kathy remains scared. Do you believe this is a staged hoax or truly supernatural? Would you feel at ease using the bathroom after witnessing such an event? Share your thoughts in the comments section. This video was recorded by a YouTuber named Steve. Ronan, an enthusiastic explorer, shares his adventures through videos. Some time back, he ventured on a journey to explore a massive abandoned mansion in Japan. This stunning structure, built in 1910, used to belong to a wealthy businessman who unfortunately died in 1964 at 86 years old. Left deserted in 2005, the mansion has been left untouched, slowly being consumed by the advancing forest. Steve and his friend, Dave, entered the grand mansion through a doorway. They were surprised to find the interior completely preserved. However, as they started to explore, strange things started happening. They felt uneasy and heard mysterious sounds that they couldn't explain. Their confusion grew when they heard an unidentifiable noise, leaving them perplexed.
Dave.
Jeez. Dude.
What the hell was that?
What the hell?
That was you.
That was me.
That was you.
That was me.
Are you sure?
No, it wasn't me.
Even though they were initially confused, they decided to keep a record of their experience. Dave captured a chilling moment when a light bulb unexpectedly dropped from the ceiling and shattered on the table.
the fuck, man?
This incident left them pondering why the bulb, which had remained undisturbed for years, suddenly fell. Meanwhile, during his exploration, Steve stumbled upon an ancient safe. Steve was taken aback by the sudden slamming of the door to his right, which left him puzzled. What surprised him even more was that despite a gentle breeze in the area, the door behind the slamming one remained undisturbed, while only the door in front of him slammed shut.
Holy crap. Did you guys see that? That door literally just slammed. I can't believe I caught that. I don't think it was the wind too. I mean, it is kind of windy in here, but why would it... But that thing blew towards me.
These peculiar occurrences within the mansion left Steve and Dave filled with curiosity and anticipation. After this, he cautiously continued to investigate the other rooms in the house, but the memory of the door closing unexpectedly lingered in his mind. The deteriorating floors only added to his unease, making him wary of the potential danger they posed. After reviewing the footage they had recorded, it was evident that a mysterious presence still resided in the mansion, increasing their excitement and fear. What are your thoughts on this video? Feel free to share in the comments below. The eerie video features Dustin, a resident of the Appalachian Mountains, a region known for its spooky urban legends about supernatural beings. In recent months, he has faced unsettling encounters that have proven impossible to avoid. During a recent work video, he inadvertently filmed a terrifying figure lurking right behind him. Despite numerous attempts, no one has been able to offer a plausible explanation, leaving Dustin feeling uneasy. Moreover, Dustin was startled to witness a terrifying sight outside his window while waiting for a DoorDash delivery at home. The figure, with dark gray skin and solid black eyes, stood motionless, fixated on him. Despite fleeing to another room, a persistent knock on the door followed by an ominous voice saying, "We will take you," only added to the horror. The alarming occurrences seemed to be continuing without any indication of stopping.
Come on. I ordered DoorDash because my sister and the kids are gone for tonight. Like, I'm here by myself. The kids had football practice, so they had to go do their own thing. Thank you. So I ordered DoorDash, and I heard it knock.
Honestly, if I were in Dustin's place, I would have been extremely frightened. What is your opinion on the authenticity of this video? Do you think it is a hoax or genuine? This video highlights the belief of both employees and customers at a hotel bar in England, known as the Barn Restaurant and Kitchen, that the establishment is haunted. Unexplainable events have been witnessed, and some of these eerie occurrences were captured on a security camera. The hotel's CCTV camera recorded a chilling moment when a massive piece of glass unexpectedly plummeted from behind the bar, shattering into countless fragments on the floor. Several months later, while a man was kneeling down, another glass suddenly fell to the ground. He glanced around, but it appeared that no one else had seen it happen. In the kitchen, a wet floor sign mysteriously toppled over by itself. This may be just a result of shaky shelves, but who knows, maybe a mischievous ghost is behind it all. What are your thoughts on this video? The decision is up to you, whether it's an annoying ghost or something else. Let me know your thoughts in the comments section. In the next scary clip, a man named Tim, who works as an overnight security guard at an undisclosed facility, recorded a horrifying video on TikTok. After starting his job, he noticed unexplainable CT spots and objects moving on their own inside the building. As the facility is closing down, the activity from unseen entities has escalated, with a mannequin being aggressively slammed into the door and a piece of glass being tossed and shattered on the ground. When Tim bravely looked behind the door, he found no one there.
Hello? Who's there?
On another working shift, Tim came face to face with the frightening presence that had been haunting him. As he was recording in a rear area, a set of spectral black hands eerily dangled over the edge of a table. The spine-tingling hands ominously disappeared into the shadows, leaving Tim with a sense of dread. Upon enhancing the video, a chilling dark figure was exposed standing mere feet away, adding to the eerie atmosphere.
Hello?
Recently, during Tim's final shift at the establishment, he encountered another spine-tingling moment. As he navigated through dimly lit corridors, as Tim turned the corner, he noticed the mysterious figure sitting just a short distance away. When his flashlight shone on the area, the entity lifted its head, staring directly at him. Frightened, he quickly ran in the opposite direction.
My last night shift at the facility. To my followers, thank you for coming on this crazy journey with me, especially the ones that were here from the beginning. Maybe we'll see each other again sometime. Through long halls and flickering lights, I patrolled each corner, every sight. Though fear and dread, my constant plight, I persevered until the end of night.
How would you react in a similar situation? What are your thoughts on this eerie video? Do you think it is genuinely haunted, or is there a rational explanation? Feel free to share your opinions in the comments below. We appreciate your support in watching our content. Like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends who are interested in the supernatural. See you with another eye-catching video. Goodbye.
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
Okay, there he is, in the window again. Went under the bed. Hope you guys say something or do something. Oh my God! No!
This video has been posted by a young man named Tristan, previously known for his stress-free lifestyle and perfect life, who experienced a sudden and astonishing turn of events. Contrary to his disbelief in paranormal occurrences, he began to witness firsthand inexplicable phenomena within the confines of his own home. The footage he shared caused a stir among his followers, as it depicted doors opening unusually and numerous orbs flying about. In response to the advice of friends and followers, he strategically installed security cameras to capture these paranormal activities.
C'est quoi ce délire? Wesh.
The captured sequences revealed peculiar incidents, with the cat being the first to react. Days later, a similar occurrence took place. While some speculate that these phenomena could be fabricated, others are genuinely intrigued and believe in their authenticity. Tristan, the young man, even sought help from experts and individuals knowledgeable in this field, who provided him with rituals and advice to ward off evil spirits. However, despite these efforts, the intensity of these manifestations has only increased, particularly at night, leaving Tristan sleepless and feeling constantly watched by the unknown. The true origin of this footage remains uncertain, as we can only offer a hypothesis based on our observations. Initially, it appears to be a market scene with a crashed wagon at the center, causing chaos around it. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that there are numerous spectators present. What do you think is unfolding in this video? One intriguing aspect highlighted in the comments section is the revelation that these wagons might not be motorized, according to individuals familiar with this type of transportation. Is it conceivable that such a scenario could occur without a motor? If so, how do you think this incident transpired? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section below. In the video, a young man can be observed running across a crosswalk. Witness what unfolds. In the midst of it all, he is suddenly lifted into the air and thrown to the ground. After getting back on his feet, he slowly makes his way back to the street he came from. A woman in the background stops in her tracks to gaze at him, clearly taken aback. What could have triggered this peculiar incident? Some believe that this video serves as evidence that we exist within a simulation. Capturing a glitch in reality as it occurs. Interestingly, upon slowing down the footage, an unusual occurrence is noticed with the man's shadow as he is propelled through the air. It appears to move in an unnatural manner. Viewers argue that the shadow serves as additional evidence of a reality glitch. Conversely, some argue that the shadow indicates that the footage has been tampered with. So, do you believe is there a glitch in the footage? Share your thoughts below. This unsettling video comes from the Japanese ghost channel, known as Fourth Wall. A dedicated fan of Fourth Wall informed the team about an abandoned location, a haunted house that had been empty for 50 years. The history of this house is shrouded in mystery, with rumors suggesting that the 4 sons who lived there rarely left its premises. To unravel this enigma, the Fourth Wall team sent a skilled cameraman to capture every detail. Almost immediately, the cameraman encounters an unsettling sight that leaves viewers perplexed. A sliding door gradually opens on its own. But upon inspection, the cameraman finds the space behind the sliding door empty. This incident instills fear within the cameraman. prompting him to leave the house in no time. However, the horror does not cease there. Did you spot it? A mysterious white figure was spotted moving behind the glass of a door in front of the cameraman before a loud bang echoed from another part of the house, startling him. The cameraman opened the closed door where the figure was seen seconds earlier, but found no one inside. Despite fourth wall's attempts to convince him to return and document more footage, the cameraman refused and left the house. Several months later, a second cameraman was sent to the house by fourth wall. The second cameraman sensed something behind him, but couldn't see anything. When he opened the door, no one was there. He pointed the camera at the glass door, where he felt something was present but couldn't see it. Feeling an unusual chill, the cameraman decided to leave night vision cameras around the abandoned house and vacated the property. One of his night vision cameras captured something eerie. A mysterious white figure is visible moving on the other side of the glass, while simultaneously a door opens on its own. Those watching the video are convinced that this is a real paranormal activity captured on camera, with many believing the phenomenon captured by the cameraman is evidence that the house is haunted. What is your opinion on this eerie video? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. Kent, a man who goes by the name of Kent, has shared his unsettling experiences since relocating to his residence in Carmel, Maine. It is worth noting that his house was previously owned by an undertaker and functioned as a funeral home from 1906 to 1919. According to Kent, his house is a hotbed of supernatural activity, plagued by the presence of numerous ghosts and peculiar entities. If you're curious about why Kim's response appears so nonchalant in a situation that would undoubtedly terrify most people, it's because he has experienced countless peculiar encounters while residing in his haunted home. During another occurrence, while filming a video, he inadvertently captures a fleeting sight of a shadowy figure standing before him, causing him to tremble in fear and inadvertently shake his phone.
Hello? Okay, there he is, in the window again. Went under the bed. I'm out of here. Hope you guys say something or do something. Oh my God! No! Oh.
What are your thoughts on this video? Would you feel at ease residing in this house? Do you believe it to be authentic or stage? Kindly share your thoughts in the comments section. The footage captured at what seems to be a military camp shows a recruit who appears to have fallen into a trance while sleeping. This situation, as depicted in the images, has been ongoing for several days, but has now escalated to an extreme level. Please pay close attention. What actions would you take if you were in this situation? It appears as though a mysterious force is trying to remove him from the camp to another location, causing great concern among the group who are unsure of how to react to this unusual occurrence. Why is the man in this trance-like state? Could it be a case of demonic possession? How will this situation ultimately unfold? Unfortunately, this information is currently unavailable. What do you think about this video? Do you believe that the individual in the footage is genuinely possessed, or is he simply pretending to be?
¡Apague la luz! ¡Apague la luz! ¡Apague la luz! No deje que se lo lleve, no deje que se lo lleve, no deje que se lo lleve. Ponelo en la cama bien, ponelo en la cama bien, ponelo ya bien.
Feel free to share your opinions in the comments section. In this video, a group of friends working out on the public exercise machines in their neighborhood playground one evening. Their routine activity was abruptly interrupted when a mysterious man in the background started observing them from a distance. Although some of the friends initially noticed the man's presence, they didn't pay much attention and continued with their workout. However, the man's interest in their activities persisted, even as he changed his position. The situation took a bizarre turn when one of the friends appeared to be pulled by an invisible force. Interestingly, the man walked away as soon as this happened, leading some to speculate on social media that this incident might be linked to psychic powers rather than anything paranormal like ghosts or demons. Could it be that the man possessed some kind of extraordinary abilities that the camera captured in action? The reason behind his intense interest in one of the friends remains a mystery, making this footage truly unsettling. What are your thoughts on this video? Do you believe the man possessed some kind of psychic powers? Kindly share your thoughts in the comments section. Thank you for watching our video. We hope you found the compilation both unsettling and captivating. Stay tuned for more spine-chilling encounters. Until we meet again, goodbye.
Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold.
Unbelievable. Oh!
Wait. See, man, that's the stuff I'm talking about. Like, bro, and then I see something. Yo.
This scary video comes from the Facebook page of Zhu Shu. The person in charge of the page runs a shop in China. The exact location of the store remains unknown. She stated she visited the store in the morning and discovered numerous items strewn across the floor. Nevertheless, she could not recall any earthquakes occurring overnight. A colleague proposed that it could have been a different thief, considering the past robbery incidents at the store. Upon reviewing the security footage, they'd witnessed something eerie. Initially, the video depicts the chairs spontaneously shifting, which indeed appears quite unsettling. These eerie happenings prompted them to question whether they should flee the workplace before it was too late. The footage captured from various cameras revealed paranormal activity unfolding in the store, including a mannequin mysteriously moving on its own behind a glass. It appeared as though a ghost was working the night shift. Fortunately, they decided to exit the store before the situation escalated. Would you have chosen to stay or leave without hesitation? Could it be that the store is haunted, or is there another explanation? Feel free to share your opinions on this video in the comments section. The video we are about to witness is truly horrifying. It was uploaded in 2017, and the person recording it seems to be in a state of extreme fear while inside his own home. Given the circumstances, it is completely understandable. It all started when he heard a loud bang originating from within his house. One day, when he was alone, an event occurred. Initially, he ignored it, assuming it was just one of his dogs making a noise. However, a few days later, the same sound woke him up while he was sleeping on the couch. This prompted him to start recording and investigating the source of the disturbance. At first, he thought it might be the dogs on the deck or something similar. He decided to wait and observe. What he captured on camera was eerie.
There it is. It's my cupboards. Let's see. Holy shit, let me see. I'm just gonna sit here and videotape for a minute. See what happens. See what happens. This is scary. Oh, holy shit. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh! Holy shit. Okay. That's fucking weird. Somebody's in that room. Ah! Oh!
The kitchen cabinet autonomously opens and closes, while simultaneously, he perceives a sound emanating from that area, suggesting that a curtain is being manipulated by an imperceptible force. Overwhelmed by these inexplicable occurrences, he promptly resolves to leave the house without hesitation. Observing his reaction, I am inclined to believe that this could potentially be an authentic paranormal incident.
I'm going outside.
I'm leaving the decision up to you, as always. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts and opinions on this matter. Please feel free to share them in the comments section below. This video has been shared on Mary Teresa's YouTube channel. Mary, a nursing student from the Philippines, found herself in a spine-chilling situation while recording a demonstration video for her YouTube channel. Little did she know that she and her younger brother would capture something unexpected during their practice session.
There you go. Okay na? Now that I have introduced myself to the patient, verified the client's... Now that I have introduced myself to the patient, explained the procedure, and asked for his consent, verified the client's identity, and provide...
Ano ito?
Sige na. 1, 2, 3, go. Now that I have introduced myself to the patient,
As Mary introduced herself to the patient and confirmed their identity, a sudden flash of light caught their attention. To their astonishment, the closet door slammed shut on its own, out of sight from the camera. This terrifying incident left Mary and her brother startled, prompting them to flee the room in fear. Later on, Mary created a follow-up video, delving deeper into the eerie details surrounding the closet.
before the cabinet opened. And actually before that, we were actually experiencing weird things. Oh my gosh, I'm very scared.
Mary was too scared to sleep in her bedroom, and with good cause. A creepy voice could be heard coming from the closet, and even before that, they had encountered some bizarre incidents. In a bid to collect evidence, Mary decided to set up a home security camera in her bedroom. In the dead of night, just after midnight, she was able to capture something truly chilling. Suddenly, the room came alive with an eerie mist and a mysterious orb appearing out of nowhere. In a matter of moments, the fan mysteriously shut down. And to add to the suspense, a few minutes later, she witnessed something even more unsettling. Earlier that day, the situation was even more distressing. Although it may be subtle and difficult to notice, upon enhancing the footage, we can see a shadow creeping toward the closet and slipping inside just before it slams shut on its own. But wait, there's something even more unsettling that lies ahead. If you happen to miss it, I ask you to cast your eyes once again. Surprisingly, a hand emerges from the depths of the closet. Mary's closet is small and messy, making it impossible for anyone to hide inside. The only connection she has to the mysterious events happening around her is the time she and her boyfriend witnessed a tragic accident outside. Her boyfriend, a trained medical professional, tried to help the victim, but it was too late, and the man passed away. After this incident, Mary started experiencing strange occurrences that seemed to be connected to the spirit of the deceased man. Whether this is a real haunting caught on camera is up to you to decide. Is this chilling encounter genuine or stage? I'll leave the final decision up to you. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section below. This eerie and bone-chilling video originates from the YouTube channel Denise Pilon. Denise claims that she has been hearing inexplicable noises in her residence for quite some time now. She remains perplexed as to what could have attracted such negative energies into her home. On a particular day, upon hearing some unsettling sounds, she decided to record the incident using her mobile phone. The footage she captured left her utterly terrified.
Olivier? Oli? Olivier? Oli? Ça a bougé. Maman!
As she entered the kitchen, she witnessed objects falling and moving on their own. The most unsettling moment occurred when an object abruptly flew out of the cupboard and veered towards the right. What are your thoughts on this video? Would you feel at ease residing in this house? Do you believe it to be authentic or stage? Kindly share your reflections in the comments section. Vic T, a TikTok user, recently uploaded a video where he recounts his experience of working at a liquor store despite his skepticism towards the supernatural. Throughout his time there, he witnessed unsettling occurrences such as unexplained sounds and doors mysteriously shutting on their own. Intrigued by these events, he decided to document and share his encounters with his followers.
Okay guys, so I'm hearing like noises coming from this back room. Oh my goodness, bro, it's happening again. Alright, I'm gonna go and look. As you can see, nobody's back here. Nobody's behind the door. Nobody just came up behind me.
While discussing his findings, he heard strange noises from the back room, sparking his curiosity. Without hesitation, he explored and discovered an unexpected area. Beside the mysterious knocking, a ghostly voice called out to him. As the chaos in the store increased, his anxiety heightened. The sound of the door creaking hinted at something unfolding in the background.
See, man, that's the stuff I'm talking about. Like, bro, and then I see something. Yo, if there's anybody in here, you need to leave. So, if there's anybody here, go. Yeah, I don't know about this, man. I don't know.
He managed to catch a fleeting sight of a silhouette and promptly issued a cautionary warning. Yet no reply was received. Feeling a rising sense of unease, he decided to leave. However, as he approached the exit, the pounding grew louder. Despite his thorough investigation, he ultimately came face to face with an unknown entity.
Close again, and I'm the only one. Bruh, what the fuck is that? Oh shit! Ow! Bro, I just got pushed, bro. Ah, my arm hurts. Oh, come on, bruh. There's nobody in here. Ow, dude, I'm not doing this no more. Mama out, bro. I'm gone. I gotta go.
As the sound of the door opening and closing echoed once more, he found himself alone in the chamber, his voice trembling with dread. Suddenly, an invisible force pushed him forcefully, causing him great pain. He noticed a distinct red mark on his skin. What do you think about this video? Do you believe it's genuine or scripted? Share your thoughts in the comments below. In this chilling video, a team of supernatural investigators from Spain, led by Alex Dro, embarked on a journey to explore a village that has been abandoned due to haunting rumors. The eerie events unfolded as they delved into the deserted area.
No inventes, Andrés. Abriendo esa mesa donde estaba. ¡Ay! Perdón.
Initially, they are startled by a loud bang, followed by the unsettling sound of wooden objects crashing around them. This is only the beginning of the calamity, as an unseen force begins to push the wooden items with great force. Adding to their terror, they capture footage of a wooden table moving aggressively on its own.
¡Ay! Andrés. Güey. Vete para acá, carnal. Güey, ¿cómo? Ay, yo quisiera traer uno como el tuyo, May.
Welcome to Tales from the Darkside. Gather around, brave souls, as we embark on a journey into the unknown. Let's begin this chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine and make your blood run cold. Are you ready to confront the darkness that lies within?
Bismillah. Okay, I have to go for my stuff, so...
Number 7. The Garment Factory. The unsettling and bone-chilling incidents captured in the following video took place in a Japanese clothing factory. The factory, known for its creepy atmosphere, has been witnessing peculiar incidents lately. Workers have reported hearing whispers and feeling a cold presence, adding to the already spooky reputation of the place. The factory's surveillance cameras recorded the peculiar incidents, sending shivers down the spines of those who watched it. The eerie video left the factory owner startled yet unsurprised. The owner had long suspected that there was something supernatural occurring within the factory walls, as he had been told numerous rumors about the ghostly presence of Miss Tanaka, a former employee who had tragically died in the factory many years ago.
パートの人がいたんですけど、年に亡くなってます。うちに来て20年ぐらいになるんで、結構ベテランで、他のパートさんからも好かれてるような感じでした。 見てるミシンが使っていたミシンなんですよね。
In the first footage of the CCTV, sewing machines operate on their own, fabric is cut by invisible hands, and garments are neatly folded without any human intervention. According to the owner, the ghost of Miss Tanaka is responsible for these events. It may not necessarily be a negative occurrence.
このマネキンも夜に急に動き出したら怖いよねとか、ふざけて服を着せたりもしてましたし、お気に入りでしたね。
In additional footage, a mannequin, which happened to be Miss Tanaka's beloved, can be observed being mysteriously moved or dragged by an unseen force of its own. This occurrence truly frightened the audience, as there was no visible presence responsible for its movement. As with similar unsettling occurrences, the box filled with items was mysteriously dragged across the room. The owner believes that it is as if Miss Tanaka's spirit is still diligently working alongside her former colleagues, ensuring that the factory continues to produce high-quality garments. Is Miss Tanaka's spirit in the factory actually lurking within the factory's premises, or is it something else? What are your opinions on the video? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments below.
Hold on to your hats, kiddies. This next tale is a roller coaster of terror, guaranteed to make you jump out of your skin. Sit tight as we uncover the darkest corners of fear. Who else just got the chills? And don't forget to grab your popcorn. This is gonna be one wild, scary ride.
Number 6. The Underground Shelter. By Alamin Bano Paranormal is a popular YouTube channel that focuses on paranormal investigations, showcasing his bold explorations of spooky locations like abandoned houses, factories, and haunted forests. In one particular video, he explores an underground shelter that looks like something out of a horror movie. From the beginning of his exploration, strange things start happening.
Close it. This is the room where I have my stuff. This is the little thing I keep my gimbal in because it's kind of fragile. Wait. Hello? I swear I closed the door if they're moving.
As he moves through the area, a door that he had just closed suddenly opens without any logical explanation. Undeterred, he continues his investigation. After a few minutes, he discovers a section of the shelter that piques his interest, only to be startled by a sudden noise.
There's water down there. And no, what was that sound? This freak. Some sounds.
To make matters worse, it seems like a presence from another realm is trying to communicate with him shortly after.
Freak, that scared me. Is that? Hello? Okay, so no, wait, this. It's not plugged in.
As he progresses, he encounters a section filled with debris and decaying walls, witnessing something peculiar out of the corner of his eye.
But Oh. Okay.
At this point, he appears deeply frightened but persists in exploring further.
Sorry, but okay. I have to go for my stuff, so.
However, his sense of calm is shattered when he spots a frightening shadow figure, prompting him to leave the shelter.
Think you're brave enough for this next video? It's packed with twists and turns that'll leave you screaming for more. Get cozy, because we're about to embark on a journey into the unknown. And hey, did anyone else just check behind them?
Number 5. The Haunted School of Peru. The following video is obtained from the YouTube channel Dark Elias and was recorded in Peru. It showcases the journey of two companions who venture into a reputedly haunted school during the night, accompanied by their dog Shakira. Initially, their exploration appears to be uneventful, but the situation quickly takes a sinister turn. The captured footage is undeniably terrifying, so it is crucial to pay close attention.
Ya vi, huevón, no seas tarado. Oyara, Lucho, no. Oh, concha tu madre. La dos, huevón. Oh. No, qué chivolo, huevón, vamos a ver. No seas huevón, no. Oh, no seas huevón, no. Oyara, oh.
Puta madre, no puedo, si no voy a ver yo.
Oh, vamos a ver, mierda.
Ah, puta, no seas huevón.
Oh, concha tu madre, se abrió la puerta, huevón. Oh, ya no. Oh, huevón, corre. ¿Qué chucha? ¿Qué fue eso?
At the outset, the lights in certain rooms inexplicably start flickering, followed by the doors opening on their own. Shortly after, chairs unexpectedly fly out of the rooms, causing panic in the boys and compelling them to desperately search for an escape route. In the comments section, the majority of viewers believe that this incident is authentic, attributing it to the school's ominous history. However, I am curious to know your perspective on this matter.
Lights out, everyone. This upcoming video is a nightmare come to life. Feel the fear crawl up your spine as we delve into the depths of darkness. Prepare to face your deepest fears. Who else is reaching for their security blanket?
Number 4. The Abandoned House. This video emits a chilling and ghostly atmosphere, revealing the journey of two urban explorers who meticulously documented their exploration of an abandoned building over several years. Just as they were about to conclude their expedition and leave, they were unexpectedly startled by a strange and unsettling incident, leaving both them and the viewers deeply disturbed. The door abruptly shuts on its own. As they approach the door to investigate, they try to open it but realize it is locked. Their attempt to escape is hindered by the sudden closure of the door. With a mix of impulsiveness and bravery, they open the door, only to find no one in sight. This residence exudes a haunted presence. Please feel free to share your thoughts on this video in the comment section.
This haunting video will leave you questioning everything. The fear is real, and it's lurking in every corner of this eerie store. The ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena will send chills down your spine. Brace yourself for an unforgettable scare if you dare. And hey, who else just got the urge to like and subscribe?
Number 3. The Haunted Store, Anna's Novelties. This video showcased a sequence of unsettling and ghostly incidents. The strange spectral entity lingers at Anna's Novelties, a store situated in Adrian, Michigan. The proprietor and staff of the store claim that Anna is visited by a poltergeist, which results in objects being forcefully propelled off the shelves in a fit of rage.
It looks like someone threw it.
It is important to highlight that these items do not merely fall off the racks due to poor shelving, but rather they are forcefully propelled off. The owner of the store, noticing the increasing frequency of supernatural occurrences, decided to seek assistance from a nearby team of ghost hunters called the Spirit Presence Paranormal Team. Throughout their concise inquiry, the team successfully documented additional extraordinary occurrences.
Computer comes on. Falls. Computer goes off.
Including the activation of computers and the spontaneous rolling off of balls. Now the question arises, are the events depicted in the footage truly genuine? Or are they merely the consequence of defective product racks and a malfunctioning computer? I am curious to hear your thoughts on the matter.
Now that was creepy, but brace yourself because this next video is about to take Eerie to a whole new level. Thanks for sticking around. Your courage is commendable. So, dim the lights, hold on to something, and prepare for another hair-raising adventure. If you make it through this one, be sure to give that like button a little tap. Your bravery won't go unnoticed.
Number 2. The Unseen Spirit. Marika David, a resident of the Netherlands, recently shared a distressing incident on the popular social media platform TikTok. In the video she posted, Marika expressed her deep concern regarding her youngest son, Matteo, who is just 2 years old. The video captured a moment when Marika heard his son, Matteo, yelling while he was playing in his room upstairs. Worried, she quickly went upstairs to check on him, only to find that everything seemed to be normal. Marika's curiosity got the best of her, prompting her to review the security footage to understand the cause of Matteo's distress. To her surprise, the footage revealed Matteo seemingly engaged in a conversation or argument with an invisible entity. This inexplicable incident took a strange turn when Matteo appeared to be forcefully pushed backward, landing on the floor by himself. Marika assures everyone that Matteo was unharmed and suffered no injuries from the incident. However, the story becomes even more intriguing. Marika discloses that she was initially pregnant with triplets, but unfortunately, the other 2 fetuses did not develop, leaving only Matteo. She ponders the possibility of Matteo sensing the presence of his unborn siblings. What are your thoughts on this video? What do you think about the idea of the spirits of those babies or something else being involved? Share your thoughts in the comments section.
Now that was creepy. Have you ever visited a haunted location? The thrill of the unknown, the whispers of the past echoing in the halls. It's an experience like no other. Get ready, because this next video is about to take Eerie to a whole new level. You've bravely journeyed this far, but beware. The like button ahead is no ordinary button, it's haunted. However, fear not, for if you dare to tap it, you'll be granted protection from the spirits that haunt this eerie tale.
Number 1. The Haunted Building. This spooky video showcased an investigator named Abdullah Al-Anbari, who introduced the location in Arabic, exploring the history and haunted reputation of the building, believed to be haunted by restless spirits.
أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة من كل شيطان وهامة. أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. بسم الله بسم الله بسم الله.
At first, he hears peculiar sounds and sees movements around him. He then witnesses a garbage bag mysteriously levitating as if under the control of an unseen entity.
بسم الله
Afterward, he spots a dark shadow appearing twice, only to find no one nearby upon closer examination.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الدشاش القديمة هذه. بسم الله بسم الله من أنت؟
The door starts to open by itself, revealing the dark figure once again. What are your thoughts on this video? Do you think the events depicted in the video are authentic or merely stage? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section. Thank you for watching this video. We're thrilled if this video gave you goosebumps. That's exactly what we aimed for. Subscribe, like, and share our video for more thrilling content. See you in the next video.
They used to play on the back of my trampoline. Just the morning before, they were outside playing, laughing.
I just remember just seeing the little girl and her little pigtails kind of bouncing around before.
A Northwest Charlotte neighborhood is still in shock tonight after a double
in tragic ways. By the afternoon, she had made the fateful decision that would irrevocably alter the lives of her loved ones and the community. Christina killed her children in their home, a quiet and unassuming residence in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Police believe that Christina Treadway killed her 3-year-old daughter and 7-year-old son.
The method by which she committed this act has not been publicly detailed, respecting the privacy and sensitivity of the situation. Following this, Christina left the house and drove to a nearby overpass on Interstate 485. It was from this overpass that Christina ended her own life by jumping.
Of this investigation, what would cause somebody obviously to be so despondent that they would want to take their own life and then take the lives of their children?
A final act of despair that shocked and saddened all who heard of it. Antoine Miller, her boyfriend, and the father of the children, discovered the tragic scene upon returning home and immediately called for help. Despite the efforts of emergency responders, both children were pronounced dead at the scene. The impact of Christina's actions reverberated through the community, leading to an outpouring of grief and a heightened awareness of the importance of mental health. Vigils and memorials were held in memory of Isaiah and Elita, and the community rallied to support Antoine Miller and others affected by the tragedy. This heartbreaking incident underscored the critical need for mental health resources and support, serving as a stark reminder that the struggles of mental illness can have devastating consequences if left unaddressed. Aftermath. The Christina Treadway tragedy had a profound impact on the Charlotte community, evoking a range of emotions and sparking essential discussions about mental health and community support. The loss of Isaiah and Elita, 2 young lives filled with potential, sent distress and the need for accessible mental health resources. This incident underscored the critical role that mental health awareness plays in preventing such tragedies and highlighted the necessity for comprehensive support systems. Long-term recovery efforts focused on building a stronger support network for families and individuals facing mental health challenges. Local organizations and mental health services increased their outreach and educational efforts to ensure those in need could access help before reaching a crisis point. Community initiatives aimed at reducing the stigma surrounding mental health issues were also implemented, encouraging people to seek help without fear of judgment. The tragic tale of Christina Treadway serves as a powerful reminder of the hidden struggles faced by individuals stepson, Alan Michael. Adriana Hutto was a little girl who tragically lost her life in a heartbreaking incident that shook the community. Born to Amanda Lewis and an unidentified father, Adriana was very young when her life was cut short. She was described as a bright and energetic child, full of curiosity and innocence, with a smile that could light up a room. Adriana lived with her family in Esto, Florida, where she enjoyed the joys of childhood alongside her siblings. Despite her family's challenges, Adriana was surrounded by love and care from her mother and siblings. She loved playing outdoors, exploring her surroundings, and spending time with her family. However, Adriana's life took a tragic turn when she became the victim of an alleged act of violence. The details of her untimely passing are both shocking and deeply distressing, leaving a lasting impact on those who knew her and the wider community. On a typically hot weekday in Esto, Florida, the sun blazed, creating a sauna-like atmosphere with temperatures soaring toward the hundreds. Amanda Lewis, a nursing assistant, had returned from her night shift around 8 in the morning. Exhausted, she lay down on the couch while her two young children, 7-year-old Adriana and 6-year-old AJ, watched cartoons. Her 14-year-old stepson, Alan Michael, was still asleep. Around 9 o'clock a.m., Amanda dozed off on the couch. When she woke up at 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the kids were excited and asked if they could play outdoors before heading out later to get school supplies. She told them they couldn't get in the pool that day because they were preparing to leave, but they could play outside for a few minutes while she got everything ready. Concerned, Amanda called out to AJ, not yet realizing her maternal instincts were about to kick in fully. She approached the sliding glass door at the back and looked out, but she couldn't see Adriana. Looking at AJ again, she saw him trying to reach something in the pool with the wagon. When she asked him what he was doing, he revealed that Adriana was motionless.
I went to the sliding glass door at the back and looked out and I didn't see her. And when I looked at him, he was on the wagon reaching over in the pool raking at something. And I asked him what was he doing, and he said that Adriana was upside down in the pool and she wasn't moving.
And upside down in the pool. Racing to the backyard, Amanda's heart skipped a beat as she saw her 7-year-old daughter Adriana floating face down in the pool, unresponsive. Without hesitation, Amanda sprang into action and called 911, saying, "My daughter fell into the pool and isn't breathing."
911. I need an ambulance. What's wrong, ma'am? My daughter fell in the pool and she's not breathing. Where at, ma'am? In Esto.
Investigation. On August 8, 2007, emergency services were summoned to Amanda Lewis's home in Esto, Florida, because Adriana Hutto was unresponsive in the family pool. Paramedics performed CPR and transported Adriana to the hospital, where she was pronounced dead. The Holmes County Sheriff's Office was notified, and at first, it appeared to be a tragic accident, as drowning is a common cause of accidental death in children. During routine questioning, Adriana's 6-year-old brother, AJ, provided crucial information. He claimed that their mother, Amanda Lewis, had punished Adriana by holding her underwater in the pool after Adriana had sprayed window cleaner in Amanda's face.
Adriana was with this mom holding her over, she went scream.
Today, investigators conducted a thorough search of the Lewis home. They noted that neither Adriana nor AJ seemed to have any toys in the house. Amanda explained that she had taken the toys away for a week as a form of discipline and had put them in a shed. However, when investigators inspected the shed, they found no toys or evidence that toys had been kept there. This inconsistency raised doubts about Amanda's explanation. In the yard, they did find a small red wagon and 2 inflatable pool toys, but these were not the usual variety of children's toys. Further investigation revealed that Adriana Hutto had ADHD.
You said she had some behavioral problems. Had she had any recently?
Since he changed her medicine and put her on Falkland, she's been doing, a lot better. Before, she wouldn't listen to anything. and she was getting in trouble at school. They were having to call me almost every day.
According to Amanda, it initially took her some time to build a relationship with her daughter, but over time, her love for Adriana grew. The investigation at the scene revealed urine-stained lingerie, which had a strong odor that filled the entire room, and everything in the room was completely messed up. As part of the investigation, Amanda Lewis agreed to take a polygraph, lie detector test. During the test, she claimed that she had not killed her daughter. The autopsy conducted on Adriana Hutto confirmed drowning as the cause of death. However, the medical examiner also found bruises and abrasions on her face and body, which were unusual for a typical drowning accident.
Had she had any bruises?
Well, I mean, little ones on her legs, and I think she had one on her left arm or her right arm where her and AJ would fight. But other than that, she didn't have any.
These findings suggested possible foul play, aligning with AJ's testimony about his mother's actions.
Who threw her in the pool? My mama. Mama threw who in the pool? My sister. And then what happened when she threw her in the pool? She started holding her face.
According to the polygraph results, Amanda passed the test, suggesting she was telling the truth about not being responsible for Adriana's death. Despite this, the polygraph results were not admissible in court and did not significantly change the direction of the investigation. Trial and verdict. Amanda Lewis' behavior and statements were closely examined by investigators.
Did you take any measures to resuscitate her?
I tried to give her CPR. I mean, I'm not that good at it. And then he told me to call 911.
Initially, she appeared distressed, but inconsistencies in her statements about the events leading up to the drowning were noted. During police interrogation, she maintained that Adriana's death was an accident and denied any wrongdoing.
I talked to you about trying to explain the bruises, and we can't come up with a reasonable explanation as to why they're there.
I mean, I don't know why they're there. I mean, the only thing I can think of is either she hit the tablet container, or either she went completely to the bottom and hit her head, or she hit it on the wagon before she even went in the pool. That's the only explanations I have.
However, based on the evidence collected, including AJ's testimony and the autopsy findings, Amanda Lewis was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse. The prosecution argued that Amanda's history of disciplining her children supported the claim that she might have acted out of frustration and anger. The evidence and testimony led to Amanda Lewis' arrest, charges, and subsequent legal proceedings. In February 2008, Amanda Lewis's trial took place, attracting considerable public interest due to the serious accusations and her son, AJ, serving as a key witness. AJ provided testimony recounting the incidents.
You said your mama did this. Who is your mama?
Amanda Lewis.
Okay. Is she in this room today?
Yes, so.
Where is she? Can you point her out and show the judge where she is?
Right here.
Who is this? What is this?
My mama.
And what is she doing?
With my sister.
How is she doing that, AJ?
Putting her hand over everything.
The jury found Amanda Lewis guilty of first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse. As a result, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder conviction, along with an additional 30 years for the child abuse offense. Aftermaths. Amanda Lewis's defense team filed appeals, contesting procedural errors and the reliability of AJ's testimony. However, these appeals did not result in overturning the conviction or granting a new trial. After the trial, AJ was placed in the care of his maternal grandparents. Efforts were made to ensure he received psychological support to cope with the trauma of his sister's death and the legal proceedings. The case garnered significant media attention, including television programs and true crime documentaries, which kept public interest alive and sparked debates about the justice system and the reliability of child witnesses. Public opinion was divided. Some believed in Amanda's guilt based on the trial outcome, while others questioned the verdict, particularly given the reliance on a child's testimony. The case had a profound psychological impact on A.G., who had to live with the traumatic memory of his sister's death and his role in the legal process. Conclusion. The investigation into Adriana Hutto's death was an intricate and comprehensive process that involved forensic analysis, psychological evaluations, and legal examination. It exposed the difficulties in prosecuting crimes with young witnesses and the profound impact on families and communities. I hope you liked today's video, and for more thrilling and heart-stirring videos, please like, comment, and share our channel.
I want the surveillance footage of what happened, you know, who went in that room, who came out of that room, who was all there, what took place. I need to know what happened after she made that last TikTok video at 12:02 and she was dead at 12:23. I need answers from 12:02 to 12:23.
Today's case is about Kalisha Williams, born on January 1, 2004 in Atlanta, Georgia. She radiated promise and potential from a young age. Her infectious laughter and boundless energy filled every room she entered, leaving a lasting impression on everyone who knew her. However, her bright future was abruptly halted by a series of tragic events that unfolded all too quickly.
Says they're baffled as to why 16-year-old Kalisha Williams, or Pinky as they called her, never made it out of the Hyatt Regency alive. They say she was supposed to be at a chaperoned event at an Airbnb, and they believe the isn't the only person responsible for her life being cut short.
Background. Her mother was named April Smith. Her biological father's name remains unknown, but what is known is that she was raised by Romney Savoy, her mother's partner. In 2021, the 16-year-old was studying at South Atlanta High School, where she was a popular and well-liked student. Everyone called her Pinky because she was obsessed with the color pink.
It fitted her very well.
She was a vibrant teenager who loved to post videos on her TikTok account, showcasing her carefree spirit and infectious energy. In fact, in most of them, she appeared dancing to the rhythm of fashionable songs that went viral, her bright smile and captivating charisma captivating the attention of her online followers. With a flair for creativity and a passion for self-expression, Kalisha's TikTok videos were a testament to her youthful exuberance and joy, leaving a lasting digital footprint that her loved ones and online community would cherish. Her love for dance and music was only rivaled by her love for her friends and family, and her tragic fate would leave a void in the lives of all those who knew and admired her. In December 2021, Kalisha received an invitation from a school friend named Infinity to attend a Christmas party at an Airbnb that her parents had rented. The party, billed as a fun and festive gathering for friends, seemed like the perfect way for Kalisha to celebrate the holiday season. Infinity's mother had even spoken with Kalisha's mother, April, to assure her that the party would be a safe and supervised event.
She's supposed to be in an Airbnb with a couple of more friends from school and the mother. They'd have done this once before, so we was a little comfortable of letting her go the second time. And we spoke to the mother, and she said she was going to be.
With adults present to chaperone the teenagers. However, as the party plans evolved, red flags began to emerge. The venue was changed from an Airbnb to a hotel room at the Hyatt Regency, and Kalisha's stepfather, Romney Savoy, reportedly pressured her into attending the party.
Pinky, you need to go outside and get some air. No, man, I'm good. As long as I got my Wi-Fi and my net.
Despite her initial reservations. Tragically, this decision would prove to be a fatal mistake, as the party took a dark and deadly turn, leaving Kalisha's loved ones to grapple with the devastating consequences. Infinity's mother even spoke to Kalisha's mother to assure her that it would only be a girls' party and that she would be present at all times to keep an eye on them. April couldn't have suspected that this woman was lying. December 25 was the day chosen for the party, and it is not known why they changed the Airbnb to the Hyatt Regency Hotel for the event. At about 8 p.m., Kalisha left her house and arrived at the hotel. However, her friends had not yet arrived. This is known because Kalisha called her mother to tell her about the situation. The woman told Kalisha to wait and that they would talk later, which they never did. Since then, the details of what happened next have been shrouded in mystery and confusion. Some reports indicate that Kalisha was seen entering the hotel room, while others claim she was waiting in the lobby. The timeline of events is unclear, and the investigation has struggled to piece together the sequence of events that led to Kalisha's tragic fate. The sudden halt in the recording adds to the mystery surrounding the subsequent events, as it is unclear what occurred next due to the lack of continued documentation. It seems that Kalisha was waiting for her friends and that only Infinity showed up, contradicting her mother's assurances of adult supervision. Instead, two teenage boys they already knew also attended, and Infinity paid for the room before leaving Kalisha alone. Taking advantage of the paid room, Kalisha stayed and recorded several videos for TikTok, showcasing her carefree spirit and creativity. But at around midnight, while recording one of these videos, someone unexpectedly entered the room, causing Kalisha to jump in shock, a moment captured on camera before she abruptly stopped recording. The sudden intrusion marked the beginning of a terrifying ordeal, one that would end in tragedy and leave investigators searching for answers. The room, once a space for fun and self-expression, had become a horror scene, and Kalisha's final moments were forever etched in the memories of those who loved her. People in the nearby rooms heard several shots, and a witness saw two teenage boys moving Kalisha's body to the lobby while shouting the name of the hotel they were in. The workers alerted the police, but when they arrived, the teenager was no longer breathing and her pulse was not detectable. As soon as she arrived at the hospital at 12:23 p.m., she was declared dead.
16-year-old girl is dead following a at the Hyatt Hotel downtown. Her death comes as police continue to search for whoever 7-year-old girl earlier this week. As you can imagine, the crime concerning for many across the city. CBS 46's Yasmina Alston is live downtown with some surprising crime stats. Hey, Yasmina.
Later, it became known that a gunshot wound in her groin was the one that ended her life. It remains unclear why, but Kalisha's family was not alerted to her death until the next day, and the person who informed them was in charge of the morgue.
I didn't learn the group was staying at a Hyatt Regency until they received a horrific call the next day.
Like, this is the morgue. And I was like, the morgue? They was like, yes, ma'am. They was like, well, we're waiting on your daughter's body to come through. I'm like, whoa.
Investigation. The police arrested the suspect at the scene of the events. The suspect was 16-year-old Carrie Brown, one of the boys who attended the alleged party and assisted in moving Kalisha's body to the lobby.
Well, Ashley, according to Atlanta police, there have been 154 homicides in the city so far this year. That's in comparison to 99 total homicides in the city from last year. Now, in the most recent homicide, a teen boy has been arrested for the deadly of a 16-year-old girl. Atlanta police telling us they responded to the Hyatt Regency Hotel just after midnight this morning and found the girl with a gunshot wound in the hotel lobby. She later died at the hospital.
By the time the officers arrived, his friend had already fled. A later investigation revealed that this boy, identified as Carrie, broke into Kalisha's room to have sex, but when she rejected his advances, he attempted to abuse her at gunpoint. A heated argument ensued, and blinded by anger, Carrie shot Kalisha in the groin. The Atlanta police stated that Kalisha and Carrie were the only ones inside the room at the time of the incident. They also revealed that the two had known each other for some time, leading investigators to suspect a possible motive of revenge or retaliation. Aftermaths. Kalisha's family was outraged by the authorities' decision to release her killer, prompting them to swiftly take action by launching a petition demanding justice. The petition aimed to mobilize public support and pressure the authorities to re-examine the case and hold the perpetrator accountable for the heinous crime. Various theories emerged about the events of that fateful night, with one theory, in particular, garnering the most attention. It placed the blame squarely on Infinity, the friend who had invited Kalisha to the party. This theory suggested that Infinity's actions, or lack thereof, played a significant role in the tragic outcome, sparking widespread speculation and debate.
She was responsible for getting the hotel room for these minors. The hotel room was in her name, so I feel like she should be held accountable for my daughters.
Some believe that Infinity was aware of the potential danger and failed to warn Kalisha, while others thought that Infinity might have even been involved in the events that unfolded. The investigation raised more questions than answers, and the truth about what happened that night remained mysterious. As Infinity changed the location of the celebration to a hotel and was the only one to pay for the room, many speculated that she had set a trap for Kalisha. The complex dynamics between Infinity and Kalisha added a layer of intrigue to the investigation. When Infinity spoke with April, she offered multiple contradictory explanations of what happened, raising April's suspicions.
It was just a lot of foul play, and I'm just trying to put all the pieces together because I don't feel like the system is doing enough work to help me.
And leading her to wonder if Infinity was more involved than she initially let on. As the investigation continued, Infinity's involvement remained a key focus. What was particularly puzzling was that Infinity's mother allegedly met with Kalish's mother, supposedly to share information about the party, but instead provided misleading details. The reasons behind this dishonesty remained unknown. However, Kalish's parents continued to fight for a more comprehensive investigation, believing that the initial probe was insufficient and failed to uncover the complete truth. Trial and conviction. Following the incident, the boy was charged with multiple serious offenses, including aggravated assault, weapon possession, homicide, and reckless endangerment. Due to his status as a minor, he was taken into custody at the Metro Youth Detention Center. He remained there for approximately a year before being released in early 2022, marking a significant development in the case. Funeral. Kalisha's loved ones remembered her as a shining light, with her TikTok videos showcasing her carefree spirit and creativity. Her love for life was palpable, and her presence will be deeply missed. The funeral service was a testament to her impact on those around her, featuring heartfelt eulogies and tearful tributes from those who knew her best. Despite the various accounts of her daughter's fate, April remains skeptical and believes that Kalisha was a victim of foul play, unrelated to the official narrative. Determined to uncover the truth, April is diligently working to gather all the facts and piece together what really happened to Kalisha that fateful night, seeking justice for her daughter.
Deer Island remains closed to the public. In the meantime, authorities are pleading for the public's help.
The child we named Baby Doe that was found on the beach on that day.
If anyone knows about a child that might be missing, or they're concerned about a neighbor's child or someone in their family, please reach out to us.
Now police need the public's help to help identify this
Further examination by the authorities revealed that Megan Cordy, a 27-year-old resident of Oregon, had mysteriously disappeared on August 18, 2018. Her mother, Jennifer Weathers, reported her missing the day after her disappearance. Jennifer was brought under investigation following her communication with a non-emergency dispatcher on August 19, the day following the wedding. During the conversation, she conveyed her unease for Cordy, indicating that she was feeling somewhat anxious. Nonetheless, Jennifer did not reveal all the information she possessed, only indicating that her daughter had become upset and departed the car after the wedding, with no further contact since then. As more information about the situation came to light, a distressing narrative unfolded, illustrating a turbulent relationship between mother and daughter. As the conflict between the two intensified, Megan made a decision that would forever haunt her loved ones, ultimately resulting in a tragic outcome. Background: Cordy and her daughter were thrilled to be invited to a family friend's wedding in the picturesque rural Yamhill County. The event was set to take place on August 18, 2018, and they couldn't wait to be a part of the special day. On the day of the wedding, the trio gathered their belongings and hopped into Jennifer's silver Honda CR-V. The wedding ceremony was a heartwarming affair, filled with love, laughter, and happy tears, and was held at Heiser Farms on Grand Island, located south of Dayton. Weathers confessed to drinking and dancing at the reception, although 3 attendees raised worries about Weathers' state of intoxication. Multiple guests informed authorities that Cordy had been drinking as well, but none of them characterized her as being inebriated. Cordy decided to leave the wedding reception at 10:30 p.m. Her tired daughter had reached her limit and Cordy didn't want to push her any further. This caused a heated argument between her and Weathers about who would be the designated driver. Weathers was disappointed about leaving the celebration prematurely, which made the argument even worse when they left. Feeling desperate for an alternative solution, Cordy tried to contact her boyfriend for a ride. Unfortunately, he was unable to assist as he had an early work commitment the following day. As they made their way to the car, the disagreement between Cordy and Weathers intensified. The atmosphere in the car became increasingly uncomfortable as they drove away from the reception. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Cordy insisted on exiting the vehicle. Weathers informed the authorities that Cordy and her 3-year-old daughter were in the back seat when demanded to exit the vehicle. Weathers clarified that as the car was slowing down to approximately 5 miles per hour, Cordy unexpectedly got out of the car from the back seat. Weathers reported to the authorities about the absence of streetlights and nearby residences, contributing to the unsettling ambience. She provided a thorough account of her extensive efforts to locate her daughter in the vicinity of the car, but regrettably, she was unsuccessful. After arriving at her residence in King City, Weathers recollected the events of driving Cordy's emotional daughter back home, under the assumption that Cordy would return to the wedding either walking or making alternative transportation arrangements. Weathers reported her daughter's misbehavior to the authorities.
Hi, is this a number I call for a non-emergency?
This is the dispatch center non-emergency number. How can I help you?
I'm sorry. My daughter has been missing since last night, and I'm getting kind of worried because she's supposed to work in 10 minutes, and I haven't heard anything from her. We were at a wedding, and she was upset and got out of the car, and I haven't heard from her since, and I haven't been able to find her. I drove around for 2 hours this morning looking for where she got out of the car, and so I don't know if I should call 911 or if I have to wait a certain amount of time.
Despite their tumultuous relationship, they had not been involved in any physical confrontations since Cordy's teen years.
No, there's never a certain amount of time that you have to wait.
Okay.
Do you want to report her as missing?
Yeah, I think so.
Where was she missing?
I've checked the hospitals and I've checked the jails, and she's not in either one of those. So, the wedding was at Heiser Farms in Dayton, Oregon.
As the sun rose, there was still no trace of Cordy. Her shoes, purse, and cell phone were discovered on the front seat of the car, prompting further inquiries.
Pantsuit. It was one piece, short sleeves, navy blue, with flowers on it. And she doesn't have her phone. She didn't have her phone. She left it in my car. She didn't have her wallet. Everything was in my car.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have someone get in contact with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Weathers stated that she returned to the area near Grand Island and spent about 2 hours driving around. Yet, regrettably, she did not find any sign of her daughter. In response to her increasing anxiety, she opted to contact the non-emergency line for the police, seeking assistance. Cordy's absence from her workplace caused tension among her acquaintances.
So I drove back and forth, I don't know, probably for about a half an hour, trying to find her. I called Burr at some point, but he didn't answer his phone. And then Gia was crying. Oh my God, I can't believe she was there for all of that. Oh my gosh.
A team of committed volunteers, which included firefighters, was then promptly assembled to establish a search party. Cordy's father, who served as the Clackamas fire captain, brought a personal touch to the team's efforts. Without delay, the team initiated their search for Cordy. Detective Steele stumbled upon a bunch of Weathers' hair in the driver's seat of her Honda CR-V. The hair possessed undisturbed roots, implying that it was forcefully plucked rather than naturally fallen. This revelation hinted at the possibility of a conflict or confrontation taking place inside the vehicle. The details surrounding the unexplained presence of Cordy's possessions in the front seat of the car remained ambiguous. Based on the records, Weathers told law enforcement that her daughter had voluntarily jumped out of the back seat.
And I was almost to a stop, and she just opened it and jumped out. So then I stopped the car and got out and walked around it, closed her door that she had jumped out of, and I was looking for her. I couldn't see her anywhere. I'm calling her name, and she's not answering me. I can't leave the car because Gia's in it. So I'm just calling her name, get back in the car, and I can't see her anywhere. So I got back in the car and turned it around because I figured with the direction she jumped out, she'd be heading the opposite way.
In light of this information, Detective Steele asked Weathers to join him in returning to the exact location where Cordy had left the vehicle. Weathers was asked to take a polygraph test to clear her as a suspect. She agreed, and a meeting was set for August 21st at 9 a.m. at the Salem Police Department. She was told not to consume anything except her prescribed medications, but accidentally took a muscle relaxer. This led to the test being postponed. During the test, the examiner tried to help Weathers remember events for over 2 hours, but she couldn't consistently recall everything. She also had inconsistent physical reactions, so the test was inconclusive. The detective suggested doing another test the next day, and Weathers agreed. However, she later emailed the police to postpone the second test, but it was never rescheduled. On August 23rd, Cordy's body was found by a group of joggers near the Dayton interchange with Highway 18.
Sad ending to the search for a missing woman from Yamhill County. Joggers stumbled on a body near Dayton, believed to be that of Megan Cordy.
Detectives determined that she died from blunt force trauma, breaking and severing 2 vertebrae. Her injuries suggest she may have collided with a stationary object like a guardrail upon leaving the vehicle, not from a car accident. Notably, Cordy was found over 9 miles from where her mother last saw her. Yamhill County District Attorney Brad Berry expressed confusion over the situation involving Megan Cordy. Cordy's 3-year-old daughter had an interview with a child specialist on August 31st, arranged by the police. The girl mentioned an incident of hair pulling and how her mother exited the car twice after leaving the wedding. Police reports indicated the girl described the speed of the car when her mother jumped out. Prosecutors suspected that after a tense argument, Cordy left the front seat to return to the back seat, explaining why her belongings were still in the front. It is believed Cordy either voluntarily jumped or accidentally fell from the car while navigating a curve, resulting in her death. Investigators have ruled out the possibility of her being forcibly ejected from the vehicle. The cause of death has been officially declared as accidental. Trial. Jennifer was found not guilty of any charges in connection to Megan Cordy's death, as Yamhill County District Attorney Brad Berry determined that the investigation did not uncover enough evidence to pursue homicide charges. The state medical examiner's office confirmed that Cordy's death was accidental. Conviction. On the 1st of October, Jennifer Weathers faced charges of driving under the influence of intoxicants and recklessly endangering another individual. Following this, she received a 5-day jail sentence. Walter Todd, her defense attorney, highlighted that she had completed an outpatient treatment program and took full responsibility for her actions, clarifying that they were not connected to Megan's unfortunate passing. Megan's story sheds light on the complex dynamics of familial bonds and the devastating consequences that can arise from unresolved conflicts and emotional turmoil. As we conclude this case, I implore all parents to refrain from resorting to extreme measures, like Megan did, when overwhelmed by intense anger. Ultimately, it is our children who bear the brunt of the consequences, much like her 3-year-old daughter. This concludes Megan Cordy's story. We are grateful for your support. Your engagement through likes, comments, and shares motivates us to keep improving our content. Until we cross paths again, take care and stay safe.
911, where's your emergency? I live in Raleigh, but my wife goes to school out at North Carolina Central, and she did not come home last night. I talked to her last night. She was on her way home.
I'm on 560 westbound, just past, I believe, the Buffalo exit, and I think there's a body on the side of the road.
In a world consumed by desires and insecurities, jealousy has the potential to sometimes turn fatal, leading to tragic outcomes that forever alter the course of lives. Ladies and gentlemen, today, we will explore the chilling story of a woman whose life was cut short by a fatal act of jealousy, and the betrayal comes from the most unexpected places. On the morning of January 30, 2008, during a chilly winter day, a man in Raleigh, North Carolina, alerted the police about a body discovered on the side of Interstate 540. She was reported to be unresponsive and possibly dead.
I'm on 560 westbound, just past, I believe, the Buffalo exit, and I think there's a body on the side of the road.
The police rushed to the spot near Lewisburg Road to find the victim, who was already deceased. The body was discovered to be of a young black woman in her early 20s. The victim was later identified as Latrice Curtis. An autopsy determined that she had been stabbed in her neck, stomach, chest, and head almost 40 times.
Law enforcement first arrived. Her body was located just over an embankment, just sort of at the top of an embankment. She had been stabbed so many times. All of the blood had been drained, and she was so pallid and pale that it was very clear that there were gaping holes of her skin.
The cause of death was confirmed to be stab wounds, and the nature of death a homicide. The vicious and brutal nature of the attack hinted at it being one of personal vengeance, hatred, or jealousy. Investigators were left puzzled as to why anyone would want to harm a beloved young woman in such a brutal way. As they further investigated, they uncovered a complex web of deceit, scandalous secrets, and illicit affairs that will surprise even the most experienced investigators. Ladies and gentlemen, join us as we briefly look into the tragic tale of jealousy, murder, and the lasting scars left in its wake. Background: Latrice Matral Trees Jones Curtis grew up in Raleigh with her siblings and parents, Sherman and Cynthia Jones. She had a close bond with her father and often joined him in activities typically associated with fathers and sons.
We did a lot of fishing. I even took her hunting one time. I taught her everything that I knew about basketball. I taught her to dribble. I taught her to shoot. I taught her the layups. She was a daddy's girl all the way. No doubt about it.
Latrice was popular and respected during high school and continued her education at Bennett College, Wake Tech, and NCCU, majoring in accounting.
I think that she got her nails painted and got her hair done, and that was the end of basketball.
She worked part-time at Sears. In college, she met Darren Lee Curtis, a former National Guard soldier studying accounting at NCCU. They fell in love and decided to move in together, receiving approval from their families.
And he definitely seemed like he matched her. Just the way he talked to us showed me that he was very respectful.
On April 27, 2007, the couple exchanged vows at a chapel in Wake County.
The thing that wasn't respectful to me was that he never said anything to me about wanting to marry my daughter. I feel like he should have came and talked to me about it, but they never told me anything.
However, their busy schedules strained their relationship, and Latrice's attention shifted towards Stephen Randolph, a fellow student at their college. Crime background. On January 30, 2008, around 7 a.m., a man called 911. He said that he saw something on the side of the road on I-540 and that he believed it was a body.
I'm on 560 westbound, just past, I believe, the Buffalo exit, and I think there's a body on the side of the road.
The body was of a young woman, and she had been brutally stabbed in the chest, neck, and head. Her white sedan was found nearby with blood inside, indicating the attack took place in the car and was found less than a mile away. Meanwhile, Darren Curtis prepared for work as usual. Latrice had informed him the night before, around 10:00 p.m., that she would be studying late and returning home only by midnight. Despite concerns about her late nights, he valued education and stayed up to ensure her safe return. However, on the night of the 29th, Darren, exhausted from a long day, fell asleep while waiting for Latrice and woke up the next morning to find she had not returned.
911, where's your emergency? I live in Raleigh, but my wife goes to school out at North Carolina Central, and she did not come home last night. I talked to her last night. She was on her way home. She was in the car and everything. She hadn't showed up.
The last known place she was at NCCU. Did you talk to her while she was driving?
Yes, she had the radio on and everything. She told me she was stopping to get something to eat. I don't know if she was still in Durham when she called me or she was on 540 coming back in Raleigh.
Concerned, he tried calling her but received no response. During his commute to work, he passed by a group of law enforcement officers near a potential crime scene. He briefly caught sight of a lifeless body, concealed under a blue tarp. Despite feeling sorry for those involved, Darren continued on his way, preoccupied with thoughts about Latrice. Shortly after the crime scene, he noticed a white sedan similar to his wife's, approaching the car, causing Darren's intuition told him something terrible had occurred. He then called her father and 911 to report her missing. Darren surprised the officers by showing up at the crime scene as Latrice's spouse. They confirmed his suspicions by showing him the deceased body. The officers then investigated Darren's account of the events, questioning the plausibility of his story. Darren defended himself by explaining that he fell asleep while waiting for Latrice, who usually left early. Since Darren did not exhibit any signs of injury, and Latrice's body displayed no signs of struggle, the officers lacked sufficient evidence to hold him in custody and consequently released him. During the inquiry, a condom was found in Latrice Curtis' autopsy, suggesting recent sexual activity. To eliminate himself as a suspect, Darren, Latrice's husband, gave a DNA sample, leading officers to look into other people she may have been involved with. Latrice's phone records showed communication with a man named Stephen Randolph around the time of her death. It was discovered that he went to the same college as the couple, prompting officers to investigate him. After learning about Latrice's body, Stephen personally presented himself at the police station. Overwhelmed with remorse, he confided in Pastor Robert Reeves, who advised him to come forward. Pastor Reeves accompanied Stephen to the police station. Stephen initially denied any romantic involvement with Latrice. However, after the officer's presentation of compelling evidence, including Latrice's phone records and autopsy report, he ultimately admitted that their relationship had gradually transformed into a romantic one.
Didn't know nothing about Robert Reeves. Never seen him before in my life. I'm looking at him Okay, my daughter's 21. This dude's 50-something. What in the world is going on? How did she know this guy?
Additionally, he mentioned that after she departed from his residence, he opted for an alternate route to his girlfriend's place, and that Latrice had contacted him several times during that evening, expressing worries about a possible pregnancy and desiring to elevate their relationship. The officers spoke with Pastor Robert Reeves, whom Stephen arrived with, to uncover the truth. Stephen met Robert at a car wash where he worked part-time, and Robert offered him a basement room in his home for $300 a month due to his financial struggles and homelessness. It was in this home that Stephen began his relationship with Latrice Curtis. Reeves shared all he knew about Stephen, mentioning his disapproval of Stephen bringing girls to the house. He recalled seeing Latrice's white car outside the house when he returned from church and saw Stephen leaving the house that same evening. This information helped the officers piece together Latrice's final hours, but they still needed a crucial piece of the puzzle. Stephen's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, stating that he was with her until 1:00 a.m. She also revealed that they had been receiving threatening phone calls from an unknown man, warning Stephen to stop having affairs or face consequences that would ruin his NBA dreams. Their tires were also slashed after the calls, leading to suspicions about Darren's involvement. The threatening calls to Stephen were possible to stop him from having an affair with Latrice. Search warrants were obtained for Darren's and Stephen's vehicles, as well as Stephen's car in the basement. Both men cooperated and provided DNA samples. Nothing incriminating was found in Darren's belongings, but something concerning was found in Stephen's home. Pastor Robert Reeves' minivan, which had been cited as abandoned on the night of the murder. Law enforcement reached out to the trooper who had observed a minivan and white car with hazard lights on Interstate 540. The trooper recalled the event of the van's open windows and the key in the ignition, but no individuals were present. The urgent call made him leave the scene. If he hadn't received the call, he could have stopped the murder. Both vehicles were found where Latrice's body was discovered. Based on substantial evidence, Reeves was arrested in connection to Curtis' murder. Pastor Reeves was taken to the police station and initially showed fear, but later accused Stephen of borrowing the van due to his slashed tires. However, a fingerprint found in Latrice's vehicle led him to formal charges. On February 2, 2008, Pastor Robert Reeves was taken into custody by authorities. The most surprising revelations came during a trial, leaving his loyal supporters in disbelief. Trial and conviction. During the trial, it was revealed that officers found fresh wounds on Robert's arm when they first encountered him. Robert claimed the injuries were from helping Stephen move a table, but his sister contradicted this by saying she didn't see any wounds at that time. Robert's history of targeting young boys in his congregations and moving to avoid detection was also exposed. Phone records showed threatening calls from Robert to Steve and his girlfriend, and DNA evidence from Latrice's car matched Robert's DNA. The most surprising moment came when Stephen testified in court. As per Stephen, Robert had made unlawful advances toward him, causing him distress. In response, Stephen borrowed a gun from his cousin and hid it under his pillow to show Robert he wasn't interested. The prosecution then presented a detailed account of the events. It was revealed that Robert had developed an intense infatuation for Stephen, and on January 29th, he brutally killed Latrice, fueled by anger over Stephen's rejection and his involvement with a married woman, Latrice. Judge Stephens requested additional evidence from Assistant Wake County District Attorney Howard Cummings. Cummings disclosed the finding of a melted trash can containing accelerant and fabric at Robert's residence. Reeves was convicted of first-degree murder in 2009 and is currently serving a life sentence without parole at the Pasquotank Correctional Institution in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Aftermath. The funeral service took place at the Sanctuary of Refuge in the presence of Reverend Willie Murray in Newport. Afterward, she was laid to rest in Bayview Cemetery in Morehead City. In conclusion, the heartbreaking tale of Latrice highlights the fact that even respected religious leaders may conceal negative feelings. If Latrice's story resonates with you, please consider sharing this video to raise awareness about the risks of uncontrolled jealousy and the severe outcomes it can lead to. Let us unite in our efforts to strive for a world devoid of jealousy and aggression, and let us collaborate to create safer environments within our communities.
I said, "Who stabbed you?" And she said, "My son. He's stabbing everyone in the house."
1 week ago, this shocking scene played out across the street from Jeff Wolf's Harper Woods home. Video showing 23-year-old Jonathan Welch surrendering to police after prosecutors say Welch killed his longtime girlfriend Zalea Frazier, his stepfather Robert Bray, setting his mother's home on fire and shooting at police. Also,
in a world where love should bring joy, a young mother's story took a dark and devastating turn. Imagine living in fear every day of your life. Being trapped in a toxic relationship with an abusive partner who controls every aspect of your existence. This is the heartbreaking reality for many women around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the case that we will share with you all today is a real-life story of a young mother whose life was cut short by the man she once loved. It all started with love. A young couple with dreams of a bright future, but behind closed doors, a nightmare was unfolding. Zalea Frazier was a loving mother, a hard worker, and a cherished member of her community. Her untimely death is a tragic loss and highlights the prevalence of domestic violence against women worldwide. The tragic events began on June 2, 2022, when Jonathan Welch locked his girlfriend, Zalea Frazier, inside their house after she refused to give him her phone password. He inflicted severe harm on her before she managed to escape and seek help. Jonathan was arrested and faced 7 charges. His mother posted bail on July 8, 2022, leading to his release. But just when Zalea thought she had escaped the clutches of her tormentor, the unspeakable violence struck. But little did anyone know the horror that awaited. Just 2 days later, Zalea, Jonathan's mother, and stepfather were found dead under tragic circumstances. Join us to uncover the complete story and share Zalea Frazier's story as a beacon of strength for those who may be facing similar struggles. Background: Zalea Frazier, a remarkable individual, was known for her genuine and kind-hearted nature. At 22, she owned a successful boutique called Snobbish, excelling in both business and education. Despite her busy schedule, she aspired to become a nurse and was inspired by her personal experiences with her brother's cancer and sister's cerebral palsy. Zalea was known as someone who always had an abundance of love to share with others. Her presence could light up any room she entered. Many men desire to have a partner like her. However, unfortunately, she ended up with a man who ultimately became her worst nightmare. She and Jonathan began dating at the ages of 16 and 17, respectively. As high school sweethearts deeply in love, many believed they would be together for the rest of their lives. The couple frequently shared photos on social media, showcasing their happiness and love for each other. Frazier proudly mentioned that they had been together for 6 years without ever breaking up. When asked about their secret to a successful relationship, Frazier responded with trust, forgiveness, and communication. Both of them were thrilled when they discovered they were expecting their first child. Welch, especially, was overjoyed to learn that they were having a baby boy. He expressed his pride in becoming a father and had high hopes for his son's future. Unfortunately, their relationship took a tragic turn. Crime background: the tragic events began on June 2, 2022, when law enforcement agencies were called to the 13,000 block of Claiborne Avenue in Harper Woods, Michigan at around 3:00 a.m. They were informed that Jonathan Mamontwell had been holding his girlfriend, Zalea Frazier, and the mother of his child hostage, causing harm to her for several hours. Zalea managed to escape to a neighbor's house when Jonathan took a break and stopped hurting her. When the officers arrived, they were faced with a more distressing scene than expected. Zalea had suffered severe burns on her arms and legs and had been brutally assaulted by Welch. Emergency services provided immediate assistance to Zalea before quickly taking her to the hospital for further treatment. As per Zalea, Welch confined her within his residence, following her refusal to disclose her phone password. As per Zlaya, Welch confined her within his residence, following her refusal to disclose her phone password. Zlaya further informed the investigators that Welch had recently developed a high level of insecurity, leading him to demand access to her phone. This resulted in numerous arguments and conflicts between them, despite Zlaya's efforts to reassure him that she was only involved with him. However, Jonathan remained unconvinced and consistently initiated fights. Exhausted by his mistreatment, Zlaya refused to comply. Upon refusal, he inflicted severe harm on her by strangling Frazier with an extension cord, pouring gasoline on her, torturing her with a red-hot spatula and his belt, and then sexually assaulting her with a pole.
Zlaya wanted the best for everybody. She was a true sweetheart. Zlaya loved her son. Like, she loved him so much. That was her world. Right on time!
Welch was then arrested and charged with 7 crimes, including torture, assault, and criminal sexual assault. Instead of being locked up without bond, he was issued a $100,000 bond, or 10%, by Magistrate Dawn White. Welch was able to pay $10,000 to get out of the jail. His mother got a bail bond to get her son out of jail and was released on a GPS tether. However, as Zlaya believed she had successfully evaded her tormentor, she was suddenly confronted with unimaginable violence. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, an even more terrifying ordeal lay ahead. At approximately 8:10 p.m. on Sunday, July 10th, the Harper Woods police received a distressed call from a residence located in the vicinity of Kenosha and Sanilac Streets. The caller, who was being held captive inside the house, alerted the authorities. Upon their arrival, the police discovered that Welch had barricaded himself inside the residence. Fortunately, Welch's mother managed to escape to a neighboring house, where it was discovered that she had been stabbed. A concerned neighbor named Ruth Tabone assisted her, ensuring she remained upright as she was still impaled by the knife.
I said, "Who stabbed you?" And she said, "My son. He's stabbing everyone in the house."
Due to the severity of her injuries, Welch's mother was promptly transported to the hospital in critical condition and was later declared dead due to the severity of her wounds. Witnesses reported that Welch had dropped a baby out of a window, and shots were fired at the officers from within the house. The situation escalated further when the house was set ablaze. After a tense standoff lasting 7 hours, Welch eventually surrendered to the police and was taken into custody.
1 week ago, this shocking scene played out across the street from Jeff Wolf's Harper Woods home. Video showing 23-year-old Jonathan Welch surrendering to police after prosecutors say Welch killed his longtime girlfriend Zlaya Frazier, his stepfather Robert Bray, setting his mother's home on fire and shooting at police. Also,
upon searching the residence, law enforcement discovered the lifeless bodies of Frazier and Welch's stepmother. They had passed away due to blunt force trauma. Authorities suspected that Welch murdered Frazier less than 2 days after being released on bail for charges related to an assault against her. Conviction. Jonathan Welch had been handed a prison sentence of 20 to 40 years for 1 instance of second-degree murder.
He killed my sister. He killed my sister. They should never let him out of prison. Her ex, he had just got out. He was out on the tether torturing her, and they let him out of jail.
And 45 to 70 years for 3 instances of second-degree murder. By pleading guilty to these crimes, he managed to have other charges against him dropped, which included various weapons and assault charges. It is important to note that these sentences will be served simultaneously with the sentence Welch is already serving in prison. Aftermath. After the horrible incident, prosecutors called for an emergency bond hearing for Welch on the original charges. Welch was remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Jail. In the hearing, Judge Kenneth King of the 36th District Court said, "This is the court's worst nightmare, the worst possible scenario that could happen." The witness was killed after the defendant was placed on bond, given the benefit of being placed on bond with house arrest.
This is the court's worst nightmare, worst possible scenario that could happen. and that a witness has been killed after the defendant was placed on bond, given benefit of being placed on bond on house arrest.
But unfortunately, it's far too little, far too late. He questioned instead of being locked up without bond. Why White had granted a mere $10,000 bond and a tether to Jonathan Welch against the horrific domestic violence against her sister, Zlaya. It was incomprehensible to them how someone with a history of serious crimes such as sexual assault and torture could be released on such a bond. Additionally, her family has started a fundraising initiative to support the future of her 1-year-old son, who is now without his parents. In closing, Zlaya's case was meant to shed light and raise awareness about domestic violence. It aims to evoke empathy and encourage viewers to take action against such atrocities. Domestic violence is a silent epidemic that affects millions of families worldwide. It is a real issue that can affect anyone, regardless of age or background. We need to speak up, seek help, and protect ourselves and our loved ones from becoming victims. Thank you for joining us in remembering Zlaya Frazier's heartbreaking story. Please like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more intriguing videos. Until we meet again, goodbye.
Around 2:30 this morning, when the victim and suspect ran out of the house, police then tell us the woman ended up around the corner on that main road.
I told my husband, I said, those are gunshots. I said, Stuart, there's a body out there. And my heart, goes out.
Through the course of their negotiations, our suspect in this case has successfully surrendered and has been taken into custody.
A man faced murder charges for fatally shooting his wife. This type of tragic event is sadly not uncommon. Statistics show that 3 out of 4 women globally will experience some form of violence in their lifetime. For many, crimes like rape and domestic violence have become a harsh reality. Domestic violence has plagued women for generations, often resulting in the loss of precious lives. Regrettably, the outcome of our victim's case was no different. Ladies and gentlemen, our today's story revolves around Dinah Taylor, a devoted mother of 5 exceptional children, skillfully managing the daily challenges of school drop-offs, homework, moments of laughter, and tears. This was the life of the unfortunate victim. Dinah Taylor, however, destiny had other plans in store for her. Similar to all of us, Taylor was a product of her surroundings and did her best to live, love, and express herself. Many men would love to have a wife like her, but regrettably, in her case, she settled for a man who turned out to be her greatest nightmare. One fateful day, everything changed for Taylor. In an instant, her life took a drastic turn in a split second. Her entire world crumbled when her fiancé tragically took her life just weeks before their wedding, leaving her children and loved ones devastated. The unimaginable fear, excruciating pain, and overwhelming sense of betrayal that she must have endured in her final moments is beyond comprehension.
I told my husband, I said, those are gunshots. I said, Stuart, there's a body out there. And my heart, goes out. Our young people, it's just so much.
The fact that she was killed by the man she once dreamed of being with could have caused her demise even before her physical death. But what events transpired to lead to such a tragic outcome? Join us as we uncover the complexities of the case, the devastating effects on the family, and the answers to all your questions regarding the unfortunate case. Background: Dinah Taylor, age 39, was born in Atlantic City, New Jersey, but she resided in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, which serves as the county seat of Prince George's County. This locality is a vast urban and suburban area, home to around 850,000 individuals, situated adjacent to Washington, D.C. Despite the difficulties she encountered, Dinah Taylor, a determined and ambitious mother of 5, showed great resilience and determination as she navigated through the bustling city of Washington, D.C., working towards building a nursing career at Prism Career. On her Facebook account, she mentioned that 6 years ago, she spontaneously decided to take the entrance exam for nursing school after waking up from a nap. Without any prior studying or second thoughts, she took the test. Despite being 15 years out of high school, she believed she would fail. However, she passed on her first attempt and began her nursing education on July 5, 2015. Dana considers this decision as one of the best she has ever made, and she is amazed that she has been a nurse for such a long time. However, when Dana crossed paths with Dante Sims, the dark clouds of fate began to gather. Despite his outward appearance as a kind and caring individual, Dante harbored a sinister and malevolent side that would ultimately shatter Dana's dreams. The pair got engaged in May 2021. In August 2021, she publicly acknowledged his presence in her life through her social media account, revealing that the man she had always dreamed of was finally a reality in her life. With only 13 weeks remaining until their wedding on August 27, 2022, she found herself uncertain about where to start, how to commence the preparations, which attire to select, and how to present herself on the big day.
If you're still in the building, come see the DJ. I got your driver's license. I've been trying to keep it undercover all night, man. LaTanya Taylor, I got your driver's license. Come see me. Anybody know her? Come see me.
Additionally, she expressed her admiration for his sweet, kind, gentle, and loving nature. According to Taylor, he was everything she had ever hoped for. As per Taylor, I never imagined that I would be walking down the aisle in a stunning mansion with the most caring, compassionate, devoted, and affectionate man I have ever encountered. When people say dreams do come true, they are not kidding. However, that beautiful dream soon transformed into a horrifying reality. Scene of crime. On September 16, 2021, in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, the tumultuous relationship between Dina and Dante reached its breaking point. What started as a heated argument between them escalated into a horrible act of murder. A gunshot was fired at around 2:20 a.m. following an argument between the couple. Law enforcement quickly responded to the 12,400 block of Cecily Court after receiving a report of a domestic-related shooting. The situation was further exacerbated by the fact that 4 of her children had seen the entire chaos unfold, with both the victim and the suspect fleeing outside after the heated argument, while the children were still present inside the home. The victim's son acted promptly to get help, resulting in family members promptly arriving at the scene and effectively securing the safety of all the children by removing them from the house. On the contrary, upon arrival, officers found the victim outside on the roadway, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds.
We get to her pretty quick with some armored vehicles and the officers on the scene, but it was very apparent immediately that she was deceased.
I told my husband, I said, those are gunshots. I said, Stuart, there's a body out there. And my heart, goes out. Our young people, it's just so much. Still love them. I hate that it came to that. I don't know why it came to that, but they're just nice people.
Medical personnel were unable to reach her immediately due to the dangerous situation, and she was sadly pronounced dead after a while. Law enforcement officers then took action to ensure the safety of the community. The officers, faced with a dangerous and armed suspect.
This morning at approximately 2:20 a.m., our officers responded to the 12,400 block of Cecily Court for the report of a shooting. Once on scene, our officers located an adult female short distance away from that location in the roadway suffering from gunshot wounds. She has since been pronounced dead on the scene. As our officers went to investigate at the original location of incident, they determined that an armed individual was inside of a home.
Proceeded to investigate the residence where the incident occurred. Upon entering the residence, the law enforcement officials encountered Sims, who had barricaded himself inside the residence and opened fire on the officials, eventually resulting in no injuries. What followed was a tense and nerve-wracking 5-hour standoff, as negotiators attempted to establish communication with Diant and convince him to surrender peacefully.
Through the course of their negotiations, our suspect in this case has successfully surrendered and has been taken into custody.
Throughout the ordeal, the community held its breath, hoping for a peaceful resolution to the situation. During the standoff, Diant confessed to shooting Dina and also admitted to firing at the police officers. Finally, after hours of negotiations, Diant surrendered to law enforcement officials. He was taken into custody by the police. After his arrest, the community breathed a collective sigh of relief.
We don't hear stuff like this, and to her that happened is kind of saying, for me, it's kind of not terrifying, but it's just like really sad.
Conviction. Diant Sims has been sentenced to a 50-year imprisonment for the murder of his fiancée. Upon his release, Sims will be subjected to a 5-year probation period, as stated in his plea agreement. Additionally, he will be obligated to participate in a batterer's intervention program and undergo evaluations for drug and alcohol abuse, as well as mental health assessments. Aftermath. After the devastating news spread, the Facebook page became a virtual memorial filled with messages of love and support for the mother of 5. In response to the overwhelming grief and financial burden, her eldest daughter, who lives in Egg Harbor Township, took the initiative to start a GoFundMe campaign to help ease the family's struggles during this difficult time. Conclusion. In closing, Dana Taylor's tragic death highlights the devastating impact of domestic violence, leaving lasting scars on her loved ones. The pain felt by her children and loved ones serves as a reminder of the urgent need for change. So it is imperative that we, as a society, take a collective stand against domestic violence and strive to prevent any other family from enduring the same pain and heartbreak that Taylor's loved ones are currently facing. This requires a multifaceted approach that includes raising awareness, providing support and resources for victims, and holding perpetrators accountable for their actions. Thank you for your support, likes, and engagement. We are grateful to have you as a part of our community, and we look forward to bringing you more captivating content in the future. Until we meet again, stay vigilant of your surroundings and say no to domestic violence.
What's going on?
I do not know where my daughter is.
In a quiet Jacksonville neighborhood, a mother's 911 call shattered the morning calm, sparking a massive police search for a missing 5-year-old girl. What begins as a desperate hunt for a young child unravels into a disturbing tale of secrets and lies. What turned a mother into the prime suspect in her own daughter's disappearance? Let's find out. The disappearance. On the early morning of November 6, 2019, a distressing scene unfolded in Jacksonville, Florida. At approximately 7:00 a.m., Brianna Shanti Williams, a 27-year-old mother and Navy petty officer, dials 911 in a panic. Her voice trembles as she reports that her daughter, 5-year-old Taylor Rose Williams, has vanished from their newly rented home.
What's going on?
I do not know where my daughter is.
Did she run away?
No.
Where was she last seen?
She was here with me.
What was she wearing?
A purple shirt and like pink pajamas. It was like a t-shirt. She was
The pants were pink?
Brianna claims she last saw Taylor when she tucked her into bed the previous night, wearing a purple shirt and pink pajama pants. Despite her outward concern, Brianna's behavior during the call and subsequent interactions strikes the responding officers as peculiar. As police arrive at the scene, they are immediately struck by Brianna's demeanor. She seems unusually preoccupied with her cell phone, scrolling through it even as officers begin their questions about her missing daughter. This odd detachment raises the first red flags for the officers on site. Further increasing their suspicion, they notice multiple firearms openly displayed around the house, along with an empty holster, hinting at a chaotic and potentially unsafe environment for a young child. These initial observations compel the police to scrutinize every corner of the house, searching for any clue that might explain Taylor's sudden disappearance. Early investigation. The search inside the house reveals an environment startlingly devoid of the usual signs of a child's residence. Officers find almost no toys, no drawings, and a conspicuous absence of family photos, elements typically found in a home with a young child. This absence is perplexing and contrasts sharply with Brianna's account of a lively, active child living there. Further examination brings the officers to Taylor's bedroom, where they encounter a troubling clue, a stain on the side of Taylor's bed. Initial hopes rise that this could provide a significant lead, but a field test quickly dispels this. The stain tests negative for human blood. This outcome only adds to the mounting questions about the nature of Taylor's disappearance. The investigation then extends to Brianna's car, which, unlike the sparse interior of the house, contains several items that belong to a child, including a pink unicorn toy and other children's belongings, suggesting Taylor did indeed spend time in the vehicle. However, what strikes the officers next is the unusual condition of the trunk. It is meticulously clean and organized, a stark contrast to the clutter found in the rest of the car and the disarray typical of a vehicle used by a young family. This meticulous cleanliness in the trunk, combined with the presence of cleaning products, raises suspicions further. The police's findings in the house and car paint a confusing and concerning picture. A home that shows minimal signs of a child's presence, and a car that suggests attempts to maintain some facade of normalcy. These contradictions intensify the mystery surrounding Taylor's disappearance and lead investigators to question the veracity of Brianna's initial distress call. Neighborhood and extended search. The investigation into Taylor Rose Williams' disappearance intensified as Jacksonville police expanded their efforts beyond the immediate home environment. Turning their attention to the surrounding neighborhood, officers canvassed house to house, hoping to gather any information that could lead to Taylor. However, the feedback from the neighborhood deepened the mystery. None of the residents reported seeing the 5-year-old girl recently, nor could they recall any notable interactions with her, casting doubt on whether Taylor had been living at the residence in the days or even weeks prior to her reported disappearance. This lack of sightings prompted authorities to issue an Amber Alert, intensifying the urgency of the search. The alert escalated the situation to a city-wide operation, involving not only ground patrols but also K-9 units and helicopters scanning the area. Escalating evidence and arrest. By November 11, 2019, a critical breakthrough emerged from what seemed mundane trash collection from the neighborhood. Officers recovered several items that belonged to Taylor, including clothing and personal belongings, which had been discarded like common refuse. The situation escalated rapidly following this finding. The evidence gathered from Brianna Williams' car, which included children's items and an unusually clean trunk, combined with the items found in the trash, led authorities to suspect foul play. The meticulous condition of the trunk, in particular, was starkly inconsistent with the narrative of a young child's sudden disappearance. The presence of cleaning products also suggested an attempt to remove evidence. Confronted with these unsettling revelations, law enforcement decided to take action. Brianna was arrested under the growing weight of evidence against her. Upon her arrest, Brianna exhibited erratic behavior, which further compounded the concerns about her involvement in her daughter's disappearance.
Open up.
She was charged with child neglect and providing false information to law enforcement, reflecting the severity of the situation and the discrepancies in her accounts of the events leading up to Taylor's disappearance. Brianna's arrest marked a significant turn in the investigation, shifting the narrative from a search and rescue operation to a criminal investigation into the actions of the child's own mother. The community, already distressed by the young girl's mysterious vanishing, now had to grapple with the possibility that the child they were hoping to find might have been harmed by someone she trusted deeply. Trial. The investigations reached its grim conclusion when investigators uncovered her remains in a shallow grave in Alabama, close to where her grandmother resided. They leveraged Brianna Williams' cell phone records to track her movements. This tracking indicated that she made 3 trips to Alabama, with the 3rd trip leading to Demopolis, which is approximately where Taylor's body was ultimately found. This GPS evidence played a crucial role in piecing together Brianna's actions around the time of Taylor's disappearance and death, supporting the case against her by illustrating her attempts to conceal the crime. The tragic discovery was made on November 12, 2019. The confirmation of Taylor's identity came through DNA testing. Upon learning that the search for her daughter had led to the discovery of Taylor's remains, Brianna Williams experienced an overwhelming crisis. Overcome with distress, she attempted to take her own life.
Sure.
No, you're not gonna go. No, you're not.
This event took place shortly after investigators found the shallow grave near Demopolis, Alabama, drastically intensifying the emotional gravity of the case. Brianna was hospitalized following her suicide attempt, a poignant moment that starkly highlighted the profound impact of the investigation's findings. The legal proceedings that followed painted a harrowing picture of neglect and deception. Brianna Shanti Williams, Taylor's mother, initially faced charges of child neglect and lying to law enforcement. In September 2022, Brianna Williams was sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty to second-degree murder. This sentencing concluded a lengthy judicial process, during which Williams' defense argued for leniency based on her military service and psychological issues. Despite these arguments, the severity of the crime led to a life sentence, underscored by the judge's comments on the nature of the neglect and the actions taken by Williams to conceal her daughter's death. The court highlighted Brianna Williams' failure to provide for her daughter, noting the child's malnutrition and the lack of basic care, which likely led to her death. The evidence presented in court included disturbing details of how Taylor was kept out of sight from those who might have intervened, her physical condition deteriorating over time without medical care or adequate nutrition. The prosecution pointed out that Williams had removed Taylor from daycare and isolated her, contributing to a situation where Taylor wasted away unnoticed by others until it was too late. Judge Kevin Blas, presiding over the case, took into account Williams' unstable family background and mental health issues, but emphasized that these factors did not excuse her actions. The judge's decision reflected a determination to ensure that the community was protected from similar acts of negligence and that the punishment acknowledged the gravity of Taylor's suffering. If this story touched you, or if you believe in the importance of community awareness in safeguarding our children, please comment below with your thoughts. Your engagement helps raise awareness and can prevent such tragedies in the future. Don't forget to subscribe for more updates and deep dives into critical cases that impact our communities. Together, we can make a difference.
Under kvällen anträffat en avliden person och vi bedömer att med största sannolikhet så är det den försvunna Lisa Holm.
This story revolves around a small town in Sweden where life is usually calm and everyone feels safe. Then one day, everything changes. Lisa Holm, a young girl whose disappearance not only shocked her community, but also captured the attention of an entire nation. As we uncover the chilling details of this case, we'll see how a single event can alter the course of history and shake the very foundations of a country's sense of security. Background and early life. Lisa Holm was born in Hu, Sweden, a place that epitomized the serene and safe environment typical of small Swedish towns. From a young age, Lisa was recognized for her kindness and drive, traits that defined her character and shaped her aspirations. Her birth on February 7, 1998, marked the beginning of a life full of potential and dreams, particularly her ambition to pursue a career in architecture. Growing up, Lisa seamlessly balanced her academic pursuits with various part-time jobs, showcasing a maturity and independence that were well beyond her years. Her parents supported her endeavors, encouraging her to explore her interests fully. This support was vividly demonstrated when her father bought her a scooter. The scooter was not just a means of transportation. It represented Lisa's growing autonomy and her parents' trust in her ability to navigate the world on her own. In early 2015, Lisa secured her first significant job at a local cafe. situated about 40 minutes drive from her home. This job was a new beginning for her, an opportunity to earn her own money and gain experience in the working world while still attending school. For the initial weeks, her commute was a shared journey with her parents, providing her a sense of security as she adapted to her new role. Eventually, as she grew more confident, she began to make the commute alone. The disappearance, June 7, 2015, started as a day full of promise for Lisa Holm. That Sunday, the 17-year-old drove her scooter alone to the local cafe where she worked. The day unfolded without incident until the evening brought a sudden and mysterious turn of events that would soon escalate into a national crisis. At 6:23 p.m., just as her shift ended, Lisa sent a text message to her father, indicating she was about to leave work and head home. However, only 3 minutes later, at 6:26 p.m., her father received a perplexing call from Lisa's phone. Instead of hearing his daughter's voice, he was met with silence, save for faint background noises that included what sounded like a car door closing. Concerned by the unusual call and the lack of response, her father called out for Lisa repeatedly, but to no avail. The call abruptly ended, leaving only worry and confusion in its wake. As time ticked by, with no sign of Lisa arriving home, her parents' worry turned into fear. By 7:30 p.m., an hour after Lisa was supposed to have arrived, her father, stricken with anxiety, decided to trace her usual route in hopes of finding her. He drove slowly, searching for any sign of Lisa or her scooter, but found nothing. His fear intensified as he reached the cafe and discovered Lisa's scooter parked out front, abandoned yet undisturbed, with the keys still in the ignition and her helmet casually hung on the handle, as if she'd be right back. This scene at the cafe, with Lisa's personal belongings left behind in such a casual manner, painted a disturbing picture. It was clear that Lisa had not left voluntarily or for a casual reason. The untouched scooter in the parking lot screamed foul play, suggesting that Lisa might have encountered someone or something sinister after sending that final text to her father. Massive search and community response. Eventually, by night, the town of Who transformed overnight into the center of a national emergency. As news of her unexplained absence spread, the initial search led by her father quickly escalated into a vast, coordinated effort involving hundreds of community members, local police, and eventually military personnel. The gravity of the situation intensified the following day, on June 8, as personal items belonging to Lisa were discovered along a dirt road near the cafe. This ominous trail of belongings included her motorcycle glove, which was found outside a barn across from her last known location. The scattered nature of these items painted a chilling scenario, suggesting a struggle or forced removal from the area, and immediately redirected the focus of the search towards a possible abduction. Amidst the growing concern, the police utilized every available resource. K-9 units were deployed to trace Lisa's scent, while helicopters scoured the landscape from above. Social media platforms buzzed with updates and calls for additional volunteers, amplifying the urgency of the search and keeping the public engaged and informed. As the operation stretched into the night and into the next day, the discovery of further personal effects, including Lisa's phone case and receipts along the same dirt road, confirmed the grim reality that Lisa had likely been taken against her will. Breakthrough and arrest. The breakthrough in the Lisa Holm case came after relentless days of searching and the growing despair of a community clinging to hope. The critical turning point occurred when several of Lisa's belongings were unexpectedly discovered in a barn not far from where her scooter was found. Among these were a motorcycle glove and Lisa's earrings, items that she had with her on the day she disappeared. This discovery intensified the investigation, as it pointed to the barn being a significant location in understanding what happened to Lisa after she left the cafe. Forensic teams quickly descended on the site, collecting and analyzing every possible piece of evidence. It wasn't long before their efforts bore fruit. DNA samples taken from the scene were analyzed, and the results brought the case into a chilling focus. The DNA matched that of Nerijus Bilavicius, a Lithuanian national who had been working in the area and living nearby the barn. This match linked him directly to the crime scene and elevated him to the primary suspect in Lisa's disappearance and presumed murder. Nerijus Bilavicius was arrested, bringing a mixed wave of relief and horror to the community and Lisa's family. The arrest marked a pivotal moment in the case, shifting it from a desperate search to a quest for justice. Trial and aftermath. The trial of Nerijus Bilavicius commenced just 4 months after the discovery of Lisa Holmes' body.
Under kvällen anträffat en avliden person och vi bedömer att med största sannolikhet så är det den försvunna Lisa Holm.
Lisa's body was found hidden inside an old trailer used as a changing room on the farm.
Trailer or work shed that looked like it had been recently accessed. The long grass leading up to it was flattened or pushed down.
Concealed behind a pile of old clothes and rags inside a locker that was left unlocked. The discovery was a crucial turning point in the investigation, highlighting the tragic end to her disappearance. The trial unfolded in a courtroom filled with a palpable mix of anticipation and somberness. In the lead-up to the trial, the evidence compiled was damning. Forensic experts testified that DNA samples linking Bilavicius to the crime scene were irrefutable. They had found his DNA on the motorcycle glove and Lisa's earrings discovered in the barn. Further, investigators had pieced together a timeline of Lisa's last known hours that pointed squarely at Bilavicius as the perpetrator. Bilavicius's defense argued the possibility of contamination and challenged the reliability of DNA evidence. However, the prosecution presented a compelling narrative, bolstered by the forensic evidence and testimonies from various witnesses, including those who last saw Lisa and others who noted Bilavicius's suspicious behavior around the time of her disappearance. When the verdict was delivered, Bilavicius was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. The sentence brought a complex mix of relief and enduring sorrow to the community and Lisa's family. In the aftermath of the trial, Bilavicius sought a transfer to a Lithuanian prison, which was initially granted, leading to a temporary reduction in his sentence. However, this reduction was later reversed, reinstating his life sentence amidst significant public and legal scrutiny. Tragically, in August 2022, Bilavicius was killed by another inmate, a stark and violent end that echoed the brutality of his own crime. While justice has been served through the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the legal system, the scars left by Lisa's untimely death remain. This story, deeply ingrained in the memory of who and resonating across Sweden, compels us to reflect on our own surroundings and the importance of vigilance and community solidarity. If you found this deep dive into Lisa Holmes' case compelling, please like this video to show your support. Don't forget to subscribe for more investigative stories like this one, and share your thoughts in the comments below. What do you think could be done to enhance safety in small communities? Thank you for watching, and stay safe.
911, where is the emergency?
Not emergency. Actually on the Belmar Bridge, right after heading south in the middle of the bridge, there's a car that's abandoned.
Had a tendency to have self-destructive, suicidal behavior. Over the past few months, she's been telling me, how bad her relationship with her father is, and how she just needs to get out of here.
Imagine your closest friend, someone you've known all your life, turning into your worst nightmare. This is the chilling reality of Sarah Stern, whose life ended in deceit and betrayal by the hands of someone she trusted blindly. Stay with us as we piece together how a real-life horror movie unfolded, leaving the community in shock and a family forever searching for answers. Background and early life. Sarah Stern was born on March 24, 1997, in the small town of Neptune City, New Jersey. She was the only child in a close-knit family. Vibrant and creative from a young age, Sarah's life was filled with activities that expressed her artistic soul. She drew, performed on the school theater stage, and was deeply involved in sports. Her dreams were as colorful as her life, aiming high to one day become an artist or designer. However, in autumn 2013, when Sarah was just 16, tragedy struck. Her mother, who had been battling cancer, passed away. This profound loss plunged Sarah into a deep depression, casting a long shadow over her once bright and promising future. The impact of her mother's death was not just emotional, but also disrupted her path, as she struggled to find her footing again. Despite the darkness, Sarah's resilience began to show through as she slowly rebuilt her life, leaning on her father Michael and their beloved dog, Buddy, for support. Her plans for the future gradually took shape again, with hopes to travel and eventually study at a prestigious university in New York. The disappearance. As Sarah Stern navigated her recovery from grief, December 2016 marked a chilling turn in her life's trajectory. On December 1, just days before her disappearance, then 19-year-old Sarah visited a local bank with her childhood friend, Liam Mikatasny. Surveillance footage captured them together as Sarah withdrew a substantial sum of money, both from her checking account and a safety deposit box she accessed that day. The next day, December 2, Sarah and Liam spent the majority of their time at her house. They skipped their college lectures, opting instead for a casual day of video games and intimate conversations about future aspirations. This seemingly benign day belied the undercurrents of deceit that were unfolding. Their interactions that day, later recounted by Liam to the authorities.
Hey, Liam, you got a second? Can I come in and talk to you real quick?
Yeah, no problem, officer.
Is Sarah here by chance?
No.
When was the last time you talked to her?
I was with her today.
We're trying to find Sarah. What was her mindset last time you talked to her?
I just know she's been trying to get away.
Seemed to paint a picture of normalcy, of two friends simply enjoying each other's company. However, in the early hours of December 3, the situation took a dramatic and mysterious turn. At 2:30 a.m., a taxi driver crossing the Belmore Bridge noticed an abandoned car. It was Sarah's.
911, where is the emergency?
Okay, not emergency. Actually on the Belmore Bridge, right after heading south in the middle of the bridge, there's a car that's abandoned.
The keys were left in the ignition, and the car was eerily empty with no sign of Sarah or any struggle. This discovery triggered an immediate police response. The investigation. The mysterious discovery of Sarah Stern's car abandoned on a cold December morning led investigators straight to the door of her grandmother, Lily Stern. When they learned that Sarah was the primary user of the car due to her grandmother's poor eyesight, the police's immediate concern shifted to Sarah's whereabouts. Upon arriving at her home, everything seemed unsettlingly normal. There were no signs of forced entry, struggle, or distress.
Please! Trying to locate the registered owner. There's nobody in the house so far. 96-year-old woman, car at the top of the bridge. Husband's wife died of cancer a couple years ago.
Sarah's personal belongings, including her passport and phone, were all found intact, hinting that she hadn't planned a getaway. As the investigation deepened, the focus turned to those closest to Sarah, particularly Liam Mikatasny and Preston Taylor, both lifelong friends of Sarah. Their initial statements to the police painted a picture of a troubled young woman who might have fled or even taken her own life.
Had a tendency to have self-destructive, suicidal behavior. Over the past few months, she's been telling me, how bad her relationship with her father is and how she just needs to get out of here.
They described Sarah as being deeply affected by her mother's death years earlier, suggesting that her mental state could have driven her to despair. These accounts led the investigation temporarily towards theories of suicide or voluntary disappearance. However, as days turned into weeks with no sign of Sarah, doubts about Liam and Preston's narratives began to grow within the community and law enforcement. The lack of concrete evidence or a farewell note, combined with the significant amount of money withdrawn days before she vanished, raised suspicions. The investigation's turning point came when further scrutiny of bank security footage and Sarah's financial records contradicted the initial portrayal of her mental state, indicating premeditated actions rather than spontaneous or distressed behavior. This shift in the investigation sparked a revaluation of every detail provided by her friends, prompting a more rigorous examination of their recent interactions and inconsistencies in their stories. Turning point in the case. The turning point in the investigation of Sarah Stern's disappearance arrived about a month after she vanished, when an unexpected clue surfaced from a former classmate, Anthony, who had not been in contact with Sarah. He came forward with a disturbing revelation that he and Liam Mikatasny had once brainstormed ideas for a horror movie script. Shockingly, the plot they discussed mirrored the circumstances of Sarah's disappearance, involving a young woman who was betrayed and murdered by a close friend for her wealth. This eerie similarity raised immediate red flags for the investigators, as it suggested premeditation and possible motive behind Sarah's disappearance. Driven by this new lead, law enforcement devised a strategic sting operation to confirm their growing suspicions about Liam. With Anthony's cooperation, they arranged for him to engage Liam in a conversation about the fictitious movie plot, hoping to elicit a confession. During this carefully monitored encounter, Liam was recorded confessing to the murder of Sarah Stern, detailing how he had planned it to look like she had disappeared of her own accord. He also implicated his friend, Preston Taylor, as an accomplice in the crime, revealing that both had participated in the execution and cover-up of Sarah's murder. Trial and aftermath. Following the pivotal confession extracted during the sting operation, Liam Mikatasny and Preston Taylor were swiftly arrested, marking a significant moment in the case of Sarah Stern. The trial that ensued was fraught with emotional testimonies and crucial evidence that painted a grim picture of betrayal and calculated murder. Preston Taylor, possibly seeking leniency and haunted by the role he played, cooperated fully with the authorities.
Okay. We're saying Liam had her
by the shoulders and hoisted her up onto the railing, and then I pushed her feet over so that she was going over the rest of the way. As she went over, immediately after, her body was up and over the rail. As we were running back to my car, the black Mercury Mystique, we heard a loud metallic bang, and that was all.
He detailed their actions on the night of Sarah's disappearance, explaining how they meticulously planned and executed the crime to make it appear as if Sarah had vanished voluntarily. His testimony provided the prosecution with a comprehensive insight into the depths of the deception and the premeditation that characterized this heinous act. In a courtroom filled with tension and sorrow, the verdicts were handed down. Liam Mikatasny was found guilty of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a decision that underscored the gravity of his betrayal and the cruelty of his actions. Preston Taylor, due to his cooperation with law enforcement and his role as an accessory, received an 18-year sentence, with eligibility for parole after serving 15 years. The unresolved aspect of her physical absence continued to haunt her family and friends, leaving a permanent scar on the collective memory of Neptune City. As the aftermath of the trial settled, the broader implications of the case resonated deeply within the community and beyond. This story, while reaching its legal conclusion, leaves behind lessons and legacies that will linger in the minds of all who remember Sarah Stern. If this story has touched you or sparked your interest in true crime and the mysteries of human nature, please take a moment to like and subscribe for more deep dives into real-life mysteries. Share your thoughts and feelings in the comments below. How do you cope with betrayal? How does Sarah's story affect your view on trust? Your engagement helps us bring more of these stories into the light.
Hello?
And David says that he came home and found Shanti floating in the bathtub.
Why is she not breathing?
So you're gonna put your hand right back.
Where is she?
Watch inside, Brady. In the back.
What? Independence, please make yourself known!
Husbands become killers. Boyfriends turn deadly. Could the person you love be capable of unspeakable acts? When will the violence end? Shanti Cooper-Tronas. The quiet neighborhood of Delaney Park, Orlando, was shaken by
The house was beautiful.
It was 4,000 square feet. It had a pool, a garage apartment.
The tragic murder of Shanti Cooper Tronis in her Delaney Park home in Orlando, Florida on April 24, 2018 was a case that shocked the community. Shanti, a 39-year-old woman, was found dead in the bathtub.
Hello?
And David says that he came home and found Shanti floating in the bathtub.
But the serene scene initially described by her husband, David Tronis, quickly unraveled as a violent and brutal assault. Investigations revealed that Shanti had been savagely beaten, suffering from blunt force trauma to her head and strangulation, which ultimately led to her death. There were no defensive wounds on her body, suggesting she may have been attacked suddenly, and without warning, David Tronis became the prime suspect in the murder of his wife. The couple, who met online and married in 2017, had a tumultuous relationship marked by financial tensions. David had presented himself as wealthy, having inherited $4 or $6 million, but Shanti was the one who paid for most of their expenses, including the extensive renovations to their dream home. This discrepancy in their financial contributions and David's miserly behavior strained their marriage. Prosecutors argued that Shanti's murder was the culmination of ongoing disputes between the couple.
This house became more than just a project to David Tronis. It was his life. He obsessed on it. This house is the center point to the story and ultimately led to Shanti's demise.
Particularly regarding money and David's alleged infidelity. On the day of her murder, David claimed to have found Shanti unconscious in the bathtub, but evidence suggested he had beaten and strangled her, then moved her body to clean up the crime scene before placing her back in the bathtub. David Tronis was charged with first-degree murder and, after a trial, was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. The case highlighted the dangers of domestic violence and the devastating impact it can have on families. Amberly Harris. Moving on, the tragic story of Amberly Harris, a 32-year-old mother who sought a new beginning in Independence, Kentucky, ended in a brutal murder that left the community in shock. On December 15, 2022, Amberly was found dead from a gunshot wound to the head in the apartment she shared with her boyfriend, Tommy Joe Powell, who was 55 years old at the time.
He was always a great guy. I mean, just funny, outgoing, likes to talk, lonely, decent guy.
When you heard he's been arrested,
it threw me for a loop.
Her employer, concerned by her absence, had requested a well-being check.
The reason for my call is we have an employee that has not reported to work in almost a week. Do have reason to be concerned.
Which led to the discovery of her body. Tommy Joe Powell was arrested and charged with her murder.
So you're gonna put your hands right back.
Where is she?
Watch inside, Brady. In the back.
What? Independence Police, make yourself known!
Underlining a grim history of domestic violence. It was revealed that Powell had previously faced charges related to domestic violence assault, indicating a pattern of abusive behavior. The investigation further unveiled a premeditated aspect to the murder. Powell had taken out a $20,000 life insurance policy on Amberly Harris shortly before her death, with himself as the beneficiary, suggesting a calculated motive behind the heinous act, Kenton County prosecutors. In a subsequent court proceeding, Powell pleaded guilty to the murder of Amberly Harris and was sentenced to life in prison by Kenton Circuit Judge Patricia Summy on September 18, 2023. Casey Jones and her children. Our next case is one of unimaginable horror. In August 2019, Marion County, Florida, witnessed a horrific tragedy when Michael Wayne Jones brutally murdered his wife, Casey Jones, and their 4 children, 10-year-old Cameron Bowers, 5-year-old Preston Bowers, 2-year-old Mercalli Jones, and 1-year-old Ayanna Jones. The gruesome details of the murders were revealed through the investigation.
All right, and the whole property was cleaned out, correct? And Joe, did you have a cleaning crew come in and clean up, or?
Michael Jones admitted to killing his stepsons, Cameron and Preston, by manual strangulation and drowning. Casey Jones was beaten to death with a baseball bat by Michael Jones. Michael Wayne Jones was ultimately charged with 4 counts of first-degree premeditated homicide for the deaths in April 2023 of his children, and 1 count for the death of his wife. In a chilling account, he described the murders in detail to the police, revealing a premeditated and ruthless execution of his entire family. Brittany Litz. Next up is the tragedy of Brittany Litz, an 18-year-old from Salisbury, North Carolina. This is a harrowing tale of family betrayal. On July 11, 2005, Brittany was found murdered in her home. The investigation into her death revealed disturbing details that pointed towards her stepfather, Reginald Weeks, as the perpetrator. Brittany, who had recently graduated from North Rowan High School, was strangled with a coat hanger and suffered a fatal stab wound to her neck. The autopsy indicated that there were no defensive wounds on her body and no seminal fluid was detected at the crime scene. However, there was an abrasion on her genitals, which led investigators to believe that the murder might have been the result of a kinky sex act gone wrong. The theory was that Brittany's death was accidental, and the killer, in a panic, staged the crime scene. The investigation revealed that Brittany had a strained relationship with her stepfather, Reginald Weeks. Weeks was described as very controlling, and Brittany reportedly couldn't stand him. In August 2005, Reginald Weeks was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The murder of Brittany Litz and the subsequent trial of Reginald Weeks is a stark reminder of the hidden dangers that can exist within families and the importance of vigilance in detecting and addressing signs of domestic abuse. Delphi murders. The Delphi murders, which occurred in February 2017, involved the tragic deaths of 2 young girls, Liberty German, 14, and Abigail Williams, 13, in Delphi, Indiana. The girls went for a hike over the Monon High Bridge on February 13, 2017, and were reported missing later that day when they failed to show up at a designated meeting point. Their bodies were found the next day, about half a mile from the trail, in a wooded area near the bridge. The investigation revealed that the killer likely moved and staged the victims' bodies and may have even taken a souvenir from the crime scene. The exact cause of death has not been publicly disclosed. In October 2022, Richard Allen, a 50-year-old local man from Delphi, was arrested and charged with the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. His arrest marked the first significant breakthrough in the case after more than 5 years of investigation. However, Allen has pleaded not guilty to the charges, and his trial is expected to begin in May 2024. The murder of Mary Morris. In October 2000, Houston, Texas, was the scene of a perplexing and tragic murder that remains unsolved to this day. Mary Morris, a 39-year-old woman, was found dead in her car, which had been set ablaze in a remote area. Initially, her death was considered a suicide, but further investigation revealed signs of a violent struggle, leading authorities to reclassify the case as a homicide. Despite extensive investigations, both murders remain unsolved, leaving more questions than answers. Were the killings of Mary Morris and Mary Morris connected, or was it a bizarre coincidence? Did the killer or killers mistake one Mary for the other, or were both women targeted for different reasons? The lack of concrete evidence and leads has left these questions unanswered, and the cases of the 2 Mary Morrises continue to haunt the Houston area as 2 of its most mysterious unsolved murders. These are just a few cases reminding us that danger can lurk in the shadows, even within our own homes. The question remains, could the person you love turn on you? Did these cases intrigue you? Hit subscribe for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. In a quiet Mexican town, a young girl's dream of caring for animals was brutally stolen. Her disappearance sparked a desperate search, but the truth uncovered was a horror that no one could have imagined. Marianne's early struggles and dreams. Marianne Helen Valera Valenzuela was born on October 24, 2000, in the heart of Ecatepec de Morelos, state of Mexico. Born prematurely, her first battle was for survival, spending her initial 2 months in a specialized chamber, fighting for every breath. Despite her fragile health and the diagnosis of epilepsy at the tender age of 6, Marianne's spirit remained undeterred. Her passion for life was evident in her dream of becoming a veterinarian. Marianne's life was a mosaic of challenges and triumphs. Her condition required constant vigilance and medication to keep seizures at bay. Yet, she embraced her circumstances with grace, never letting her health define her. She was a beacon of light in her family, adoring her younger brother Bernardo and being a source of joy for her parents. Marianne's keenness extended beyond her home. She was known in her community for her efforts to rescue and care for stray animals. Her academic journey was marked by diligence and creativity. Marianne excelled in school, her artistic talents shining through her drawings. But it was her innocence and purity that made her stand out, a rarity in a world often marred by cynicism. Marianne's gentle nature, however, made her parents wary. They feared her naivety made her vulnerable, a concern that would later prove tragically valid. As Marianne navigated her teenage years, her modesty and shyness became more pronounced. She was content with a close circle of friends, avoiding the typical teenage pursuits of dating and parties. A sinister presence emerged. The year 2015 marked the arrival of a shadow that would cast a long, dark spell over Marianne's life and the community of Ecatepec de Morelos. Juan de Cruz Cano Martinez began his tenure at a local butcher shop. It was here that Marianne first crossed paths with Martinez, and the encounters filled her with an indescribable sense of dread. This fear, though silent and unspoken, was a chilling premonition of the tragedy that was yet to unfold. In mid-2016, Martinez was dismissed from the butcher shop for a theft, yet the reprieve was short-lived. By early summer 2017, Martinez had woven himself back into the fabric of the shop's daily operations, reinstated under circumstances that remain mired in questions. As Marianne went about her daily life, the sinister presence of Martinez loomed ever closer, a predator biding his time, hidden in plain sight. The disappearance. July 27, 2017, was a day like any other for Marianne Valera, a day that began with a simple errand to the local supermarket in Ecatepec de Morelos. However, this routine task took a sinister turn when Marianne vanished without a trace. The last known sighting of the 16-year-old was captured on CCTV footage, which chillingly showed her being followed by Juan de Cruz Cano Martinez, the same man who had previously instilled inexplicable fear in her. The disappearance of Marianne sent shockwaves through her community and family. Her mother, Zira, who had rarely let Marianne go out alone, was consumed by panic when her daughter failed to return home. The search for Marianne was immediate and frantic, with family, friends, and the police combing the streets, desperately seeking any sign of her. Flyers bearing her image were hastily printed and distributed, and her disappearance became the sole focus of her distraught family. As hours turned into days with no sign of Marianne, the community's sense of dread deepened. The area where she vanished, once familiar and safe, now felt ominous and threatening. The absence of any clues or witnesses added to the mystery and fear surrounding her disappearance. Marianne's family was left in agonizing limbo, clinging to hope while grappling with the growing likelihood of a tragic outcome. The disappearance of Marianne Valera was not just a missing persons case. It was a stark reminder of the vulnerability of innocence in a world where darkness can lurk around any corner. As the search continued, the question on everyone's mind was whether Marianne would be found, and if so, in what condition. The community held its breath, waiting for any news that might bring clarity to a situation that seemed to defy explanation. The details of Marianne's suffering were too horrific for words. She had been subjected to unspeakable acts of violence, her innocence cruelly snatched away in a place that should have been safe. The autopsy revealed that she had been raped and brutally stabbed, her abdomen cut open in a gruesome act of violence. The murder weapon, a butcher's knife, lay discarded nearby, silent witness to the atrocity that had occurred. The impact of the discovery on Marianne's family was devastating. Her parents, who had held on to hope during the frantic search, were now confronted with the brutal reality of their daughter's fate. The community, too, was left in shock, struggling to comprehend how such a heinous crime could have happened in their midst. The investigation into Marianne's murder quickly focused on Juan Dayac Cruz Cano Martinez, the man whose presence had instilled fear in Marianne. Martinez had a history of violence and had been rehired at the butcher shop just weeks before the murder. The evidence pointed to him as the perpetrator of this heinous crime. Pursuit of justice. The hunt for Juan Dayac Cruz Cano Martinez was a prolonged and arduous journey that spanned over 2 years. The relentless pursuit by law enforcement crossed state boundaries, with Martinez's image being broadcast across the nation as one of Mexico's most wanted criminals. Despite the extensive search and the substantial reward offered for information leading to his capture, Martinez remained elusive, a testament to his determination to evade justice for the heinous act he had committed. In August 2019, the persistence of the authorities finally paid off when Martinez was apprehended nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Ecatepec de Morelos, where the brutal crime had taken place. His arrest brought a sense of relief to Marianne's family and the community, as the man responsible for such a horrific act was finally in custody. The capture of Martinez was a crucial step in the quest for justice, marking the end of a chapter filled with anguish and uncertainty. The trial of Juan Martinez, which took place in May 2022, was a pivotal moment in the pursuit of justice for Marianne. The courtroom became the stage where the details of the crime were laid bare, and the fate of the perpetrator was decided. Martinez was ultimately sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, a sentence that reflected the gravity of his actions. Additionally, he was ordered to pay 1 million Mexican pesos in compensation to Marianne's family, a gesture that, while symbolic, could never truly compensate for the loss of a beloved daughter and sister. The conclusion of the trial and the sentencing of Martinez brought a measure of closure to Marianne's family and the community that had been shaken by the tragedy. However, the scars left by the loss of Marianne and the brutal nature of her death will never fully heal Marianne's memory, filled with dreams, kindness, and a love for animals, will be cherished forever by those who knew her. Subscribe now and click the notification bell so you never miss an important update on our cases. Together, we can raise our voices against violence and build a safer future.
Air 911. Broken Air 911. Hello?
Oh.
Hi, where are you at?
Broken out, Oklahoma 7411.
What address?
709 Magnolia Court.
Okay. Are you the only one there?
No. My brother's attacking my family.
Youngest serial killers in the world. What makes a child a killer? Is it abuse, mental illness, or something far more sinister? This is the disturbing question we'll explore as we meet the world's youngest serial killers. Amarjit Sada, India. Amarjit Sada's case stands as a chilling reminder of the darkness that can exist within a young mind. Born in 1998 in the impoverished Musahar village of Bihar, India, Sada's childhood was marked by hardship. His family struggled desperately to make ends meet, and the environment he grew up in was likely both chaotic and neglectful. In 2006, Sada allegedly committed his first murder, the victim being his infant cousin. While the exact circumstances remain shrouded in uncertainty, reports suggest he may have been influenced by his troubled environment and lack of proper care. Disturbingly, Sada's violent acts did not stop there. Within a year, he is believed to have killed his own younger sister. It was only in 2007, when Sada allegedly murdered a third child, a neighbor's baby girl, that he was finally apprehended. The discovery of the child's body, hidden and partially buried, shocked the community. Sada's shockingly young age and the brutality of his alleged actions made him a chilling anomaly. Following his arrest, reports of Sada's demeanor offer a glimpse into his potential mental state. He often exhibited a disturbingly carefree attitude and was seen smiling during questioning. Bever Brothers, USA. On a seemingly ordinary July night in 2015, the tranquil suburb of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, was shattered by unimaginable horror. Robert and Michael Bever, aged 18 and 16, orchestrated a brutal attack on their own family, resulting in the deaths of their parents and 3 of their siblings. The sheer savagery of the killings, involving knives, a hatchet, and calculated cruelty, left the community reeling in shock and disbelief. Investigations into the brothers' backgrounds revealed a deeply troubled existence. Reports suggest a history of social isolation, an obsession with violence, and a desire to achieve notoriety through a horrific act. Their writings and online activities hinted at a fascination with mass killings and a desire to emulate infamous murderers. Michael Hernandez, USA. Michael Hernandez appeared to be an ordinary, even bright teenager from Miami, Florida. Yet on February 3, 2004, the 14-year-old shocked his community by committing a horrific act of violence. Hernandez lured his classmate, Yaimi Guff, into a school bathroom and brutally stabbed him to death. Investigations revealed a chilling fascination with serial killers. Hernandez meticulously researched their crimes and kept disturbing journals filled with violent drawings. This, combined with potential untreated mental health issues and a desire for notoriety, his case raised complex questions about the juvenile justice system, the potential for rehabilitation, and society's responsibility to identify and treat mental health issues in troubled youth. Sadly, Hernandez died in prison in 2021 at age 31 from health complications related to obesity.
Developing now at 11, it's a murder that shocked South Florida 17 years ago. And tonight, that killer who was serving a life sentence in prison is dead.
Brenda Spencer, USA. Brenda Spencer's name is forever etched into history due to her chilling act of violence. On January 29, 1979, the 16-year-old opened fire on Grover Cleveland Elementary School in San Diego, California. Her actions resulted in the deaths of the principal and a custodian, while injuring 9 others. Investigations into Spencer's life revealed a deeply troubled childhood. Reports indicate neglect, possible abuse, and a fascination with guns fueled by her father's regrettable Christmas gift of a rifle.
Do you remember the gun?
Mm-hmm. I remember the rifle because I had gotten that a month previous.
As a Christmas present?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was for Christmas.
From your father?
Mm-hmm.
When questioned about her motive, Spencer uttered the infamous and chilling statement, "I don't like Mondays." Edmund Kemper, USA. Edmund Kemper, also known as the co-ed killer, exhibited disturbing signs of violence from a young age. Born in 1948 in Burbank, California, his troubled childhood was marked by a volatile relationship with his domineering mother. At just 15 years old, he committed the unthinkable, murdering both of his grandparents in cold blood. He shot his grandmother, then fatally attacked his grandfather upon his return home. Kemper later claimed these acts stemmed from a desire to understand what it felt like to kill and assert power. Laid the groundwork for the monstrous killer he would become. James Fairweather, UK. James Fairweather, the Colchester killer, stands out as a chilling example of the capacity for extreme violence within adolescence. In 2014, at just 15 years old, he brutally murdered 2 innocent people, James Atfield and Nahid Almanea, in Colchester, Essex. Fairweather's dark fascination with violence was evident long before his crimes. He harbored disturbing fantasies and idolized the infamous serial killer Peter Sutcliffe, also known as the Yorkshire Ripper. His trial in 2015 revealed a cold and unremorseful individual. Fairweather was sentenced to 27 years in prison, serving as a horrifying reminder of the destructive potential harbored within a troubled young mind. Alyssa Bustamante, USA. In 2009, Alyssa Bustamante shocked the nation with the brutal murder of her 9-year-old neighbor, Elizabeth Olton. Living in St. Martins, Missouri, 15-year-old Bustamante lured Elizabeth into the woods, strangled her, and then slit her throat. Her crime was characterized by its cruelty and premeditation. Investigations revealed a deeply troubled history marked by abuse, depression, and self-harm. Bustamante's chilling journal entries documented her dark thoughts and growing fascination with violence. In 2012, she pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. Eric Smith, USA. Eric Smith's name remains notorious for the 1993 murder of 4-year-old Derek Roby in Steuben County, New York. Smith, only 13 at the time, lured Derek into the woods, brutally assaulting and killing him. Smith's case spurred discussions about the roots of extreme violence in youth, raising complex questions about culpability, appropriate punishment, and society's responsibility to identify and treat at-risk children. T.J. Lane, USA. T.J. Lane's name is synonymous with one of the most chilling school shootings in U.S. history. On February 27, 2012, the 17-year-old entered Chardon High School in Ohio and opened fire, killing 3 students and injuring 3 others. During his trial, Lane displayed chilling defiance, wearing a T-shirt with the word "killer" scrawled on it and smirking at the victims' families. His case highlights the urgent need for mental health support and violence prevention measures within schools and communities. Nathaniel Brazil, USA. Nathaniel Brazil's name became tragically infamous in 2000 when, at just 13 years old, he fatally shot his middle school teacher, Barry Grunow, in Lake Worth, Florida. Prior to the shooting, reports indicate that Brazil had been sent home from school for disruptive behavior. His return and subsequent actions sent shockwaves through the nation. This act of senseless violence sparked debates about gun control, school safety. Brazil was tried as an adult and found guilty of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 28 years in prison with the possibility of earlier parole. These chilling cases of the world's youngest serial killers leave us with profound and disturbing questions. What drives a child to commit such unthinkable acts? Is it the result of abuse, severe mental illness, or something even more sinister lurking within the human psyche? While there are no easy answers, these stories serve as a stark reminder of the darkness that can exist even within the youngest among us. Their crimes underscore the urgent need to understand the roots of violence, provide early mental health interventions, and create a world where troubled children receive the support they desperately need before it's too late. And with that chilling thought, we end our exploration. If these stories have impacted you, please like and subscribe. Let us know in the comments if you'd like us to delve deeper into the minds of other notorious killers. In the year 2024, significant changes have taken place worldwide. Despite advancements in technology and society, the presence of serial killers continues to be a disturbing reality. These ruthless murderers have not only captivated the public's attention for decades, but have also instilled fear and terror within communities through their atrocious acts. Ladies and gentlemen, today's video will focus on renowned serial killers who are now facing the consequences of their past crimes and are currently incarcerated in prisons. As of 2024, we will provide a comprehensive overview of their crimes, the sentences they have received, and the details of the prisons where they are currently serving their sentences. The details are as follows. Sec 1. Edmund Kemper. Edmund Emil Big Ed Kemper is a notorious American murderer. Born on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California, Kemper had a troubled upbringing due to his parents' divorce, his mother's verbal abuse, and his father's abandonment. These factors greatly influenced his emotional and psychological trauma, leading to his criminal behavior. Kemper's resentment towards his mother resulted in her brutal murder. He bludgeoned her to death while she slept. At 15, he also killed his grandparents. After being released from a mental institution, Kemper went on to murder and dismember 6 female hitchhikers in the Santa Cruz area, all resembling his mother. Subsequently, Kemper was convicted by a jury on November 8, 1973, and received 8 separate sentences of 7 years to life imprisonment. Presently, the 75-year-old offender is incarcerated at the California Medical Facility in Vacaville. 2. Dennis Rader. In the 1970s, Wichita, Kansas was terrorized by the BTK killer, who evaded capture for 31 years after leaving no evidence at the scenes of his savage killings. A string of brutal murders began in 1974, with the murder of the Otero family, marked by the killer's signature calling card, the letters BTK representing bind, torture, and kill. Over the next 17 years, the BTK killer claimed the lives of 10 innocent victims. The police were baffled by the bodies piling up with no leads, suspects, or motives. In 2004, the BTK killer resurfaced after 13 years, sending a floppy disk to a TV station. The metadata led authorities to Dennis Rader, a seemingly normal family man with a dark secret. Rader confessed to his twisted motivations, admitting to feeling a sexual throb when killing his victims and indulging in disturbing fantasies like cross-dressing, earning him the nickname the Cross-Dressing Killer. He was arrested on Feb 25, 2005, and sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms. Now 79, he remains in El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas. 3. David Berkowitz. During the 1970s, New York City faced a surge in crime and fear as a result of the infamous criminal, David Berkowitz, also known as the Son of Sam. Berkowitz specifically targeted young couples in parked cars, shooting them with a .44 caliber gun before vanishing into the darkness. His attacks heightened panic and disorder in the city, leaving behind letters and messages at the scenes of his crimes. Authorities were able to trace a parking ticket back to Berkowitz, a 24-year-old postal worker from Yonkers, which ultimately led to his arrest. Throughout the trial, he claimed to be under the influence of a demon named Sam, but was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. Berkowitz eventually admitted to committing 6 murders and was sentenced to 6 consecutive life terms. At present, he is 70 years old and remains incarcerated at Shawangunk Correctional Facility. 4. Kristen Gilbert. Former nurse, Kristen Gilbert's promising career at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Massachusetts turned into a nightmare for her patients and their families. Between 1995 and 1996, 7 patients died under mysterious circumstances, leading to Gilbert's arrest in 1998. She was charged with the murder of 4 patients and the attempted murder of 3 others by deliberately administering a potent cardiac stimulant. Gilbert's history of mental illness, specifically Munchausen syndrome, shed light on her desperate need for attention. She was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. She was transferred from a prison for women in Framingham, Massachusetts, to FMC Carswell in Fort Worth, Texas, and has turned 56 years old. 5. Charles Cullen. Charles Cullen, born in 1960 in West Orange, NJ, grew up in a working-class Catholic family. He found solace in books rather than typical childhood activities. Despite a difficult upbringing, he excelled academically and displayed dedication to his studies. In 1987, he enrolled in the Mountainside Hospital School of Nursing. After graduation, he began his nursing career at Somerset Medical Center, where he committed his first murder by administering lethal doses of medication to patients. Suspicion arose when a colleague noticed a high number of fatalities under Charles' care. Charles Cullen is currently 64 years old and is serving 11 consecutive life sentences at New Jersey State Prison. 6. Gary Ridgway. During the 1980s and 1990s, the Green River Killer terrorized Washington state with a series of brutal killings. Gary Ridgway, born in 1949, had a troubled upbringing and a history of violence. He targeted vulnerable women and sex workers, strangling them and disposing of their bodies in wooded areas. He was sentenced to 48 consecutive life terms without parole, along with additional sentences. Ridgway, now 75, is serving his sentence in a high-security federal prison in Colorado. 7. Rosemary West. Rosemary Pauline West, born in 1953, is an English serial killer who, with her husband Fred West, tortured and murdered at least 9 young women from 1973 to 1987. She also killed her stepdaughter Charmaine in 1971. However, Fred West died by suicide in prison that same year. Currently at 70 years old, Rosemary West is serving her sentence at HM Prison New Hall in West Yorkshire. 8. Joseph James DeAngelo. Joseph James DeAngelo Jr., born on November 8, 1945 in Bath, New York, is an American criminal known for being a serial killer, rapist, burglar, peeping Tom, former police officer, and former mechanic. Between 1974 and 1986, he committed at least 13 murders, 51 rapes, and 120 burglaries across California. He has been married to Sharon Huddle since November 10, 1973, and they have 3 children. He was arrested on April 24, 2018, in Citrus Heights, California, and pleaded guilty on June 29, 2020, to avoid the death penalty. He has turned 78 years old and is currently serving multiple life sentences in California State Prison, Corcoran. 9. Wayne Williams. In 1979, Atlanta was gripped by fear and horror as multiple children were mysteriously killed, leaving the city in shock. Wayne Williams, known as the Atlanta child murderer, left the community desperate for answers. The Atlanta Police Department's investigation led to Williams's capture and conviction. Williams was initially suspected in the Atlanta murders on May 22, 1981, when a loud splash was heard by a police surveillance team near the James Jackson Parkway Bridge. Williams was later linked to the death of Nathaniel Cater, whose body was found in the river as he was last seen with the victim. After failed polygraph tests and evidence linking him to the crimes, Williams was convicted of the murders of Cater and Jimmy Ray Payne. He is currently 65 years old and is serving a life sentence at Telfair State Prison and is eligible for parole in November 2027. 10. Russell Williams. The story of Russell Williams is one of the most shocking and disturbing cases in Canadian history. Russell Williams was a former colonel in the Canadian Air Force, esteemed by many as a highly decorated and accomplished military officer. In 2010, Williams was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of sexual assault, and dozens of counts of burglary. He also admitted to breaking into over 82 homes and stealing women's lingerie, which later escalated to sexual assaults, rapes, and murders. On October 21, 2010, he pleaded guilty to 88 charges and was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years. He is currently 61 years old and is now in Kingston Penitentiary. In closing, serial killers may be monsters, but they also teach us valuable lessons about human nature. They remind us to always be aware of our surroundings and to trust our instincts. So, the next time you walk down the street, remember, you never know who may be lurking in the shadows. Thank you for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe for more intriguing criminal. Until we meet again, stay cautious of your surroundings.
Hamilton Fire Emergency.
Yes, we need everything, please.
Okay, what's the address?
I'm at 7 Greening Court. There must be somebody firebombed. Yes, somebody firebombed my neighbor's house.
Is it on fire?
Yes, there's smoke. The whole street is smoke. My neighbor's bleeding. He's covered in burn.
They seemed like the perfect couple, enjoying a peaceful retirement. Then a devastating fire turned their world to ashes. Was it an accident or a meticulously planned act of murder? Carla and Alan Rutherford were the kind of couple that made retirement look easy. Carla, 64, had a successful career in the bustling healthcare field, and Al, 63, brought his background in fitness and athletics to their active lifestyle. They settled into a comfortable life in Dundas, Ontario. Their days were filled with travel, visits from their children and grandchildren, and evenings spent sailing on Lake Ontario. Neighbors knew them as friendly and generous, always ready with a wave or a helping hand. Fire outbreak. The Rutherfords were sleeping in the early hours of July 9, 2018, when a fire ripped through the home. The fire was a monster. It ate up Alan and Carla's house, spitting out flames so bright they lit up the whole neighborhood. Firefighters, brave and strong, arrived and fought back. Their hoses blasted water like a battle cry against the blaze. But the fire was powerful, too powerful. Inside, everything turned black with smoke. Carla was choking and scared. She tried to escape, but the flames had cut off the way downstairs. Alan, outside, yelled Carla's name till he was hoarse, desperately searching for her. He had to save himself. With a big crash, he smashed through a window, hurting his ankle when he fell outside. Safe. For a moment, Alan stared in horror at his burning house. He hoped, he prayed, for Carla to appear. But the fire wouldn't let her go. The firefighters did their best. They really did. In the end, all that was left was a sad, burnt ruin. Where the house once stood, now there was only silence and ashes. Alan had survived, but the fire had stolen Carla forever. Could this seemingly devoted couple have an enemy capable of such a monstrous act? Last words. Alan Rutherford, barely clinging to life in the aftermath of the devastating house fire that claimed his wife, had uttered a shocking accusation before slipping away. His final words placed the blame squarely on his stepson, Richard Taylor. Rich did this, he claimed. This revelation sent shockwaves through the investigation. Richard, Carla's son from a previous marriage, had initially been seen as a grieving family member, but Alan's dying words cast a dark shadow over him. Investigators had to delve into the seemingly normal family, dissecting relationships, motives, and any hidden secrets that could have sparked such a horrific crime. With a family member suddenly the prime suspect, the whole focus shifted. If there could be dark motives hidden beneath a mask of familial love. Taylor, aged 42 years, appeared to be an ordinary man, an elementary school teacher in Hamilton, Ontario. He led a quiet life. He was a husband and a father, surrounded by the cheerful chaos that comes with young children. To his neighbors, colleagues, and even some within his extended family, the accusations seemed impossible. This was a man whose days were filled with lesson plans and laughter, not malice and unthinkable crimes. Yet, the specter of Alan's final words hung heavy. How could a man seemingly dedicated to nurturing young minds be capable of such darkness? The contrast between Rich's ordinary facade and the horrifying allegations painted a deeply unsettling portrait. Investigation. Investigators dug relentlessly into the case, determined to uncover the truth behind the Rutherford fire. A breakthrough came with the review of security footage from the neighborhood. The blurry images, time-stamped around 3:30 a.m. on the night of the fire, revealed a lone figure moving suspiciously near the Rutherfords' house. As the investigation progressed, forensic experts descended on the charred remains of the home. They meticulously combed through the ashes, uncovering chilling evidence. Traces of accelerant, a substance used to intensify fires, were detected at the base of Carla and Alan's bed. Even more damning, investigators discovered a partially burnt book of matches, a type rarely used by the Rutherfords, hidden amongst the debris. With hard evidence emerging and a shadowy figure caught on camera, the net was tightening around the suspect. Could Richard Taylor escape the weight of these incriminating clues?
Explain to you why you're here?
Yeah, he said that when Alan went to the neighbors, he said Rick or something like that, so
yeah.
Yes.
A surveillance team's patience paid off. Discreetly tailing Richard Taylor, they waited for the moment that would unravel his carefully constructed alibi. Rich claimed a debilitating knee injury made swift travel impossible on the night of the fire, yet investigators had him on camera. He was striding confidently along a ditch with no sign of pain or a cane. The footage was damning. The picture investigators pieced together painted Richard Taylor as a man drowning in desperation. He was a man with a taste for the finer things, trapped in a suffocating web of debt. His credit cards were maxed out, loans were unpaid, and basic utilities were constantly under threat of disconnection. He owed over $285,000 CAD, a staggering sum for anyone, let alone a school teacher. Yet, Richard's spending habits told a different story. Daily Tim Hortons runs for snacks and coffee were a routine indulgence. He treated himself and his children to constant new outfits, piles of clothes still bearing store tags found stacked in his home. This reckless spending painted a picture of a man spiraling out of control, willing to keep up appearances at any cost. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of Richard's deception was the calculated coldness of it all. He meticulously faked bank documents to hide his financial ruin from his family, creating an illusion of stability when the walls were truly closing in. Arrest. After months of careful investigation, the day of reckoning arrived. On January 23, 2019, police moved in and arrested Richard Taylor.
The investigative team is announcing that Richard Taylor, 42 years old, of Oakville, has been arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his mother, Carla Rutherford, and his stepfather, Alan Rutherford.
He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his mother, Carla, and stepfather, Alan. The months of surveillance, the forensic evidence, and the unraveling of Richard's meticulously crafted lies had finally caught up with him.
Richard? Yes. Troy Ashbaugh. Sorry to meet you under these circumstances. A couple of things I want to make sure you understand. Everything in here is going to be audio and video recorded.
The arrest sent shockwaves through the community. This was no longer a theoretical investigation. The courtroom became a battleground of truth and deception. Prosecutors painted a chilling portrait of Richard Taylor, a man driven by overwhelming financial desperation. They argued that the murder of his own mother and stepfather was a calculated act designed to cover his tracks and gain a substantial inheritance. Central to the prosecution's case was the testimony of Evangelia Taylor, Richard's wife. Aftermath. After a tense trial, the jury returned with their decision. Richard Taylor was found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder. The weight of the evidence had proven too great. His web of lies had finally collapsed. Justice, however delayed, had been served for Carla and Alan. In his sentencing, the judge spoke with chilling clarity, labeling Richard Taylor a monster. He expressed disbelief that a man with Richard's background, his family's love, could descend to such a horrific act. Richard was sentenced to life imprisonment with no chance of parole for 25 years. The case, however, is not fully closed. Richard Taylor filed an appeal, partially challenging the admissibility of Alan's dying words. The process of an appeal can take years to resolve, leaving a lingering echo of the case over the community. It's worth noting that Richard Taylor's trial began in October 2021, and the guilty verdict was delivered in February 2022. Conclusion. The story of Carla and Alan's murder is a stark reminder that appearances can be deceiving, and even those seemingly closest to us can be driven by unspeakable motives. If this case intrigued you, be sure to like and subscribe for more true crime content. Until next time. North Carolina is a state of rolling hills and southern charm. But in 2019, a dark storm unleashed within the peaceful town of Deep Gap. A 17-year-old boy, Tristan Borlase, stood accused of an unthinkable crime, murdering his own parents. The motive? Hidden beneath the facade of faith and family. Now, years later, court has ruled its decision. Has justice been served? A family rooted in faith. The Borlase family lived in the heart of Deep Gap, North Carolina, a community where faith and tradition ran deep. Jeffrey Borlaz, born on April 16, 1975, was the son of a pastor in the Church of the Spiritual Bible Brotherhood, a conservative Christian movement emphasizing strict biblical interpretation. His life intertwined with Tanya, a young woman raised with similar principles, and their shared beliefs became the foundation for their marriage. They embraced a life of service, their home echoing with laughter as they welcomed 4 biological children, Taylor, their eldest, followed by 3 more siblings. In a remarkable act of generosity and love, Jeffrey and Tanya chose to further expand their family, adopting 4 children from an orphanage. Their unwavering commitment to Christian values and acts of charity defined the Borlaz household, making them pillars of their small-town community. Tanya and Jeffrey were deeply devoted to raising their children within their faith. Bible study was mandatory, entertainment was limited, and a focus on humility and good works lay at the core of their upbringing. Tristan's struggle and isolation. Tristan's early life was marked by a close bond with his older sister Taylor. This companionship provided him with a sense of comfort and stability. However, in 2015, when Taylor left for university at the age of 18, a significant void emerged in Tristan's life. He coped with the loss of his confidant and closest friend by withdrawing into himself. This emotional vulnerability coincided with a disruptive move to a new house in Deep Gap in December 2017. Thrust into an unfamiliar environment at the age of 16 or 17, Tristan struggled to adjust socially and academically. Furthermore, in 2018, Tristan was suspended from school for possessing a knife and vape pen. This highlights a pattern of impulsive behavior and poor judgment, which could be attributed to his underlying mental health issues. Tristan received counseling in 2018, though the duration and effectiveness of the treatment remain unspecified. In 2019, Tristan's academic performance declined, and he lost interest in his studies. This could be indicative of deeper issues he was grappling with internally. In fact, he attempted suicide in the year leading up to the murders. These mental health struggles, coupled with the pressure of adapting to a new school and the absence of his sister's support, likely intensified Tristan's feelings of isolation and despair. Tristan's internal conflicts further manifested in frequent arguments with his parents, particularly his mother, regarding religious beliefs and his use of technology. These clashes added to the growing tension within the family dynamic, exacerbating Tristan's sense of isolation and alienation. The fateful day. On the 10th of April 2019, a heated argument erupted between 17-year-old Tristan and his mother, Tanya, after she confiscated his phone and discovered disturbing messages referencing illegal substances and intimate topics. Fueling the conflict was Tristan's growing disillusionment with the family's strict religious convictions and his forbidden relationship with a girl from the community, Evelyn. That afternoon, the tension escalated when Tristan's English teacher contacted Tanya, expressing concern about his failing grades and increasingly disruptive behavior. The parents resolved to pick Tristan up from school early to confront these issues. At approximately 4 p.m., Tanya texted her mother, mentioning plans to address Tristan's problems before retrieving her youngest child from childcare. Around 5:30 p.m., neighbors reported hearing chilling screams from the Borlaz property. These desperate cries, tragically, went unanswered. As dusk settled, the unthinkable unfolded. Driven by motives that remain unclear, Tristan violently murdered both of his parents, Jeffrey and Tanya, and attempted to conceal the gruesome act. That evening, around 8:30 p.m., he picked up his younger brother and continued as though nothing had happened. However, the illusion couldn't last. His siblings soon discovered traces of blood. Their older sister, Alexis, immediately contacted emergency services, initiating an investigation that would forever change the course of their lives. The aftermath and investigation. The peaceful community of Deep Gap was rocked by a shocking discovery on that day. Police arrived at the Borlas residence to find a gruesome scene that shattered the tranquility of the neighborhood. A trail of blood led from the house to a nearby shed, where the lifeless bodies of 44-year-old Jeffrey Borlas and his 43-year-old wife, Tanya Borlas, were found. Both had suffered multiple stab wounds and a violent end that seemed unfathomable to those who knew the couple for their devout faith and kindness. As the investigation unfolded, the horror deepened. Detectives pieced together a chilling narrative through interviews with neighbors and the couple's children. Crucial surveillance footage from the Borlas home revealed the grim truth. Their 17-year-old son, Tristan Borlas, was the sole perpetrator of the crime. The video showed Tristan's calculated efforts to clean up the crime scene, washing away blood and attempting to remove any trace of his heinous act, suggesting a disturbing lack of remorse. In a desperate attempt to evade capture, Tristan and his girlfriend, Evelyn, fled the state. However, their freedom was short-lived. Law enforcement swiftly tracked them down in Tennessee, bringing their brief flight from justice to an abrupt end. The evidence against Tristan was overwhelming, from the DNA matching his parents' blood to the incriminating surveillance footage and the testimony from his siblings. Trial and sentencing. Tristan's trial commenced on February 16, 2022, captivating the nation as it delved into the complexities of a troubled young man and the shattering of a seemingly idyllic family. A court-ordered mental health evaluation revealed Tristan's history of anxiety, depression, and possible psychotic symptoms. Despite these struggles, experts concluded that he understood the gravity of his actions. His defense team argued that a combination of mental instability, the pressure of his family's strict religious beliefs, and the suffocating dynamics within the home had pushed him to a breaking point. They aimed to paint a picture of a teenager overwhelmed by internal conflict, desperately seeking a way out. However, the prosecution presented a compelling counter-narrative. They meticulously detailed the calculated nature of the murders and Tristan's attempts to cover his tracks. His chilling demeanor on the surveillance footage, coupled with his flight from the state, cast doubt on the defense's portrayal of a mentally unhinged individual acting in a blind fit of rage. After a lengthy and emotionally charged trial, the jury rendered its verdict on March 3, 2022. Tristan Borlas was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The North Carolina Court of Appeals later upheld this sentence in January of 2024. Although justice was served in the eyes of the law, the Borlas case continues to haunt those intimately involved in the community. Impact. The true motives behind Tristan Borlas's actions remain elusive, a dark knot forever tangled in the broken fragments of his mind. The influence of his strict religious upbringing cannot be ignored. Did the weight of rigid expectations and his internal conflict with his family's faith contribute to an unbearable pressure that ultimately shattered his fragile psyche? These questions may never be fully answered. The Borlas case serves as a chilling reminder of the devastating impact of untreated mental illness and the complexities of family dynamics. The tragedy shattered the peace of the Deep Gap community, forcing them to confront the uncomfortable truth that darkness can reside within the most seemingly religious families. While justice may have been served with Tristan's life sentence, the lingering questions surrounding mental health, responsibility, and the potential for rehabilitation will continue to spark discussions for years to come. Conclusion: this case leaves us with many questions and few answers. Share your thoughts and join the conversation in the comments below. For more true crimey stories that challenge our perceptions, subscribe to our channel. Together, we can explore the darkest corners of human behavior and seek understanding.
Corona 911, what's the address of your emergency?
We heard gunshots. I'm at Costco on McKinley. There was gunshots. 2 people were down. There were shots fired.
This said he thought I saw a black handgun. As I came over here, and the deceased right there, we couldn't find the black handgun.
On a typical Friday night, a routine trip to Costco turned into a tragic event that shocked the community and raised questions about justice and self-defense. This is the story of Kenneth French, whose life ended in an unexpected encounter with an off-duty police officer.
And everybody started running out the store. I was grabbing my wife and the daughter and putting them in front of me and trying to get them out the store.
The French family, Kenneth, a 32-year-old man, was known for his gentle and loving nature. Despite his struggles with schizophrenia and being largely nonverbal, Kenneth was a cherished member of his close-knit family. His cousin described him as a gentle giant, highlighting his nonviolent and non-aggressive demeanor. Kenneth's life was deeply intertwined with his parents, Russell and Paula French, with whom he shared many happy moments, including attending baseball games and celebrating anniversaries together. The shooting. On the evening of June 14, 2019, the French family's visit to a Costco in Corona, California, took a catastrophic turn. Around 7:45 p.m., the family approached a sample table offering sausages, where off-duty LAPD officer Salvador Sanchez was also present. The nature of the interaction remains a point of contention. In the moments that followed, the situation escalated rapidly. Officer Sanchez claimed to have seen a gun and believed he had been shot.
And I see a blast and I feel my head just get knocked down enough for me to fall. I see a blast and I feel my head get knocked out and I fall to the ground and I drop my son.
Acting on this belief, he drew his handgun and fired 10 shots in quick succession. 4 of these shots struck Kenneth French, leading to his tragic death. Pa French was hit in the back by 1 bullet, which exited her stomach and left her in a coma. Russell French sustained a gunshot wound to his stomach, which grazed his pancreas and hit a vein. Both parents required multiple surgeries to address their injuries. The shooting also resulted in 4 stray bullets lodging in store displays, adding to the chaos of the scene.
This Teddy thought I saw a black handgun. As I came over here, and the deceased right there, we couldn't find the black handgun.
The rapid gunfire and the sight of wounded individuals sparked panic among the other shoppers, leading to a mass exodus from the store and numerous 911 calls reporting an active shooter.
Corona 911, what's the address of your emergency?
We heard gunshots.
I'm at Costco on McKinley. There was gunshots. 2 people were down. There were shots fired.
The first responding officer arrived at the scene within a minute of the shots being fired, finding Officer Sanchez uninjured and 3 people wounded. The initial belief was that an argument had escalated into a gunfight, but no firearm was found near the French family, casting doubt on Sanchez's claim of seeing a gun.
Are you injured?
No, I guess not. I thought I got shot in the back of my head.
The events of that night left the community in shock.
I heard yelling and all of a sudden just pop, and then pop, 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 pop.
And raised serious questions about the use of deadly force, the responsibilities of off-duty officers, and the challenges faced by individuals with mental health conditions in public spaces.
Received a call of shots fired here in the Costco, located at 479 McKinley. Officers arrived anticipating an active shooter situation. They went inside and counted 4 subjects down. There's 1 deceased male who has yet to been identified. There was 2 other adults with apparent gunshot wounds that have been transported to local area hospitals, and there was a shooter detained inside, and he has been transported to a local hospital.
As the investigation unfolded, the quest for justice and accountability continued, with the French family seeking answers and Officer Sanchez facing legal scrutiny for his actions. Search for answers. In the search for answers following the tragic shooting at a Corona Costco on June 14, 2019, investigators faced considerable challenges. The central issue revolved around the lack of clear evidence regarding the presence of a gun. Officer Salvador Sanchez claimed to have seen a gun and believed he had been shot.
Are you injured?
No, I guess not. I thought I got shot in the back of my head. And I see a blast and I feel my head just get knocked down enough for me to fall.
Yet no firearm was found near the French family. This discrepancy raised doubts about the initial belief that a gunfight had occurred. The investigation process was further complicated by the need to piece together the events leading up to the shooting. Eyewitness accounts varied, with some describing Kenneth French's actions as a push or shove, due to which the officer fell, while others characterized it as a punch.
He had a heart attack. His fall was pretty hard. I can hear it.
Okay.
Like from his scalp that he fell on the ground, the hard floor.
Yeah, the concrete. You think he hit his head on the floor?
Yeah.
The guy just jumped on the floor, got his gun out, and stomped on it.
The surveillance footage from the store did not provide conclusive evidence of the altercation between Kenneth French and Officer Sanchez. Adding to the complexity, the shooting resulted in a mass panic inside the store, with shoppers stampeding for the doors. Some people reported difficulty in getting the exit doors to open during the shooting. This chaos likely added to the confusion and made it more challenging for law enforcement to gather accurate witness statements. Corona and Riverside County authorities continued their investigation. The Los Angeles Police Commissioner indicated that the officer involved in the shooting had been assigned to his home, pending the outcome of the investigation. The verdict. The legal journey following the Costco shooting has been marked by several key milestones. In September 2019, the Riverside County Grand Jury was convened to evaluate the evidence surrounding Officer Salvador Sanchez's actions.
After considering all the evidence, the grand jury decided that no criminal charges should be filed in this case.
Despite the complexities of the case, the grand jury ultimately declined to indict Sanchez. This decision was met with public dissatisfaction and raised concerns about the accountability of law enforcement officers in situations involving deadly force. In response to the grand jury's decision, the French family, represented by attorney Dale Gallipo, took legal action against the city of Los Angeles. In August 2021, the California Attorney General took a decisive step by filing criminal charges against Salvador Sanchez.
Sanchez was holding his young child at the time of this assault. Sanchez fired his firearm, striking Kenneth and both of Kenneth's parents.
He faced one count of voluntary manslaughter and assault charges with a deadly weapon. These charges marked a significant development in the pursuit of criminal accountability and set the stage for a trial that would scrutinize Sanchez's actions and decision-making on the night of the shooting. The mistrial. The trial had delved deeply into the critical issues at the heart of the incident, such as whether Sanchez reasonably perceived an imminent threat and the impact of his alleged head injury on his decision to use deadly force. As the legal proceedings extended into January 2024, the hope for a clear resolution continued to wane. On January 18, 2024, after further deliberations, the jury remained deadlocked, leading the judge to officially declare a mistrial.
Attack from behind. Dave's trying to figure out what's going on, thinking he was shot, but knowing he's still in danger from the same person who's standing right there, fists clenched, arms bent, angry, aggressive. He's looking to preserve human life by basically defending himself and his son, especially the little boy. That's reasonable. He's not guilty. That's the law.
This outcome left the door open for potential retrial, prolonging the legal battle and the search for closure by all parties involved. In the aftermath of the mistrial, a crucial decision loomed on the horizon. A hearing was scheduled for February 13, 2024, by the California Attorney General's office, was set to determine whether to retry Salvador Sanchez. As the community, the legal system, and the involved parties await the decision on whether to retry Sanchez, the events of June 14, 2019, at the Corona Costco remain a focal point for debates on law enforcement, accountability, and the pursuit of justice in the face of tragedy. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you believe justice has been served, or are there still unanswered questions that need addressing? Share your views in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more updates on this story and other true crime documentaries.
I believe that they have blood in their hands. Okay? Because the main reason why it happened, because they put the criminal in our neighborhood.
The family presented to the inquiry. The family have held themselves with so much mana over this whole period.
On May 24, 2014, Blessy Godinko, a 56-year-old beloved mother and respected member of the Auckland, New Zealand community, disappeared. This wasn't just any night. It was a moment that changed everything for her family and sparked a nationwide outcry. Background: Blessy Godinko's life was a tapestry of love, dedication, and hard work. Born and raised in Cebu City, Philippines, she shared her childhood with Antonio Godinko, whom she later married. Their journey together was one of deep connection and shared dreams. Over 3 decades of marriage, they welcomed 3 children into their lives: B, Vincent, and John. Each child brought a new chapter of joy and fulfillment to their family story. In 2004, seeking new opportunities and a fresh start, the Godinko family made a significant decision. They moved to Auckland, New Zealand, a place that quickly became their beloved home. Auckland provided a sense of community and a chance to grow. Blessy found employment at Tower Insurance, a job that she not only excelled in, but also genuinely enjoyed. Her colleagues became her second family, and her dedication to her work was evident to all who knew her. The disappearance. On that fateful day, May 24, 2014, Blessy Godinko's routine took a tragic turn. She had stayed at work until 7 p.m., putting in extra hours at Tower Insurance. With a spirit always ready to go the extra mile, she didn't mind the overtime. However, this evening was different. Her usual ride home wasn't available, as her co-worker who often gave her a lift had left early. Unfazed, Blessy opted for the public transport she knew so well. She boarded the 973 bus from Lower Albert St. The bus journey was uneventful, a path she could navigate with her eyes closed. The bus stop was a mere 700 meters from her home, a distance she usually covered in a brisk 5-minute walk. It was a route she had taken many times, but on this day, Blessy never made it home. The short walk from the bus stop to her doorstep became a journey with no end. As the minutes turned into hours, the absence of her presence grew heavier. The Godinko household was now clouded within silence. What happened to Blessy in those few minutes, in that short distance? The investigation begins. The morning after Blessy's disappearance, a chilling discovery was made. B, Blessy's daughter, found her mother's belongings scattered on a grass verge just 100 yards from their home. It was 6 a.m., and the items she found were Blessy's phone, her shoes, and the lunch container she used every day for work. The initial reaction was one of confusion and fear. The scattered belongings suggested a sudden, violent event. The police were called, and they began piecing together the puzzle. Their first theory was a hit-and-run accident. It seemed plausible, given the location of Blessy's items near the road. The thought was that maybe Blessy had been struck by a vehicle, which then fled the scene, leaving her injured and disoriented somewhere. But as the investigation deepened, this theory began to crumble. A more sinister picture started to emerge. A young girl in the neighborhood reported hearing a woman scream around the time Blessy would have been walking home from the bus stop. This chilling piece of information shifted the direction of the investigation. What initially seemed like a tragic accident now hinted at something much more deliberate and malevolent. The police intensified their efforts, combing through CCTV footage and interviewing witnesses. The search for Blessy was underway, but with each passing hour, hope was fading. The question on everyone's mind was, what happened to Blessy Godinko in those last few minutes of her walk home? Tony Douglas Robertson. The arrest. As the investigation into Blessy Godinko's disappearance unfolded, a critical breakthrough came with the focus on Tony Douglas Robertson, a 28-year-old man with a disturbing past. Robertson, a convicted sex offender, had recently been released from prison and was under strict surveillance, including GPS wristband tracking due to his history of sexual offenses. The police scrutiny intensified when GPS data placed Robertson in the vicinity of Blessie's last known location around the time she vanished. Further investigation led to a crucial breakthrough when Robertson was seen driving a BMW car that followed the bus Blessie had taken that evening. This sighting raised immediate suspicion and became a key factor in identifying him as a prime suspect in the case. His history as a sex offender raised alarming questions about his potential involvement in the case. The arrest of Tony Robertson marked a significant turning point in the investigation. The focus shifted from a possible hit-and-run accident to a more sinister possibility involving abduction and harm. As the police delved deeper into Robertson's activities and movements on the night of Blessie's disappearance, the pieces of the puzzle began to come together, revealing a chilling scenario that would horrify the nation. His arrest was just the beginning of a harrowing journey to uncover the truth behind Blessie's tragic fate. The trial. It was during this trial that the depth of the tragedy truly came to light, bringing together key pieces of evidence that painted a harrowing picture of the events leading to Blessie's demise. Witness accounts, forensic evidence, and the state of Robertson's BMW became focal points of the prosecution's case against him. The trial established that Blessie was brutally raped before being murdered. The manner in which she was concealed under foliage and debris suggested a deliberate effort to hide the crime, intensifying the horror of the act. Forensic evidence played a critical role in solidifying the case against Robertson. Tony's DNA was found on Blessie, a damning piece of evidence that linked him directly to the crime. This biological signature became an undeniable marker of his involvement, despite his initial claims of innocence. Adding to the weight of evidence was the condition of Robertson's BMW. The vehicle showed signs of damage consistent with the prosecution's theory that he had struck Blessie with his car. Throughout the trial, the courtroom was gripped by the testimonies and the mounting evidence. Each piece added to a mosaic of facts that, when viewed together, pointed unmistakably to Robertson's guilt. The trial was not just a legal proceeding, it was a moment of reckoning, a quest for truth amidst the shadows of doubt. Verdict.
I believe that they have blood in their hands. Okay? Because the main reason why it happened, because they put the criminal in our neighborhood.
In the final verdict, the court sentenced him to life imprisonment with a minimum non-parole period of 24 years for the murder, and he received preventive detention with a minimum period of 10 years for the rape. This dual sentence underscored the gravity of his crimes and the danger he posed to society. For Blessie's family, the verdict brought some measure of justice, but it could not alleviate the immense pain of their loss.
The family presented to the inquiry. The family have held themselves with so much mana over this whole period.
Blessie was remembered as a loving mother, wife, and friend, whose warmth and kindness touched the lives of many. Her absence left a void that no court ruling could fill. The family's grief was compounded by the knowledge that her killer was a man with a history of sexual offenses. The case also ignited a national conversation about the management of sex offenders in New Zealand. Tony Douglas Robertson had been released from prison in December 2013, just 5 months before Blessie's murder, after serving 8 years for sexual assault and abduction charges. He was under an extended supervision order. Conclusion. So this case serves as a reminder of the importance of vigilance in our communities. It highlights the crucial role of law enforcement in bringing perpetrators to justice and the ongoing need for effective monitoring of known offenders. As we reflect on this tragic event, let us honor Blessie's memory by advocating for safer communities and supporting those affected by such heinous acts. For more insightful stories and to join the conversation on crime and justice, subscribe to our channel. Together, we can make a difference.
911, where's your emergency?
Hi, the neighbor just shot both of us. Hurry!
You need an ambulance.
ambulance? I've been shot, yes! You think he killed God? Hurry! Is the other person, is he awake? I can't go out there. He might shoot me again. He's laying in the front of the house. He's laying down outside? Yes, sir. Okay. Where are you hit? My God, I don't know. Okay. I can't believe I'm worried about Todd. I think he killed him. All right, well, I need to worry about you, okay?
Can you confirm that the deaths were a couple, a man and a woman?
That's right. We have one death. It's an adult male. We received a call about 8:30 tonight of 2 people who were shot by a neighbor.
Suburban life is supposed to be peaceful. But in New Brighton, Minnesota, on an evening of May 5, 2014, a simple disagreement between neighbors turned deadly. Background: New Brighton, nestled on the outskirts of Minneapolis, seems like the perfect slice of suburban America. Its streets are lined with well-kept houses, kids play in the yards, and neighbors wave hello. The 2500 block of Knollwood Drive in New Brighton had been home to Jennifer 7, 48, and long-term partner Todd Stevens, 46, for over 15 years. The couple had been part of the community, raising their children and enjoying the simple pleasures of suburban life. Now, with their kids grown, they looked forward to quieter days ahead. But beneath this peaceful facade, a storm was brewing. Across the street lived the Zumberg family, Neil, Paula, and their sons. A seemingly ordinary family, they would soon become the focus of a shocking tragedy. Little did anyone know that a simple disagreement, a seemingly ordinary point of contention, would shatter the peace of New Brighton forever. This disagreement was about something as simple and seemingly harmless as feeding deer. Feeding the feud. Deer, with their graceful movements and gentle eyes, are a common sight in New Brighton. For Jennifer and Todd, putting out corn to attract these creatures was a harmless way to connect with nature. But for their neighbor, Neil Zumberg, the presence of deer was a growing threat. Neil's worries weren't unfounded. Neil himself contracted Lyme disease, leading to health problems and job loss. In his mind, the blame fell squarely on his deer-feeding neighbors.
My dad is dying of Lyme disease because of you. I said, Jake, he's not dying of Lyme disease. He's walking up and down the trail. He's healthier than I am.
This marked the beginning of escalating tension, beginning around 2012. Frustrated and fearful, he took matters into his own hands. He circulated a letter throughout the neighborhood, expressing his concerns and singling out Jennifer and Todd for all the wrong reasons. No longer content with letters, he confronted Jennifer and Todd directly. Shouting matches erupted across the once peaceful street, accusations flying back and forth. Neil complained about the deer and the threat of disease. Jennifer and Todd defended their right to do what they wished on their own property. These heated exchanges became a disturbingly common occurrence, drawing the attention of concerned neighbors. The police were called repeatedly.
I'm gonna die. Help is coming. Where is the person who did this? Did he run? Did he leave? The street. Jennifer, listen, I need to know the name of the person that did this. Neil.
Officers arrived, trying to mediate the situation, but tensions remained high. Over the course of 9 years, the New Brighton police would respond to a staggering 44 calls related to the conflict.
What's your emergency?
Someone shot outside my house.
Okay,
the police.
Do they need an ambulance?
I'm sure they do. I'm not going to shoot the police. They can go help the guys.
Are you the one that did the shooting?
I'm not going to say anything.
Is there anybody else in the house with you?
No, my wife has nothing to do with it. I told her to get the hell out of the house.
Feeling threatened, Jennifer took a drastic step. She obtained a restraining order against Neil, forbidding him from coming near her or her property. This should have been a turning point, a chance to de-escalate. Instead, it seemed to fuel Neil's anger and resentment. The gruesome discovery sent chills down their spines. Was Neil sending a horrifying message? Fear gnawed at them, the sense of security in their own home vanishing. They installed security cameras, hoping to catch the culprit and gain some sense of control. but the dark, twisted harassment continued. The Krausjaw. The Zumberg family was dragged further into the conflict when Neil and Paula's son, Jacob, got involved. He had his own grievances with Jennifer and Todd, stemming from past disagreements. One evening on April 29, 2014, while at a local restaurant, Jacob confronted the couple, escalating the situation with threats and insults. Fearing for her safety, Jennifer slipped away and called the police once again. Jacob was arrested for making terroristic threats and assault, adding yet another layer of explosive tension to the neighborhood feud. When Paula Zumberg returned home and learned of her son's arrest, she was furious. Marching across the street, she confronted Jennifer, unleashing her anger and blaming her for Jacob's predicament. Todd, hearing the commotion, came outside to stand beside Jennifer. The sight of him further enraged Paula, the long-standing feud reaching fever pitch.
An ongoing feud between the two, and they live directly across the street from each other, so I figured something eventually was going to happen.
The confrontation spiraled out of control, pushing the situation beyond any hope of peaceful resolution. Shots fired.
The guy that's outside.
Todd Stevens. Nobody listens to me around here. I told the guys that he's going to shoot us. He's got guns, and I just had enough.
Neil, in the meanwhile, made a chilling decision. It was around 8:30 p.m. He went inside and retrieved his 12-gauge shotgun, loaded it, and crept outside. Security camera footage would later show him cautiously peeking around the corner of his house, repeatedly aiming the weapon towards the escalating argument across the street. With calculated coldness, Neil fired 4 shots. The blasts shattered the suburban tranquility, 3 of them striking Todd and 1 hitting Jennifer in the abdomen. Jennifer, in pain and terrified, managed to stumble back into her house and frantically dial 911.
911, where's your emergency? Hurry, the neighbor just shot both of us. Hurry! You need an ambulance? I've been shot, yes! He killed God! Hurry! Is the other person, is he awake? Donna can't go out there. He might shoot me again. He's laying in the front of the house. He's laying down outside? Yes, sir. Okay. Where are you hit? My God, I don't know. Okay. I'm bleeding. I'm worried about Todd. I think he killed him. All right, well, I need to worry about you, okay?
Her anguished cries for help, the panic in her voice, paint a harrowing picture of those chaotic moments. Police and paramedics rushed to the scene, but it was too late for Todd. The investigation and trials. In the wake of the shooting, investigators found themselves facing 2 wildly conflicting versions of events. Paula Zumberg was put on trial separately from her husband. The prosecution attempted to establish her role in inciting the violence, but the case crumbled due to insufficient proof. Neil Zumberg's trial centered on his claim of self-defense.
It is guilty on all 4 counts against Neil Zumberg for the May 2014 killing of his neighbor.
He asserted that he had seen Todd reach for his waistband, believing he was about to pull out a gun. Adding a bizarre twist, Neil even claimed to have read Todd's lips, hearing him say, "I'm going to kill that fuckwitting Neil." The gravity of Neil Zumberg's crime demanded a severe sentence. He was given life in prison without the possibility of parole. In a shocking twist during his sentencing hearing, Neil stunned the courtroom by partially apologizing. The shooting left a lasting scar on New Brighton. The senseless killing of Todd Stevens and the imprisonment of Neil Zumberg severed a thread in the community's fabric. Neighbors who once shared barbecues and smiles now struggled to fully trust one another. While justice was partially served, the true tragedy of this case lies in its senselessness and the profound devastation caused by a seemingly ordinary disagreement that spiraled out of control. This case highlights the importance of seeking help and resolving conflicts peacefully before they escalate beyond control. Thank you for tuning into this special report. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more elusive content. Until next time, stay safe. And if you or someone you know is struggling with escalating anger or conflict, seek help before it's too late.
The first thing I heard was, don't even fucking think about it. There was a lot of blood on her face, coming out of her mouth. The first thing I was coherent to me that I could hear them say was, look what the fuck you made me do.
Years ago, this murder might have gone unsolved, but in a world where your phone tracks your every move, a killer made a fatal mistake. A night out turns deadly. It's May 20th, 2016. Nicole Vander Heiden, a vibrant 31-year-old teacher and loving mother of 3, heads out with friends for a concert in Bellevue, Wisconsin. She leaves her kids in the care of a babysitter, planning to meet up with her boyfriend, Douglas Dietrich, later in the evening. But as the night unfolds, tensions rise. The couple gets into a tense argument over text messages, leading to a visible upset. Nicole, at the Sardine Can Bar, around 11:15 p.m. to 11:45 p.m. Frustrated and unable to reach Douglas, who remains at the bar with his friend, Nicole decides to leave alone. This is the last time her friends see her alive. The following afternoon, on May 21st, Douglas reports her missing at 4:30 p.m. He tells the police he couldn't reach her after their argument. Unbeknownst to him, earlier that same afternoon, a farmer stumbled upon a horrifying sight in a field 3 miles from Nicole's home, the brutally beaten body of a woman. As the authorities rushed to the scene, the grim reality set in. The woman was so severely injured that her identity was a mystery. Her face was unrecognizable, her body telling the horrific tale of the violence she had endured. The authorities had only one hope for identification: dental records. The wait was agonizing, but eventually, the unimaginable was confirmed. The victim was Nicole Vander Heiden, the same vibrant mother who had gone out to enjoy a concert with friends just the night before. The details of her injuries were chilling: blunt force trauma to her head and signs of strangulation. It was clear that Nicole had suffered a brutal and merciless attack. As Bellevue grappled with this tragic news, the investigation into Nicole's murder kicked into high gear. The authorities were determined to piece together the events of that fateful night and bring her killer to justice. But as they would soon discover, this case was far from straightforward. It was a puzzle that would require every tool at their disposal, including the very technology that had become so ingrained in everyday life. Little did they know, the key to solving Nicole's murder was hidden in the digital footprints left behind. Suspicion on Douglas. As the investigation into Nicole Vander Heiden's murder continued, Douglas Dietrich's actions and history came under intense scrutiny. The authorities gathered surveillance footage from the Sardine Can Bar, which showed Nicole visibly upset, arguing with a friend after Douglas stopped responding to her texts. This footage, along with text message exchanges between Nicole and Douglas, painted a picture of a tumultuous relationship on the night of her disappearance. The search of their home revealed concerning evidence. Blood and dirt in the garage, and Nicole's car raised suspicions of a violent altercation. Neighbors' reports of finding a bloodied charging cord and clumps of blonde hair in their yard further pointed towards a possible crime scene at the couple's residence. Despite these alarming discoveries, the evidence against Douglas began to unravel.
Well, that's part of what we're going to do too. You know, obviously we can't go do it at 2:30 in the morning. You know, is there anything in your house that they're going to find that's going to say you had anything to do with it?
Absolutely nothing whatsoever. Nothing. Nothing to do with this. I mean,
A background check did reveal a past domestic violence claim against him, but it hadn't resulted in charges. Moreover, a Fitbit device Douglas wore on the night of Nicole's disappearance showed he had only walked 12 steps between 2:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m., suggesting he was at home, asleep, and his DNA did not match the unknown male DNA found on Nicole's body. Additionally, Nicole's vehicle, initially suspected to be used in the crime, showed no signs of being driven that night. With no concrete evidence linking Douglas to the crime, the authorities had to admit that they might be looking in the wrong direction. In the 3 months following Nicole's murder, a crucial breakthrough emerged when DNA from Nicole's sock matched George Birch, who had recently moved to Wisconsin with no apparent connection to Nicole. This discovery coincided with George's investigation for a separate hit-and-run incident, giving police access to his phone data. The digital evidence against George Birch continued to mount as investigators pieced together the events of the night Nicole van der Heijden was murdered. George's phone data not only placed him at the same bar as Nicole, but also traced his movements to her house, where he stayed for a significant amount of time. This crucial hour between 3:01 a.m. and 3:52 a.m. raised serious questions about his involvement in the crime. The situation became more incriminating as George's phone pinged at the field where Nicole's body was later found, indicating his presence at the crime scene. The timeline of events became even more damning when his phone data showed him at the location where Nicole's belongings were discarded, suggesting an attempt to cover up the crime. As George's phone data tracked his return home just after 4:22 a.m., the authorities had a compelling digital narrative that placed him at the heart of the investigation. This advanced use of technology in solving the crime demonstrated the power of digital footprints in modern investigations. The evidence against George Birch was becoming overwhelming, with his phone data painting a clear picture of his movements on the night of Nicole's murder. The trial. The trial of George Birch for the murder of Nicole van der Heijden was a battleground of conflicting narratives.
As you've already heard, George is presumed innocent. As he sits here right now, he is considered innocent of this crime. He will remain innocent unless they can convince you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that he murdered Nicole.
The prosecution painted a picture of a violent encounter, suggesting that George, after driving an angry Nicole home from the bar, brutally attacked her when she rejected his advances. This theory was supported by the damning digital evidence that traced George's movements on the night of the murder, placing him at the crime scene and at the locations where Nicole's booty and belongings were found. On the other hand, the defense presented an alternative story. They claimed that George had merely witnessed Douglas, Nicole's boyfriend, kill her in a fit of jealous rage. According to this version of events, Douglas then threatened George, forcing him to help hide Nicole's body. The defense pointed to the troubled relationship between Nicole and Douglas, highlighting the frequent fights and Douglas's admission that he had considered asking Nicole to move out just 10 days before her death. In a dramatic turn, George took the stand in his own defense. He described a night of consensual flirting with Nicole that ended in a mysterious blackout. George claimed that he was knocked unconscious and, upon waking, found Douglas standing over Nicole's dead body. This testimony aimed to shift the blame onto Douglas and portray George as an innocent bystander caught in a tragic situation. The jury was faced with the challenging task of sifting through the evidence and testimonies to determine the truth. The digital evidence against George was compelling, but the defense's narrative raised questions about Douglas's possible involvement. As the trial progressed, the tension in the courtroom was palpable, with the fate of George Birch hanging in the balance. Verdict and aftermath. The jury, after careful deliberation, delivered a verdict that resonated with the weight of the evidence presented. Their decision hinged heavily on the digital evidence, the silent witness that had traced George Birch's movements on the night of Nicole van der Heijden's murder. In a decisive moment, justice was served as George was found guilty of first-degree murder, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison without parole. In the aftermath, George Birch appealed his conviction, arguing that the use of his phone data violated his rights. However, the courts denied his appeal, affirming that the digital evidence was crucial in establishing his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The conviction of George Birch brought a sense of justice to Nicole van der Heijden's family, yet the void left by her loss remains unfilled. The case leaves us with a haunting question. How can someone who appears entirely ordinary commit such unimaginable violence. If you ever observe warning signs in a relationship, such as anger, control, or threats, don't hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult or call a helpline. It could save a life. And remember, your engagement matters. Like, comment, and share to spread awareness.
That's what we did. We enjoyed music, we listened to music. And so when I'm in my car and I'm listening to music now, I share it.
A night of celebration ended in bloodshed. On November 30th, 2018, a simple act of kindness turned deadly in Baltimore, Maryland. Meet Keith, Valeria, and Jacqueline Smith, a family at the American Legion Hall, unaware their lives are about to shatter. The attack. Keith, Valeria, and Jacqueline Smith seemed like an ordinary family enjoying a night out. They were celebrating Valeria's 28th birthday at the American Legion Hall, filled with laughter and warmth. But this picture of normalcy would abruptly end after midnight on December 1st, 2018. Keith's panicked voice filled the 911 line, pleading for help. His wife, 54-year-old Jacqueline, had been brutally stabbed. Despite the rushed efforts of medics, her life was tragically lost. From a joyous celebration, the Smith family was plunged into despair.
Jackie was an awesome woman, and it's really, really sad, and it's heartbreaking the way that she was taken from us.
Jacqueline was a woman known for her boundless compassion. From her childhood, she embraced joy and spread kindness. This continued into her successful career as an electrical engineer and her role as a devoted wife. Yet her life was cut short by what Keith claimed was a senseless attack.
She waved her over to come on over to the car, and then out of nowhere, some guy came over while walking with her. And I hit my window, and Jacqueline went to hand the money out, and the guy just leaned over, said, "Can I thank your wife?" And so you can thank my wife. And within that split second, this guy commenced to stabbing my wife.
A desperate panhandler turning violent after an act of generosity. But as police began to investigate, a very different reality would emerge. The truth would prove far more complex and disturbing than anyone first imagined. Public warning. In the days following the tragedy, a sense of unease settled over Baltimore. Keith and Valeria Smith stepped forward with a chilling message amplified by fearful news reports. They claimed Jacqueline's murder, which occurred around midnight on November 30th, exposed the danger of misplaced trust. A woman had died, they insisted, after offering help to two panhandlers. Police echoed their warning.
This ruse as panhandlers to get the attention of their would-be victim. And we also want to caution the public about engaging with panhandling.
Urging heightened caution as they painted a picture of ruthless attackers. The Smiths' pleas stoked fear of the homeless, casting suspicion on those living on the city streets. Yet, as detectives delved deeper, troubling inconsistencies emerged. The deserted street Keith described yielded no evidence. No witnesses came forward, despite the claimed brazenness of the attack. Weeks turned into months, and investigators were unable to find anything that supported the gruesome tale. On December 1st, within hours of the 911 call that came in at 12:30 a.m., Jacqueline had been declared dead. Still, not a single clue verified the Smiths' version of the tragedy. If the attack didn't happen as described, what was the truth? And how could a family seemingly gripped by grief be connected to such a perplexing puzzle? Contradictions exposed. The investigation took a startling turn when detectives analyzed the Smiths' cell phone data. Records revealed a crucial discrepancy. On the night of November 30th, the family did not drive directly home after leaving the American Legion Hall. Instead, they made a 15-minute stop at Druid Hill Park, an area not known for late-night pedestrian traffic. This revelation shattered the facade of a random attack and directly contradicted Keith and Valeria's sworn statements. Now, The detectives couldn't ignore the inconsistencies mounting in this baffling case. The mystery deepened as vital belongings remained missing. Jacqueline's cell phone, purse, and treasured necklace simply vanished into thin air. The most perplexing piece of the puzzle surfaced days later, when her credit card was used by a group of teenagers. They claimed to have found it discarded at a bus stop along a route the Smith family had taken after leaving the park. With each new turn in the case, the Smiths' story unraveled further, leaving investigators and the public grappling for answers. What was the chilling secret behind their stop at the park that night? How did Jacqueline's possessions end up in the hands of strangers? And why were Keith and Valeria building a story that seemed increasingly built on lies? With each interview, Keith's story seemed to unravel. Valeria, abandoning her own life to follow her father, confirmed a growing suspicion of their complicity. Law enforcement stayed a step ahead, meticulously tracking his movements. His attempts to flee the country with those failed flights to Canada and Cuba only solidified his guilt. When he desperately rented a car in Texas on March 1, 2019, he thought he could outrun the truth. Yet, on March 3rd, his freedom ended. Close to the Mexican border, his capture came swiftly after the arrest warrant was issued at 11:15 a.m. The city of Baltimore and the country demanded answers. Keith's lies had collapsed under the weight of evidence. But how had he convinced his daughter to help cover up this horrific crime, and what dark secret lay behind Jacqueline's brutal murder? The twisted truth. The truth that emerged was chilling and utterly devoid of humanity. Investigators pierced the veil of lies and uncovered Keith's sinister secret. He desperately wanted Jacqueline dead. It wasn't a random act of violence. Months before her tragic murder, he had reached out to his brother for help finding a hitman. Driven by a toxic mix of greed and fear, he was determined to eliminate the obstacle to his financial desires. Jacqueline's wish to divorce him was a threat he couldn't tolerate, and her substantial life insurance policy became the solution in his twisted calculations. A mere 2 days after she had breathed her last, on December 3, 2018, he audaciously attempted to cash in, further exposing his heartless disregard for the wife he had killed. Keith's intricate web of deception entangled his own daughter. Valeria, battling not only bipolar disorder but also a deep-seated heroin addiction, became tragically vulnerable to her father's manipulations. When confronted with the incriminating evidence, authorities offered her a chance to reduce the inevitable consequences of her complicity. A plea deal was struck. Her testimony against Keith would be crucial to securing true justice for Jacqueline. Trial and aftermath. Justice, though long delayed, was finally served. The depths of Keith's desperation became chillingly clear with the revelation of his criminal past. 20 years earlier, he had used violence to fuel his greed, carrying out an armed bank robbery. That brazen crime resulted in a $15,000 theft and a 6-year prison sentence.
In the course of our investigation, we developed evidence that Mr. Smith was leaving Maryland, so we made the appropriate national notifications, and the Texas State Police arrested him this morning.
Now, driven by an even darker motive, he had escalated his actions to a monstrous level. In late 2021, the trial laid bare the horrific truth. Valeria, haunted by guilt, took the stand and recounted the chilling events of the night and how her father stabbed 5 times Jacqueline to death in Druid Hill Park. She admitted her coerced role in the elaborate cover-up, manipulated by a father who exploited her struggles for his own twisted ends. The defense attempted to discredit her testimony, to paint her as the true villain, but the jury saw the mountain of evidence against Keith, and they believed Valeria's heartbreaking words. In the end, Keith was convicted of first-degree murder, the jury's verdict ensuring his life sentence. Valeria, a more complex figure in this tragedy, received a 5-year sentence, a reflection of her remorse and the relentless manipulation she had endured. For Jacqueline's heartbroken family, the trial brought a measure of closure. a sense that justice had been served for the vibrant woman they lost. Conclusion. Yet the chilling legacy of this crime remains. A compassionate wife and mother was brutally murdered, a family torn asunder, and the fabric of trust within a community was deeply damaged. Keith Smith's monstrous actions are a stark reminder that true evil can hide in plain sight, forever changing lives in its destructive wake. If you suspect that someone you know is living a dangerous lie, don't hesitate to reach out to authorities. Your actions could save a life. Thank you for tuning in to this special report. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more elusive content.
What did the robber look like?
He looked like my dad.
Help me, my wife's dead. Is she breathing at all? Nothing? No, touch me. Okay, is she beyond CPR? Yes.
How you doing? Okay. What's going on? Tom just came. I'm the neighbor. Okay. He came and got me out of bed. He's right in the house. Okay, what happened? His wife is in.
Ladies and gentlemen, in September 2015, 2 police officers in Steuben County, New York, swiftly responded to a distressing 911 call shortly after midnight and found themselves confronted with a horrifying crime scene. One of the officers, equipped with a body camera, captured an unimaginable sight. The victim was Kelly Clayton, a 35-year-old woman who was not only a beautiful wife, but also a devoted mother to her 2 young children. Tragically, she had been brutally beaten to death within the confines of her own home. It is worth noting that Kelly Clayton was married to Thomas Clayton, a former hockey player. As investigators diligently worked to piece together the events and comprehend the senselessness of this heinous murder.
Anybody else in the house, Tom? Just you?
No, I got the kids. We're at the neighbor's house.
Okay, where's she at? Tom, where were you when this all went down?
Playing poker with my buddy.
Okay. She was home alone?
I came home and my daughter said there was a robber in the house and she saw them.
Let me see your hands real quick, man. You ain't hurt or anything? Okay, good. Okay.
The small town in upstate New York was left in shock. The case took an even more chilling turn with the unexpected presence of Kelly's 7-year-old daughter, who had witnessed the crime. Realizing the gravity of the situation when the young girl identified her own father as the assailant.
There was blood everywhere.
Okay.
On my door, on the floor, not on the carpet though. And I thought she was dead when she was laying on the ground. And Daddy was out playing cards. We were basically alone for like 20 minutes. Then he came home and he was like, oh my god. Because he saw my mom on the floor with blood all over.
Okay.
The investigators recognized the need to involve a child forensic investigator to delicately communicate with her about the tragic incident. This distressing turn of events raises a pressing question. What could have driven Thomas Clayton, a former sports player, down such a dark and sinister path? Background. The case centers around 3 primary individuals: Kelly, Thomas, and Michael. Kelly Clayton, the youngest of 3 children of Elizabeth Stage and the late Howard E. Stage, was born and raised in Elmira, New York. She attended Elmira Free Academy and graduated in 1998, where she excelled academically and participated in cheerleading and softball. Whereas Thomas Clayton, originally from Binghamton, was a professional hockey player during the early 2000s. He played for the Elmira Jackals hockey team for 4 seasons and joined them as a forward after his time at Niagara University, where he played hockey from 1998 to 2002. Kelly and Thomas Clayton met during Thomas's hockey career and eventually got married. They had 2 children together, a daughter named Charlie and a son named Cullen. After retiring from hockey, Thomas Clayton became a business owner. He owned a franchise called Paul Davis Emergency Services of the Southern Tier, which specialized in fire and water damage restoration. Investigation. After receiving a call from Thomas Clayton in the early hours of September 29, 2015,
My wife's dead.
Is she breathing at all? Nothing?
No, nothing.
Okay, is she beyond CPR?
Yes.
Steuben County 911 quickly sent personnel from the sheriff's office and state police to his residence. Deputy Swan found Thomas kneeling inside, but he was unable to explain the events that had transpired.
Blood on the wall, blood on the steps. Looks like she was attacked in bed. There's blood all over. She's been dragged. Blood on the wall, blood with a hole in the wall, looks like a face plant into the wall.
Tragically, Kelly had already passed away, confirmed by paramedics at the scene. The crime scene showed signs of extreme violence, with debris and blood splatters throughout the house. Broken objects and shattered frames indicated a struggle, with a noticeable dent in the wall suggesting a fierce confrontation had occurred. Kelly's lifeless body was found in the kitchen, with a trail of blood leading from the bedroom. Despite thorough searching, the murder weapon remained elusive. It was only through later forensic analysis that it was revealed she had been bludgeoned to death with a broken maul handle. Thomas Clayton's gambling habit was evident, but his safes were untouched. Clayton showed no signs of injury or blood, which further deepened the mystery surrounding the case.
Chill out there, man. Let me see your hands real quick, man. You ain't hurt or anything? Okay, good. Okay. I want you to have a seat. You don't need to see that anymore, okay? Just take some deep breaths, okay? I know, yeah. Just take some deep breaths and stuff. Just try to stay calm. Well, sit down, then. Come on over here and sit down.
They also discovered that while he went out to play poker, Tom Clayton had borrowed a cell phone from a woman named Linda on the night of the murder, just 90 minutes before finding his wife's body. Further investigation into their phone records revealed a person of interest named Michael Beard, a former employee who had been in frequent communication with Tom. It was later revealed that Beard had been hired by Tom to kill Kelly Clayton for $10,000. He admitted to planning to set fire to Clayton's house, but unexpectedly encountered Kelly, leading to a struggle and her tragic death. During searches in Elmira Heights and on Hall Street, the police discovered additional items of interest. To build their case against Thomas Clayton, the prosecution relied on cell phone records and geolocation data. These records provided evidence that placed Clayton at the scene of the crime. As a result, he was arrested for second-degree murder on October 2, 2015. However, the motive behind the murder remains unclear. Trial and conviction. During Michael Beard's trial, he initially testified that Thomas Clayton paid him $10,000 to kill Kelly and confessed to hitting her with a bat while Clayton waited in the car. However, he later changed his statement, weakening the case against Clayton. The prosecution failed to provide any evidence of a financial transaction or agreement between the two, and the text messages exchanged did not support a plot to murder Kelly. The jury quickly reached a verdict after 6 hours of deliberation, despite inconsistencies in the case. Both individuals were indicted for first-degree murder following Beard's disclosure. Beard's trial lasted 2 weeks and ended with a guilty verdict. Judge Peter Bradstreet sentenced Beard to 25 years to life in prison, with no chance of parole for the first-degree murder charge, as well as 25 years to life for each of his 2 second-degree murder convictions. In contrast, Clayton was convicted of first-degree murder by a jury in Steuben County Court in February 2017, following a lengthy trial that lasted almost 7 weeks. Subsequently, in August, a higher court denied the Clayton legal team's request to overturn the verdict, dismissing their argument of inadequate evidence to support the guilty verdict. Presently, Clayton is incarcerated at Sing Sing Correctional Facility in Ossining, New York, while Michael Beard is serving his life sentence at the Auburn Correctional Facility. Aftermath. Kelly Clayton's family is moving forward after her tragic murder. The children are living with Bourgeois and her spouse, who deeply love and care for them. In March 2017, the Elmira Jackals organized a domestic violence awareness night in honor of Kelly, with all ticket sales supporting her children. conclusion. In the wake of justice served, Thomas Clayton and Michael Beard now reside behind prison walls, serving life sentences for their heinous crimes. Yet the scars left by their actions endure, a reminder of the devastating consequences of betrayal and greed. As we come to the end of the unfortunate case, keep in mind to dig deeper into people's intentions, be wary of those you trust, and understand that people can be capable of terrible things. Let this case be a reminder to all that no one is above the law and justice will prevail eventually. Stay tuned for more mind-bending stories and shocking revelations right here on my channel. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video to spread the word. Until next time, keep your eyes peeled for the unexpected. You never know what secrets are hiding in plain sight. On June 23, 2012, guards at a prison in Florida were doing a head count of all the prisoners when they noticed that one prisoner was missing. They searched for the missing prisoner and were shocked by what they found when they located him. It's still a mystery who was responsible for what happened. The tragedy occurred at Dade Correctional Institution, which is located in Miami-Dade County. The prison houses around 1,500 inmates convicted of various crimes, both violent and non-violent. Some inmates live in shared rooms, while others have their own cells, especially those in the prison's psychiatric ward, known as the Transitional Care Unit, TCU. Darren Rainey, an African-American man diagnosed with schizophrenia, was serving a 2-year sentence for cocaine possession at Dade Correctional Institution. He had been in the TCU receiving psychiatric treatment for his mental illness. Guards could monitor Rainey through a window in his cell door. However, in June 2012, his life came to a tragic end under suspicious circumstances that remained unclear even years later. Welcome everyone. Today, we embark on a journey into the enigmatic case of Darren Rainey. Background. On June 23, 2012, Darren Rainey, who was nearing his release from Dade Correctional, was being held in the Transitional Care Unit. 6 correctional officers, including Sergeant Cornelius Thompson and CEO Roland Clark, were on duty that evening. Thompson checked on Rainey around 6:30 p.m. and noticed nothing unusual. Darren, whose Quran had been discarded by guards a few days prior, had been exhibiting strange behaviors since then. Around 7:30 p.m., he defecated in his cell and spread feces on himself and the walls. Guards then placed Rainey in a nearby shower with controlled plumbing to ensure he cleaned himself. This shower, located next to a janitor's closet, allowed guards to regulate water flow and temperature. Despite other showers being closer, Rainey was directed here. Correctional Officer Clark escorted Rainey to a more secluded shower, removed his handcuffs, and instructed him to wash himself while Clark turned on the tap in the adjacent janitor's closet. Despite Rainey's unwillingness, Clark left him in the shower around 7:40 p.m. Checks on inmates, which were supposed to occur every half an hour, were neglected. Rainey was left unattended in the shower for over an hour, until another officer heard running water around 9:00 p.m. Thompson found Rainey still covered in feces and left him to clean himself at 9:30 p.m. Sergeant John Fanfan decided to remove Rainey from the shower, and Clark returned him to his cell. Upon returning to the shower, Clark found Rainey lying face up with water around him but not covering his nose or mouth. Clark attempted to wake Rainey but realized he was unresponsive and called for medical assistance. At that moment, medical personnel checked for Rainey's pulse and breathing, finding no signs of life. Sergeant Fanfan tried unsuccessfully to perform CPR, while correctional officers Roland Clark and Cornelius Thompson attempted to move Rainey's body to a stretcher nearby. Rainey was then transported to the prison's medical facility, where staff performed life-saving measures. Despite their efforts, Rainey was pronounced dead at 10:07 p.m., prompting a call to the Miami-Dade Police Department. Emergency personnel arrived to attempt resuscitation, but Rainey could not be revived. Within an hour, a police officer arrived to gather statements and evidence from the scene. Investigation. On the morning of June 24, 2012, Detective Wilbert Sanchez from the Miami-Dade Police Department arrived at the Dade Correctional Institution to lead the investigation into the death of inmate Darren Rainey. He conducted interviews with correctional officers and nurses who were present at the time of Rainey's death, collecting statements from 4 individuals. Despite visible red areas on Rainey's body indicating potential burns, the correctional officers claimed Rainey did not show signs of pain while in the shower. Detective Sanchez classified Rainey's death as unclassified pending further investigation, awaiting a comprehensive autopsy later that day. Detective David Lillard from the MDPD Crime Scene Unit arrived to document Rainey's body and the locations relevant to the case. Unfortunately, crucial evidence such as the water temperature of the shower was not recorded due to the absence of a working thermometer. Despite visible skin issues, the autopsy conducted by Dr. Emma Liu ruled out external injuries or burns. The details of Darren Rainey's death only emerged publicly in 2014, years after the incident, revealing a lack of accountability among prison staff. Numerous complaints of severe abuse at Dade Correctional were filed in 2013, including allegations of torture in the form of extreme water temperatures in showers. Despite complaints and insider knowledge from inmates, investigations yielded no consequences for the guards involved, highlighting systemic issues within the prison system. Reopening of the case. In April 2014, Miami Herald journalist Julie Brown began investigating the Florida prison system for an upcoming series and turned her attention to the unresolved case of Darren Rainey's death. Despite the passing of almost 2 years since Rainey's death in 2012, the autopsy remained incomplete, pending further investigation by the Miami-Dade Police Department. It wasn't until journalists started probing into the case and posing unanswered questions that momentum was regained, prompting action to be taken on the case once again. In April 2014, 22 months, about 2 years, after Darren Rainey's death, Detective Wilbert Sanchez reopened the case and contacted Dr. Liu, who conducted the original autopsy. They decided to collect all available evidence, re-interview witnesses, and investigate further. Witnesses, Harold Hempstead, an inmate at Dade Correctional, provided crucial testimony, alleging that guards had locked Rainey in a shower where he screamed for help and eventually died. Other inmates corroborated this account, describing similar instances of abuse and negligence by prison staff. Former staff members also began to come forward with their accounts in the following years. Medical staff who attended Rainey reported his body temperature exceeding 102 degrees Celsius, with extensive burn marks contradicting the autopsy report. Investigation revealed the shower water could reach temperatures over 160 degrees Celsius, potentially causing severe burns. Autopsy report. In December 2015, Dr. Emma Liu finalized her report on Darren Rainey's death, ruling it accidental. Despite noting skin slippage in her prior autopsy, she attributed it to friction from decomposition, accelerated by the shower's hot and humid environment. Dr. Liu's conclusion overlooked visible trauma, attributing it to Rainey's history of schizophrenia. She defended the delay, citing the high volume of prison deaths requiring investigation, all of which showed no signs of abuse, a statistically improbable claim. In 2017, Catherine Fernandez, the state attorney for Miami-Dade County, released a 101-page report explaining why no guards were charged in Darren Rainey's death after he was locked in a shower for nearly 2 hours. The report was released on a Friday afternoon, coinciding with St. Patrick's Day. Lawsuit. In January 2018, Darren Rainey's family initiated legal action and received a $4.5 million settlement from Florida's Department of Corrections, funded by taxpayer money. Despite the substantial payout, no one has been held accountable for Rainey's death, which is still officially classified as accidental. Conclusion. As we conclude our exploration into the case of Darren Rainey, let us not forget the unanswered questions and the lingering sense of injustice surrounding his tragic death. His story serves as a reminder of the complexities and flaws within our criminal justice system. While the legal proceedings may have ended, the quest for truth and accountability continues. It's crucial that we stay watchful in our pursuit of justice for those who have been silenced within the confines of prison walls. May Darren Rainey's memory inspire us to advocate for transparency, fairness, and reform within our society. Hit the like button, subscribe, and stay connected with us for more updates and insights into important societal issues like the case of Darren Rainey. Your support fuels our commitment to shedding light on stories that demand attention. Thank you for joining us on this journey.
Yeah, I'd like to get, if possible, have a wellness check done on my daughter. And I've been trying to get a hold of her, and her phone just tends to go to voicemail. I was just wondering if I could have somebody maybe go by her house and check on her.
Ladies and gentlemen, on June 17, 2019, Mackenzie Lewick, a 23-year-old student at the University of Utah, was reported missing. As the investigation progressed, her bound, burned, and buried remains were later discovered in the northern Utah Canyon on July 3rd. Lewick disappeared shortly after she returned from a trip to her California hometown for the funeral of her grandmother, and took a lift from the airport to a park. Upon investigation, the Lyft driver told the police that he dropped off Mackenzie at a park in North Salt Lake, a 20-minute drive from her apartment. CCTV footage from the park showed Mackenzie getting into a car with an unknown man, who was the last person Mackenzie Lewick communicated with on June 17th before she disappeared. On June 28th, the unknown man, later identified as Ayoola Ajayi, was arrested and charged with the murder and kidnapping of Lewick, along with the desecration of her body. Ladies and gentlemen, it's crucial to take a closer look at the timeline of the events in this case to gain a deeper understanding. Here are the detailed facts concerning the unfortunate incident. Background: Mackenzie Speth Lewick was born in 1996 and grew up in El Segundo, California, along with one older brother and two younger brothers. She was described as a bubbly and outgoing person who loved animals, traveling, and spending time with her family and friends. She attended El Segundo High School and was active in swimming and water polo. She later studied kinesiology and pre-nursing at the University of Utah, where she was a member of the Alpha Chi Omega sorority. Lewick worked at a biological testing company and had plans to pursue a career in health sciences. Lewick planned on graduating in May 2020. She was raised in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, whereas Ayoola Ajayi, originally from Nigeria, was born in 1988 and had a green card to work in the U.S. He attended Utah State University, but faced issues that led to his expulsion in 2012, including visa complications and allegations of theft. The arrest and the expiration of his student visa led to him being banned from the campus for about 3 years. Ajayi later returned to campus in 2015 but did not complete his degree. He worked in information technology and briefly served in the Army National Guard. Ajayi and Lewick met on the dating website Seeking Arrangement. Before killing Lewick, Ajayi sexually assaulted another woman he met on a dating app. Ajayi also authored a book called Forge Identity, featuring 2 characters who are killed and burned, but it was later removed from Amazon. Murder. On June 17, 2019, in the early morning hours, Lueck arrived at the Salt Lake City International Airport from California. She was picked up by a Lyft driver and taken to Hatch Park, where she had agreed to meet Ajayi. Lueck had met him on a dating website in 2018. Lueck and Ajayi agreed to meet up once she returned from California to Utah. Lueck, who told the driver she was meeting a friend, was dropped off at around 3 a.m. Ajayi had planned to murder Lueck before picking her up, turning off the video of his home security system to avoid documenting her presence in his home. Once he and Lueck were at his residence in the Fair Park neighborhood, he tied her hands behind her back with zip ties and rope and tried to choke her with his hands, continuing after Lueck told him to stop. Ajayi says he then moved Lueck onto her stomach and strangled her with a belt until she stopped moving. Confession and arrest. On June 20th, Lueck's father reached out to the Salt Lake City Police Department to report that there had been no contact with Lueck since she returned to Utah.
Yeah, they didn't give me the search warrant. I authorized it before. And then when they said the search warrant, can I borrow your phone then to call my lawyer? I'm going to give you her phone number right now.
On June 28th, Ayoola Ajayi was taken into custody and charged with kidnapping and aggravated murder of Lueck, along with desecrating her body. Investigators uncovered that Lueck and Ajayi had exchanged numerous text messages in the early hours of June 17th, with Lueck's final message sent to him at 2:58 a.m.
AJ, I just told you that your phone records and the location put you up at the meet. You think honestly and expect me to believe that you ended that conversation and somehow you and her location end up in the exact same spot?
Oh, I'm not doubting you. If I see that too, if I'm in your case, I would be asking myself, what are you asking me right now?
It's not a miraculous question.
Cell phone data confirmed that both Lueck and Ajayi were present in the park at 2:59 a.m. Prosecutors further disclosed that Ajayi had photos of Lueck on his phone. During a search of Ajayi's property and its surroundings, investigators discovered Lueck's belongings and some of her remains.
Okay, so stand up real quick.
We're just gonna.
Oh, yeah, are you arresting me or something? No. Stand up.
Then why you're gonna be detained for a little bit.
You're being detained. But just for a second, okay? I gotta put you in handcuffs just while we're driving.
Per policy, we're just gonna go talk to detectives for a little bit.
Notably, a freshly dug area in his yard contained her burnt personal items, charred muscle tissue identified as Lueck's by the Utah State Crime Lab, and bone.
It's here where cops say they found charred human tissue matching Mackenzie's DNA. They also found personal items that were burned belonging to Mackenzie.
Ajayi's neighbors reported that he had a bonfire behind his garage on June 17th and 18, emitting a foul odor. After his arrest, Ajayi disclosed to his attorneys the location where Lueck was buried. He informed the authorities that he initially buried her body and some of her belongings in his backyard and disposed of some of her belongings in the Jordan River. The following day, he burned her remains. Days later, when the police visited Ajayi's residence to question him about Lueck's disappearance, he dug her remains out and transported them to a wooded area in Logan Canyon, where he buried her in a shallow grave.
What's going on, man?
So, detectives are ready to talk to you about everything that's going on real fast, so if you want to come, I'll give you right back to the house real quick.
For this Fox News over there.
His attorneys then cooperated with prosecutors to locate Lueck's body. On July 3rd, investigators discovered disturbed ground in a wooded area off the main road while conducting a search. On July 5, the police confirmed that Lueck's body had been recovered in Logan Canyon in a shallow grave. They found a charred human body. Trial. Initially set for March 12, 2020, the trial concerning Lueck's murder was rescheduled to provide prosecutors with more time to review the evidence and provide it to Ajayi's defense attorneys. A 3-day preliminary hearing was then arranged for October 28, 2020. On October 7, 2020, Ajayi pleaded guilty to first-degree aggravated murder and third-degree desecration of a human body in connection with Luek's death. Additionally, Ajayi was handed a 5-year prison term for desecrating Luek's body. Luek's parents and cousins also gave victim impact statements after jurors announced their verdict. Luek's parents highlighted the loss of not being able to witness their only daughter's life milestones, such as marriage and having children. Whereas Luek's cousin stated, "This is a nightmare you can't wake up from. I will never be able to forgive what happened to her. I will never forgive the monster who took her life. Never in my life have I felt anger the way I have the last 16 months. Never have I been so fearful for my life, because I know how real evil is in this world." Ajayi was also accused of 19 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor in August 2019. The police discovered numerous pornographic images of children on his computer during the investigation into Luek's death on July 2nd. A preliminary hearing for these charges was set for October 1st, 2020, to which Ajayi pleaded not guilty. The pornography charges were eventually dropped. Conclusion. The conclusion of Mackenzie Luek's case has left us with a heavy heart. It sheds light on important issues that demand our collective consideration. By raising awareness about the dangers of online dating, we can tackle these critical matters as a society and work towards creating a safer environment for everyone. This concludes our coverage of the Mackenzie Luek murder case. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. Until next time, take care and stay cautious of your surroundings. On the morning of Saturday, June 14, 2014, the peaceful town of Mota Visconti was startled awake by the desperate cries of a man standing outside his home. Residents looked out their windows to see their neighbor, 31-year-old Carlo Lisi, calling for help. He seemed scared and confused, speaking incoherently and begging someone to call the police. As the crowd gathered, Carlo recounted how his entire family had been attacked by intruders who had broken into their house. He narrowly escaped harm because he was out with friends at a nearby sports bar, watching the soccer match between Italy and England. He described how everything seemed normal before he left home earlier that night. However, upon returning, he found his home in chaos and discovered the lifeless bodies of his wife Cristina, aged 38, along with their 5-year-old daughter and 1.5-year-old son. Neighbors quickly contacted the police and emergency medical services and then waited for them to arrive. The operator instructed Carlo to check if any of his family members had a heartbeat and to begin CPR if they showed any signs of life. In reply, he shouted that he wouldn't go back into his house or touch the bodies. Although his reaction could be due to shock, it was odd that he called his family members bodies before confirming they had passed away. As the investigation progressed, the law enforcement authorities made significant progress in the light of the evidence and were able to successfully identify the mastermind responsible for orchestrating all the killings. Ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative that you watch the full video to uncover both the motive and the mastermind responsible for the heartless killings of the Lisi family. The astonishing revelations regarding this tragic event are as follows. Background. Cristina Lisi was born on September 17, 1975, in the small town of Pavia in northern Italy, where she became the eldest child in her family. From an early age, Cristina displayed determination, independence, and ambition, always forging her path and excelling in academics, drama club, and daily tasks. Despite her professional achievements, she remained connected to her family and secured a job at a major Italian insurance company in Mota Visconti while still in university. Opting to stay in the countryside, she advanced to a managerial position and specialized in civil insurance. Despite her professional achievements, Cristina never abandoned her love for theater, dedicating her spare time to rehearsals and performances. However, her personal life faced challenges as she struggled to find a suitable partner, holding on to hope for true love and happiness. Whereas Carlo Lisi was born in Casarano, Italy, in 1982, as the eldest of two sons in a conservative family. The patriarch was strict, expecting obedience and academic excellence from Carlo, while favoring his younger brother. From a young age, Carlo strove to meet his parents' expectations, excelling academically and participating in volleyball despite his love for soccer. He avoided conflict with his strict father, suppressing his desires and emotions. As a teenager, he became withdrawn and struggled with self-esteem, adapting to blend in and avoid confrontation. People found him polite but lacking empathy, and his handsome appearance and charm hid his emotional shallowness and narcissism. Despite a successful job at a leading IT company, Carlo remained dissatisfied with his career. Pressured by his parents to marry and start a family, his fleeting affairs and inability to maintain serious relationships led to arguments at home. Despite his assurances, Carlo avoided confrontations, fearing disappointing his father. Carlo and Christina's relationship began after Carlo was captivated by Christina's talent during a musical play. Despite their age difference, they quickly fell in love, but Carlo's infidelity caused turmoil before their wedding. Christina moved back temporarily with her parents, but Carlo's father demanded he reconcile with Christina before the wedding proceeded. Despite opposition from Christina's parents, she forgave Carlo, and they married as planned, eventually having 2 children. However, Carlo led a double life, engaging in affairs in Milan while appearing as a devoted family man at home. Frustrated with his mariage, Carlo considered leaving his family but faced financial and parental pressures. In early 2014, a new employee named Maria joined Carlo's workplace. He was immediately smitten with her and made numerous attempts to win her over, despite her clear refusal due to his marital status and family responsibilities. Carlo became increasingly fixated on Maria, blaming his family for his dissatisfaction and seeing them as obstacles to his happiness. He persuaded himself that he had never truly been happy in his marriage or life in general. He believed that with Maria, he could have the ideal relationship if he wasn't bound by his marriage and fatherhood responsibilities. It led him to contemplate drastic actions, including a plan to stage a robbery to eliminate his family. Murder. On Friday, June 13, 2014, Carlo spent the day with his family, giving them a farewell party of sorts. They visited an amusement park, went shopping at the mall, and spent the evening at a local cafe. Carlo made sure many people saw them, wanting to appear happy. Later, at home, they put the children to bed and made love in the living room as part of Carlo's plan to avoid suspicion. Afterward, while Christina settled in the living room to watch TV, Carlo went to the kitchen, grabbed a large knife, and stabbed her from behind. Christina tried to escape, but succumbed to her injuries. She died without knowing why her loved one did something so terrible. Carlo then went upstairs and killed his sleeping children. He clumsily staged a robbery, cleaned up the crime scene, and went out to a sports bar with friends, acting as if nothing had happened. He even sent messages to Christina during the evening. He returned home around 3 a.m. Evidence. Carlo staged a dramatic discovery of the crime, but made critical mistakes. He recorded the scene on his phone's camera, intending to create an alibi, but failed to turn it off, contradicting his testimony. Investigators quickly dismissed his robbery claim, as doors and windows were intact and nothing valuable was missing. The disorder appeared staged, and there was no reason for robbers to harm the children. Carlo gave inconsistent statements and couldn't explain the fresh cut on his palm. Analysis of his clothing revealed tiny blood splatters, inconsistent with his explanation. The video he provided showed he didn't approach his wife's body or check on the children. The discovery of a bloodied cloth in the trash was strong evidence against him. The investigators pieced together his online search history, uncovering evidence of premeditation for the crime. Carlo eventually confessed to disposing of his loved ones, but his motive shocked everyone. He explained that he couldn't bear the thought of divorcing Christina and sharing their assets, including their home and finances. He believed this would disrupt his plans for a happy life with another woman, Maria, leading him to commit the crime. Arrest. Carlo Lisi was charged with the triple murder. After his arrest, Carlo showed no signs of grief or remorse and appeared calm and unconcerned. He slept soundly in his cell, showing no pity for his family. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, he continued to proclaim his innocence. Conviction. In January 2015, Carlo received a life sentence without much reaction, later considering an appeal, but ultimately abandoning the idea as pointless. Shortly after Carlo's conviction, his father passed away from a heart attack. Conclusion. The Carlo Lisi family murder case serves as a poignant example of how the most dangerous threats could come from those closest to us. It also underscores the reality that things are not always what they seem, and behind the facade of a seemingly content family, there may be secrets and dangers lurking. This tragic event has left a lasting impact on the community, serving as a warning for those who may be tempted to engage in unlawful behavior. Let us collectively strive to promote empathy, understanding, and kindness in our neighborhoods to ensure that such heart-wrenching incidents do not happen again. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe for more captivating content. Until we meet again, take care of your loved ones.
It was like something I'd just never heard. It was like a million pieces of glass just crashing, and all of a sudden I heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, on November 16, 2020, a 23-year-old woman was fatally stabbed 23 times with a kitchen knife in 2.5 minutes by a man who stalked his former co-worker for months after he used a hammer to smash his way into her bedroom while she slept in her bed, and then fled away by climbing a side fence. The victim had turned out to be a woman named Celeste Mano, a 23-year-old vibrant and kind woman, and was dearly loved by her family and friends. She was a team leader who had her whole life ahead of her, but her promising future was cut short by his ex-colleague Sacco, who had become obsessed with her. Despite Celeste's efforts to avoid Sacco, he continued to stalk her, and things only escalated for the worse.
All of it has been shocking, and it's just wrong. There is nothing that is about the victim.
Here are some unprecedented details about the unfortunate incident. Background: Celeste Mano, born on November 22, 1996, was the daughter of Tony Mano and Aggie DiMoro. Alongside her younger brother and elder half-brother, she shared a close bond with her extended family. After pursuing her studies in criminology and psychology at RMIT, Ms. Mano eagerly anticipated celebrating her 24th birthday. Described by her family as the epitome of intelligence, wisdom, and strength, she fearlessly expressed her opinions and never shied away from standing up for herself or others. Her radiant presence illuminated every room she entered. Sadly, the world now feels a void without her. Ms. Mano held the position of team leader at a Mill Park call center operated by Serco, a global services company.
The fact that somebody can be taken out of this world so callously is just so unbelievably unfair.
On the other hand, Mr. Sacco, who used to be one of her team members, got fired from the company approximately a year ago. Mr. Sacco, a 36-year-old individual, had resided in Australia for 2 decades, residing with his parents at their family residence in Roxburgh Park, located in the northern part of the city. Additionally, he had a troubled past and a history of mental illness. Recently, he established an IT hardware business named Destic Sit, which he officially registered just last month. Interestingly, the listed address for the business corresponds to his parents' home. The website outlined the company as an online store specializing in computer hardware and building custom PCs. Sako developed an obsession with Mano, following her act of kindness towards him. When he got fired from his job at the call center, where they were both employed, his actions escalated into stalking, bombarding Celeste with numerous messages, trailing her to and from work, and even showing up outside her bedroom window. Fearing for her safety, Celeste turned to the police for help. In mid-2020, both she and her mother informed the authorities about the stalking.
That following Saturday, she goes, "Mum, have a guess who's just messaged me?" I said, "Who?" She's "The guy I told you about the other day, the one that left my work." And then from there is how it all started.
Leading to the establishment of an interim intervention order before the tragic incident took place. Nevertheless, the individual continued his actions and was later charged with violating the order. The investigators revealed that Sako cross-referenced her social media posts with Google Maps to identify the location of Ms. Mano's family home. On November 16, 2020, in the early morning Monday, a few hours after she posted a photo with her new boyfriend online.
And she always just lit up, and her laugh was infectious when she got going.
He drove to the address and used a hammer to smash her bedroom window. After brutally stabbing Ms. Mano to death with a kitchen knife while she slept, Sako quickly fled the scene.
She was asleep in her bed, in our home.
Celeste Mano, stalked and murdered.
Oh my God, he killed her! Paramedics said, "You know who did this?" I said, "Yes, yes."
Her lifeless body was discovered by her mother, who was awakened by the noise of the Sako escaping. Following the incident, Sako drove to the Mernda police station and held law enforcement officers accountable for her demise, urging them to take decisive action. He accused, "You are aware of the incident, and it is solely your responsibility." Furthermore, he exclaimed, "She is dead. She is dead. I recommend you go and witness it." Sako stayed in the hospital on Wednesday, being monitored by the police due to non-life-threatening injuries as he awaited hand surgery. Conviction. At the time of the verdict, the Supreme Court gallery was filled with Ms. Mano's family and friends, many of whom were dressed in black clothing. The family brought a glowing blue urn into the courtroom, placing it in front of Ms. Di Mauro, her son Alessandro, and Tony Mano, Ms. Mano's father. Whereas Sako, now 39, sat in the court dock wearing a gray prison jumper and black-rimmed glasses, showing no emotion. Justice Dixon initiated the verdict by acknowledging that Sako had admitted guilt rather than proceeding to trial. She said Sako had shown no remorse, attempted to downplay his offense, and made spurious and absurd statements to defend his actions.
The family of murder victim Celeste Mano have led a march through the city demanding tougher sentencing laws.
Her stalker turned killer was jailed for 36 years, but Miss Mano's mother wants him locked up for life.
Justice Dixon explained to the court that, despite the seriousness of the offense, she opted not to sentence the 39-year-old to life imprisonment because of his extreme personality disorder diagnosis. She pointed out that Sako's psychological condition had a substantial impact on his mental functioning during the crime, leading to a decrease in his moral responsibility. Tears were shed in the courtroom when Justice Jane Dixon disclosed that Sako would not be sentenced to life in prison. Nevertheless, Justice Dixon handed down a 36-year prison term with a minimum term of 30 years before parole eligibility. Sako has already spent approximately 3 years in custody prior to sentencing. Justice Jane Dixon established a parole eligibility date of 2050 for Sako, but due to his limited rehabilitation prospects, the state's parole board may decide that early supervised release poses too high of a risk. The decision of the verdict left Ms. Mano's family feeling outraged, as they believed Sako should have received a life sentence. Standing outside the Supreme Court, she criticized the state government for its failure to implement necessary reforms that would provide better protection for stalking victims. Aftermath. A vigil was organized in Melbourne to honor Celeste Mano, following the news that her killer had escaped a life sentence. Friends and family gathered to pay their respects and remember her life. In the wake of Celeste Mano's tragic passing, her grieving boyfriend expressed his love and admiration for his beautiful partner. Chris Ridsdale posted the couple's first photo on Facebook last Wednesday, along with the caption, "This picture was taken on Saturday of this week. We had a conversation and shared some jokes about how this would be the first photo of us together on her social media. She was thrilled to share it with everyone." Furthermore, Celeste's brothers had also honored her memory. Her younger brother, Alessandro, took to the internet to share a touching tribute to his beloved sister. "You were my rock," he reminisced. "We were always by each other's side, and our bond was irreplaceable." Her older brother, Jade, also stated that the family was still in shock. "Nothing is going to bring our Celeste back, but this can't happen again. No mother and no father should bury their child under these circumstances. So, whatever has to be done, whatever has to change to stop this from happening, those changes need to be made," he said. Celeste did everything right, followed the right protocol, spoke to the right people, and took the right actions. And this still happened. We need to make sure this never happens again. Conclusion. The death of Celeste Mano has raised concerns in the community about the need for stronger laws and support for victims of stalking. Her legacy will live on as a reminder to speak up and seek help if you or someone you know is being stalked. In the closing of this chapter, let us remember Celeste. May her story shed light on the issue of stalking and prevent such tragedies from happening again. Thank you for joining us on today's content. We would appreciate it if you would like and subscribe to our channel. Until next time, stay safe and stay vigilant towards your loved ones.
The police came to the door and they told us.
What did they tell you?
There had been a homicide and that she was the victim.
What are you doing? Taking a picture for Sunsets by Alex. Follow.
A dash cam captured Thiesfeld being taken into custody. Police immediately alerted investigators in Mississippi.
College is often seen as one of the most exciting times in a young person's life. But for the students at the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, that excitement was shattered when the news of the murder of one of their own, Alexandria Costial, broke. On July 20th, 2019, the University of Mississippi community was left in shock when the body of 21-year-old Alexandria Costial was found by a Lafayette County deputy who was on routine patrol near Sardis Lake in Harmontown, Mississippi, about 20 miles from the university's Oxford campus. The 21-year-old had been reported missing just hours prior. Initial examinations revealed that she had been shot multiple times. Her death had left a void in the lives of those who knew and loved her. She was beloved by her peers and admired by her professors.
I may have been Allie's teacher, but clearly, listening to everybody's thoughts tonight, she taught a lot of us as well.
But her story took a tragic turn when she was brutally murdered by a fellow student. The prime suspect in her murder, 22-year-old Brandon Thiesfeld, was a fellow student at the university. Thiesfeld was taken into custody and charged with Alexandria's murder. Investigators believed that Thiesfeld and Alexandria were in a romantic relationship that had turned sour. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to shed light on the unfortunate details that have been unfolded since the tragic death of the larger-than-life soul, Alexandria Costial. Background: Alexandria Costial, Allie, was a resident of St. Louis, Missouri, who aspired to pursue her education at the University of Mississippi. The 21-year-old was dedicated to studying marketing and had aspirations of venturing into the fashion industry upon completing her degree. She was set to graduate next spring. During her time at the university, Allie not only formed numerous friendships, in addition to the university's rich heritage, historical significance, and renowned football program.
She really wanted to be involved in a school
They had that ranking. Good football team.
Vaught Hemingway Stadium, Oxford, Mississippi. It is the home opener for the Ole Miss Rebels.
Allie's mother, Cindy Kostiel, believed that the University of Mississippi would provide the ideal setting for her daughter to find a lifelong partner. From a young age, Kostiel had a deep love for flowers. Her mother, Cindy Kostiel, shared that one of the reasons Allie was drawn to the University of Mississippi was due to the profusion of flowers on campus. In the fall of 2016, Kostiel crossed paths with Brandon Thiesfeld, a student from Fort Worth, Texas, who was also enrolled at the University of Mississippi. Despite claims from Allie's friends about an on and off romantic relationship between Allie and Brandon, they were never officially recognized as boyfriend and girlfriend. Murder, academic concerns took a backseat as a series of text messages discovered through Allie's Apple Watch and later verified via phone records hinted at a potential pregnancy.
Led investigators to go and look in her apartment and her room, and they found her Apple Watch. And even though her phone was not there, some of those messages still synced to that watch.
Kostiel's friends mentioned that Thiesfeld mostly disregarded her texts, but when he did reply, he was straightforward and concise about his decision. He made it clear that he did not want a child and insisted that Allie terminate the pregnancy. On the night of Friday, July 19, 2019, at 11:52 p.m., Kostiel was captured on surveillance video, leaving a bar in Oxford Square. Investigators reported that she took an Uber ride home alone.
Security camera captured Allie walking out of a bar in Oxford Square. Then, around 1:30 in the morning, prosecutors say Thiesfeld and Allie take that dark and desolate drive.
The investigation revealed that on July 20, 2019, at about 1:28 a.m., Thiesfeld collected Kostiel from her apartment, and they traveled together to an abandoned fishing camp. According to the grand jury report, a person in the area heard gunshots while walking their dog between 2:15 and 2:30 a.m. Kostiel sustained several gunshot wounds to her upper body. Another witness, Dawson, mentioned observing someone from the encampment trying to perform CPR on the woman. She expressed her sorrow as she recognized the futility of the situation. Upon the arrival of emergency services, they also endeavored to help. Tragically, despite their efforts, the victim was declared deceased by the Tacoma Fire Department. Arrest. Around 10:30 a.m. on July 20, 2019, a deputy discovered Kostiel's body during a routine patrol. Allie's purse, which held her school ID and driver's license, was discovered on the roadside. Following confirmation of Kostiel's identity, law enforcement began reaching out to her friends to inquire about potential suspects. The name Brandon was frequently mentioned. When investigators contacted Brandon Thiesfeld on Sunday afternoon to discuss Allie, he evaded meeting with them, promising to do so on Monday at 8:30 a.m. Investigators acquired an arrest affidavit under urgent circumstances and initiated the tracking of Brandon Thiesfeld's phone when he did not appear at the police station on Monday, July 22, 2019. Thiesfeld's movement was tracked through location data, which indicated that he was driving away from Oxford, Mississippi, toward Memphis, Tennessee. In order to aid in his apprehension, authorities issued a bolo, be on the lookout, for Thiesfeld's vehicle. His pickup truck stood out due to its license plate bearing the distinctive phrase "Tac 3et." Approximately 2 hours later, Thiesfeld was apprehended without any complications at a gas station, thanks to the assistance of the Memphis Police Department's Fugitive Task Force. The entire process of his arrest was captured by a police dash cam, recording the moment when Brandon Thiesfeld was taken into custody.
A dash cam captured Thiesfeld being taken into custody. Police immediately alerted investigators in Mississippi about what they found in the truck and on his clothing.
He had a .40 caliber gun, consistent with the caliber of the shell casings that were found on the scene.
Memphis police discovered a .40 caliber gun inside Thiesfeld's truck, which matched the type of weapon used in Allie Kostiel's murder. Following this discovery, Brandon was extradited to Lafayette County, Mississippi. In addition to the firearm, Another piece of evidence presented to a grand jury was a letter written by Thiesfeld during the weekend of Kostiel's murder. This letter was found in his apartment. In the letter, Brandon confessed, "I have always harbored disturbing thoughts, which have been exacerbated by my use of cocaine and alcohol." He further stated, "I believe this is the end for me. I am destined for either imprisonment or death." Trial and conviction. During the trial, the jury was informed by the prosecutors that Kostiel had been shot a minimum of 9 times. The grand jury report revealed that there were 11 shell casings found at the scene of the crime. Defense attorney Anthony Farisi stated that one of the shots fired by Brandon was directed toward the lake. On August 30, 2019, Brandon Thiesfeld was indicted by the grand jury on a capital murder charge. He pleaded not guilty. However, the trial was postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Subsequently, on August 27, 2021, Brandon Thiesfeld changed his plea to guilty for first-degree murder. Judge Kelly Luther sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The conditional release will only be considered when he reaches the age of 65. Brandon Thiesfeld will be serving his life sentence at the Mississippi State Penitentiary, commonly known as Parchman. Aftermath. The funeral for Alexandria Kostiel, held in a St. Louis suburb in July 2019, was a somber and emotional event as family, friends, and community members gathered to pay their respects and honor her memory. Conclusion. The tragic loss of Alexandria Kostiel has left a lasting impact on Oxford, Mississippi, and beyond. Her memory has been honored through vigils and memorials.
Hey, what are you doing? Taking a picture for Sunsets by Alex. Follow it.
And her story serves as a reminder of the devastating consequences of domestic violence. It also underscores the significance of openly conversing with our loved ones about complex issues. If Alexandria or Brandon had taken the initiative to discuss their situation with their parents, the outcome would have undoubtedly been entirely different. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Kostiel family and all those affected by this tragic event. Thank you for tuning in to this special report. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more elusive content. Until next time, stay safe and say no to domestic violence.
This is a case about a love triangle that turned deadly.
This was a pregnant, almost ready to deliver woman.
She's always had a smile on her face, and she loved life, and she loved people.
Ladies and gentlemen, on January 11, 1999, a seemingly flawless marriage was shattered by a fatal gunshot. A young woman, a devoted wife, and a doting mother tragically lost her life in what was initially thought to be a burglary, turned out to be a nightmare for the whole family. Belinda, the radiant soul filled with hope and anticipation of motherhood, was gunned down in her own home. The prime suspect, her husband, David Temple. As details emerged, people were left stunned. How could a spouse, a protector, commit such a heinous act? Ladies and gentlemen, today's content revolves around the heartbreaking love story of David Temple and his wife Belinda. A relationship that seemed perfect from the outside took a deadly turn and ended up in a horrific murder. Ladies and gentlemen, it's crucial to get into the details to understand the circumstances behind the unfortunate tragedy. David and Melinda's relationship blossomed into a beautiful fairy tale. They were college sweethearts, destined to be together. David Temple, a star football player from Katy High School in Katy, Texas,
Temple, the linebacker, is 5'11", 233 out of Katy, Texas.
Pursued his football dreams at Stephen F. Austin University in Nacogdoches, Texas, where he first encountered Belinda. Belinda was a successful athlete who taught aerobics during her college years. Upon graduation, she decided to move from her hometown of Nacogdoches to Katy, Texas, to be with David. Their engagement took place on the 50-yard line of their college football field at Stephen F. Austin University, and they exchanged vows in 1992. Belinda pursued a career as a special education teacher at Katy High School, while David worked as a football coach at Hastings High School, located near Katy.
Belinda and David both got jobs as teachers. David got a job as a high school football coach and a teacher at A-Leaf Hastings.
In 1999, Belinda, who was 8 months pregnant, was tragically murdered in her Katy home, leaving behind her 3-year-old son, Evan. The fatal gunshot wound to the back of her head ended her life. At the age of 30, Temple wanted his wife dead because he was involved in an affair. Temple wasted no time in moving on from his wife's murder and married his mistress, Scott, less than 2 years later. Less than 2 years after his wife's murder, Temple married his mistress, Scott. Later, Scott filed for divorce in the middle of his retrial in 2019. Crime scene. When David came home on January 11, 1999, he discovered that the back door's glass had been broken. He promptly escorted Evan to a neighbor's house and quickly returned to ensure Belinda's safety. Authorities consider the arrangement of the broken glass behind the door as a potential clue. The photograph shows the back door slightly open, with broken glass lying to the left of the door. Detectives interpreted the glass's location as evidence that the door was open at the time of the glass breakage. However, the defense argues that the broken glass may have simply fallen out as David Temple hurriedly pushed the door open to go upstairs and check on his wife. Upon receiving David Temple's 911 call, detectives hesitated to enter the backyard due to the aggressive barking of the Temple's chow dog, Shaka. This raised questions about how a burglar could have evaded the dog. During the trial, David testified that Shaka was in the garage at the time of Belinda's murder. The police also found the television in the Temple residence plugged in and lying on its side, further casting doubt on the involvement of a typical burglar. The police were suspicious of the openly displayed jewelry in the Temple's bedroom, which had not been stolen. Belinda Temple tragically died in the bedroom closet from a single gunshot to the head. The ammunition found with her matched a reloaded .00 buckshot shell commonly used in a 12-gauge shotgun. The medical examiner's report confirmed the immediate deaths of Belinda and her unborn baby, Aaron. Arrest. In November 2004, David Temple was arrested and accused of murdering his wife, Belinda Temple. Trial. During the trial, Temple was represented by the well-known defense attorney Dick DeGuerin from Texas, while the prosecutor, Kelly Siegler, was equally renowned for her courtroom successes. The defense claimed that David was running errands on January 11, 1999, when his wife was killed, but the prosecutor presented a timeline from investigators suggesting he had time to commit the crime. On the contrary, the defense in the 2019 trial hearing said the prosecution had the timeline of the murder all wrong. They say investigators retroceded Temple's steps in the evening, not during the time of the murder, when traffic was heavier, and argued there simply was no time. Furthermore, defense attorneys argued a teenager who lived in the Temple's neighborhood was the actual killer. David Temple was accused by prosecutors of orchestrating a burglary at his suburban Houston residence and fatally shooting his pregnant wife, a high school teacher, due to his extramarital affair. The motive behind the crime, according to prosecutors, was his desire to be with his mistress, whom he eventually married in 2001. Temple's former wife, Heather Scott. Temple testified for the prosecution on April 10th. Scott informed Temple to end the affair, but 3 days later, Belinda was killed. During this time, David confessed his love for her, and she reciprocated. Temple, a former football coach, was not charged with the murder until 5 years later. Defense attorneys also highlighted that keeping Temple in prison would negatively impact his 3-year-old son, Evan, who longed for his father's physical presence.
One that told me he was a committed father. And I think the best evidence of who David is Evan, as the young man that the jury met.
Temple's attorney, Stan Schneider, emphasized Evan's desire for his father's embrace. Who put him in this position? Who caused his suffering and his pain? It was the defendant, Tanner told jurors. Belinda's siblings also gave victim impact statements after jurors announced their verdict. "You're despicable. You're a piece of trash. You called our family white trash. Look at you, David. I want you to think about this every day. as you spend the rest of your life in prison, as you rot in hell, Belinda's brother Brian Lucas told Temple. I still have a lot of sleepless nights and suffer numerous health problems. The stress from the murder of my sister has been overwhelming for me, says Belinda's twin sister Brenda Lucas. It's been hell for me the last 24 years. Conviction. Temple was convicted for the first time in the fall of 2007 for his wife's murder after years of investigation. The jury initially convicted David Temple of murder in 2007, but Texas's top criminal court overturned that conviction in 2016 because prosecutors had withheld evidence, and he was granted a retrial. After the conviction was overturned, the special prosecutors were assigned when the Harris County District Attorney's Office recused itself over a conflict of interest. During a retrial in August 2019, Temple was found guilty for the second time in the 1999 death of Belinda, but they couldn't agree on his punishment, prompting a judge to declare a mistrial. Prosecutors had sought a life prison term. A new resentencing trial for David Temple was delayed in part by the coronavirus pandemic. The 2023 resentencing trial took 2 weeks and largely contained the same evidence and information presented to jurors in the 2 previous trials. It took a Harris County jury just a few hours to decide on a life sentence for the former coach. Temple's punishment range was from probation to life. He has already spent 13 years in prison and will be eligible for parole in another 17 years. Prosecutors told jurors Temple's punishment should fit his crime, and they say someone who would murder his wife and unborn daughter should never walk free again. Defense attorneys are now appealing the life sentence. Since Temple had already served 13 years behind bars, he would be eligible for parole after 17 more years. David Temple remains in the Harris County Jail on a $1 million bond. David and Melinda's case is just one of the many examples of how gun violence can tear apart a family. According to statistics, every day in the United States, an average of 100 people die due to gun violence. It is also a reminder that love can turn deadly and destroy lives if it is not nurtured with care and respect. David's actions not only destroyed Belinda's life, but also impacted the lives of everyone around them, leaving a scar that will never heal. That would bring an end to David and Belinda's chapter for today. Thank you for watching. Stay safe and see you with another eye-catching content soon. Take care.
This case is incredibly unique when you started to dig a little bit deeper. Nothing is what it seems.
Suzanne Morphew went missing on Mother's Day in May of 2020, and from there on out, it became a nationwide search for her.
Ladies and gentlemen, on September 22, 2023, during a search in the area of Moffat in Saguache County, the remains of a woman were located in a shallow grave about 45 miles south of Maysville. Agents from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation found her remains while searching for Edna Quintana, 55, a mother of 5 who disappeared in May after she went hiking with her boyfriend. The remains found in Moffat were positively identified as Suzanne Morphew by the El Paso County coroner on Wednesday, September 27. The 49-year-old mother of 2 was last seen on May 10, 2020, according to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Who is Suzanne Morphew? What circumstances led to her remains being found in a shallow grave? Ladies and gentlemen, the answers to your questions lie in our today's story. Here are some unprecedented details about the unfortunate woman. Suzanne and Barry Morphew both hail from Alexandria, Indiana, and their paths crossed during their high school years. After Barry completed his high school education, the couple began dating and eventually tied the knot in 1994. Throughout their 26-year marriage, they were blessed with 2 daughters, Mallory and Macy. Initially, Suzanne worked as a schoolteacher, but later left her job to focus on raising their children, while Barry established his landscaping business. Suzanne was known among her family and friends as a loving mother, a devoted wife, and a cherished friend. Her compassionate nature and willingness to assist others made her a beloved figure in the community. Not only was she physically fit, but she also possessed remarkable mental and emotional strength. As per friends, the Morphews relocated from Indiana to a residence just on the outskirts of Salida, Colorado, to be closer to their eldest daughter, Mallory, who was pursuing her education at a nearby college. However, there were also speculations that the move was an attempt at a new beginning in Suzanne and Barry's troubled marital relationship. Nevertheless, everything took a drastic turn on Mother's Day 2020. In the early hours of May 10, 2020, Barry departed from their residence near Salida, Colorado, to drive to a work site situated 150 miles away in Broomfield, Colorado. Meanwhile, their daughters, who were on a camping trip and on their way back home, sent a text message to their mother, extending their heartfelt wishes for Mother's Day. Regrettably, she did not respond. Barry was informed by Mallory about their unsuccessful attempts to reach Suzanne. Eventually, Barry conversed with one of their neighbors and requested them to check on Suzanne's well-being and ascertain if her mountain bike was present at their residence. Upon discovering no trace of Suzanne or her bike, Barry urged them to contact the authorities and report the situation.
Please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back.
Rather than heading straight home, Barry makes a brief stop to deliver a shovel and other tools to his co-workers at a hotel where he had arranged accommodations for them and himself. It is just a few minutes past 6 p.m. when he finally drives back home. Suzanne Morphew's mountain bike after being discovered by the sheriff's deputies. Suzanne's bike was discovered on the edge of a cliff near her family's residence, with no signs of struggle, blood, or clothing nearby. Her helmet was found a mile away from Highway 50 a few days later, while her sunglasses and hydration backpack were inside her car. Investigators suspected that the scene may have been staged, casting doubt on whether Suzanne actually went for a bike ride on Mother's Day morning. A comprehensive search and rescue mission was initiated, involving over 100 personnel combing through challenging terrain in Chaffee County, where Suzanne went on her bike ride.
And we're going to fan out and we're going to work that area very carefully, okay?
Suzanne's brother, Andy Moorman, led the search alongside dedicated volunteers, meticulously scouring the surrounding areas for any trace of her. The Chaffee County Sheriff's Office, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and FBI actively participated in the search, launching an extensive investigation to find Suzanne. After 10 days, investigators found a spy pen in the Morphew's master bedroom walk-in closet. It was revealed that Suzanne had obtained the pen to catch evidence of her husband Barry's potential affair, but instead recorded conversations with her secret lover. Investigators spent 6 months identifying the man, who was discovered to have a wife and 6 children in Michigan. Despite initially hiding their affair and not coming forward after Suzanne's disappearance, he eventually cooperated with authorities by providing access to his DNA, phone records, and passwords for deleted accounts. Following the verification of his alibi, he was cleared of any suspicion. Investigators were able to verify his alibi, and he was cleared. On May 9th, the day before Mother's Day, Suzanne Morphew and her partner exchanged 59 messages. Suzanne shared a selfie with her partner, which investigators consider her last proof of life. Barry Morphew sent Suzanne a text at 2:26 p.m., informing her of his return but received no response. He then asked if she had left but still got no reply. Investigators believe Barry returned home, killed Suzanne, and tried to cover up the crime. If Barry didn't know about Suzanne's affair, it's unclear why he would want to harm her. But investigators found a deleted text on Barry's phone from Suzanne, saying, "I'm done. I don't care about your activities and haven't for years. Let's resolve this amicably." Investigators showed Barry Morphew a picture of a damaged door frame in their master bedroom, which the previous owners claimed was not there when they sold the house. They asked if it was a result of an argument or being locked out. Barry replied, "I do not know the cause behind that." Investigators believe Barry may have damaged the door as he tried to get to Suzanne after shooting her with a tranquilizer gun. Nevertheless, investigators suspected that this unusual phone activity could be a result of Barry chasing Suzanne around the house after shooting her with a tranquilizer gun. Authorities have reported that Barry Morphew claimed to have gone to bed at approximately 8 p.m. on May 9th. However, The data from his truck's computer indicated that the vehicle was put in reverse and backed up towards the house at around 9:30 p.m., as shown in the evidence photo. During the investigation, a clear plastic needle cap was discovered in the Morphew family's dryer. Prosecutors argued that this cap holds significant importance as evidence. They believed that when Barry Morphew returned home on the afternoon of May 9th, he entered the garage, removed this cap from a syringe used to load a tranquilizer dart, injected the dart with a chemical, and subsequently shot Susanne. It is worth noting that no functional tranquilizer gun or tranquilizer chemicals were found in the Copeland's residence. Barry told investigators he had no idea how the cap got in the dryer, but admitted he was an experienced tranquilizer dart gun shooter and knew how to load darts with paralyzing chemicals, having used them to illegally sedate deer and remove their antlers to sell. Barry's defense attorneys argued that the significance of this cap is irrelevant since there is no way to determine how long it has been present. Additionally, they asserted a lack of evidence linking the cap to their client. Texts between Suzanne Morphew and a friend before her disappearance revealed marital strain. On May 10th, the day Suzanne Morphew went missing, Barry Morphew was caught on hotel surveillance cameras disposing of trash in various spots across Broomfield, Colorado. Despite his claim of using inaccessible bins to avoid landfill fees, investigators believe he was attempting to get rid of potential evidence, visible scratch marks on Barry Morphew's arm, captured in a photo taken by investigators 3 days after Suzanne's disappearance, support the prosecution's theory of a preceding physical altercation before her murder. Investigators made a significant discovery when they found unidentified male DNA in Suzanne Morphew's Range Rover. In October 2020, DNA testing revealed a partial match to an unnamed man who was linked to 3 unsolved sexual assault cases in Tempe, Phoenix, and Chicago. Despite Suzanne's body not being found, Barry was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and other related offenses. Prosecutors believe that Barry couldn't handle Suzanne's desire to leave him, leading him to exert control over her, similar to his behavior with animals. Barry Morphew has consistently maintained his innocence and pleaded not guilty to all charges. On September 20th, 2021, he was released from jail on bond, supported by his daughters. However, in April 2022, the charges against him were dismissed by a judge. Meanwhile, District Attorney Linda Stanley, who initially brought the charges against Barry, is currently being investigated for alleged prosecutorial misconduct. And that concludes our today's video on Suzanne Morphew. Thank you for watching, and please let us know your thoughts in the comments section below. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel for more updates.
Hi, is this a number I call for a non-emergency?
This is the dispatch center, non-emergency number. How can I help you?
I'm sorry. My daughter has been missing since last night, and I'm getting kind of worried because she's supposed to work in 10 minutes, and I haven't heard anything from her. We were at a wedding, and she was upset and got out of the car, and I haven't heard from her since, and I haven't been able to find her.
On Thursday morning, August 23rd, the body of a young woman was located over an embankment north of Dayton on Foster Road, which functions as the off-on ramp for Highways 18 and 221. Wallace Road by a group of joggers, following an extensive investigation by the law enforcement authorities. It was determined that the woman in question was Megan Cordy, who was astonishingly identified as a mother to a 3-year-old child. Following a detailed investigation, the authorities found that Megan Cordy, a 27-year-old woman from Oregon, had gone missing under mysterious circumstances on August 18, 2018. Jennifer Weathers, Megan Cordy's mother, had reported her daughter missing the day after she disappeared. Jennifer came under investigation after contacting a non-emergency dispatcher on August 19th, the day after the wedding. During the call, she expressed her concern for Cordy, stating that she was feeling somewhat worried.
Hi, is this a number I call for a non-emergency?
This is the dispatch center, non-emergency number. How can I help you?
I'm sorry. My daughter has been missing since last night, and I'm getting kind of worried because she's supposed to work in 10 minutes, and I haven't heard anything from her. We were at a wedding, and she was upset and got out of the car, and I haven't heard from her since, and I haven't been able to find her. I drove around for 2 hours this morning looking for where she got out of the car, and so I don't know if I should call 911 or if I have to wait a certain amount of time.
However, Jennifer did not disclose all the information she possessed, only mentioning that her daughter had become upset and left the car after the wedding, with no communication since then. As details of the case emerged, a heartbreaking picture painted a tumultuous relationship between mother and daughter. As the tension escalated between the two, Megan made a choice that would haunt her loved ones forever, ultimately leading to a fatal outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, here are some details surrounding the heartbreaking case. Background: on August 18, 2018, Cordy and her daughter attended a family friend's wedding in rural Yamhill County. They traveled to the event with Cordy's mother, Jennifer Weathers, in her silver Honda CR-V. The wedding took place at Heiser Farms on Grand Island, south of Dayton, where Weathers admitted to consuming wine and dancing at the reception. Despite 3 wedding guests expressing concerns about Weathers' level of intoxication, she denied being drunk during a polygraph examination. Several guests told police Cordy was also drinking, but none of them described her as being intoxicated. At 10:30 p.m., Cordy wanted to leave the wedding reception due to her daughter being tired. She and Weathers got into an argument about who would be the designated driver. Weathers was upset about leaving early. The argument escalated as they drove away. Cordy called her boyfriend for a ride, but he couldn't help because of work the next day.
And when she finally let go of my hair, I started slowing the car down, which is when she started opening the door and saying, "I'm going to get out." Oh, first she had called her boyfriend.
You hit her in the arm how many times?
Oh, I don't know. I just reached back until she let go of my hair.
Okay.
I
Are you sure that you were hitting her arm?
No.
When Cordy demanded to leave the car, Weathers revealed to the authorities that Cordy and her 3-year-old daughter were seated in the back. Weathers explained that, as she slowed down to about 5 mph, Cordy made a sudden exit from the back seat and jumped out of the car. Weathers reported to the authorities that it was dark, with no streetlights or houses around. She recounted her efforts to find her daughter by walking around the car, but she was unable to locate her. Upon reaching her apartment in King City, Weathers recounted how she had driven Cordy's tearful daughter home, assuming that Cordy would either walk back to the wedding or arrange alternative transportation. Weathers informed the authorities about her daughter's misconduct.
And what is your name?
My name is Jennifer Weathers.
And what is her name?
Megan, Meigan. Cordy, Cordie.
You know what she was wearing?
She was wearing I want to say it was floral pantsuit. It was one piece, short sleeve, navy blue with flowers on it. And she doesn't have her phone. She didn't have her phone. She left it in my car. She didn't have her wallet. Everything was in my car.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have someone get in contact with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Despite their turbulent relationship, they had not engaged in any physical altercation since Cordy's teenage years. The break of dawn brought no sign of Cordy's whereabouts. Her shoes, purse, and cell phone were found in the front seat of the car, raising even more questions. Weathers reported that she revisited the vicinity close to Grand Island and drove around for approximately 2 hours. But unfortunately, she did not come across any trace of her daughter. Feeling increasingly anxious, she decided to contact the non-emergency line for the police to seek assistance. Concern grew among her friends as Cordy failed to appear at her workplace as expected. A group of dedicated volunteers, including firefighters, swiftly gathered to form a search team. Notably, Cordy's father holds the position of Clackamas fire captain, adding a personal connection to the efforts. The team wasted no time and immediately began their search for Cordy. Investigators asked Weathers to take a polygraph test to rule her out as a suspect. She agreed and had an appointment scheduled for August 21st at 9 a.m. at the Salem Police Department. Detectives warned Weathers against consuming substances except for prescribed medications, as it could affect the outcome. Weathers claimed to have forgotten and took a muscle relaxer to sleep. Consequently, the polygraph was rescheduled. Over 2 hours, the examiner had Weathers recall events, but she couldn't remember everything. Weathers had inconsistent physical reactions. The examiner's report deemed the test inconclusive. The detective suggested another test the next day, and Weathers agreed. Later, Weathers emailed the police to postpone the second test, but it was never rescheduled. On August 23rd, joggers found a dead woman near the Dayton interchange with Highway 18. Detectives arrived promptly and conducted a thorough investigation, including taking aerial photographs of the scene. The next day, an autopsy revealed that the woman, Cordy, died from blunt force trauma and had 2 broken or severed vertebrae. Investigators determined that her injuries were not from a car accident, but from colliding with a stationary object after exiting a vehicle, like a guardrail support post. Furthermore, Cordy was discovered more than 9 miles away from the location where her mother claimed she was last seen. Brad Berry, the district attorney of Yamhill County, stated that the situation was perplexing. Megan, Cordy's daughter, was interviewed by a child specialist on August 31st, as arranged by the police. According to the 3-year-old, her mother was seated in the front seat after they left the wedding. During the interview, the child specialist was informed about an incident involving hair pulling and how the mother subsequently exited the car. It was a simple yet significant detail. The girl informed investigators that her mother had exited the car not once, but twice. An investigator stated, "What she said made sense." Police reports show that the 3-year-old also detailed the speed at which the car was moving when her mother jumped out. While they sped onto the freeway, the little girl remarked, "This is how fast Weathers was driving when her mother left the car." Police and prosecutors suspect that an angry Cordy left the front seat of the car to return to the back seat. Prosecutors explained that this would account for why Cordy's shoes, purse, and cell phone were still in the front seat. Trial. Jennifer was not charged in connection with the death of Megan Cordy, as Yamhill County District Attorney Brad Berry determined that the investigation spanning over a month did not yield enough evidence to pursue homicide charges. The state medical examiner's office officially declared Cordy's death as accidental, conviction. On the 1st of October, Jennifer Weathers faced charges of driving under the influence of intoxicants and recklessly endangering another individual. Following this, she received a 5-day jail sentence. Walter Todd. Her defense attorney highlighted that she had completed an outpatient treatment program and took full responsibility for her actions, clarifying that they were not connected to Megan's unfortunate passing. Megan's story serves as a stark reminder of the complexities of family dynamics and the devastating consequences that can arise from unresolved conflicts and emotional turmoil. As we conclude this case, I plead with all parents to refrain from committing any unfathomable acts, as demonstrated by Megan. When experiencing intense anger, our children will be the ones left to deal with the aftermath. This brings us to the end of the case of Megan Cordy. Thank you for watching our video. Your likes, comments, and shares motivate us to keep creating and improving our content. Until next time, take care and stay safe.
I tell my clients that anytime they have a life on the end of their sentence, they are not getting out of prison. I tell their families that too.
And it's the kids that suffer so bad.
I just hope one day we get to be a part of Robbie and Leanna's life. You know, they're the ones that are suffering in the long term over the hope.
In the quiet town of Silver Lake, Tehachapi, California, the Lyman family was known as the epitome of happiness. Robert and Sabrina Lyman were high school sweethearts who had been married for 11 years and had 2 young children. But their fairy tale life was about to take a tragic turn. They were the perfect couple, always smiling, always holding hands. They were the kind of couple that made you believe in true love. Ladies and gentlemen, the twists and turns in this case will leave you stunned and questioning everything you thought you knew about love, loyalty, and betrayal. On August 17, 2014, the Lyman family's perfect life was shattered when 38-year-old Robert Lyman was shot dead in his workplace. But who would have a motive to kill the beloved husband and father of 2? The couple's marriage was shattered when a firefighter named Jonathan Hearn swept Robert's wife Sabrina off her feet, which eventually led to a sordid crime that no one saw coming. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be enthralled by the real-life incident of Robert Lyman, Sabrina Lyman, and Jonathan Hearn. Here are some staggering details about the unfortunate event. Background: Sabrina, born in 1980 in Prescott, Arizona, crossed paths with Robert Lyman, who was also born in Prescott, but in 1977. Their fateful encounter occurred when Sabrina was merely 18 years old and Robert was 21. The instant they laid eyes on each other, love blossomed. In no time, they decided to cohabitate, and on August 19, 2000, they exchanged vows, sealing their commitment. After landing a job as a mechanic at the BNSF Railroad, Robert and his family made the move to Silver Lake in Hellendale, California. Robert and Sabrina's life seemed flawless, with a calendar full of social gatherings, outdoor activities, and quality time with their children. However, beneath the surface, their marriage was unconventional. Both Sabrina and Robert shared a fascination with sexual experimentation, which eventually led them to explore swinging. In 2008, after 8 years of marriage, they opted to introduce other partners into their relationship. Initially, they connected with Dale and Nicole Smith, but Sabrina's emotional involvement with Dale complicated their dynamic. When Robert confronted Sabrina about their connection, she acknowledged it and put an end to it. Subsequently, Robert and Sabrina joined a larger group of swingers and embarked on adult-only vacations with them. Around this period, Robert began watching illicit videos. His decreased presence with Sabrina led to her feeling neglected and frustrated. Following the end of summer in 2012, Sabrina began her job at the Victorville branch of Costco. While on duty, she crossed paths with a devout Christian Jonathan Hearn, a young and attractive fear fighter, born in 1990 in Hesperia, California, to Mika and Carol Hearn. They began talking and exchanging phone numbers, and then talking turned into an affair. Jonathan, who was 32 years old at the time, was living his dream as a paramedic in the San Bernardino Fire Department. Despite his achievements, he had never experienced a genuine romantic relationship. Among his responsibilities was grocery shopping for the firehouse. It was during one of these shopping trips that he unexpectedly encountered Sabrina. They struck up a conversation about what he was buying, and Sabrina mentioned that her neighbor and family friend named Jason is also a firefighter. Surprisingly, Jonathan knew Jason, which sparked a connection between him and Sabrina. In December 2012, they found themselves entangled in a full-fledged affair. Nevertheless, Sabrina was determined to uphold her image of a perfect marriage, a perfect wife, and a perfect family, so she concealed the affair from the community. Jonathan envisioned a future with Sabrina, while she envisioned herself with him, not her husband. Sabrina held a special place in Jonathan's heart as his first love and girlfriend. However, after 3 to 4 months into their relationship, Jonathan reached out to their mutual friend Jason, requesting Robert Lyman's phone number. Jonathan and Sabrina reconnected when Robert started to let his guard down. Their conversation occurred in April 2013, and by February 14, 2014, Sabrina and Jonathan were certain of their future together and decided to marry. It was at this point that the scheme to kill Robert was devised. Murder plot. In April 2014, during their initial attempt, Lyman and Hearn conspired to poison Robert by contaminating his banana pudding with arsenic bought online by Hearns. Nevertheless, on the day of the planned poisoning, they worried about being tracked through their cell phones. Sabrina, panicking, warned Robert that the pudding was spoiled. Following this event, Jonathan and Sabrina reached a mutual decision to forego the poison plan and opt for acquiring a burner phone for Sabrina to ensure untraceable communication. After a short period, a fresh plan was put into action. Jonathan Hearn drove to the rail yard in Tehachapi on August 17, 2014, where Robert was employed with the intent of shooting and killing him. Investigators suspected that the crime scene had been manipulated to make it appear as though Robert had been killed amid a failed robbery. Arrest. The detectives extensively searched the vicinity for any surveillance cameras. The footage obtained from the rail yard during the time of the murder revealed an unknown man with a discernible limp. A nearby company supplied surveillance video that depicted Robert Limon on the road, leading to his office, accompanied by multiple other vehicles. All the other motorists, except for a man on a motorcycle, were successfully identified. The neighbors of Lyman, Jason Bernatine, and Kelly Bernatine, who were friends with Sabrina, Robert, and Jonathan. Kelly informed the authorities that Sabrina also shared the letter with her that Hearn delivered. It talked about what a wonderful man Rob was, and how he wants to be the kind of person he was, and all these things. But Kelly says she was put off by Sabrina's reaction to the note so soon after she'd lost her husband to a violent and mysterious end. Isn't this sweet? Listen to this. Listen to how sweet Jonathan is. Kelly recalls of Sabrina's response. "So, I'm trying not to throw up. I'm trying not to scream. I'm just like freaking out." After learning about the affair between Sabrina and Hearn, the detectives decided to wiretap their phones. Connecting through their mutual Christian beliefs, the pair frequently discussed topics related to God and the Bible. During one particular conversation with Sabrina, Hearn was caught on tape saying, "Hello God, we are humbly seeking your guidance. We have made mistakes. We have strayed from the right path. We have been self-centered, and we have sinned." Following their deliberation, investigators made the strategic decision to provide Sabrina with false information regarding the murder investigation, aiming to observe her subsequent reaction. Without delay, Sabrina immediately contacted Hearn using a burner phone to alert him about the newly fabricated details. On November 18, 2014, Hearn and Sabrina were apprehended under suspicion of being involved in the death of Robert. Detectives discovered a motorcycle, a helmet, a red bandana, and a backpack at Hearn's residence, which matched the description of a mysterious individual captured on surveillance footage near the location where Robert was murdered. As a result of inadequate evidence connecting Sabrina to the crime, she was released from custody within a few days, while Hearn, who was accused of murder, remained imprisoned. In return for providing testimony regarding Sabrina's suspected participation in the murder plot, Hearn agreed to a plea agreement that would result in a 25-year prison term. 2 years after the death of her husband, Sabrina was taken into custody for his murder, where she entered a plea of not guilty to the accusations. Trial. During the trial, Hearn confessed to the murder of Robert and accused Sabrina of being involved in planning it, claiming that she refused his suggestion to divorce her husband. Hearn stated that Sabrina believed Robert would prefer death over divorce, and that losing her would essentially kill him. Sabrina, while testifying in her defense, firmly refuted any claims of her involvement in the planning of her husband's murder. Additionally, she denied the alleged poisoning plot suggested by Hearn. Richard Terry, Sabrina's defense attorney, argued that Hearn's plea deal created a strong incentive for him to lie on the witness stand. As for the wiretapped conversations, Sabrina Lyman stated that Jonathan had a keen interest in being kept informed about, and she confided in him. She recalled him warning her about the potential dangers of an affair being revealed and the tactics used by the police. Conviction. Sabrina Lehman was found guilty on 4 out of 6 charges on February 21, 2018, which included first-degree murder, attempted murder, solicitation of murder, and conspiracy. She was not found guilty of the alleged poisoning attempt on Robert's life. As a result, she was given a 25-year-to-life prison sentence. She's eligible for parole in 2033, according to the CDCR. Hearn, however, was convicted of manslaughter, received a prison sentence of 25 years and 4 months, and is eligible for parole in November 2028, according to the CDCR. His expected release was November 2035, when he would be 45 years old. Conclusion. The Robert and Sabrina Lyman case is a tragic reminder that love can sometimes turn into a deadly obsession. Let this be a lesson to all of us to always think twice before acting on our emotions and to never take someone else's life by falling blindly in love. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the Lyman's case. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe for more gripping stories, and share this video with your friends. Until next time, stay safe and make sure to always be aware of who is in your life. See you in the next video.
911, what's the location of the emergency?
My daughter is missing.
What's your address, ma'am?
She's gone. We can't find her anywhere. I've called all her friends.
How old is she?
11.
Okay, what's her name, ma'am?
Carly, C-A-R-L-I-E.
And last name?
Brucia, B-R-U-C-I-A.
Ladies and gentlemen, the safety and security of our children is a top priority for every parent. We all want to ensure that our children are safe and protected at all times. But unfortunately, there are times when these dreadful incidents still happen, despite our best efforts. Every day, thousands of children go missing, and tragically, some never come home. On February 2004, Carly Brucia, an 11-year-old girl with a bright soul, was snatched away by darkness. Carly was walking home from a friend's house. It was Super Bowl Sunday, and she wanted to watch the big game with her family, but she never made it home. Her parents could never have imagined the nightmare that was about to unfold on that fateful day. But as hope began to dim and fear took hold, the unthinkable truth emerged. The breakthrough in the case came from a surveillance video that captured Carly's abduction. The video prompted a massive manhunt for the abductor. Unfortunately, her life was tragically cut short after being abducted, leaving a void in the hearts of those who cherished her. The scars of this tragedy remain etched in the collective memory of a community torn apart by loss. Through their tireless efforts and unwavering determination, law enforcement authorities pieced together the clues to her final moments, leading to the apprehension of the perpetrator. Ladies and gentlemen, it's crucial that we understand the circumstances surrounding her disappearance to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Here are some details about the unfortunate incident. Background: Carly Bruscia was born on March 16, 1992, in Sarasota, Florida, USA, to Joe Bruscia and Susan Shorpen. She was described as a bright and bubbly young girl by her family and friends. She was a girl with a beautiful soul, full of life and potential. She loved dancing, playing soccer, and spending time with her friends and family. Reportedly, Susan was found dead on April 10th of a suspected drug overdose. Criminal act: Carly Jane Bruscia was sexually abused and murdered by Joseph P. Smith after being taken from a car wash near her home in Sarasota, Florida, on February 1st, 2004, on her way home from a friend's house. Her parents reported her missing less than half an hour after she was abducted. The kidnapping case gained popularity after surveillance footage of the girl was released. The footage, captured by a surveillance camera situated behind a car wash, shows Bruscia being confronted by a guy subsequently identified as Smith, who grabs her arm and leads her away toward a car discovered by another camera. The footage was broadcast nationwide, sparking a major manhunt for the kidnapper. Bruscia's body was discovered 4 days later, amid a pile of cinder blocks behind a Sarasota church. According to a report submitted in the Supreme Court by Attorney General Pam Bondi's office, a medical examiner concluded she was sexually abused while she was still alive and died of strangulation. Arrest. On February 6th, authorities announced that Smith, a 37-year-old father of 3 and an automobile mechanic with a lengthy history of drug-related arrests and one for kidnapping and false imprisonment, was apprehended as the primary suspect. Furthermore, the police confirmed in their statement that Smith's vehicle was linked to the crime. Additionally, Smith had also been a person of interest in the unsolved murder of 25-year-old Tara Riley in 2000. Riley's lifeless and unclothed body was discovered in a pond behind Walmart on Cortez Road in Bradenton. Bruscia's case garnered national media attention primarily due to the fact that Bruscia's abduction was captured on a surveillance camera. The footage depicts her being approached by an individual who appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s. They seemingly engaged in a brief conversation before he forcefully took her away by grabbing her arm. The FBI and NASA collaborated in the search for Bruscia and the unidentified man seen in the video. NASA researchers utilized advanced image processing technology to enhance the recording by minimizing image instability. The police were contacted by at least 2 informants who had seen Smith on television broadcasts from security camera footage. Smith's brother and a friend confirmed that the mechanic seen grabbing the young girl's wrist in the tape was indeed Smith. Following a 10-2 vote, a jury found the 39-year-old guilty last November and recommended execution. Smith, who was already in custody for a parole violation, did not speak with investigators until February 5th. Joseph Smith had a meeting with his brother and their mother, Patricia Davis, in jail on February 5th, shortly after his arrest. 4 days after Carly's disappearance, he confessed to his involvement in her disappearance during their questioning, as testified by John Smith. After their visit to the jail, John Smith and Davis proceeded to a nearby church, where Joseph informed him that they might discover Carly's body. Guided by John Smith, investigators were led to the location, and Carly's body was subsequently discovered. Trial. Smith was indicted for first-degree murder on February 20th, with additional charges of kidnapping and capital sexual battery filed by Sarasota County prosecutors. The trial commenced on November 7, 2005 in Sarasota. A guilty verdict was returned by the jury on November 17, 2005. Following this, on December 1, 2005, the jury recommended the death penalty by a vote of 10-2. Finally, on March 15, 2006, Smith was sentenced to 2 life terms for capital sexual battery and kidnapping, and to death by lethal injection for the murder charge. In June 2011, Smith's appeal was rejected by the United States Supreme Court. However, in October 2011, the court ordered the state of Florida to respond to Smith's federal claim. Smith argued that his right to confront witnesses at trial was violated when DNA evidence was introduced without the presence of the laboratory technician who conducted the work. Eventually, the court dismissed the appeal after ruling on a related case, Williams v. Illinois. Following the Hurst v. Florida case, which mandated unanimous jury decisions for imposing the death penalty in Florida, Smith's death sentence was overturned in 2018. However, in April 2020, the Florida Supreme Court reinstated his death sentence. Meanwhile, in an interview with a local channel, Joseph Brucia, Carly's father, expressed his disappointment with the law and the enforcement's regulations. He felt betrayed by the system because Joseph Smith, who had violated his parole, was supposed to be sent back to jail for 5 years. However, when Smith was caught, passed out with a bag of cocaine in a parking lot, instead of facing the consequences they had promised, he was given drug offender probation, which Brucia considered to be mere wordplay. This leniency ultimately resulted in the tragic loss of his daughter. Brucia also expressed his frustration with the prolonged legal process, which began in 2005 and was still ongoing in 2021. He harbored deep resentment and disdain towards the criminal justice system. On July 26, 2021, Joseph Smith, aged 55, was found dead at Union Correctional Institution in Rayford while awaiting his execution. The cause of his death was determined to be liver cancer. State Attorney Ed Brodsky confirmed Smith's death and expressed gratitude that Carly's family, friends, and the Sarasota community could finally find closure without enduring any further court proceedings to bring Smith to justice. Aftermath. Following Carly's tragic passing, her loved ones have established a memorial in her honor and launched the Rose Brucia Foundation. The foundation's main objective is to decrease child abductions in the U.S. by educating and empowering young minds on how to prevent such incidents. Through the use of puppets and a structured educational program, elementary school children are provided with the Stranger Safety Awareness Program at no cost. Additionally, Carly's Law was introduced in the U.S. Congress by Representative Katherine Harris, RFL, in response to her untimely death in Florida in February 2004. Through the story of Carly Brucia, we are reminded of the importance of cherishing every moment with our loved ones and of the responsibility we have to keep them safe. Her case is a reminder of the dangers that exist in our world, particularly for the most vulnerable among us. We cannot change what happened to Carly, but we can honor her memory by taking steps to prevent similar incidents from happening. We must educate our children and ourselves about the potential dangers and always be vigilant. It is crucial for children to learn self-defense techniques and how to defend themselves in dangerous situations. As a society, we must come together to ensure that no child ever has to face such horrors again. Remember, the power to protect our children lies in our hands, and together we can make a difference. This brings us to the end of our case of 11-year-old Carly Brucia. Thank you for watching our video. Your likes, comments, and shares motivate us to keep creating and improving our content. We're always striving to bring you the best and most valuable videos. If you have any suggestions or ideas for future videos, be sure to let us know in the comments section below. We'd love to hear from you. Until next time, stay safe.
In the quiet town of Lexington, a shocking and tragic incident unfolded in 2015 that left the community in disbelief. The night of the murder, the air was filled with tension as a man and a woman had a heated argument, leaving a sense of unease hanging in the air. When the authorities arrived at the scene, they were met with a gruesome sight. The man's lifeless body was found lying on the floor, a stark reminder of the violence that had taken place. The accused, his wife and her father, a former FBI agent, did not evade the truth. They confessed to the act.
Did that scare you? Everything always felt so real and so scary in the moment when it was happening. Did you ever pass out? I did.
I wasn't going to
interfere in Molly's marriage. That was Molly's marriage.
But they claimed it was a matter of self-defense, a fight for survival in the sanctity of their home. Ladies and gentlemen, today's crime documentary centers on a 39-year-old businessman, Mr. Corbett, who was beaten to death by his wife and father-in-law, sustained extreme injuries, having been beaten 12 times with a brick and a baseball bat in the bedroom of the family home near Winston-Salem in North Carolina in the early hours of August 2, 2015. The details are shrouded in mystery, but one thing remains clear: there are always two sides to every story. The wife and her father claimed self-defense, but was it a calculated act of violence? Are we capable of committing such an act, even in the name of self-preservation? It was a frantic search for answers and justice. What could drive loved ones to commit a murder of their own? What really happened behind the closed doors of that fateful night? The evidence is laid bare and the testimonies examined. Was justice truly served in this unfortunate case of marriage turned deadly? Ladies and gentlemen, join us on a gripping journey through the twists and turns of this real-life tragedy as we unravel the enigma of Jason Corbett's untimely demise in the heart of Lexington. Early life. Jason Corbett was raised in Janesborough, Limerick, Ireland. He was one of 8 children born to his father John and mother Rita. Jason met his first wife, Mag, at an early age. They met through a common acquaintance and eventually fell in love. They married and had 2 beautiful children. Mags Corbett died abruptly of a severe asthma attack when Sarah was only 12 weeks old. Jason's family helped him with the children, but he eventually desired a permanent home for his 2 babies. He had to return to work since he had duties. Jason looked for a babysitter online to help with his children after his wife died. On the other hand, Molly, 24, was raised in Knoxville, Tennessee. Before going to Ireland, she lived with and was engaged to Keith McGinn, who, years before the murder, authored a book about their turbulent existence together. Molly answered Jason's internet post for a nanny job. She also didn't inform Jason that she had recently left a Georgia mental health facility for treatment of severe bipolar disorder. The pair got married in 2011. However, after 2 years of marriage, Corbett's married life started to worsen. One major problem was that Jason refused to let Molly formally adopt his children. Finally, in the weeks preceding his death, Jason informed his family that he wanted to leave Molly and return home with Jack and Sarah. Molly publicly humiliated Jason in a startling diatribe at a neighborhood gathering 2 days before his death. Plans were carried out. Molly and her father pummeled Jason to death with such rage and force that his head was smashed and crumbled to pieces. One jury member even vomited after seeing the autopsy photographs. Trial.
What sticks with me is what the judge said. The judge listened to it. The judge is very experienced. The judge believed that their statements in their videotape interviews and their statements to the Department of Social Services right after this happened were truthful and believable.
As the trial progressed, the details of that tragic night emerged, and emotions ran high in the courtroom. The weight of justice hung heavy in the air as the jury deliberated on Jason Corbett's fate. Molly Martins and her father alleged that they murdered him in self-defense after he choked and threatened to kill her. The court questioned why Thomas Martins, an experienced former FBI agent, did not call for police support when he heard an argument in the house and took a baseball bat upstairs to figure out what was going on. He also inquired as to why Martins's wife, Sharon, who was present that night, had not contacted the police. He stated that Sharon Martins had not directly addressed the court. Based on her documented remarks, she heard a commotion upstairs but then left it to her husband to deal with. "It makes no sense," he remarked. Moreover, a co-worker of 67-year-old Thomas Martins testified against Thomas, claiming to have heard the accused express hate for Corbett. The court also noted an enormous disparity between Jason Corbett's physical condition and Molly Martins and her faith following the event. The judge remarked that the delicate jewelry on her arm, as well as the nylon in her pajamas, were not broken. The judge ruled that Molly Martins and her father should receive some mitigation, including his service in the FBI, National Defense, and Energy. Molly Martins stated in court before her sentencing that she tried her best as a wife, mother, and human. "I don't go a day or an hour without feeling the consequences of my actions. I deeply regret what might have been an alternate path for all of us." She said she had saved her father from what she believed was a certain death. Thomas Martins, on the other hand, admitted to the court that his acts that night were excessive and in violation of the law. "I am sorry," he said. He stated that he had repeatedly requested his son-in-law to release his wife, but when he began dragging her down the hallway to the bathroom, his instincts to defend his daughter took over. Mr. Corbett's 2 children, who were 10 and 8 years old at the time of his death, gave extremely emotional testimony in court. Jack Corbett, now 19, claims he was abused by Molly Martins in every possible way. He said she had trained him to lie and manipulate others. "I was lying," he said. "I never witnessed my dad hit Molly Martins." He said that his childhood remarks had been weaponized in order to help Molly Martins and her father get away with murdering his father. He stated that the whole Martins family was complicit and that his father's phone and laptop were found in the residence of Molly Martins' brother. He pleaded that she should be imprisoned for as long as possible. Sarah Corbett, who is now 17 years old, claimed Molly Martins taught me to steal, vomit, and lie. Molly Martins had stolen everything from her. She described how Molly Martins would slap her brother and punish him with malnutrition, and how Martins guided them on what to say to aid her case. "I was a piece on her chessboard," Ms. Corbett stated in court. She said Molly Martins took off her wedding ring only a few days after her husband died and encouraged his children to move on with his death. Tracy Corbett Lynch, Jason Corbett's sister, declared in court that Molly Martins and her father attempted to damage her brother's reputation after he was murdered. She further stated that Jason Corbett discouraged violence and that her brother was not the character the defense attempted to portray throughout the sentencing hearing when counsel claimed he had been physically and verbally abusive to his wife. She referred to him as a nice, caring, and loving man. Ms. Corbett Lynch stated that despite signs of trouble before his wedding to Molly Martins, such as discovering she was taking medicine for a psychiatric problem and having told others she knew his first wife before her death, he was still dedicated to her. Conviction. After an 8-day sentencing hearing, in a moment that would go down in history, the jury delivered their verdict. Molly Martins, 40, and her father, Tom Martins, 73, were found guilty and sentenced for the murder of Limerick man Jason Corbett. Prior to this hearing, the Martins had been convicted of second-degree murder, but their convictions were overturned after an appeal. Judge David Hall imposed a sentence of 51 months to 74 months in jail. However, they will be given credit for the 44 months they spent in jail following a second-degree murder conviction in 2017 before their sentences were overturned by an appeals court. It is understood that there will be no appeals. Following a plea bargain with prosecutors late last month, the couple then agreed on a plea deal, accepting the charges of voluntary manslaughter. The tragic death of Jason Corbett serves as a sobering reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of even the most seemingly ordinary relationships. It is a reminder to be vigilant and to always reach out for help if you feel unsafe or trapped in an abusive relationship. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the family and friends of Jason Corbett during this difficult time. Thank you for watching our video. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more gripping content. Until next time, this is Client Name, signing off.
Our next case perfectly illustrates how alcohol, much like drugs, can lead to equally dramatic incidents, especially when it comes to Karens. On the night of August 11th, an officer was summoned to a local bar following reports of a highly intoxicated woman causing havoc. She was reportedly attacking multiple patrons and creating a significant disturbance. The unruly patron was none other than Christina Cavat, the wife of the town's former mayor. It was evident that Christina had long outstayed her welcome at the bar. transitioning from guest to troublemaker in a haze of alcohol-fueled antics.
That bitch is crazy. Literally made me laugh on camera. Okay, I'm on camera. That bitch is crazy. No, true story. She was literally been here. She walked into me. Why are you in here? I said, oh, it's Cool Park. They don't like you. You're black. I said, what do you mean? She's been in the bar for a while. But just being dumb.
Yeah.
No. I don't know if you know who she is. She's Tim Kiss.
We all do, yeah.
You all do,
yeah.
I know. Just, maybe take her to the next city over. Like they do in Los Angeles. Been touching people, pushing people.
Okay.
She tried to push me off her chair.
No, seriously. Okay, so I was smoking cigars now.
Patrons of the bar didn't hold back in describing Christina's disruptive behavior, painting a picture of someone who was far from being the life of the party. Her antics had clearly not won her any fans. Interestingly, this wasn't her first run-in of the day. The police had already been called once before to escort her out of a different bar. It seemed Christina had been on a day-long intoxication spree. Recognizing the need for intervention, the police concluded it was time for a serious conversation with Christina. Their plan: to escort her out of the bar and bring her back to the station for a more formal discussion about her day's escapades.
Who's this guy?
His name's Dan.
You know what happened to me.
If I be honest. What happened to you?
If I be quite honest with you. You know what happened to me. I'm Tim.
Yeah, but no, this is different.
I don't know what happened.
Where have you been?
Like just now or like my whole life?
Here?
No, I was talking to other people.
No, you just got into a process here?
No, we had dinner together over at Turbo like 6 years ago.
And you're going to pretend like you don't know what happened to me?
I know who you are, I don't know what happened to you.
This town is going to shut Tim and I down everywhere we go because of what happened to me. Because the police department said that I did something wrong.
Because you asked for the
All
so you must enjoy
white fucking motherfuckers think that I did something wrong.
Okay.
Even though the police department dropped all the charges. Even though the police department continued to investigate me when they had no right.
So what does that have to do with tonight's
Nothing.
actions?
I don't even know who called the police on it.
A few people.
You should go ask them.
So they've already told me. They
What
said
did
that
they
you
say?
were pushing people and touching people and trying to push people off their stools and acting disorderly.
Christina didn't hesitate to share her conspiracy theory with the officers, convinced that the city of La Crosse was targeting her and her husband. She mentioned past police investigations against her that were eventually dropped, hinting at a larger, more sinister plot against them, or so she insinuated. However, the reality was much simpler and less dramatic. Christina was heavily intoxicated, grasping at straws to find someone else to pin the blame on for the chaos she had stirred up. In her inebriated state, she was desperately looking for an excuse, any excuse, to wriggle out of the predicament she had found herself in.
This is the guy right here. Let's go talk to him. Come on.
No, we're not.
Hey, tell him what you think about me.
I didn't talk to you once.
When I pushed you off your bar stool, right?
You never know. I never said that.
I don't know my place. I'm not a company. Sir, I think we lost you.
According to witnesses, the evening took a turn for the worse when Christina was repeatedly and politely requested to leave the bar. Far from complying, she responded with outright defiance, becoming increasingly aggressive. Her behavior escalated to verbal and physical abuse, as she instigated fights with anyone within reach. In a particularly dramatic moment, Christina planted herself in the middle of the bar, resorting to kicking and screaming in a manner reminiscent of a tantrum-throwing child. This spectacle was the final straw, prompting the staff and patrons to call in the police to handle the rapidly deteriorating situation.
She needs to go. I don't care where she goes. I don't care where the she goes, but she needs to go.
No, we're not going to go inside, ma'am.
Kristen, stay here for me.
You know my name. You go in there. Oh, you're just going to accept that? We're going to be able to treat me like this as long as I live here?
Treat you like what?
This?
How are we treating you?
You're here. I did nothing wrong because they called the police on me because they're white.
What was the other call?
Same thing.
The guy that I told you this, we taught on him a white supremacist.
I just like to put in a good word for that lady right there. She's an okay lady.
She's okay?
Yeah, she's an okay lady.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yep. I just want to put in a good word for her. But, whoa, what the fuck was that? I do this shit. Why you pushing me? And I ain't even went nowhere.
Well taken.
Did you catch that twist? In a surprising turn of events, a man approached the scene, seemingly to vouch for Christina after having a brief chat with her in the background. But then, without missing a beat, Christina brazenly walked over to him and paid him off, right under the noses of the bewildered police officers. The audacity of the act was almost too bold to believe.
Actually, I don't feel safe in the city anymore.
Out of hand.
What's more is, if something happens to me tonight...
It's my job, bro. That's what you know that.
Yeah, no.
I swear to God.
You're good.
You saw that, right?
I do this shit, bro. Thank you.
Ma'am, is it okay if we talk over here for a second?
No.
I do this shit for real.
You come over here and talk to me. And my name is Christina, and you know me.
I'm just calling
Don't
you
call
ma'am.
me ma'am.
Why?
Thank you.
Christina.
Because I asked
Christina,
you not to.
is it okay if we talk over here, Christina?
No, I don't know what you want to talk to me about,
Okay.
but I'm pretty sure you can do it right here. No one's
So
here.
unfortunately, you do have to go to jail tonight, okay?
Wait, let me put... Do you think I deserve to be arrested right now?
What you being charged with?
I don't know. What am I being charged with?
You've been arrested for disorderly conduct.
Disorderly conduct?
You being detained.
Oh, white girl. I don't want to jail.
After witnessing the series of chaotic events, the police officers made the decision to handcuff Christina and take her into custody for the night. Remarkably, even while restrained, Christina's ability to stir conflict remained undiminished. During the walk back to the police car, she was anything but cooperative. She deliberately went limp, making her legs weak and unresponsive, effectively forcing the officers to drag her. Yet, this act of passive resistance wasn't even the peak of her troublesome behavior on that walk.
I need you to put that wallet in my purse.
I'm gonna carry it all the way over there. Okay, just like
no,
this.
I want you to put it in my purse.
Well, let's go and then we'll make it happen. Okay. Thank you.
I'm not going anywhere.
There we go. You just need to walk.
Yeah. Spine problems.
Is there a reason why you're doing this, Christina?
Yeah.
Here we go. Please walk. Please walk.
No, why?
Can we walk over here,
This
please?
is nice.
I'm gonna walk all the way down and she already had carried you. See where you want to walk her. Christy, can you please sit in there?
No.
We're trying to be decent,
No,
please.
I can't. You're not being decent.
Please.
You've been here
Please
forever
don't
and you
piss
know
me
Tim.
I do know Tim.
Yeah, I can't believe
That
you're
doesn't
doing
have
this.
anything to do with your
Yeah,
actions.
it does. I didn't do anything. Can you look your left? No, I can't. For you?
Okay, ma'am.
You might imagine that after a whole night of theatrics, Christina would dial it down once she arrived at the police station. But true to her form, she had other plans. Far from letting up, she seemed determined to make the job of the entire station staff as difficult as she possibly could, continuing her disruptive antics with relentless determination.
Christy Cabot. She's not real cooperative. She wants to sit in the, she's not resistive. She just wants to sit in the squad car. So we had to force her in there. So.
She's right here?
Yeah.
Christy. You said Christy, right?
Yeah.
Christy. Can I help you sit up here? Christy. Oh, okay. All right.
Chris, get your bowl in this PVC for me.
Oh. I got the wheelchair behind you guys. Stand up.
Oh, my heart.
Well, yeah, I want TV.
This is my hands.
Turn around, shoot.
You're fine, I'm set.
Okay, for you guys. This is
we went to jail, she said, nope, I ain't going.
No. You guys are really hurting me. What are you doing? God, I must be so fucking violent. Can I please? Whatever this is, it hurts.
I'm just going to want you to We're going to go back.
There we go. You can let go.
Well, I'm going to hang out here.
And also this hurts, whatever this is. We'll get off.
After a considerable struggle, the officers finally succeeded in getting Christina into a wheelchair, a necessary measure to transport her into the station. True to her behavior throughout the night, she was kicking and screaming the entire way. Christina faced charges for disorderly conduct and resisting arrest, and in the process, managed to earn the disapproval of nearly every officer and civilian in town. In this entire fiasco, Christina exemplified just how challenging and awkward situations can become when dealing with a Karen at her most uncooperative. On July 20,
Sarge, there's a dead body in the trunk.
Mitchell was not only caught driving nearly 20 miles per hour above the speed limit, but it was also revealed that he was operating the vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Do you have your driver's license?
No, sir.
Do you have a driver's license?
No, sir.
This violation alone could lead to fines of up to $500 and a potential jail sentence of 6 months, not including the additional penalties from the speeding ticket. However, unknown to the officer at the time, Mitchell's consequences would extend far beyond just a ticket for speeding.
Is there any weed in the car, man? Don't stop. Step here. Is there any weed in the car? Yes or no?
Just a doobie in the ashtray, like.
Okay.
Other than that, this
anything
like,
else?
Dizzy.
When did you puff last? Be honest. Because I'm a drug recognition expert.
About an hour ago.
The officer suspected there was more to the situation than a mere DUI offense. An 18-year-old speeding in a car reeking of marijuana hinted at potentially
Alright, where are you headed right now?
I was headed back home.
Where's home? What's your address? No, stop. Come here. Where do you live? It's easy. It's easy to answer this. Where do you live? You don't know how to drive to your house?
I was coming from there, how I got lost.
So what's the address? You don't know your address?
No, sir.
Okay, come back here. Can I take a look in your car? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Mitchell has given his permission for the officer to search his vehicle. Expecting to find marijuana or perhaps other drugs, the cop begins the search. Unbeknownst to him, he is about to uncover something far beyond what he initially anticipated. When the officer searched the front seats of the car, he found nothing unusual. However, a closer inspection of the car's exterior revealed several bullet holes puncturing the left side. This discovery heightened the officer's suspicion that the situation was far more serious than initially thought, indicating the suspect might be involved in something much larger.
When did all this happen? When did all that happen?
That happened.
When?
My brother, he said it.
How long ago?
Like,
days?
Yeah, it was like,
okay, come back. Just leave this here. Come back here. Just stay right here in front of my car. Hey, it's Jesse again. I'm sorry to bother you. I got this car speeding 73 and a 55. It's a black and orange Camaro. And it's got like 3 bullet holes in the left side of it. He said he thinks his brother said his car was in something 2 nights ago.
Upon further inspection of the vehicle, already perplexing scenario.
Okay, all right. Well, I got somebody pulling up behind me, Scooter. What do you mean they were looking for him?
They looking for him. The car missing. Hey.
Okay, give me the phone. Hey, man. He's not giving that name, though. He's given another name.
The complexity of the situation escalated when they provided yet another different name for both Mitchell and the owner of the vehicle, leaving the officer thoroughly perplexed. What started as a routine traffic stop had quickly spiraled into a perplexing mystery, and the officer was resolved to unravel the truth.
There's a kid that's been reported missing, and that they took the car from Monroe, and he lied to me about his last name, his address and where he's from. Random guy pulls up behind me and said, hey, this guy's looking for that kid. I need to know if this car's been reported missing, stolen. And I know he's BSing to me about where he's going. He says he's going to his sister's house down here. If you could, hey, talk to him, see if you can figure out if the sister thing is legit. He said this guy gave him the car. He's got the GPS on his phone on the back lid. He said that's where he's going, and I knew he was lying. What I'm being told is that the boy who gave him permission to use the car is missing. So he's lying his ass off. Go looking for the person who owns the car, find out that the son of the owner of the car is missing, and now we got bullet holes all in the car.
I got you.
So something bad. The only thing he lied about was his address in Winsboro. If he's knows something about this boy that's missing, there's bullet holes, I'd like to at least, I guess I'll do as much good contact as I can.
After making a few more inquiries, the officers learned that the missing person was Michael Robinson, who was supposedly the brother of the young man at the scene and the person who had given him permission to drive the car that day. Yet the original owner of the car remained a mystery. Choosing to temporarily set aside this question, the officer decided to conduct a second examination of the vehicle, especially now that backup had arrived to assist.
Like, this looks close. Like bam, 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 bam. Yeah. And the boy, see?
Unbeknownst to the officer, this second search of the vehicle was about to provide answers to all his questions in the most shocking and grim manner possible.
I'm gonna do the obvious thing I want to do. Hey. Yep. Put your hands up. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. You have a right to an attorney. Have one present during any questioning. At any time you choose not to make any statements or answer any questions. You understand? If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you by the court. Do you understand?
Upon opening the trunk, the officer made a startling discovery. The body of Michael Robinson was inside. Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, bringing clarity to the baffling situation.
26 is 125-03057, 125-0357. F39 Troop F desk.
Good.
Need a supervisor out here. All right, I get the guy out. He's super nervous. He lies to me about his address. He's got no driver's license. He says he's going to his house in Winsboro. Well, I find out he lives in Richwood. I pop the trunk. Sarge, there's a dead body in the trunk. Okay, so I'm not. We've blocked in front of the car and behind the car. We've shut the trunk. I have Franklin Parish Sheriff's Office with me. We're at 82.
Michael Robinson had no familial connection to Mitchell. Rather, Robinson had tragically become an unintended victim in an armed robbery in which Mitchell had been involved earlier.
Who is that? Who is that?
That's him.
Who is who?
That's Mike.
That's Mike. How did Mike get there? Tell me.
It wasn't me, man. It was.
Okay.
I just hit him, bro. I did.
You just hit him?
I did.
During the chaos of the robbery, sentence for his crimes. A man in a wheelchair finds himself trapped on a railway track with a train rapidly approaching. It's a race against time for the officer to act swiftly and save the man's life.
The mouse sack on the tracks, trying to get him out. Get him.
On the morning of August 12, 2020, Officer Erica Uria was on routine patrol in California, close to the railroad tracks. Little did she know that within minutes, she would be involved in a life-saving mission. Her attention was abruptly caught by a distressing sight. A man in a wheelchair, stuck on the tracks, just as the crossing arms started lowering, indicating an approaching train. Realizing the imminent peril, Officer Uria quickly sprang into action, dashing from her patrol car to assist the man in the wheelchair.
Land him on. I'll be out with the mouse sack on the tracks, trying to get him out. Go on, can you get up? Get up.
In a fortunate turn of events, the brave officer was able to rescue the man just seconds before the train would have hit him. During the rescue, the man sustained a leg injury and needed to be taken to a hospital for further care. While unfortunate, this injury was minor compared to the potential consequences had the officer not been there to intervene.
He's still blinking, he's blinking.
In Sterling Heights, Michigan, shortly before 11 p.m. on a Thursday, a distress call was made from a home on the 3600 block of Waltham Drive. Officer Cameron Macy Duke responded promptly, arriving first at the scene. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. The air was filled with screams and cries from the frightened family inside, signaling to Officer Duke the urgency of the situation and the immediate need for his intervention.
Let me see the baby. He's still blinking, he's blinking. Okay, hold on. Hold on. There you go, okay. He's crying, okay? He's crying. Hey, it's okay, he's crying. He's crying. He's okay, he's crying.
She okay? She's breathing?
Yeah, she's breathing. She was crying a minute ago. Okay? Alright. Okay, yep, she's okay. Alright. Okay. Yep, I can feel she's got a pulse and she's breathing, okay?
With the baby now safe and secure, the family can finally have a moment to talk, understand what unfolded, and find some calm in the midst of the chaos.
She's choking. She'll start choking on the milk?
Yes.
Okay, she's breathing now.
Can I go here, please?
Well, just hold on. Just let them work on her. Make sure she's stabilized her.
After this nerve-wracking incident, the Sterling Heights Fire Department stepped in to transport the baby to the hospital for a thorough 3-hour examination. In this next video, the stakes rise significantly in scenarios like a blazing building with a child trapped inside. In such critical situations, every second counts, and the officer on the scene doesn't hesitate. Any delay, even a few brief moments, could mean the difference between life and death for the child.
Watch your face.
Right here, baby. Right here, baby.
Come on.
Right here, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Fill my head. Fill my head out with.
Where does he sleep in there? Where does he sleep in there?
Right here.
Where is it?
Right there, his bed's right there.
Wherever he is, grab, because I don't know where his bed is in here.
Owen, come to the window, baby. Grab my hand.
Throughout the ordeal, the deputy maintains a composed demeanor, contrasting with the mother's understandable panic. He recognizes the importance of staying calm to effectively rescue the child, yet is acutely aware that time is of the essence. As another deputy arrives on the scene, they collaborate in their search for the child. Guided by the sounds of the boy's groans and coughs, they confirm his presence in the room. However, pinpointing his exact location amidst the chaos proves challenging.
Where are you at? I can't see where it is.
Hey, buddy, come on, come to this light, bud. Buddy, I need you to come to the light, man.
Where you at, bud?
The light, bud.
Where you at, bud?
Given the challenging circumstances, it becomes clear to the deputies that locating the child in the room is extremely difficult, even if they manage to gain entry. Recognizing this, they realize their best hope is to encourage the child to come towards them.
That's the better. I'm going the other way. What's his name?
Hey, buddy, right here. Got him? Come here, get up, bud.
After roughly 3.5 minutes of frantically calling out for Owen, the child finally emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, the officers sprang into action. Braving the smoke, they reached in and swiftly pulled him to safety. In that critical moment, their own safety was an afterthought. Their sole focus was on rescuing the child.
Come here! Come here! Reach out to us. Keep coming. Come on, come here. Give me your hand. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on, bud. Hey, buddy.
Buddy, talk to me. Talk to me.
Hey, you all right?
Just grab the airbag. Just grab an airbag.
They're coming.
The child was swiftly carried away from the building and immediately given oxygen. Initially unresponsive, which was to be expected after such a traumatic experience, he gradually began to show signs of recovery. The deputies remained by his side until paramedics arrived and transported him to the hospital, where he thankfully made a full recovery. This successful rescue was all thanks to the immense bravery of the officers. The fire was suspected to have started from a fire pit that a family member had lit before heading inside, accidentally dozing off while it was still ablaze. The fire spread, eventually reaching the house. It was the quick thinking and prompt action of these good cops that saved the child's life. The situation could have been drastically different if they hadn't located him in time. Now, let's turn our attention to our final case, which could arguably be the most intense and gripping one we've discussed so far.
It's the police! It's okay, buddy, come on!
In Wisconsin, officers rushed to a scene where a fire had completely engulfed a building. The situation, already fraught with danger, intensified when they learned that a child was still trapped inside, with no clear way for the officers to gain entry.
Information about a child trapped. Can you tell me what the court
Yeah, that's about
mobile home answer.
Should be 1-426.
Where's the kid? Where's the kid? Back bedroom. I tried to smash out the window.
The officers were aware that the child was somewhere inside the blazing building, but his exact location was unknown. They exerted every effort to locate him, but the dense smoke and fierce flames severely hampered their visibility and ability to hear. Time was of the essence. They needed to find the boy quickly before the smoke could cause him to lose consciousness. The urgency was clear. If they couldn't reach him soon, there was a real risk they might not be able to rescue him at all.
Hey, kid, are you in here? Hello?
Dispatch from
Hello?
3 PD station 63 North North Wilshire.
Hello! Police! Anyone in there, buddy? Come on, man! What's the kid's name? What's the kid's name? MJ! MJ! Hey, back up! Get out of here! Back up!
Can you hear me?
MJ!
MJ, can you hear me?
MJ, come on, buddy!
MJ! It's the police!
It's okay, buddy, come on! MJ!
The officers understood that the child must be in a state of terror. Hoping that hearing his name might prompt a response, they repeatedly called out to him, trying to communicate their efforts to rescue him. Despite their relentless attempts, there seemed to be no response from within. Faced with overwhelming odds, the officers remained steadfast in their determination to save the child, not willing to give up despite the challenging circumstances.
MJ! Oh, hey, MJ, come here!
MJ, come on, buddy! MJ, it's okay, buddy, come on!
MJ, this way! MJ!
MJ, come on!
MJ!
You okay up? You call me?
MJ! Hey! You're right here, buddy! Buddy, you're right there!
Did you get him?
He's right here!
Is he down or what?
He's right there! He's lying down! MJ, come on! Come here! Come to the window, buddy!
Is he awake?
Take your belt off!
The desperation in the officers' voices was palpable as they refused to give up on the child. The thought of not reaching him in time was unbearable. They knew they would never forgive themselves if they failed. In a critical decision, one officer, realizing that the only way to reach the child was through the window, began to remove his belts. They were prepared to risk everything to ensure the safety of the child, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to the rescue.
Think about that.
Help me. Help me. Come on in. Somebody give me. Come on.
I'm gonna rip out the rest of this window.
Go for it.
Watch out.
Break it. Buddy, watch out. Let me hold this up.
Gotta go.
Hold this up.
You're gonna do it now. Come on, we gotta push this, guys.
MJ! Keep the light. Keep the light.
The officer stretched his arm through the window, striving to reach the child, but the fierce flames made it incredibly difficult. Lacking protective gear, the risks were immense. Venturing further into the fire without proper protection meant he might not make it back out himself. The situation was fraught with danger, yet his determination to save the child persisted.
MJ! I can do it. MJ, come this way.
All right, come on. Cooper, out.
Despite the perilous conditions and his lack of protective gear, the officer continued to do everything within his power to reach the child. He persisted with his rescue efforts until a firefighter, equipped for such dangerous situations, arrived at the scene.
Watch the top back there. Give him light. He's down the floor to your right. Down to the right. His name's MJ. That's not. I don't know where he went. Right. I heard him. He's trying to get him right now.
16 as well.
Get up there, Hawk. Get up there. I got him. Go to the front.
Immediately after the rescue, the officer swiftly acted to get the child medical attention. The boy, who appeared to be barely conscious, urgently needed oxygen. He had been exposed to thick smoke for a prolonged period, and the full extent of its impact on him was yet unknown. It's critical to note that just 5 to 10 minutes of oxygen deprivation from smoke inhalation can lead to permanent brain damage, underlining the urgency of the situation and the need for prompt medical intervention.
Go.
3-year-old.
We're in bed. Up this way. Watch your hose. You okay, MJ, buddy? Yeah, he's crying. You're okay, MJ. You're doing good, buddy.
During the entire ordeal, the concern and dedication of the officers for the child's well-being were clearly evident. They went above and beyond, exerting every effort to ensure his safety. This is the hallmark of good policing, prioritizing the needs of others over their own, as demonstrated by these officers. At no point did they show any hesitation or reluctance. They performed their duties with utmost commitment and to the best of their abilities.
Stop!
Still going? He was just crying. His name's MJ, Michael James or something like that. 3 years old. He's in the back bedroom. Yep, back bedroom, fully involved.
Due to their valiant efforts, in collaboration with the fire department, the officers succeeded in saving the child. Not even a building completely engulfed in flames could deter these heroic officers from accomplishing their life-saving mission. Corrupt and dishonorable police officers exist in many places, but what happens when they finally get exposed and face the consequences?
I can't believe what you're telling me.
Let's begin with Detective Michael Neely, discovered in a hotel room, shockingly seated atop the lifeless body of his police chief, Johnny Miller. Mike and Johnny were attending a conference together and decided to hit the town for a few drinks one evening. However, after a night of heavy drinking, Mike found himself waking up not in his hotel room, but in police custody. In a dramatic turn of events, he was escorted to the very interrogation room where he had questioned suspects for a decade. This time, however, he was not the one conducting the interrogation.
So tell me, Mike, you guys flew out of Tulsa?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City, okay. And to Pensacola?
Yep.
Was it a direct flight?
Nope.
Where'd you guys stop? Houston.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then from there?
Got to the hotel and that's it.
Mike is noticeably concise in his responses, a wise tactic in such circumstances. However, it's unclear whether his brevity is a strategic choice because he knows it's the smartest approach, or simply because he's still reeling from a severe hangover.
Any problems or anything going on at crowd? Just normal dinner or what?
Normal.
Any drinks there or just dining with?
A couple beers.
Was it a early dinner, late dinner, or what?
Pretty early. It was, I don't think it was dark yet.
Tell me what you guys did once you got back to the hotel.
That's about it. Just watched football game. That was a Dallas game starting.
Mike claimed their night was just about watching a football game and having a few beers. However, the reality was far more intense. Blood tests showed that both Mike and his chief had blood alcohol levels around or exceeding 0.3. For context, a level of 0.4 is often lethal, and 0.3 is typically associated with alcohol poisoning, a dangerous state that can cause loss of consciousness or even death. At such high levels, it's likely that both men were utterly unable to control their emotions and actions, which probably contributed to the tragic events of that night.
Do you remember hotel staff or a hotel employee coming up and telling you guys to keep it down?
I don't remember that.
So what is the last thing you remember as far as that evening until the football game?
I mean, I know you're asking me questions, but can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Okay, homicide. Who is dead?
Dead.
Dead.
Yes, sir.
I guess I probably don't have anything else to say then. I've got nothing to say to you.
Initially, Mike was informed that he was being questioned in connection with a homicide. It was only later that he learned the victim was his police chief, Miller. Given Mike's extreme level of intoxication the previous night, it's highly probable that he has no recollection of the events. Recognizing the severity of his situation, Mike opts to exercise his right to remain silent, informing the officers that he won't be making any further statements. However, he's now facing seasoned detectives who are ready to employ their years of expertise in the interrogation.
Michael, you've been charged with second-degree murder.
Okay. I had no idea what I was being charged with.
Yeah, you're being charged with second-degree murder, and you're fixing to be booked in the Escambia County Jail with no bond. And we've already notified your wife.
Okay.
And
the victim, yes. I'm assuming.
Yes. Okay. You have any questions for us?
I mean, I've got 1,000 of them, but I mean, really doesn't make it.
Well, I mean, sure it does. I mean, if you want to talk, we'll sit here and listen to you talk. I mean, we'd love to know what the heck happened. But I mean, that's up to you. I mean, we'll answer your questions, in return. So
I would love to know what happened too.
Well, I mean, do you want to continue to talk to us? If you do, then I mean, we'll tell you what happened.
I mean, I would love, I would like to know what happened. You know, because I'm telling you, I don't have any memory of any of this shit, and I'm shocked.
Do you want to continue talking to us?
Yeah, I mean, I'll continue to talk. I'd like to know what happened.
The detectives employ two tactics to keep Mike engaged in the conversation. First, they starkly remind him of the serious situation he's in, subtly using the threat of the potential penalties he faces. Then they cleverly ask if he has any questions for them. This approach is particularly strategic, considering they know Mike likely doesn't remember anything from the previous night. He's now in a state of confusion, trying to piece together what happened and desperately looking for a way out of this dire predicament. Picture waking up in a jail cell, facing the possibility of being charged with killing your boss while in a blackout state. Naturally, you'd be frantically trying to reconstruct the events of that night. As the interrogation progresses, you can observe a shift in Mike's behavior. He begins to grasp that cooperating with the investigation might be his only way out. Notice how his demeanor starts to change, subtly transitioning from being a suspect to almost participating in unraveling the mystery of the night's events.
I'm trying to get you to figure out what's the last thing you remember.
Mm-hmm.
And if the last thing you remember was watching football, do you remember drinking?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you drinking the vodka?
Yeah, I drank some vodka.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
well, the first call came a little bit after 6, I believe. One of the guys that was in the room next to you didn't say you guys were arguing, just being loud, just laughing, yelling, probably. So the next noise complaint came out about 9 minutes till 10. This time he can't get anybody to come to the door. All he hears, he's knocking. He hears just grumbling, grunting, uses his car to get in, is on the ground between the bed and the wall. You are sitting on his chest. His face is beaten. The statement that was given by the second noise complaint could hear a male saying, "Mike, stop, Mike, stop." And then it just went quiet.
Mike emphasizes his complete lack of memory regarding the incident, stating that he never harbored any ill will towards Miller. However, throughout the interrogation, he doesn't exhibit any visible signs of remorse. He appears bewildered and self-absorbed, repeatedly expressing his inability to comprehend the situation. The officers share more details about Miller's demise, hoping to jog Mike's memory or elicit some reaction. Despite their efforts, Mike remains in a state of shock, unable to recall any details about the events, and continues to sit there, overwhelmed by disbelief.
I mean, you can't think of anything that would have triggered you to jump on?
Nothing. I mean, it's nothing. It's unbelievable.
Anything else?
You got any questions for us, Mike, before we get you across the street?
No, I guess I'm getting booked into jail, and
Yep, we're gonna get you booked into jail and put in special housing over there so that you're not back there with the heads and stuff.
Right.
And protective custody. You're not wanting to harm yourself or anything, are you?
No.
Michael Neely was put in jail and later found guilty of second-degree murder, which means he will spend his life in prison. When he heard this, Michael took it surprisingly well. He just sat there quietly, accepting that his life was over and that he would sit in prison for the rest of his life. Police officers frequently encounter various dangers on the job, but what unfolds when they confront suspects with a 200 IQ who possess a deeper understanding of the law than they do?
You're trying to think I smoke weed. That's what's going on. You can't do that, man. You really can't do that.
Absolutely I can.
Is he allowed to do that?
Beginning with Police Chief Michael Cecchini. On September 17th, 2022, Cecchini made the mistake of threatening the wrong group of youngsters. He accused Parker Whalen and Travis Crin of causing a disturbance, but the pair were merely having fun and were prepared to demonstrate their keen understanding of legal rights to the chief.
He's talking. Okay, Travis. They come here, they hit the cone, they're messing around here around this new monument. I'd had enough.
Travis was aware that the chief's subsequent actions were against the law.
Get out of here. I didn't even do that. Yeah, you did. What I go? What I do? Go. That battery. Get out of here. It's disturbing the peace. You hit me because of disturbing the peace? Yeah, it's a crime. You need to go. You just committed battery. No. Yes. No, hit me with a flashlight. That's battery. Get out of here. How is that right?
Krim urged his friend to call the police, but Sekini revealed his badge, attempting to intimidate them by claiming he was an officer. However, the tactic failed. The teens were aware that Sekini had committed battery and stood their ground, insisting on staying until the police arrived. Despite Sekini's assertion that his badge gave him the right to assault anyone, the teenagers weren't fooled by his falsehoods.
Right? Chief of police. That doesn't work that way, dude. You're gonna tell me the law? What, you think some legal scholar on the Supreme Court? No, but like, what are we doing as a police? You can't hit me with a flashlight. Disturb the peace.
What's the First Amendment?
You hit me with a flashlight. No,
you don't have a right to disturb
the peace.
You hit me with a
flashlight, bro. What are you talking about?
What Sekini did next was beyond belief.
Assault me. You want me to go? I'll make out with you right now. I sweep both ways, bro. Go ahead. Assault me.
Finding himself at a dead end, Sekini's subsequent strategy was to incite the boys into attacking him, hoping to present this as evidence to the police. However, the teenagers were too smart to fall for such a ploy.
In and down here, I've got 3 hooligans that need to go. Hooligans? You hit me with a flashlight.
Fortunately, the teens had the foresight to record the entire incident. When other officers arrived on the scene, the chief's demeanor changed noticeably, as he was no longer as bold as before.
You know, and the hooting and hollering down here. So I go out onto my balcony and I look down and they're just, they're driving, and the guy in the long hair intentionally drives his scooter into the barricade. And I go, hey, cut it out. Cut your shit. So you're up in your apartment? I'm up in my apartment. I forget what he says of me. I can do whatever I want. And I go, you need to get out of here. Something to that effect. And,
You hit the barrel or the bar?
He hit the barrel right there, the middle barrel. Open the door, tell him to leave, get out of here. Then I walk across the little plaza here to the curb area. He walks towards me, and the confrontation begins.
Did he, when you were upstairs, did he tell you that he was going to kick your ass?
Something to that, yeah, he said that, yeah.
Sekini claimed he was off duty at his residence when he heard the 2 boys causing property damage. He said he asked them to leave, but when one of them allegedly threatened him, he felt compelled to confront them personally. However, his version of events significantly differed from the actual happenings.
So I did how I was taught back in the day as a pectoral, large muscle mass jab, right?
With your hand?
With my butt of my flashlight.
What happened then?
He got angry, obviously, and accused me of assaulting him, calling me various names such as bald-headed.
Did he know you were a police officer?
I did identify myself, showed him my badge.
Prior to this altercation?
I may have when I was walking up. He challenged me to fight and dared me to come down. Okay, I came down, he stood off on me, and I did a pectoral jab with my flashlight. Okay.
Luckily, the teenagers were also able to present their account of the incident, providing a truthful version of what transpired.
Around on burn scooters, you know, like teenagers do. And then he came up here. I'm 19.
Okay.
And he hit the cone right here and knocked it over.
That one?
Yeah, and knocked it over, and then he started yelling. And he threatened him first, so he was defending himself, like against him.
How did he threaten him?
I don't remember exactly what he said.
Okay.
But he antagonized him, so he was defending himself. Travis was standing right there, didn't say a single word. And like on the road, and he came up and hit him. I don't know if it was like in the chest or the rib cage, but he hit him with the flashlight and then started shining it in his eyes.
I was riding, you know how like when you press the brake, the back wheel locks up and it makes a squeaking noise, right?
Okay.
And you can drift when you do that. It's kind of fun, right?
Okay.
I get it's kind of late and stuff, right?
Right.
But he's up there, he goes, hey, big shot, you want to go?
right? Because he said, why don't you keep it down? I said, I'm not doing nothing wrong. He goes, hey, big shot, you want to go? Right? And I stood right here. I said, what's up? He walks up to me and like, I'm not gonna hit you, I promise. He goes like that and jabs me like right here in the ribs with the flashlight. And then he said he felt threatened. My hands were at my sides. I don't know. I didn't swing at him. I didn't pick up.
What did you do when he walked down?
I just stood there.
So he hits you in the stomach with the flashlight.
Like the rib cage, not the stomach.
Naturally, Sekini sought to have the two young men charged for the altercation. But ironically, it was he who faced legal repercussions. He was charged with assault and battery, resulting in his removal from the positions of Bay City's public safety director and chief of police.
I'm not signing nothing.
Okay.
I've been through the system, buddy. I know how it works.
I know you have.
You're
Jeff.
not my friend. All you're trying to get is some stupid ass confession, and you're not going to get one.
On an ordinary evening in 2011, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of alarm bells at a local 7-Eleven. Reports quickly surfaced of an armed robbery, prompting an immediate response from local law enforcement. However, upon reaching the store, the perpetrator had vanished. As the search widened, police were drawn to noises from a nearby house. Entering with no other leads, they found a known heroin addict, gun in hand, and arrested him. This man was Jeff Pearson, identified as the robbery suspect. What unfolded next would become a legendary tale of a man outwitting the police in their own game, enduring severe heroin withdrawal all the while. The ensuing 24 hours recorded on police cameras in the interrogation room were astonishingly uploaded to Pearson's own YouTube channel on September 25, 2011. Jeff Pearson quickly became an icon in the world of interrogation for his cunning and resilience. Held for nearly a day, the footage from his 3 interrogation sessions totaled a mere 15 minutes. In Georgia, where the robbery occurred, he faced a sentence of 10 years to life. Yet, Jeff wouldn't serve a single day of this sentence. Instead of decades in prison, he spent a day in custody, receiving drinks and candy, and demonstrating an extraordinary understanding of police tactics. The footage provides a vivid look at interrogation methods and how Jeff expertly evaded them. The video begins with Jeff, handcuffed and in prison scrubs, in a small, windowless room, having already been processed and detained, while the police prepared their case and interrogation strategy.
Am I under arrest?
For now.
I'm under arrest?
Yeah, I'll explain everything, but before I explain myself to you, before we talk to each other, I need to read your rights, okay?
What am I under arrest for?
Well, like I said, I need to read your rights first. Obviously, the charge is robbery, okay?
Right at the outset, Jeff inquires if he is under arrest, and if so, on what basis. His immediate questioning demonstrates a keen understanding of legal rights, showcasing that he's well prepared for the situation. In such scenarios, there are typically 2 routes to take. If you're not under arrest or being detained, you have the right to state that you're not required to stay and can leave the interrogation. On the other hand, if you are being arrested, it's crucial to ask for a lawyer immediately and remain silent until legal counsel is provided. These approaches are vital in halting the police's momentum and building a strong defense. Interestingly, in the United States, police officers are legally required to inform you of these rights during an arrest.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to the lawyer for advice before we question you. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer and you want one, a lawyer will be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you'll still have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Does that make sense? You've probably heard these before, haven't you?
There are 3 really important things to remember if you ever get arrested, but a lot of people forget them because they're so scared. First, you hear about these things a lot on TV shows and movies, so when the police tell you your rights, you might not pay attention. But they're actually telling you how to stay safe and protected when you're with them. One key thing the detective didn't say is that if you ask for a lawyer when you're arrested, they can't keep asking you questions. You have the right to not answer any questions until you have a lawyer with you. At the end of the rights, the detective also made a mean comment about Jeff's past, like trying to remind him that he's been in trouble before.
Do you understand your rights? Do you understand your rights, Jeff? Yes or no? You understand?
We're getting paid more than you are, so we can sit here for a long time, man.
I just need you to answer me yes or no. Do you understand your rights? Let's get through that question. Do you understand what I read you? Do you comprehend what I read you?
Jeff was clearly informed that he can stay silent, and he chooses to do just that. The main detective sits back in his chair, trying to look like Jeff's silence doesn't bother him, and that he's ready to wait as long as it takes. However, when someone leans back like that, it often means they're actually a bit uneasy. It's obvious the detective realizes he's in for a challenging few hours ahead.
If you got something that says you didn't do this robbery, this is your chance to talk to us.
Okay, good cop.
No, usually I'm the prick.
You look like the prick.
I am.
Speaking of taking control, Jeff just turned the tables, effectively tossing everything the cops had planned right into the trash.
I'm not asking if you want to talk to me at this point. I just want to know, do you understand what I read to you?
So am I under arrest?
Yes, you're under arrest.
Get me back to the cell. I don't talk to you motherfuckers.
Okay, fair enough.
During the initial round of interrogation, Jeff displayed the ideal response for his situation. He's aware that the police lack solid evidence against him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to question him. By choosing silence, he asserts his advantage. This leads to him being taken back to his cell. However, just 2 hours later, he's brought back to the same room for a second round of questioning.
You gonna be able to pop it open, or you need me to?
I need methadone.
You need methadone?
Yeah, you guys can get me that methadone or what?
I don't have any. Do you have medication for it, or a prescription for it? Or?
No.
What do you need methadone for?
Because I'm a fucking junkie, and you guys, I can't get no methadone. I'm gonna go through withdrawal here in a minute.
All Jeff asked for was a can of soda before re-entering the interrogation room, where he quickly brings up the withdrawals he's probably starting to experience. Methadone, the medication Jeff initially requested, is known to greatly lessen withdrawal symptoms and can also curb the cravings he's likely been enduring since he's been in police custody.
How long you been using heroin?
Long time, buddy.
10 years? 15 years?
I hardly been alive that long. What are you trying to talk to me about here?
Talk to you about what happened last night. Look, here's the deal. Either you're in a bad set of circumstances, or you went and committed an armed robbery last night.
Yeah, right? I'm in a shitty, wrong place at the wrong time, obviously. I didn't commit no fucking armed robbery.
All right, then let's talk about this. Let's
I don't
not
have
keep
nothing.
up
I
the
don't talk
act.
to the police, man.
Jeff is done with the small talk and eager to focus on the main issue. He firmly believes he's been wrongfully arrested and is intent on securing his release as swiftly as he can.
Okay.
I've been through the system, buddy. I know how
I know
it
you
works.
have. I know you have,
You're
Jeff.
not my friend.
I'm not your friend.
You're trying to fucking get me. Or you're
No,
trying
I'm not trying to get
all
you.
you're trying to get is some fucking stupid ass fucking confession, and you're not going to get one.
Jeff, I'm not going to get a confession out of you for nothing.
Exactly, because I
And
didn't
I'm
do
not trying to
nothing.
get a confession out of you.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, I didn't commit no armed robbery, and y'all ain't got no fucking evidence saying I did. Let me go. All you did is find me sitting in my buddy's house because my fucking buddy's dog's going ape shit. I go outside. There are cops everywhere, and they spotlight me. They say, "Come here." I said, "What's up?" They search me. They ain't find
Hang on.
nothing. What's
Let
up?
me read this.
No.
before- Yes.
Because I'm not going to sign it.
You don't have to sign it. But let me read it for you. Okay?
I'm not signing nothing.
You don't have to sign it.
The situation is quite ironic. The cop insists he's not out to get Jeff, yet here he is, handcuffed and being interrogated. Despite this, Jeff's responses are so precise and well-spoken, they almost seem practiced. His ability to defend himself legally is remarkable, especially considering he's likely starting to feel withdrawal symptoms. Jeff astutely points out how the police are seemingly trying to coerce a confession from him. A common method used in these situations is the Reeb technique, developed in the 1960s by a former cop and psychologist. This technique, which led to a confession in a high-profile murder case, involves 9 steps starting from a casual conversation and gradually employing specific body language and actions to imply guilt. The process concludes by presenting the suspect with 2 explanations, one slightly less incriminating than the other, but both implying guilt. This method often corners suspects, making it effective in eliciting false confessions, as was the case in its inaugural use, where it later emerged that the man had been coerced into confessing to a crime he didn't commit. This strategy is essentially a masterclass in manipulation, pushing individuals to a point where they question their own reality.
Tell me what happened last night. Plain and simple. Your side of the story.
I'm not talking to you. I'm annoying.
All right. This is what I don't understand. I know, but this is what I don't understand, Jeff. You were sitting there talking just like you were ready to sit here and tell me what happened last night, and then all of a sudden I read that to you, and you screw it, I ain't talking to you. I want a lawyer. I don't understand that. What changed just in the...
Because I told you what... I already told you what happened.
You didn't.
How didn't I?
You didn't tell me what happened last night.
How didn't I just tell you what...
But now you've handcuffed me, and I can't talk to you because you've asked for an attorney. So, okay, that's fine. But I will tell you right now, you're still on a hold for a robbery.
I know. I don't know why. I need a fucking lawyer because, obviously, I didn't do nothing. And obviously, you guys know I didn't do nothing because I've been arrested for the same bullshit before, and you guys don't interview me this much. So, wham, bam, thank you for the coke, put me back in the cell. That's my home.
We haven't interviewed you yet.
Jeff has now firmly requested a lawyer and is steadfastly declining to respond to further questions. Yet, we're only at the midpoint of this footage, and as it progresses, Jeff's capability to assert his defense and outmaneuver the cops' tactics only becomes more impressive.
Okay. But, you know, if you're saying you didn't do it, you need to give me your side of the story.
I didn't do it.
Okay, well, give me your side of the story. You gotta, convince me. Because I got a lot of evidence. I got a lot of physical evidence.
Well, like what? Name the physical
Well, I don't need to, why should I tell you that?
At this point, the detective begins to show signs of desperation. Realizing that time is not on his side, he discards any sophisticated interrogation strategies and resorts to outright threats, falsely claiming he has evidence strong enough to convict Jeff. If these claims were true, they would likely be used as leverage to pressure Jeff into revealing more information. However, the detective's approach is weak. He argues that since Jeff hasn't been cooperative, he won't assist Jeff in return.
There's only a couple pieces of evidence I'm missing.
Name them.
What's that?
Name them.
Well, why do I need to do that? You haven't helped me out at all. You give me a little bit, I give you a little bit. We go back and forth. I give you one of my pieces of evidence, now give me a little something. Alright? What time do you get over to Aaron's house?
No, anything I say here can and will be used against me.
Sure, but anything you say here, I can also tell your parole officer that you help me out.
That doesn't mean dick.
The detective, growing increasingly desperate, attempts to strike a deal with Jeff. He suggests that cooperating with the police could earn Jeff a favorable report to his parole officer. But Jeff quickly sees through this, understanding that such a promise holds little weight if he faces a lengthy prison sentence. This only reinforces the impression that the police lack solid evidence against Jeff and are aware their time to extract information is running short. Despite Jeff's request for a lawyer, the police continue their interrogation, blatantly disregarding the rights they've read to him on multiple occasions. They're racing against the clock, and Jeff is keenly aware of this as the interrogation enters its final 4 minutes. Jeff remains unyielding, countering every assertion from the police. They mention the gun found with him, keep trying to negotiate, and even resort to intimidation, hinting at the hardships of prison life without access to the drugs he's dependent on. Throughout, Jeff maintains an unwavering, stoic demeanor. He senses victory is near.
It's gonna be fucking written in the discovery now, right?
What? You haven't said nothing.
I mean, every little stupid thing that you've asked me, dude, is gonna be in the discovery.
I'm not even gonna do discovery.
The prosecutor is.
Okay. So, you halfway know the system, how things work, and you halfway don't. Am I right?
I half-ass know that the only reason I came up here is to get a fucking Coke.
Okay.
And I got it, but now I want a Butterfinger.
But that's not going to happen for a while.
What, the Butterfinger?
Yeah.
Why not? I need to go to the hospital. I'm coughing up blood. Let's go to the hospital.
For hours, the police have been grilling a man clearly in distress, withholding a legally prescribed medication that could alleviate his discomfort, and relentlessly interrogating him about a crime for which they lack concrete evidence. Amidst this ordeal, Jeff managed to maintain a semblance of casualness, requesting sodas and chocolate bars. Aware that any slip of the tongue could escalate his situation, Jeff meticulously exercised his rights. After 12 hours of this, records show he was released from custody, allowed to leave without charge. Following this ordeal, reports suggest that Jeff's life took a positive turn. He overcame his heroin addiction and began actively posting on his YouTube channel, but also to share insights on how to navigate and counter the police's interrogation tactics.
Plane's moving again.
Tomo and Hiro, two brave ghost hunters, went to an abandoned school that people said was haunted by children's spirits. Many people claimed to have seen ghostly figures in the windows, but police found nothing. One officer, however, felt a strange presence and heard footsteps in an empty room. Tomo and Hiro were curious, so they decided to explore the school and record their findings.
かなりでも荒らされてるね。
なんかあんまりそういう机とか椅子とかっていうのがさ、
ないね。
ないもんね。
お、びっくりした。今ここに人影が見えたの。
その影から覗いてた。い
や、なんかここに立ってるように見えた。ここにね。
わ
なんか落とした。あったら。
いや、してる。
してるよね。
してる。いや、さすがに。
待って、ちょっと誰かいない？
As they walked through the dark hallways, they heard strange noises and eerie sounds. They didn't know what they would discover. When they looked at their footage, they found a creepy photo of a dark figure sitting at a desk with a strange drawing. This made them very scared. Hiro wanted to know the truth, so he went back to the school alone, even though it seemed like a bad idea. As Hiro walked through the school, things started to feel very scary. He heard a weird laugh and saw a dark figure disappear.
さっき撮ったやつでしょ？そう。ほんと黒い物体だから、なんか人には見えないんだけど。うふって聞こえたでしょ今絶対入ってるよね。ちょっと待って、今人いたよな。ちょっと待って。
He kept going, but the school seemed to be getting closer and closer. In the room where he saw the figure, he waited quietly. But then he heard strange noises and a loud bang. A scary face came out from under the desk and looked at him. Hiro ran away, but the horror wasn't over yet. Tomo wanted to know the truth too, so he went to the school alone, even after Hiro's scary experience. As he walked through the rooms, he heard creepy sounds and footsteps following him. In the same room where Hiro saw the scary face, Tomo waited with his camera, hoping to find evidence of ghosts. But when he took his last photos, he realized he wasn't alone. The dark figure from the previous photo was standing behind him, but he didn't see it until he looked at the pictures. This experience will haunt Tomo forever. Tomo and Hiro's investigation made people wonder if they really found a malevolent spirit in the abandoned school. The evidence suggests they did, but the truth is still hidden, waiting to be discovered. A normal family home turns into a place of terror. A home security camera catches a shocking scene that will leave you stunned. The camera, installed to provide a sense of safety and security, instead reveals a chilling presence lurking in the shadows. At first, the video seems ordinary, but as it plays, a strange figure appears. It moves very fast, and its blurry shape looks like a person. The figure's movements are unnatural, jerky, and unsettling, making it clear that something is amiss. When the footage is slowed down and zoomed in, the details become even scarier. The figure's movements are too quick, too erratic, and too unnatural, hinting at something sinister lurking in the darkness. The image is grainy, but the sense of dread is palpable. Some people don't believe it's real and think it's just a clever trick using computer-generated imagery, CGI, but others think it's something more ominous. A genuine ghost sighting. They point to the figure's strange movements and the unexplained presence as evidence of something paranormal. The truth remains unknown, but one thing is certain. This footage will haunt your dreams. Watch at your own risk, but be warned. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. The image will linger in your mind, leaving you wondering if the truth is more terrifying than fiction. In 1969, the Cleveland Masonic Temple stood as a haunting reminder of the past. Its grandeur had faded, leaving only a whisper of its former glory. Chris, a curious explorer, wanted to capture the temple's fading beauty, but his journey led him into the heart of darkness. As Chris ventured deeper into the temple's labyrinthine corridors, he felt an eerie presence. It was as if unseen hands were touching his back, sending shivers down his spine. He couldn't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Chris shouted, "I swear, something just touched me." His voice is shaking with fear.
What the fuck? Something touched me. I swear to God. I swear to God. I feel like something just touched my back. I don't know if it was my book bag flopped on my back or what. That scared the fuck out of me. I swear to God.
Despite his growing unease, Chris tried to calm down and continued exploring. But the temple had other plans.
Shit. Fucking door just closed.
Doors slammed shut, and fleeting figures darted around corners. Chris faced the supernatural head-on, and his camera captured every terrifying moment. The strange events in the temple left many questions unanswered. Was the temple's mysterious past and rumored rituals the cause of the paranormal activity, or was it just Chris's imagination playing tricks on him? One thing was certain. Chris' experience was a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked within the Cleveland Masonic Temple's crumbling walls. Chris on his doomed exploration and witnesses the unsettling events that unfolded in the temple's abandoned halls. But be warned, once you've seen it, you can't forget it. The horrors within will haunt your dreams forever. As you step into the temple's depths, the air grows thick with tension. Shadows dance across walls, and the silence is oppressive. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched, that unblinking eyes are trained on you. Will you dare to explore the Cleveland Masonic Temple's darkest secrets? If so, proceed with caution, for once you've entered, there's no turning back. Since starting their antique collection, strange things have been happening in this person's home. The most shocking evidence is a doll's arm moving behind glass, which can't be explained.
The doll seems...
Every night, old objects in the house come to life and cause trouble. A stroller moves by itself, and a doll sits up before falling back down, as if something invisible is playing with it. The kitchen has become a scary place. With a spoon seeming to be thrown by an unseen force. Even the family cat feels the eerie atmosphere, running away in fear after seeing something floating near the ceiling. But the most terrifying moment is when an entity starts twisting crosses, a sign of something evil at work. It's not just a prank or a trick of the light. Security cameras might give some clues, but one thing is sure, this house is a hub of horror, and things are getting worse. Can you explain these scary events, or are the antiques really coming to life? Francesco's life changed for the worse when he moved into a new home. Strange things started happening, so he shared his story on social media to get help. At first, loud bangs happened day and night. Then he heard creepy cackling sounds, and his things went missing. Francesco thought a bad entity was haunting him, and most people on social media agreed. In his first video, Francesco checked out strange noises in his bathroom. The shower curtain moved by itself and fell down. This was just the start of his scary ordeal.
Hola. Mira, chico, mire.
Francesco found a toy keyboard playing alone and wouldn't turn off. The loud bangs kept happening and doors shut suddenly. He was so scared that he asked for help on TikTok. After talking to Father Hose, a priest, Francesco got some bad news. The entity wasn't just in the house, it was following him, and had been his whole life. For a few weeks, things were quiet, but then Francesco recorded some creepy sounds like breathing and moaning. He thought the entity was getting stronger. In his last video, Francesco saw a scary pale face of his door and ran away. People on TikTok were freaked out, thinking Francesco was being haunted by something evil, but some wondered if it was all just a stunt to get famous. On March 23, 2022, a mysterious channel called Is Anybody There posted a chilling video. The channel has been sharing spooky videos about a haunted kitchen for a year. The uploader's bravery in documenting her paranormal experiences has captivated viewers, but the latest video is the most unsettling yet. In the latest video, strange things start happening just 10 seconds in. The uploader sets up her camera and says, "I've been hearing noises in the kitchen again. Lots of movement." Then, a plate moves by itself, and objects start flying and crashing to the floor. The uploader asks, "Why are you doing this to me?" But there's no answer. The eerie silence makes the experience even more terrifying.
Guys, I've just put the camera on because the kettle's went on again. I've heard things in the kitchen again. And that plate's moving again. Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Why are you doing this to me?
Most people commenting think the uploader is dealing with a real ghost. Not many people doubt it. The video is too new for the problem to be solved. The uploader should think about moving out before things get worse. Will she escape the ghost's grasp, or will it take over? Her fate is uncertain. As the video continues, the uploader's fear becomes more apparent. She's visibly shaken, and her cries for help are heart-wrenching. The kitchen, once a warm and welcoming space, has become a hub of horror. The uploader's experience serves as a reminder that the paranormal can be unpredictable and dangerous. Will she find a way to overcome this malevolent force, or will it consume her? Only time will tell. Thank you for watching these scary stories and spooky events. We hope you made it through the frightening experience, but be careful. The darkness might stay with you. The shadows might follow you home, and the ghosts might haunt your dreams. So, lock your doors, turn on the lights, and wait for morning. In the world of horror, the scares never really end.
Ay, cabrón. No manches. ¿Qué era eso? No.
A man was shopping when he suddenly became very scared. He looked terrified, his body shook, and he stumbled backward. At first, it seemed like he was having a mental breakdown, maybe because of a bad memory or anxiety. But then, something strange happened. An object fell off a shelf, and a ghostly figure appeared in the glass reflection. It was like something evil was in the room. The store's camera recorded the whole thing, and the video is really creepy. You can hear the man screaming and the sound of breaking glass. Witnesses say even scarier things happened after that. Some saw the ghostly figure hiding in the shadows, and others had strange experiences in the days that followed. What made the man act so strangely? Was it something paranormal, like a bad spirit in the store? Or is there a more normal explanation, like a dark secret someone is hiding? Watch the video and decide for yourself, if you're brave enough. A couple was sleeping peacefully in their bed, dreaming, when something horrifying happened.
What the
An invisible force suddenly pulled the man's foot, yanking him towards the edge of the bed. The couple was overwhelmed with fear, trapped in a nightmare. The man screamed, his voice piercing the darkness, and his wife joined in, their cries echoing together in terror. Then, a chilling laughter started, surrounding them like a vice. What was behind this sinister attack? Was it a malevolent spirit or a dark entity that had been waiting to strike? Or was it something even more evil, beyond understanding? The couple's minds raced with questions, but one thing was certain: their lives would never be the same again. A young man was watching TV when he heard strange noises outside. It sounded like a child was playing, but he was alone in the house and had no kids. He felt scared and curious, so he grabbed his camera to see what was happening. What he saw was unbelievable. The video shows feet that seem to belong to a girl, but when he gets closer, they disappear. The young man was shocked and confused. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. He played the video back several times, but the result was always the same. The feet vanished into thin air. He was both fascinated and terrified by what he was seeing. We don't know where this video came from, but it's very scary. The way it was filmed makes us think it might be from a famous ghost hunter, but we're not sure. The footage is shaky and shrouded in darkness, adding to the eerie atmosphere. One thing is certain: this video will give you goosebumps. It's a chilling reminder that there are things in this world that we can't explain, and that sometimes the most terrifying things are the ones that we can't see. As the man played the piano at home one night, a sense of dread filled the room. The temperature dropped, and a strange presence appeared. At first, nothing was visible, but then strange things started happening. The piano keys moved on their own, playing a scary melody that made his spine tingle. The man was so frightened that he couldn't move or speak. He was frozen in terror, unable to do anything but watch as the piano played itself. The music was haunting and eerie, filling the room with an unsettling atmosphere. It was as if something was trying to communicate with him, but he didn't know what or why. The man's heart raced with fear, and his mind raced with questions. What was happening? Why was this happening to him? And how could he make it stop? This terrifying experience shows us that things we can't see can be the most frightening. That night, the man realized that we are never truly alone, and that some entities that exist with us might not be from this world. He was left shaken and disturbed, wondering if he would ever be able to feel safe in his own home again. A couple is very scared because their home is haunted by a bad entity. They go to many mediums for help, but they are told that the entity might be a demon, which makes them even more afraid. In a scary video, the woman gets out of bed slowly, looking confused and lost. She walks to a big mirror in the next room, as if drawn to it. What's really creepy is that a chair starts moving on its own after she walks by, like something evil is making it move. The woman stares at the mirror, which some people think is a doorway to the spirit world. Is she being controlled by a demon, or is she just sleepwalking? The truth is still unknown. But it's clear that this family is facing a terrifying horror. A man opened an internet cafe in the Philippines. Strange things happened at night when the cafe was closed. The man and his girlfriend felt like someone was watching them when they stayed late to work. One night, the girlfriend went to the cafe to work. Something strange happened that surprised her. As she sat down, a headset moved by itself, making her jump. She tried to stay calm and left the room. But when she came back, the red chair and keyboard were moving on their own. She tried to fix them and keep working, but the headset flew off the desk. That's when she knew she had to leave. Fast. She quickly gathered her things and ran out of the cafe, not looking back. She didn't stop until she was safely in her car, driving away from the eerie place. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was following her, watching her. She didn't go back to the cafe for a long time, afraid of what might happen next. Is the cafe haunted, or is someone playing a trick? One thing is sure, this place is scary at night, and you wouldn't want to be there alone. The internet cafe was once a cozy spot, but now it's a place of fear and uncertainty. Will anyone dare to enter its doors again? Brandon Costa woke up to a strange noise outside his room. He quickly grabbed his phone and started recording, but what he recorded left him very disturbed. A few days earlier, Brandon had played with a Ouija board. Now he believed that the strange things happening were supernatural.
Ay, cabrón. No manches. ¿Qué era eso? No. Ay, no manches.
While recording, a face appeared in the doorway, looked at him, and then disappeared. But the scariest part happened next. The bedroom door closed by itself. People watching were shocked, but not totally surprised. Brandon had used the Ouija board in a reckless way. Still, what he went through was very terrifying. The recording will give you chills. Watch if you dare, but be warned. You might regret it. He had unleashed a malevolent force, and now it was haunting him. The face in the doorway seemed to be watching him, waiting for its next move. Brandon knew he had to get rid of the Ouija board, but it was too late. The damage was done. The video spread like wildfire online, with many viewers claiming to see strange shadows and movements in the background. Some even reported experiencing strange occurrences after watching the video. Brandon's reckless use of the Ouija board had unleashed a horror beyond his wildest imagination. He was left to wonder, would he ever be able to escape the wrath of the malevolent force he had awakened? The shadows hide a darkness that waits to attack, and when it does, you can't escape the fear that follows. The supernatural events were a serious warning that some fears are real and must be faced, and some terrors are too strong to be controlled.
The noise is known as the Windsor hum, mysteriously heard on the Canadian side.
Yeah, man, have you ever delved into that whole vanished village of Angikuni thing? Dude, it's wild. It's like the Bermuda Triangle of villages.
But it was a few days ago that some surfers on social media reported that they had noticed health issues with their throat and eyes after entering the water.
The mysterious history of Angikuni Lake, a village vanishes. In the frozen wilderness of northern Canada, a strange event occurred in 1930. Joe LaBelle, a lone trapper, arrived at an Inuit village on the shores of Angikuni Lake, only to find it deserted. The villagers had vanished, leaving behind their homes, food, clothing, and even their dogs. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated but found no trace of the missing people.
An entire town of men, women, and children vanished in the harsh northern winter of 1930. Even the dead were missing from their graves. The Lake Angikuni mystery has subsequently become one of Canada's most lasting unsolved mysteries.
The story of Angikuni Lake has become a legendary mystery in Canadian history. But what really happened? The facts are shrouded in uncertainty, and the truth is still unknown. The story begins with Joe LaBelle's account of his discovery. He reported finding the village empty, with no signs of struggle or disturbance. The police investigation turned up nothing, and the case remains unsolved. But there are many inconsistencies in the story. LaBelle's description of the village and its inhabitants raises questions, and the presence of kayaks and sealskin garments in the landlocked village is suspicious. The police found no evidence of a large population, and the area is too remote to support a village of that size.
The title of the newspaper was Village of the Dead. This news caused a wave of fear in the whole of Canada, because in North Canada, an entire tribe had disappeared without a trace, night and day.
The earliest recorded account of the event was published in 1930 by Emmett E. Keller in the Halifax Herald. However, the article's authenticity is questionable, and the photograph accompanying it was later revealed to be a generic image from the RCMP archives. The story lay dormant for 28 years until Frank Edwards' book, Stranger Than Science, revived it in 1959. Edward's version of events added more details, but his sources are unknown. The story then disappeared again until 1976, when Dwight Whalen's article in FAT magazine brought it back to life. However, Whalen's investigation revealed that the RCMP had no record of the event, and the story was likely fabricated. Despite this, the legend of Anglican Lake continued to grow, with UFO writers adding their own twists and exaggerations.
If one villager suddenly vanished into thin air, you might consider it to be a bit careless, but when the entire population of a village disappears overnight without explanation, it begins to sound a little bit suspicious. Yet legend has it that this is exactly what happened to the Inuit population of the village of Anjakuni in Canada in 1930. It's a story that has taken...
Today, the truth behind the mysterious village remains a mystery. Was it a hoax, a misinterpretation, or something more sinister? The facts are still shrouded in uncertainty, leaving us to wonder what really happened at Anjakuni Lake.
Yeah, man, have you ever delved into that whole vanished village of Anjakuni thing? Dude, it's wild. It's like the Bermuda Triangle of villages.
Uncovering the secrets of the Valley of Death. In Russia's Far East, a mysterious valley is hidden in the icy wilderness. The Kamchatka Peninsula, famous for its volcanoes, has a dangerous secret. Animals enter the valley, but never leave. In this deadly place, many creatures, big and small, die. Even animals that eat other animals, like wolverines, get killed by the valley's strange power. The dead bodies, frozen in the snow, showed no signs of injury or sickness.
But it was a few days ago that some surfers on social media reported that they had noticed health issues with their throat and eyes after entering the water. Many people reporting that they had nausea, weakness, and a high temperature.
The killer is invisible, leaving behind only a faint trace of a common gas. This is the Valley of Death, a place of mystery and fear. Few people have dared to explore it, and even fewer have returned to tell the story. In 1975, a scientist named Vladimir Leonov discovered the valley's dark secret. He was a volcanologist, studying the unique geological features of the peninsula. But what he found was beyond anything he could have imagined. Leonov's discovery led to a series of events, with scientists and military personnel visiting the valley. Many people believe that strange experiments were conducted there, but the truth remains a secret. Some say that the military was searching for a new weapon, one that could harness the valley's deadly power. Others claim that scientists were trying to uncover the secrets of the valley's unique ecosystem. When you enter the valley, the silence is eerie. The only sound is the soft hiss of volcanic gas, a reminder of the valley's deadly power. Animals roam freely, unaware of the danger, attracted by the lush vegetation. But their fate is sealed. They will die in the valley's toxic embrace.
Local residents had been uploading images to Instagram of dead animals that they had found up and down the shores. The likes of octopus, squid, sea urchins, and even mammals in some cases were found up and down the shores of the Kamchatka Peninsula.
The Valley of Death remains a mystery, a place where science and horror meet. Those who venture in must face the dark forces that dwell within. Will you be the next to uncover its secrets, or will you fall victim to its deadly charm? The choice is yours, but beware. Death lurks around every corner. As you explore the valley, you can't help but feel a sense of unease. The air is thick with an otherworldly presence, and the ground seems to tremble beneath your feet. You know that you are not alone, that unblinking eyes are watching you from the shadows. And then there is the gas, a colorless, odorless killer that strikes without warning. Despite the danger, you are drawn deeper into the valley, driven by a morbid curiosity. What secrets lie hidden in this deadly place? What terrors await those who dare to enter? The Valley of Death is a place of dark wonder, a place where the unknown and the unknowable lurk, and you are about to become its next victim. The Doomed Expedition, a mysterious journey into the Arctic. In 1900, Baron Eduard von Toll led a Russian team on an expedition to explore the Arctic Ocean and find Sannikov Land. They sailed into dangerous ice fields and uncharted waters, facing many challenges along the way. Despite their determination and some important discoveries, their journey ended in tragedy. Toll and 3 team members went on a dangerous journey to Bennett Island, leaving behind a note that said they believed in their luck. But they never returned, and their fate remains a mystery to this day. The team's notes and records didn't reveal much about what happened to them. They vanished into the Arctic wilderness, leaving behind only traces of their presence. The final days of the expedition are still a mystery, and their story serves as a reminder of the risks of exploring the unknown. Here's a summary of the text in 2 sentences. Baron Eduard von Toll led a Russian team on a doomed expedition to explore the Arctic Ocean and find Sannikov Land in 1900. The team faced many dangers and challenges, and their fate remains a mystery to this day, serving as a reminder of the risks of exploring the unknown. Mysterious pinging noise baffles Canadians. A strange noise called pinging has been heard in the cold waters of Nunavut, Canada's northernmost territory. The noise has been heard for several months in the remote Fury and Hecla Strait. Despite efforts to find out where it's coming from, the source of the noise remains a mystery. The Canadian Department of National Defence investigated the noise and sent a military plane to search the area. However, they didn't find anything unusual. They thought it might be coming from submarines, but that wasn't the case. Locals in the small Arctic community of Igloolik say the pinging noise is scaring away wildlife, which is essential for their food and livelihood.
The Canadian military is investigating a strange beeping sound coming from the floor of the Arctic Sea. The area is a major hunting spot in the summer and winter months, and the sound apparently even has the animals spooked. So spooked, reports say there were hardly any there.
The mysterious noise has even been discussed in the Nunavut legislature, with member George Kulad expressing concerns about its impact on the environment. The area where the noise has been heard is a popular migration route for bowhead whales, bearded seals, and ringed seals. However, hunters haven't seen any wildlife in the area this summer. There would be many in that area, Kulad said. But this summer, there were none. Locals have different theories about the source of the noise, but none have been proven. Some blame a nearby mining company, while others suspect environmental activists. However, both the mining company and Greenpeace deny any involvement.
The Department of National Defense says submarines were unlikely to be the cause, but have not been ruled out. Some blame Baffinland Iron Mines Corporation, which has conducted sonar surveys in the area, but the company says it currently has no equipment in the water. Others went so far as to say Greenpeace is causing the noise to scare away the wildlife from the highly hunted area. The environmental group has denied the claims.
This isn't the first mysterious noise in Canada. For years, residents of Windsor, Ontario, have been bothered by a low rumbling noise called the Windsor hum.
A persistent noise, sometimes compared to an idling truck or the distant rumbling of thunder, is plaguing many who live across the Detroit River.
The noise is known as the Windsor hum, mysteriously heard on the Canadian side, but very few, if any, complaints on the Detroit side of the river.
Despite research, the source of that noise remains unknown. The pinging noise in Nunavut remains a mystery, and its impact on the environment and wildlife is a growing concern.
It's an unsolved mystery, keeping this neighborhood awake at night.
Sounds like 50 trucks starting up when it's very loud.
What is it? There are a lot of theories.
Spaceships from outer space to American military installations.
As the investigation ends, one thing is certain: the Fury and Hecla Strait will keep its secrets for now. The Franklin Expedition, a doomed journey to the Northwest Passage. The Franklin Expedition, led by Sir John Franklin in 1845, aimed to find the Northwest Passage, but ended in tragedy. All 129 crew members died, and the ships were lost for nearly 170 years. The British Navy searched extensively, and Inuit Stories eventually helped find the wrecks in 2014 and 2016. The expedition's story is a testament to human spirit and exploration, despite its tragic fate. In 1845, Sir John Franklin led an expedition to find the Northwest Passage, a dangerous water route through Canada. The trip ended in tragedy, and all 129 crew members died. The British Navy searched for many years, but couldn't find the lost ships, the HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. The expedition seemed promising, but the crew disappeared without a trace. People developed different theories, but the truth remained unknown. The expedition's fate was mysterious, with signs of starvation, scurvy, and lead poisoning. Inuit stories and explorers' findings eventually helped find the wrecks in 2014 and 2016. The discovery shed new light on the expedition's history and showed the importance of Inuit stories. The Franklin expedition story is a reminder of the importance of perseverance, courage, and respect for nature. Despite its tragic fate, the expedition story continues to inspire explorers, scientists, and historians. Unexplained explosions and strange sounds, a mystery in the skies. On October 11, 2023, a loud explosion shook homes and rattled windows in New Hampshire for 12 seconds. Harvard University's equipment recorded the event, but the cause remained unknown. People shared their ideas on social media, ranging from sonic booms to alien technology. Dr. Lowe, a former Harvard astronomer, started a thorough investigation through the Galileo Project.
It's such a great privilege and pleasure to see 70 members of the Galileo Project team coming together, celebrating the past year accomplishments of the project.
This project uses special equipment to search for signs of extraterrestrial life and technology in the sky.
It's been great working with the team that we've had, come to the rooftop, hitting your thumb with a hammer, sweating all day, lifting heavy objects, and just working with several of the teammates that have been here for up on the rooftop with me for a few weeks or a couple months now. It's been an honor to work with them and meet these people. I'm excited for what the future holds. This is just a preview of what's to come. Getting a first look at our instrumentation and getting our hands on it.
Some people thought the explosion was caused by a meteor, while others thought it might be alien technology. As the investigation continued, more strange occurrences were reported in the area. On October 12, 2023, a loud noise was detected in Massachusetts, moving at 1,115 feet per second. Dr. Lowe thought the UFO was likely a meteor based on its energy and distance. This happened during the Aryan meteor shower, which can produce up to 25 shooting stars per hour. The meteor shower was visible in the sky, with many people reporting seeing bright streaks of light. On October 20, 2023, a TikTok video showed a strange trumpet-like sound coming from the sky in Mexico. This sparked a lot of interest, with some people thinking it was a sign of the end of the world. The sound also affected local animals, causing dogs to bark and birds to become disturbed. People had different ideas about the origin of the sounds, ranging from scientific to supernatural. Some thought it might be a message from aliens, while others thought it could be a natural phenomenon like a malfunctioning warning siren. NASA said the sounds were just normal background noise, but some people thought they were a bad omen. The internet was flooded with theories, from alien messages to secret government experiments. Dr. Lowe and his team kept investigating, using advanced equipment to find the source of the sounds. They carefully studied the data, analyzed the frequencies, and consulted experts from various fields, but the mystery remained unsolved. Were these strange events just natural phenomena, or was something more sinister at play? Were they a sign of an impending disaster or a message from an unknown entity? The world was left wondering, eagerly awaiting answers that seemed elusive. As the sounds echoed through the skies, the public's imagination ran wild, fueling speculation and fascination. The sky trumpet's enigma had become a global phenomenon, captivating scientists and the public alike, and refusing to give up its secrets. The Oma hum, a mysterious phenomenon. In September 2023, something strange started happening in Oma, Northern Ireland. People began reporting a weird noise at night, now called the Oma hum. This deep, rumbling sound has puzzled both locals and scientists, causing some to feel anxious and uneasy. The hum is described as a low-frequency drone, similar to the sound of a distant engine or a vibrating machine. As the nights went on, the sound continued to disrupt people's sleep, leading to frustration and discomfort. Despite efforts to find its source, the mystery remains unsolved. The local environmental health department, led by Dr. Maria Rodriguez, has been investigating the issue. They have set up sound level meters and noise monitoring devices in various locations around Oma, but so far, no clear source has been identified. Theories about the hum's origin vary widely, from industrial or mechanical sources to psychological or geological factors. Some think it might be linked to the nearby wind farm, while others believe it could be a strange natural occurrence, such as a seismic tremor or an atmospheric pressure change. The Oma hum is one of many unexplained sounds reported worldwide, like the Taos hum in New Mexico, first heard in 1993. Despite thorough scientific investigations, the causes of these sounds remain unknown. The Oma hum's mystery continues to fascinate and unsettle the community, leaving many unanswered questions. As the search for answers continues, residents wonder, what causes this strange sound? Is it natural or sinister? Could it be geological or man-made? The Oma hum remains a puzzle, reminding us that the most inexplicable things can be the most intriguing. It has become a part of daily life, a constant reminder of the mysterious forces around us. As the hum echoes through the city, residents ponder the truth behind this enigmatic sound, a truth that may never be fully revealed. Mysterious sounds in the stratosphere. Researchers in New Mexico made a remarkable discovery in 2023. An unexpected phenomenon occurred in the stratosphere, a layer of the Earth's atmosphere. Scientists sent up special balloons equipped with instruments to measure various phenomena. The balloons detected unusual sounds that surprised the scientists. The balloons were 7 meters in diameter and ascended to an altitude of 20 kilometers, remaining aloft from February 10th to 14th. They recorded sounds louder than those produced by airplanes, which was a significant surprise. When scientists analyzed the recordings, they were amazed to find that the sounds were too quiet for humans to hear and couldn't be identified. Using advanced technologies like machine learning algorithms and signal processing methods, experts studied the sounds to find any patterns or clues that might lead them to the source. The investigation is ongoing, and the world is eagerly waiting to learn the secrets of the stratosphere. The discovery of these strange sounds in the stratosphere has sparked global interest and curiosity, with people wondering what could be causing them. As researchers continue to investigate, they might uncover a new phenomenon or find a groundbreaking explanation for these sounds, which could change our understanding of the Earth's atmosphere and beyond. The potential implications of this discovery are significant, and the scientific community is eager to uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. The mystery of the stratospheric sounds remains a captivating and intriguing enigma, a reminder of the many secrets that still await us in the vast expanse of our atmosphere. The discovery of these strange sounds has opened up new avenues of research, and the scientific community is eager to explore this new frontier. As the investigation continues, the world waits with bated breath for the answers that will uncover the secrets of the stratosphere. Uncovering the source of the Florida rumble. Since 2021, over 5,000 residents in South Tampa, Florida, have joined forces to uncover the source of a strange sound called the Florida rumble. This low-frequency humming noise has been constant, sometimes getting loud enough to shake homes. The affected area is huge, covering many neighborhoods and leaving many residents puzzled and curious. Through crowdfunding, The community has hired scientists to help find the source of the Florida rumble. The effort has gained a lot of attention on Facebook, with the group's membership growing in early 2024 as residents report more frequent and louder instances of the rumble. The community's determination and unity in the face of uncertainty are truly admirable, with many residents sharing their experiences and theories online and in person. Theories about the rumble's source vary widely, ranging from activities at a nearby Air Force base to construction projects, underground parties, or even a sunken party ship. However, Dr. James Lacazio, a Florida-based scholar, has proposed a compelling theory based on his research on drumfish mating calls worldwide. Dr. Lacazio plans to place microphones in the waters around South Tampa to investigate whether drumfish mating calls are behind the phenomenon. Black drumfish, which can grow up to 5.5 feet long and are found in rivers, lakes, and shallow ocean waters, have emerged as prime suspects due to their potentially increasing populations. As investigations continue, the black drumfish remains the leading theory in solving the mystery of the Florida rumble. The community's strong interest and active involvement in the inquiry are heartening, with many residents eagerly awaiting the outcome of Dr. Lacazio's study. Whether or not the drumfish mating calls are confirmed as the cause of the rumble, the community's response to the phenomenon has already shown an impressive and heartwarming display of human connection and cooperation. The sky trumpets remain a fascinating mystery, capturing our curiosity and reminding us of the amazing wonders beyond our understanding. We're grateful for your company on this journey of discovery and hope you found exploring the sky trumpets enlightening and thought-provoking. Please share your thoughts and ideas in the comments below. We value your input and enthusiasm. Whether the sky trumpets are a natural wonder or a mysterious signal, they've sparked our imagination and inspired us to explore the unknown further. Thank you again for joining us, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts on this intriguing phenomenon.
In 1933, it's claimed that a UFO crashed in the Lombardy region of Italy.
And I knew what it was. I knew it truly was a UFO.
This is the burial site of an alien whose aircraft crashed into a windmill on April 17, 1897.
The Trinity UFO mystery. In August 1945, something strange happened in New Mexico's Jornada del Muerto desert just after the first atomic bomb was tested. Two young boys, Jose Padilla and Remigio Baca, were working at Rancho Padilla in San Antonio, New Mexico, when they saw a bright light in the sky, followed by a loud crash. Curious, they went to the crash site and found a strange object shaped like an avocado with a protruding part. This discovery would change their lives forever.
New descriptions, new interviews that nobody has seen before about Socorro. In all three cases, it wasn't a disc. It wasn't a flying saucer. It was an egg-shaped object.
The U.S. Army quickly arrived and took the object away. The boys were left with many questions and a sense of wonder. The military's secrecy only made them more curious, and they started experiencing strange things. Jose found strange metal pieces on the ranch, and Remigio heard eerie whispers in the wind.
The witnesses hadn't spoken for 65 years. Why? You know, the Air Force hadn't spoken. Well, there was no Air Force in 1945. There was an Army Air Force.
As these events happened, the boys realized they had stumbled upon something big, something that challenged their understanding of the world. Jose and Remigio's families, the Padillas and Bacas, were respected in the community. Their ranches near the Trinity site showed their hard work and dedication. However, the atomic bomb's detonation had already affected the families, causing Jose's mother, Inez, to lose sight in one eye. The family's lives became connected to the mysterious events in the desert that day. Over time, the consequences of the bomb's explosion worsened, and the government's neglect and disregard for the residents' well-being darkened the community's history. The Trinity UFO incident remains a mystery, a reminder of the unexplained forces in our reality. Those who witnessed it still feel its impact, showing the power of the unknown. It has become a cautionary tale, warning against exploring the universe's secrets too deeply. Yet the unknown still attracts us, promising revelation and understanding. The Trinity UFO mystery calls us to explore the uncharted territories of our existence.
Trinity, we've got new witnesses and more information that has come forward. But what Trinity, I think, represents for me is the possibility of this being the first crash retrieval and one of the first times that the Department of Defense, and certainly there in New Mexico, where so much high-level security stuff was going on at that time.
A mysterious object crashes in Italy. In 1933, something strange fell from the sky in northern Italy. The government kept it a secret for many years, but new information has recently come to light. David Grush, a former U.S. intelligence officer, has made a shocking claim. He says that American forces found a UFO in Italy at the end of World War II and brought it back to the U.S.
In 1933, it's claimed that a UFO crashed in the Lombardy region of Italy.
Many people are interested in this claim, but they also have doubts. Roberto Pinati, an Italian researcher, has been investigating this event for years. He says he has